One of the warriors fought alone in the darkness of night against the monster because his team had been destroyed by enemies. The guy needed only one blow to neutralize the flying monster. After that, he also managed to kill the remaining monsters that had gathered at the sound of the battle. One of the defeated orcs found it impossible to believe that a single human could defeat so many demons. The orc assumed that this guy was the eternal Raven Valte, the terror of demons. The guy finished off the demon who recognized him because he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Raven Valte understood that the necessary time was almost up. He had 15 days left. If he could survive in this place for the remaining time, he would be granted freedom, and then he had no intention of staying in this cursed place. After some time, he returned to the demon hunter's camp where he lived. Many people like him had suffered at the hands of demons and were healing their wounds in this place. Some were resting and having fun drinking alcohol. He lived in this hell for 10 years, exterminating demons. This place was where cannon fodder was sent to fight demons in a war that seemed to have no end in the Empire. It was considered the worst punishment. Robbers and slaves, the dregs of society who didn't care about themselves, their lives, or anyone else, were sent to places like this. The men noticed that the Raven had returned to the camp again. It seemed to them that he had once again destroyed his companions during the sortie. Raven Valte, for a former aristocrat, was not so bad in battle, as this was not the first time he had survived after a battle. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon one of the leaders of the organized gang in this place. The man assumed that this aristocrat was hiding from him, and he became curious about what Raven had to tell him. The guy decided that this man was clearly tired of living, since he was acting so brazenly. The enemy did not have time to retaliate as the aristocrat delivered a powerful knee strike to his stomach. The scoundrel's comrades intended to help their leader, but Raven Valte's sword stopped them. The others, seeing this commotion, decided not to intervene, but the guy decided to teach everyone a lesson. So, he pinned the remaining enemy comrade, who did not resist, to the ground. Meanwhile, the leader of the gang came to his senses and was enraged by such treatment of himself and his subordinates. Raven Valte advised the man to come to him if he wanted to die before the demons finished him off. After that, their dialogue ended, but the robber harbored a grudge against this aristocrat who had fallen out of favor. No one believed he would survive even until the next year, but he endured all 10 years of his imprisonment in this place, and the rumors that circulated about him in the camp were true. Some time ago, on the estate of the Valte family, which did not have much fame or influence, but was one of the noble families of the Empire, this family lost everything in an instant, and so Raven was sent to this penal camp. About 10 years ago, when he was still young and didn't understand what was happening, he was put in chains. The wicked Valte family was overthrown and executed for plotting to rebel against the Empire. The accusations were false, as Raven's family had done nothing of the sort, but everyone was convinced otherwise. The prince assured the boy that he could deny his family's guilt, but that would not change anything. Reeve understood that this was slander, because he knew that other families had plotted a rebellion and framed the Valte family. The boy's parents had already burned to death in the family estate, and the prince decided that the boy wanted to join them. The ruler was lenient towards him, and therefore gave the young man a chance at redemption. Rave was sentenced to 10 years of service as a demon slayer. This turned out to be his only chance for mercy from the Empire for something he did not do. Those around him, upon hearing this, believed that the young man would never survive 10 years as a demon slayer, which was the worst punishment in the Empire after execution. Raven, the scion of a noble family, was sent to this camp as cannon fodder. He was the last of the Valte clan, and if he died, his clan would come to an end. The young man assumed that if he was still alive in 10 years, he would be able to live a free life in the Empire. The ruler assured him that if he served his sentence for 10 years, he would be free, but doubted that he would survive. Raven agreed to this punishment and swore to return alive to restore the glory of the Valte clan. Kneeling before the burning estate, he made a vow to all those present. After some time, the days of this shameful punishment were counted, and Raven was to be set free. The boy fought from the very first day and every day since, even though he had never learned combat skills before. Despite this, Raven managed to survive in this terrible place, fighting against demons. 10 years had passed since he first arrived at this camp, and he had turned from a boy into a demon slayer. There was one major battle against the demons left, after which he would be free. There was one thing left to do before he set out to restore the honor of his Valte clan. Meanwhile, in the Ancona forest, located on the lands of Lord Pendragon, there was a bright flash. The young lord encountered a powerful dragon that lived in these lands. As a knight, the time had come to fulfill a vow that had been agreed upon long before. Dragons were creatures that surpassed any demon in strength and were unmatched in power. Only one family in the Empire, the Pendragons, could summon dragons to help in battle, They knew how to tame dragons, and this family was one of the most influential in the Empire. With 13 days left until Raven Valte's amnesty, he headed to the tent of the commander of the demon-slaying regiment. Upon entering, the young man intended to report what had happened, but the commander was no longer surprised that Raven had returned alone from the sortie. The young man reported that the demons had numerical superiority, and if they soon reached the front line, the humans would not be able to defeat them. It seemed to the commander that Raven admitted that he could not deal with these 7 monsters alone. If not for certain circumstances, they would already have to get used to the damp earth. Tomorrow, reinforcements from Duke Pendragon would arrive, accompanied by a powerful creature. This creature turned out to be a dragon. Raven was surprised that such a mysterious and powerful creature would help them. The commander understood that it was difficult to believe, but the Pendragons had been taming dragons since ancient times, and instead of humans, a white dragon would have to deal with the demon army. The Pendragons were the most influential family in the Empire. Their family was related to the Emperor himself. Raven thought it was just a legend because he believed it was impossible to tame a dragon. He spent 10 years at war with demons, but never once during that time did he see a dragon. He began to think that Commander Baltai had simply gone mad and believed in fairy tale. The young man had heard that the direct descendants of the first Pendragons had died out, which was why the family had lost its influence in recent times. This sounded implausible, so Raven was in no hurry to believe the commander's statements. Baltai made it clear that his orders were not to be discussed and allowed the boy not to go into battle tomorrow. These words caused surprise on his face, because he had never been allowed to stay in camp before a serious battle. The commander assured him that they would have a dragon, and with its help, they would be able to defeat a large number of monsters. But Raven was tasked with guarding the Duke's son. Raven did not refuse, but he had to take responsibility for this with his life. The young man understood the commander's order and did not argue with it. He thought about getting some sleep before the battle. Baltai ordered him to go and introduce himself to the future Duke, hoping that he would not disgrace himself in front of such a distinguished person. Raven did not understand how such a noble person agreed to come to such a place to help such scum as demon slayers. Baltai called this man the Duke's son, which meant that Raven would have to guard a spoiled person. It was important for Raven to survive tomorrow, because then he would be able to walk out a free man. Entering the tent, he first apologized to his lord for disturbing him at night. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice asking who this guy was. Raven froze in horror. The boy immediately realized that it was not a human voice, but he had no choice but to report why he had come. Raven apologized for the disturbance and asked if he was indeed speaking to the young Lord Pendragon. The Lord ordered him to introduce himself and report why he had come to him. The guy introduced himself as Raven Valte, commander of the 12th platoon of demon hunters. He had received orders to guard the Lord in tomorrow's battle. The young Lord made it clear that he did not need protection and advised him to go and prepare for tomorrow's battle. The young man wanted to know if the young Lord had indeed brought a dragon with him to the battlefield, because the upcoming battle could be lost if they did not have a fire-breathing dragon on their side. The Lord asked the warrior not to worry about it, because there would indeed be a dragon in tomorrow's battle. After that, the Lord asked him to leave. Raven thanked him for the information and left the Lord's tent. On his way out, he realized that it was not a child's voice, and he found it strange that the Duke's son had come to such a place alone. Raven had no choice but to carry out the order he had received, and if everything went well, he would never see this man again. The next day, Baltai gathered everyone in front of Duke Pendragon's tent and ordered everyone to kneel before His Highness. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, causing everyone around to worry about what was happening. The warriors were shocked by what they saw, as some of them were seeing a real dragon for the first time. The Lord had managed to summon a powerful dragon that was supposed to help them in the upcoming battle against the demon. The majesty of such a creature made everyone fall silent for a moment. Raven, like the others, saw a white dragon for the first time. The dragon landed, and then the young son of the Lord who had summoned the creature appeared. The young lord introduced himself as Ellen Pendragon, and the others were happy to see such an addition to their ranks. Ellen had no intention of delaying the inevitable, so he suggested that everyone go into battle against the demon. A large-scale campaign against the demons was to be carried out with the support of the Pendragon clan. With this dragon, the demons had no chance against humanity. They arrived at the place called Lobten Predi. Raven had never been tasked with protecting a noble person on the battlefield, so he was a little worried. Surrounded by a large number of demons, the experienced warrior asked his master to stay close to him for safety. The dragon attacked the demonic forces from the sky, while Raven intended to deal with them on the ground. Drawing their blades, the pair engaged in battle with the demonic wolves that intended to destroy the humans. Through their joint efforts, they managed to repel the demon's first attack, and the dragon took to the sky to continue the battle. Using its fiery breath, the mighty beast destroyed the remaining demons on the battlefield. The dragon also managed to destroy the flying griffins, which, having been wounded, began to fall. Raven was convinced that the dragon possessed terrifying power. None of them could have imagined that a white dragon actually existed. No demon could compare to this dragon. Raven thought that these were just tales about such creatures, but they turned out to be true. There was an entire army of demons, and the dragon had already wiped most of them off the face of the earth. Thanks to the dragon, the battle was almost won. The humans didn't even have to do anything. Raven had no idea that his last campaign would be so easy. The warrior decided to ask if his lord and his dragon were all right, and Ellen assured him that they were fine. The battle was almost over in favor of the humans, so Raven decided that they could leave the battle. Suddenly, a new wave of flying demons descended upon them, which none of them could have foreseen. A flock of griffins surrounded the dragon, realizing that he was the main danger to them. Raven understood that they needed to destroy the remaining flying demons. The warrior asked the young lord to order the dragon to incinerate their enemies. Ellen approached the dragon and, using his mental connection, began to give it further orders. The griffins were approaching them. Raven realized that there were too many demons, so he wanted the dragon to be able to deal with them alone. Unexpectedly, the dragon did not engage in battle with the demons, but only took all their attacks upon himself. Seeing this, Raven did not understand what the dragon was doing and began to order it to fight. But the dragon continued to endure the demon's attack. The warrior tried to ask Ellen what had happened to the dragon and why he had not ordered it to fight. Suddenly, many more demons rushed at them, and they could not cope with them alone. The guy didn't understand how this was possible, because it seemed to him that they had practically killed all the demons. There were too many monsters left, but the dragon was the most powerful creature, and no demon could compare to him. Earlier statements that the battle was almost won turned out to be a lie, because no one expected there to be so many demons. The entire military campaign this time depended on the dragon, who stopped fighting at the last moment. Raven had placed his hopes in the dragon and underestimated the enemy's strength, which is why they were defeated this time. Very few people survived, and at that moment, goblins appeared on the battlefield, intending to finish off the survivors. On his last breath, Raven joined the fight because he intended to survive in order to gain freedom. The guy was exhausted. He had suffered deep wounds, and if he fell now, he would never get up again. It became clear that their assumptions were wrong, because the dragon was not an all-powerful creature. Raven was convinced that their thoughts were foolish, because the dragon, like all of them, had failed on the battlefield. Approaching the white dragon, he decided to find out if it had really died. Suddenly, he heard Ellen cough. Raven noticed that the young lord had also been injured and was on the verge of death. Hearing Ellen breathing heavily, it became clear that the young lord was still alive. The boy decided to ask the lord a very important question before his death, one that did not play in their favor. Raven could not understand why the dragon had stopped fighting, so he tried to find out from its master. The warrior assumed that it was Ellen's fault that they lost, because he had given the dragon the wrong orders. Ellen did not answer him. Raven was sure that they would have won if the lord had given the right orders. Suddenly, an unpredictable blow struck him, forcing Raven to stop questioning the lord. Lying on the ground, he couldn't understand what had just happened. His heart had been pierced, but he was still alive. The person who had done this made sure that his nickname, the Eternal, was true. For reasons unknown to Raven, Balte delivered a fatal blow next to Ellen, whom he was unable to protect. The commander intended to end it, as he was no longer going to babysit these guys. The man gave the order to attack the remaining demons, who were outnumbered. Raven got up with his last ounce of strength and did not understand why the Imperial army obeyed Balte. Balte advised him not to be surprised by this, because everything was going according to his plan. Suddenly, the commander put a weapon to Ellen's neck and made it clear that some did not want to surrender. The young lord accepted his fate and did not resist the impending danger from his ally. Without hesitation, Balte killed the young lord in front of everyone. Raven could no longer understand what was happening. The commander made it clear that this boy should have died long ago, just like Raven. Freedom was so close to him, and he dreamed of it like a bird, but all his hopes were dashed that day. The man made it clear that his survival was equated with supernatural ability. Raven, according to the commander's beliefs, was recovering from his wounds too quickly, and it became clear to the boy that Balte had learned his secret. The commander pretended not to know for the sake of this very day, and now he asked if his body would be able to heal after he cut off his head. Balte mocked the guy who was supposed to die without ever tasting the freedom he wanted. Raven dreamed of freedom and restoring the good name of the Balte clan. But 10 years of senseless war had been in vain. It seemed similar to the incident 10 years ago, in which his family had perished. The powerless and weak died in this camp year after year, and that was their fate. but Raven was so close to his freedom. Putting the tip of his sword to the boy's throat, the commander decided to reveal a little secret before finishing him off. It turned out that the accusations of rebellion against the Valte family, Raven's exile to the extermination camp, and his death along with Pendragon's son had all been planned. The young man couldn't believe it because his dream, which he had been pursuing for 10 years, was doomed to failure from the very beginning. The only thing that was not part of their plan was that the dragon would be so weak that he would fall at the hands of the demon. Despite this, everything turned out as originally planned, and so Baltai intended to see it through to the end. The man said goodbye to the little Raven, who had managed to prolong his modest dream in vain. Raven suffered the same fate as Alina. He could not resist this injustice. Unexpectedly, after all this, the dragon came to his senses and began to shake the spears off his body. The creature felt very sorry for the guys who had died at the hands of their own allies. All conditions were met, and so a funnel formed in the sky, which began to suck in an unknown dark energy. The dragon began to rise above the place where the demons and humans had fallen, and energy and blood continued to be sucked out of their bodies, the blood of thousands of warriors and thousands of demons, the blood of the imperial dynasty, and the blood of the royal dragon, and the solar eclipse bore fruit. Now, the dragon had the opportunity to fulfill his oath, and he acted on the bodies of the fallen men. After that, the dragon's head also left its body, and the fate of this world passed into the hands of the dragon rider. Suddenly, Raven realized that he could feel his body, and he was pierced by a feeling as if he were being torn apart from within. It was a feeling similar to when wounds were healing, which meant that he was still alive. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw the maid in front of him. He did not understand where he was. The girl was pleasantly surprised to see that her lord had regained consciousness after such a serious injury. The maid began to call everyone else, because her lord had regained consciousness, and she hurried to tell everyone as soon as possible. Raven did not understand what was happening. Looking around, he noticed that he was in some kind of rich house. Immediately, a man ran into the room, who was also glad that his master had finally regained consciousness. The young man could not understand who all these people were, who were so concerned about his awakening. The man made sure that his young master had indeed regained consciousness. The unknown servants began to ask the young man how he felt after what had happened. The guy decided to first find out if they were all calling him young master. The man assured him that they were referring to him, as there was no one else in the room. Raven found himself in the castle of the Pendragon family, but he still did not understand what he was doing there. It turned out that he was now in the body of Ellen Pendragon, and was the master of this house. This news caused horror on Raven's face. He couldn't believe what was happening. The guy couldn't believe what was happening, so he rushed to see his reflection. Looking into a bowl of water, he saw that he was Ellen, the man he had recently fought. Raven did not understand what had happened to him, and the maid suggested that her master had forgotten what he looked like. The man asked Lindy not to fuss, because the young master had just woken up and needed to come to his senses. It turned out that the guy had been unconscious for 3 years. Raven realized that 3 years had passed since the battle in which he had died. The boy clearly remembered that he had been beheaded at that time, and could not have survived after that. The young man began to consider himself practically immortal, but did not understand why, instead of healing normally, he had become Pendragon. Suddenly, the doors burst open and his mother rushed in, delighted to hear that her son had regained consciousness. Those present were happy to see Miss Helen, whom Raven saw for the first time, and therefore did not know who she was. His mother considered what was happening a miracle, because her son had finally regained consciousness after such a long time. Raven saw the silhouette of a woman that no one else could see, and the stranger made it clear that he should not talk about her. Helen began to hug her son, and explain that she was his mother, whom he might have forgotten during this time. The boy couldn't understand what was happening, and who the elderly woman standing next to them was. Suddenly, she motioned for him to look in that direction, not understanding what the woman was trying to convey to him. Looking in the direction she pointed, he saw a dragon sitting on the roof of the tower. Raven guessed that the dragon's name was Soul Drake, and suddenly it roared furiously, shaking the entire neighborhood. The white dragon's behavior made everyone nervous, as this was the first time such a thing had happened. The dragon moved from the tower directly into Ellen's room, destroying the castle walls. The young man could not understand how he knew the name of the white dragon Soul Drake, who was under Ellen's command. Raven thought that this dragon had died, with him and Ellen on the battlefield 3 years ago. The young man did not understand how this creature had come back to life, and he began to doubt that the dragon had died at all. Suddenly, Helen stood in front of the dragon and her son. She no longer wanted to allow the dragon to attack him. After that, an unknown woman appeared before Helen and addressed Soul Drake. The woman managed to calm the dragon, which had broken into the room by smashing the windows. Noticing this, the boy hurried to warn the woman not to touch the dragon. It turned out that no one else had seen the elderly woman except him, and the dragon did not attack her. Raven did not understand what was happening here, and his mother asked him to sit down because it was dangerous. Only then did he realize that he was the only one who could see this woman. The stranger began talking to the dragon, but Raven couldn't understand what they were saying. Suddenly, Soldrake left the young lord's room and went to an unknown place. After that, the woman began to disappear from the young man's sight, fading away right before his eyes. Raven could not find a logical explanation for what was happening, but he did not rush to tell anyone about it. The man hurried to find out if Milady Helen was all right after what had happened. The woman assured him that she was fine. His mother also hurried to find out how her son was feeling after what had happened, but he was in no hurry to answer. The luxurious castle, the servants who were so worried about him, the name of the dragon he knew, all made him think that he had indeed become Pendragon. The woman noticed her son's thoughtfulness and began to worry about his condition. Raven accepted this reality and assured his current mother that he was fine. The boy understood that he needed to behave naturally and, in the meantime, get used to his new surroundings and begin to investigate what had happened to him. Raven had to try hard to make sure no one found out who he really was. The troops managed to exterminate the demons. The worst place to serve, where the dregs of society were sent, was said to be impossible to survive, but Raven lived in exile for 10 years. All these years, he honed his martial arts skills and his ability to regenerate, becoming a warrior without equal among both humans and demons. The location of the military campaign against the demons was called Lobton Prairie. It would have been his last campaign, and he would have been set free, but there was a conspiracy against him and Duke Pendragon, and they were both destroyed. The conspirators wanted them dead, but Raven managed to be reborn in the body of the young Lord Ellen, and time turned back 7 years before this battle. Raven had previously lived in filth and was accustomed to the smell of death, but now he found himself in completely different circumstances. Lindis asked the young lord to open his mouth so she could feed him with a spoon, which seemed ridiculous to him. Several days had passed since the young lord had regained consciousness, and now he was quite capable of eating on his own, but the maid assured him that the doctor had asked him to stay in bed and rest. Therefore, the girl intended to continue feeding him. Raven realized that Lindis had been Ellen's personal maid before he fell into a coma. The maid was like a mother hen around an egg, not giving him a moment's peace, as if he were a helpless baby. Now he was Ellen, and he had no choice but to endure such treatment, but he was very ashamed of it. Lindis thanked the young master for his patience, while the doctor prepared his medicine and decided to help Ellen get dressed. The boy assured her that he could manage on his own, and was going to wash up. The young lord asked the maid to simply bring him his clothes and a hair ribbon. He wanted to cut his long hair short. Suddenly, the girl stood in his way and asked him to stop. The boy did not understand what had happened again. Lindis only now remembered that he should not get out of bed because his body was not yet strong enough. The maid asked him to lie back down and wait until she brought him his clothes and gathered his hair. The maid asked the young lord not to go anywhere until she returned. Then she sat him down on a chair and began to braid his long hair. Ellen finally agreed to her help. Raven wanted to be alone, and after such attention from Lindis, he realized that this kind of life was not for him. Everyone ran around him, doing everything for him, and it was driving him crazy. His stomach hurt from nerves. The maid interrupted his thoughts by asking if he liked the clothes she had picked out, and he made it clear that he was satisfied with everything. Lindis was pleased with this, and decided to find out how else she could help him. He decided to lie back down so that she would not disturb him. Suddenly, Elena's sister entered the room, intending to inquire about his well-being. The maid was immediately delighted to see Lady Elena and Mia, but the young man wanted to be alone, so he was not particularly happy to see the guests. Suddenly, Mia rushed to Elena to hug her. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so the girl missed her. Raven, being in Ellen's body, did not know how to react to this, so he tried to put on a nice smile. Aileen apologized for Mia's behavior, and was surprised that her brother could already walk. The maid brought the guest a chair, and the boy realized that this would take longer than he would have liked. His sister decided to ask if she was disturbing her brother. Ellen falsely assured her that they weren't disturbing him at all. Eileen was very happy when she found out that he had woken up. Their garden had finally bloomed after a long time, and she suggested that they take a walk and look at the flowers. It turned out that Ellen loved flowers, and during the time he was in a coma, his cornflowers had grown beautifully. He had planted them before he fell into a coma. As soon as he said he had lost his memory, his sister felt it was her duty to spend hours telling him about his life in detail. But such stories were useful to him. Raven managed to learn how misguided Ellen's life had been. Instead of fencing practice, he preferred to read books and paint pictures. Ellen loved flowers and plants, and the heat of battle was completely foreign to him. But this seemed normal to Raven. Most importantly, Ellen was a coward, He shut himself off from the outside world in his room, and as a result, he became a duke who didn't even know how to hold a sword. These rumors quickly spread among the nobility. The aristocrats laughed at him among themselves, and now he understood why the Pendragon family had lost its status in recent times. Now Raven had become Ellen and gone back in time. He was now 17 years old, 10 years younger than when he had met him. The servant said that the young master had fallen into a coma at the age of 14, and Raven did not understand how he had entered this body, which had remained unconscious for 3 whole years. The guy decided that it didn't matter now, because the main thing was that he had survived and returned 7 years ago, and this was his chance to fix everything. Raven had been sent to a demon extermination camp, and now he had the opportunity to fix what he had failed to achieve. Thinking about this, he decided to remember what Baltai had said to him before his death. Touching on the past, he remembered the captain's words that everything that happened then was planned. Raven, being Ellen, decided to start the fight from the very beginning, but suddenly Aileen told him about Lady Luna. His sister began to doubt that her brother had really been preoccupied with his thoughts about the future all this time. Ellen apologized for his inattention and asked his sister to continue. Aileen informed him that Luna was already rushing to see him. Her brother did not know who Lady Luna was, and his sister was shocked that he could not remember this girl. Lady Luna was the stepdaughter of Count Sayrod, a vassal of the Pendragon family, and a significant part of their cavalry were Sayrod's warriors. It turned out that Luna was Alina's fiancée. Alina considered this girl a suitable match for her brother. Upon hearing this, Raven was shocked, as he had never had the opportunity to interact so closely with girls. Meanwhile, Lady Luna's carriage was approaching the Pendragon family castle, intending to see Ellen, who had regained consciousness. Conrad Castle began to appear from the thicket of the forest, and the knight informed Milady that they would soon put an end to this senseless agreement. Lady Luna had spent some time on the road and was tired from traveling, so she wanted to arrive at her destination as soon as possible. 3 years had passed, and now the girl would finally be able to see her betrothed, the marshal of the knightly militia of Count Sayrod, Joseph Bryden, who was trying to find out what she thought about it. Hearing such words from the marshal, Lady Luna felt that he had forgotten his place. The girl thought that Sir Bryden should focus on his duties rather than asking her such questions. Remembering Ellen Pendragon, Luna considered him a pathetic imitation of a weak man. The girl assumed that he would hide from her again if she tried to talk to him. Her engagement to him was beneficial to their families at that time. Lady Luna intended to break off the engagement this time, as her father, Earl Cyrud, had finally decided to terminate the agreement. The glory of the Pendragon family had faded significantly over the past 3 years, and there was no point in marrying into a disgraced family. The girl herself had always disliked her melancholic betrothed, and her father's decision brought her relief. Lady Luna was traveling solely to break off the engagement and offer a formal apology to the Pendragon family, but Bryden was curious to know if Lord Ellen had matured even a little during this time. Luna asked the marshal not to worry about it, as she would speak to him herself, and he had better try to behave properly and not get into conflicts with the Pendragon knights. The man declared that even if there were still knights left in this family, even if Ellen had come to his senses, the glory of their clan could no longer be saved. All this happened because Ellen had failed to tame the mighty white dragon. That is why it was believed that the days of the Pendragon family were numbered, because the dragons were the reason for their glory. Joseph Bryden continued to praise himself and extol his candidacy for marriage to Lady Luna. The marshal believed that his valor would bring such glory to the house of Sayrod that no Pendragon could compare to him. The man did not notice how he had gone from boasting to humiliation. He was repulsive to Lady Luna, and so she asked him to leave her sight. Bryden apologized for his rudeness and, obeying his mistress's order, left her carriage. The girl doubted that there was a single worthy man among the Sayrods or Pendragon. Luna considered Ellen weak and Bryden too boastful, and she did not want either of them. Meanwhile, her carriage had already approached the castle gates, and the meeting was about to take place. The guests were welcomed at the Pendragon estate, Conrad Castle, in the main hall. Raven didn't know how to behave around Luna. Luna greeted Lord and Lady Pendragon, who had come to meet her on behalf of the entire Sayrod family. The girl had not seen Ellen for a long time, and he did not quite understand what he had found in her. Aileen was delighted to see Luna, as they had not seen her for so long. Luna was also happy to see her. Helen thanked Luna for coming to visit them and asked her son to show the guests to her room. Luna was convinced that Ellen was behaving as pathetically as ever, because as a grown man without his mother, he couldn't even show a lady the respect she deserved. Ellen decided to escort Lady Luna and asked Raven to follow him, not caring about her in this body. Suddenly, the guy's behavior was unexpected for her. It seemed to her that he had become more masculine. The guy hoped that she would not mind that their marshal had a separate room. He noticed that the girl was not paying attention to his conversation. Ellen tried to distract her from her thoughts. Luna apologized for this and did not object. Aileen told him that Luna was a calm and gentle girl, but he began to think otherwise. Warren expected something completely different. He understood that Luna had not seen her fiancé for 3 years, and yet behaved so carelessly with him, so he decided that it was a marriage of convenience. Lindis had already prepared a room for Lady Luna and asked them to come inside. The maid apologized for disturbing them, but she needed to tell the master something. The girl continued to look after the gentleman, and therefore offered to make tea for him and the lady. Noticing that Luna was standing in the doorway, the guy let her know that she should sit down wherever she felt comfortable. The girl couldn't believe what was happening, because the shy Ellen had turned into a real man who wasn't afraid to talk to her. It seemed to Luna that this couldn't be the same cowardly Ellen, who couldn't even look anyone in the eye. Now he was talking to the maids and even to Luna, who had not expected this at all. The girl made it clear that he had changed, but Ellen didn't understand what she was talking about. Luna heard that he had lost his memory and decided to ask if he remembered her. The guy admitted that he had lost his memory, remembered how he woke up, and couldn't remember anything else from the past, so he asked for forgiveness. Luna suggested that he had been unconscious for too long and had now woken up a completely different person. The young lady couldn't understand how Ellen had managed to become such a distinguished man, because the former Ellen was a shadow of what she saw now. Based on what she saw, she began to doubt that the Pendragon family was so hopeless. The young man did not yet fully understand the balance of power between the various noble families at that time, and was unsure what would happen if he showed disrespect to the Cyrods. But he suspected that this girl was hiding something, because it was obvious. Raven decided to ask her a couple of leading questions to get to the bottom of these matters. Ellen's sister and maid had already told her that he was not his former self. He understood that the new him might not be to Luna's liking, so he thought it would be better for them to discuss their marriage with Count Cyrod. Suddenly, the girl stopped listening to him and asked him not to do so. He did not understand her reaction. The lady immediately apologized for her behavior. Ellen did not quite understand such behavior. Luna herself did not know what to say, because her father had already decided to break off their engagement, and she had come to inform them of this. The girl decided that no matter what he was like, no matter how he had changed, Pendragon could not be saved. Therefore, she decided that it was necessary to tell Ellen the whole truth about why she had come to. Suddenly, the maid addressed her master and did not allow Luna to speak about what was happening. Lindis apologized for disturbing them, but she had an important message from Her Highness. Ellen did not understand what was required of him this time, but the maid asked him to follow her to the lady. The young man did not understand why he had to leave his conversation with Lady Luna at that particular moment. It turned out that the knight who had arrived with Lady Luna had started a brawl in their castle. Luna immediately realized that they were talking about Marshal Bryden, who had promised her not to cause any trouble. Ellen immediately glanced casually at Luna, who had been unable to control her servant. The girl did not understand how this fool dared to make her look bad, since she had asked him to behave properly. Based on this, the guy assumed that this guest was up to something. He noticed it in her face from the moment he entered, and therefore advised her to confess. Luna assured him that this was not the case, and did not tell him the true purpose of her arrival. The girl was supposed to despise Ellen, but after his change, she couldn't do anything about her feelings. The young gentleman decided to find out more about her, after he dealt with her restless night. Luna did not understand how Ellen had managed to change so much, but she understood that, for starters, she really needed to stop Bryden. Therefore, she followed the young lord without objection, who intended to figure out what had happened. Joseph Bryden did not stand on ceremony with the owners of the castle, and immediately announced that they had come here to break off the engagement. The man was shocked that Count Cyrod had actually sent them with the lady to break off the engagement. Such was the Count's will, and they had come to convey this news to the young lord. Helen considered this unacceptable. It seemed to her that Count Cyrod did not understand what this could entail. The Marshal made it clear that the Count had made this decision consciously and offered them his apology. As an apology, the Count was prepared to give the Pendragon family a gold mine and crystal deposits, as well as 2 sawmills in the Brigner Forest. The Pendragon family did not trust the Marshal's statements, but the apology offered seemed very tempting. The advisor did not understand that this knight was the type to report such information. It seemed to him that these words were simply lies. The peasants and knights of the House of Cyrod were not very happy with this decision, and therefore Bryden believed that the Pendragons had some counter-proposals for his count. The man did not understand how this knight had the audacity to insult their majestic family in such a way. Helen understood that their treasury had been greatly depleted recently, but their family's honor could not be bought with handouts. The House of Pendragon rejected their offer because they found it simply unacceptable. The knight decided to make sure that this was their final answer, as it was the Pendragon family's last chance to stay afloat. The woman was outraged by such insolence and was about to express her dissatisfaction to him, but then Ellen intervened. Hearing her son's voice, Helen was surprised by his appearance, and the knights immediately knelt before the young lord. The boy made it clear that he intended to shed light on the situation and find out what Count Seyrod was really after. The appearance of the young heir made everyone believe that all was not yet lost. Bryden, on the other hand, was pleased that the young lord had shown up, because he considered him worthless and intended to show Lady Luna that this boy was incapable of anything. Taking his seat, the young master intended to listen to the guests, but he immediately disliked this knight. The marshal began to flatter the lord, trying to demonstrate his importance. Ellen did not know that this man was like that, so he decided to ask him directly who he was, which puzzled Bryden. The young lord explained that he did not remember him, because he had lost his memory until he woke up. This was not important to Bryden, as he believed that it did not make Ellen a worthy person, and therefore wanted to show him his place. The marshal sympathized with him and introduced himself as a knight of Lord Seyrod's militia, but Ellen did not listen to him until the end and ordered him to leave his castle. Such words caused the marshal to be perplexed, as he could not have expected such behavior from Ellen. The young lord did not understand why he should talk to some knight, so he ordered him to leave his sight. Bryden tried to explain that he was not a simple knight, but a marshal, and that Ellen should have been more polite to him. Ellen made it clear that it was the marshal who was behaving dishonorably in the house of the great Pendragon family and barging in for an audience without an invitation, and he ordered him to leave the hall once again. The young lord made it clear to the marshal that he would not repeat this a third time. Seeing the lord's behavior, Bryden decided not to contradict him and hurried to leave the hall. Luna and Bryden were convinced that they had not expected Ellen to change so much. After that, the lord intended to find out what Luna was planning to do in his castle. Ellen realized that Luna's father had canceled the engagement, and he found it strange that she had not mentioned it right away. The young man asked her to come closer because he wanted to talk to someone important. Luna could not have imagined that such a thing would happen. The lord heard the offer of a gold mine, a crystal deposit, and 2 sawmills, and it seemed good to him. Without further persuasion, Ellen agreed to these terms for breaking off his engagement to Luna. Such a statement sounded surprising to everyone present, because no one could believe that Ellen would agree to it so quickly. Helen did not understand where her boy had picked up such vulgar words and why he had started to think so differently. The advisor asked the gentleman to wait with this decision, because it was a very serious decision that required a council meeting first. Raven understood that he had a lot to do to restore the former glory of the Pendragon house. The young lord made it clear that there were 2 matters that were far more important than some engagement. Ellen knew that despite their decisions, Count Seyrod would not change his mind. Luna came here to say that she would not marry someone like Ellen. The girl did not want to admit it, but now she was truly in love with Ellen. The lord assumed that he would not get an answer from her today, because the question of Luna's marriage was decided by her parents, and so he accepted the cancellation of the engagement from the Seyrod family. The son asked his mother if she was okay with this decision, and Helen agreed with his decision. The Duchess considered her son to be Lord Pendragon, and was therefore ready to follow him. In front of everyone gathered, he announced that the engagement between the Pendragon and Seyrod families was cancelled. The young man's head was spinning from everything that had happened to him, and now he had to deal with something as trivial as an engagement. It turned out that he had not listened to Eileen's chatter for nothing. He had learned everything about the state of the Pendragon family's treasury, and understood that it was not worth quarreling with the Seyrods over some engagement. The crystal deposit was an important resource for magic. The Pendragon family could hire combat mages if they wanted to, and in that case, access to crystals would be absolutely necessary. Passing by the portrait of an unfamiliar woman, he remembered seeing her when he came to. Ellen decided to ask Lindis who this woman was. She turned out to be the older sister of Klein Pendragon, Ellen's grandfather. The boy learned that this woman's name was Atia, and now he was curious to know why she had come to him. Suddenly, a woman's voice appeared in his head, making it clear that she could hear the young Pendragon. Looking back, he saw the silhouette of Atia, who had come to him, but no one else could see her. The woman wanted to talk to him, so she asked him to follow her, and Raven had no choice but to comply. Once they were alone, The boy intended to find out who she was and what she wanted from him. Ataya admitted that she was a ghost and that he had summoned her by calling her name. Raven had encountered various demons over the past 10 years, but this was the first time he had spoken to a ghost since he had awakened in this body, and a series of unexpected events had befallen him. The female ghost decided not to keep him waiting and suggested they get straight to the point. Suddenly, her voice changed, and she asked who he really was. Raven decided that his true nature had been revealed. The guy was so surprised that he didn't immediately know how to respond to such an accusation. Aicha immediately apologized because she had never spoken in an ominous voice before and immediately realized that he was not Ellen. Earlier, the dragon soul drake had told the ghost woman that this guy was not the real Ellen Pendragon. The guy realized that this spirit could also talk to dragons, so he asked her to explain what was going on. Aicha herself did not know how this could have happened, so she asked him to tell her in detail how he became Ellen. Raven decided he could open up to the ghost, since Aicha was the only one he could talk to about it. The young man did not know if she would believe his words, but he decided to tell her everything that had happened. The young man said that he and Ellen had died on the battlefield near Lobton Prairie, or so he thought until he found himself in Ellen's body. He had no idea why or how this had happened and wanted to find out. Atiye understood, and Raven was surprised that she believed him at all. The woman couldn't argue with the evidence because he had taken over Ellen's body and Soul Drake had confirmed it too. However, Ellen, whom he had defended in the battle at Lobton Prairie, was most likely an imposter. Such statements from the ghost knocked Raven out of his understanding of what was happening. Generation after generation, the Pendragons had to make a pact with Soul Drake so that he would go into battle with them. The Pendragon Mausoleum was not just a family tomb. It also housed treasures, magical altars of ancestors, and the spirits that assisted Soul Drake. The laboratory was located in the Dragon's Tower, where he could access the secrets of the Pendragon's magic. The mausoleum contained everything that made the Pendragons a great family. The opening of the mausoleum was an important event that determined whether the family would prosper in this generation or not. If it remained closed, the family would face decline. Therefore, it was Ellen's duty to open the mausoleum. The doors would only open to the heir of the Pendragons. If Soul Drake saw someone worthy before him, a pact would be made, and the dragon would let him through the doors. If he failed, the Pendragon family would have to wait until the next heir grew up, and by that time, the house would be in serious decline. Even the great Klein and his father, Gord, found it difficult to defeat Soul Drake. Ellen was the weakest man in the Pendragon family tree, for he could not defeat the dragon, and so he fell into oblivion for 3 whole years. This was the case with everyone who lost the battle with Soul Drake. The chances of waking up after that were very slim, as the noble white dragon had no intention of listening to the defeated. Therefore, Atiye was sure that Ellen, leading the dragon onto the battlefield with Raven, could not meet him. The woman then made it clear that this was not the issue at hand, but the young man did not understand what she meant. The most important thing was that a foreign spirit had entered Ellen's body, but the young man still did not understand this. His body was Ellen's, but his soul was Raven's, and in that case, he was given a second chance to make a pact. Ataya doubted that the Pendragon Knights could help Raven in this matter, as there were too few of them. The woman advised him to go to the Ancona forest, which was inhabited by many evil creatures, and deal with them one by one. The young man had to make his way into the thicket until he reached the mausoleum near which Soul Drake lived. Ellen had to show the dragon guardian of the mausoleum his strength and make a pact with it. For the glory of the Pendragon house, he also had to open the doors of the family mausoleum. Raven listened carefully to Atiya's instructions, but did not fully understand the difficulties he would face. The young man gave the impression that he would be able to handle such a task with ease. Raven was ready to work hard for the Pendragon house because he was an experienced demon slayer. The young man had his own plans for the future, and believed that restoring the Pendragon family to its former glory would fit into those plans. The woman was convinced that this young man was determined and purposeful, and so she became interested in how events would unfold. Atiya was glad to hear that this was part of his plan. It was the only thing she needed, and she promised not to interfere when he pursued this goal. The young man was delighted that he had managed to strike such a deal, for he was not in his right mind. Raven suspected that he would also have to deal with the Pendragon vassals, because Ellen's reputation had ruined their family's reputation as their military power was running out. Atiya was glad that he had figured out a lot on his own. The vassals had fled after Ellen fell into oblivion, but, as always, there would be those who would see the absence of a strong Pendragon on the throne as an opportunity for conspiracy and lawlessness. The boy had to find out which of the vassals had betrayed the House of Pendragon, and show them that Ellen was a worthy ruler. Raven thought he could manage to build up his vassals and prepare for the battle for the mausoleum in 2 weeks. Raven decided to restore order in this place so that everyone would understand what the Pendragon family was capable of. The next day came, and the guy wasted no time in starting to train, recalling his combat skills. Recalling his monster-slaying skills, he assessed the size, number, and attack style of his future opponents. The guy understood that this time he would again be fighting alone, because he had no allies, but he believed that he could handle it. Imagining the monsters in front of him, he continued to swing his swords masterfully. In order to avoid a shameful end, he had to hone his past skills as accurately as possible. Lindis accidentally witnessed his training and could not understand where he had acquired such sword skill. The maid admired the young master who wielded swords so skillfully and brought him a change of clothes. The guy started changing right in front of her, baring his chest. Lindis noticed his body and felt a little embarrassed. After awakening, Ellen's body was weak, and it took him a couple of days of intense training to regain the form in which he was a demon slayer. His combat skills and regeneration had not been affected by the transmigration of souls. Unexpectedly, one of the knight commanders approached them and was surprised to see the young gentleman practicing fencing. Ellen had changed noticeably for those around him, and his obedient servant Killian was happier than ever. The man even saw him as a worthy opponent and therefore offered to train together. The young man made it clear to Sir Killian that his training for the day was over and ordered the knights to gather, as the young lord intended to make an announcement to them. At the command of their patron, many knights gathered in the main hall of Conrad Castle. Ellen was about to set off on a journey to open the mausoleum. This announcement by the ruler came as a great surprise to the knights and their commanders. Mark Killian hastened to warn that the difficult path to the mausoleum was teeming with monsters. The knights were ready to follow his orders, but asked Ellen not to go alone, as 2 days of training was not enough. The young lord was confident that he could handle it, and ordered to report to him on the situation in the Ancona forest. The situation in the forest was depressing. There were many more monsters, and robbers had also begun to appear, forcing the peasants to take care of their own safety. The monsters would soon break through the forest barriers and run free, ravaging the settlements along with the robbers. Ellen did not care about the danger, and therefore decided to go alone. The advisor begged the young lord to reconsider such an unwise decision, because their treasury was full of gold and crystals, and therefore the advisor believed that it would be better to entrust this task to Sir Killian. The young man knew about the shortage of soldiers to guard the crystal deposit, and they would have to open Rainan anyway. Ellen decided to set out in 15 days, and would not accept any objection. Killian, however, did not accept his decision, as he intended to personally command the expedition to the Ancona forest. The young lord decided that his servants doubted his ability to lead the expedition on his own, so he decided to fight Killian to prove his strength. The knight was against this, as a lord could not fight his servant. Killian believed that the lord's favorite pastimes were painting and reading, and therefore thought it would be better for him to remain in the castle. The young man was determined to hold the competition and ordered him to fight if he had the honor of a knight. Suddenly, he drew his sword and tried to strike the commander of the knights, but the latter blocked the blow in time. Killian was convinced that it was a powerful enough attack, and the young lord asked him to prove his words in battle. The knight commander's counterattack was not long in coming, but Ellen managed to block the attack in time. Jumping over his opponent, the young lord intended to counterattack Killian. Noticing the impending attack, the man hastened to block the lord's powerful thrust. The knight believed that a frail boy who had been bedridden for so many years could never defeat him. Killian did not know that Raven was in Ellen's body, and therefore strength and superiority were on his side. Unexpectedly, the young lord sheathed his sword and struck a powerful blow to his opponent's armor. This action came as a surprise to the commander of the knights, who realized that he had been wrong about this. Ellen managed to neutralize Killian, who lost consciousness from the blow. Those around him were in shock at what had happened, as none of them had expected that a boy who was fond of drawing and reading could be so skilled with a sword. The boy repeated to everyone that the trip to the Ancona forest would take place in 15 days. Ellen intended to make a pact with the dragon and open the mausoleum, and he asked if anyone had any objections this time. After what they had seen, there were no objections among the knights. They believed in the power of their lord. Sometime later, in Conrad's castle, in the guest quarters, Luna sat alone and drank tea. Suddenly, Joseph Bryden burst in. He did not understand why his mistress had volunteered to accompany Ellen Pendragon on an expedition to the mausoleum. The engagement had already been broken off, so the marshal did not understand why they should participate in the escort, believing that it would not help the lord return alive. He suggested that his mistress return home. The girl was convinced that this night was unbearable and constantly looked down on everyone. Political affairs were beyond Bryden's understanding, so Luna decided to explain why she had not yet left. The Pendragons were relatives of the Seyroads, one of the 5 ducal families of the empire, and one of the 2 families closely related by blood to the emperor. Despite the breakup of the engagement, the Pendragon still remained an important factor in success, and she wanted to find out the family's plan. That is why Lady Luna postponed her return to the family castle, and when Lord Ellen set off on an expedition, she intended to accompany him. Bryden asked her to promise that she would accompany him only to the gates of Belina and then go with him to Lord Count Cyrod. If the young lord succeeded in opening the mausoleum, glory would return to the Pendragon house. The girl couldn't wait to see what the awakened Ellen was capable of. The young lord not only humiliated the marshal in front of the entire court, but also turned Lady Luna's head. The marshal was ready to show Ellen how dangerous it was to leave the castle and go on an expedition. The day of departure had arrived. All preparations were complete, so the young lord was about to set out for the mausoleum. Helen was very worried about her son and begged him to return safe and sound. The boy promised his mother that he would return when he had recaptured the mausoleum from the White Dragon. His mother understood that her son simply had to do this, but tears of worry still appeared on her face. Many maids and his sister and niece also came to see the young lord off. Aileen and Mia, like the other girls, could not hold back their tears, as they were very worried about the young lord. Ellen promised to return and assured them that everything would be fine, so he asked them not to cry. The time for departure was approaching. Lindis brought the lord his horse and wished him luck on his journey. Saddling his horse, the young man was ready to set off for the mausoleum, while everyone else waited for his speech. The advisor handed Ellen a family heirloom, the widow's sword, which had been owned by all the lords of the Pendragon family. The young man accepted the blade and set out to restore the Pendragons to their former glory with this victory. Raven also intended to rid the Valte family of the stigma of being traitors to the Empire. Finally, he had found his purpose again, and the young lord gave the order to set out on their journey. Ellen spoke inspiring words about the battle for the glory of the Pendragon. The knights mounted their horses and followed their young leader into the unknown. After some time, finding themselves on the left, they stumbled upon a pack of demon wolves. Killian hurried to warn His Highness of the danger, but Ellen was not fazed, for he was ready to slay these demons. Using his sword and skills from his past life, he easily defeated several wolves at once. The Lord ordered them to keep up with him and follow him deep into the forest to his desired mausoleum. Several hours passed, and the sun was already setting. By this time, they had managed to approach the fortress of Bellin. Ellen ordered everyone to wait while he scouted the situation in the fortress and told the soldiers to wait for him there. Killian assumed that his master was tired from the journey and therefore should not go alone. Suddenly, Lindis appeared, who had also joined the expedition and continued to take care of her master even here. Ellen released the maid for the day and asked her to wash up and go about her business. But the girl did not want to rest and intended to continue looking after him. The young lord made it clear that the girl had no business being on the expedition, so he ordered her to go rest. Once in this small town, he realized that the situation was much worse than he had thought. He immediately saw the shortage of people and resources. The soldiers' uniforms in this place were useless. Even in the Demon Slayer's camp, they were much better. The Bellin Fortress was an important strategic object in this region, and it was noticeable that the soldiers and commanders in this place had completely relaxed. The young lord tried to find out from Killian where the local knights and commanders were. The commander did not know how to explain the situation with the army in this fortress to the lord in a gentler way. Ellen realized that the knights and soldiers had deserted this place, leaving the local residents to fend for themselves. Killian had only been informed of this yesterday, and it turned out that the soldiers had become bandits, and those who remained in the fortress were a bunch of incompetents. The young man was convinced that these knights were undisciplined, so he was going to fix that. The young lord ordered to leave today to kill this gang of traitors and asked to prepare a detachment. He planned to cut off the limbs of all the deserters so that the rest would not be tempted to do the same. Meanwhile, on the Pendragon lands, in a village in southern Norton, these deserters were hiding in an abandoned monastery. The former knights learned that the young lord had awakened, so they were getting ready to warm up. The enemies wanted to see the lord's face when he begged them for mercy. Ellen needed more people for tomorrow's pursuit of the deserters. Killian believed that such an act would endanger the entire fortress town. Count Cyrod kindly lent them his knights in gratitude for their stay at Conrad's castle for a couple of days, and they were ready to go with them on the raid. Ellen did not like Bryden, but he still wanted to find out what the marshal was planning against him. He believed that the Cyrod family could be useful to them, so he was in no hurry to enter into conflict with them. The lord understood that not everyone would like the idea of leaving the fortress under the protection of the Cyrod family. The commander of the knights understood that now was not the time for petty squabbles, because the leader of the deserters, Del Joffrey, had gathered a gang of 20 men. The young man noticed that Killian had quickly adapted to the new reality and asked him to tell him more about Del Joffrey. It turned out that this man was a skilled swordsman who, through force, had managed to subjugate several dozen former knights. Del Joffrey was also known in these parts for his arrogance. He had the audacity to demand a title and 3 acres of land next to Bellin Fortress after the young lord's defeat. The Duchess refused him, and while the Pendragons were losing their positions, he deserted and many followed him. Del Joffrey harbored a grudge against the Pendragon family and intended to take revenge on them for their refusal in the near future. For now, he was a simple robber who wreaked havoc in the vicinity of the village of South Norton. Ellen realized that it was better to take these villages than to clear the forest of monsters and guard the fortress and surrounding villages. Del Joffrey also enslaved women and children and committed violence against them. The village of South Norton was ravaged, and if they did not deal with this gang, they could capture the fortress. After that, the young lord explained the further strategy of their actions to the commander. Killian was appointed commander of this raid, which he did not expect, thinking that Ellen himself would lead it. The commanders of the knights knew these deserters, as they had previously served under him. Ellen, who had been lying in the castle for several years, could have been perceived worse, and dialogue in such a case might not have worked. Killian assured his lord that he could rely on him, and so they decided to proceed in this manner. The knight intended to justify the hopes placed on him in order to prove his loyalty to his lord. Sir Bryden was asked to join Killian's detachment to support him. The lord intended to set out tomorrow morning, and therefore allowed the men to go about their business until then. After Bryden left the room, Ellen asked the commander of the knights to stay. The young lord wanted to apologize for what had happened in the throne room the previous day. Hearing the apology, the man was very moved and began to regard his lord even more highly. The knight assured him that he deserved such treatment and thanked the lord for his kindness. Ellen was pleased that his subordinate did not hold a grudge against him, and counted on his victory tomorrow. The next day dawned in the vicinity of the village of South Norton, where the rampage continued, with many lifeless bodies lying around the village. The deserters spared no one, and rode their horses right over the living people who could not resist them. Del Joffrey ordered his henchmen to loot the village and take everything of value from the residents. He also ordered them to leave no one alive. One of the women begged the criminals to spare her child, but Del considered this land his own, and all the local residents had disobeyed the lord. The residents did not pay him tribute, so he was going to execute them all, but the woman continued to beg for mercy. The criminal did not listen to her, and with one swing of his sword, he struck the woman and sent her to a better world. The girl was shocked by what she saw, and began to ask her mother to get up, but she could no longer help her. Del Joffrey hated noisy children, so he was going to do the same to the girl as he had done to her mother. The girl could not resist. She was terrified by what was happening, and could not move to try to escape. One of his henchmen informed the leader that the village had been impoverished, and that there was nothing of value left to take. Based on this, Del decided that it was time for them to go to the fortress. Then the deserter intended to attack Conrad's castle, to destroy the worthless lord, right in front of his mother's eyes. After that, he wanted to marry Helen, capture the Pendragons, and take the throne of that family. Meanwhile, Ellen and his team managed to approach the village where the pogrom had recently taken place. The land seemed abandoned to him. People had not cultivated it for a long time, and it was not clear to the lord what had happened here. The young lord assumed that the local land was unsuitable for agriculture. More than 3/4 of all territories were like this. The population was dying, and they could not ask for help from the fortress because the nearby territories were inhabited by demons. Ellen had only wanted to come and open the mausoleum, but now he had to deal with these abandoned villages first, because if he rebuilt this village and sent literate people here, a settlement of 10,000 could well be formed here. Standing under a tree, their conversation was interrupted by a strange sound coming from the treetops. The young man immediately determined that it was a gargoyle and ordered all the soldiers to take up defensive position. As expected, a harpy appeared and tried to attack the young lord. Ellen decided that it was the right time to warm up before the main battle. The monster did not expect a human to be able to react so quickly to its attack, and the harpy had to dodge the sword. It took 5 skilled crossbowmen to subdue the beast. The young lord ordered his soldiers to take the harpy alive, knowing that it could be useful to them. Arrows rained down on the flying monster's body, making further attacks impossible. The harpy was neutralized by accurate shots from the crossbows, but it was not clear what their lord intended to do with it. As Killian had expected, this place was a haven for the demons they were about to face. Suddenly, screams were heard from the bushes, and armed goblins ran out. Killian immediately began to worry about the lord, thinking that he was in danger. Despite the commander's fears, Ellen easily dealt with these monsters. Having received due resistance from the man, the monsters no longer intended to attack him. The soldiers intended to finish off these demons, but the lord declared that they would become their assistants. Such a statement did not fit into the soldiers' minds, for they had never seen demons serve a human. Goblins had well-developed eyesight, so they could spot enemies in advance. Harpies flew fast, and this skill could also be useful to the young lord and his team, as it happened that he had been thinking about how to get helpers shortly before. Like everyone else, Killian had never heard of demons being used as helpers, so the young lord decided not to say that he knew this from the exterminators' camp, and instead said that he had read about it in a book. It didn't matter to the lord who they were, because he needed any help he could get, so he asked the others not to worry about it. The boy asked the goblins what they were doing outside the forest. It turned out that stronger creatures had driven them out of the forest, and wolves, ghouls, harpies, orcs, and white dragons had taken over their hunting grounds. The young man realized that these goblins were called Khazalian, and he understood their situation. Then the young lord turned to the harpy to find out if she ate human. It turned out that this demon's name was Tada, and she did not eat people. She admitted that she only ate sheep and snakes. Raven remembered from his past life that harpies ate the lifeless bodies of humans, so he didn't really believe Tadi's words. The Lord admitted that he had once seen a harpy eating people, but he decided to trust her anyway. With his unexpected actions, the man made it clear to the demons that from that day on, they would serve only him. Ellen introduced himself as Lord Pendragon, the ruler of these lands, and swore to feed them to the White Dragon if they tried to escape or disobeyed him. Upon hearing about the White Dragon, the goblins and harpies became frightened and were ready to serve the man. The Lord ordered Tate and Khazal to listen to the first command. They were to lead them along the shortest path to the village of South Norton. The goblin Khazal knew the road well, so he asked the men to follow him. Killian was convinced that the young lord had indeed managed to tame the demons, and he praised the liveliness of his mind and the breadth of his horizon. Ellen decided that soon all the stubborn and rebellious would learn the power of his mind, and they followed Khazal. After a while, they almost reached the village, and the goblin was pleased that he had helped them find a shortcut. The Lord ordered Killian to stay there, while he and Sir Bryden attacked the abandoned monastery. Although Ellen had appointed Killian Luna as commander, she was still worried about the young lord. Bryden asked her to stay close to him, because he was ready to protect her. The young lord gave the order for the troops to march, and all the knights followed their ruler. Khazal and Tate were tasked with conducting reconnaissance from the air, and they began to carry out this order. Meanwhile, the deserters began to drive the remaining residents and children into the monastery. A woman begged Della Joffrey to let the children go, but the man ordered her to be grateful that they were still alive. The boy was frightened by what was happening and cried because his father had recently been killed by these criminals. Del Joffrey was angry at the boy's cries, so he intended to strike him to silence him. Suddenly, his hand was severed from his body, and at first, the man did not understand what had happened to him. Ellen appeared and severed the insolent man's arm, thereby showing that the suffering of the peaceful inhabitants had come to an end. Del Joffrey immediately recognized Lord Ellen, who had been missing for 3 years. The surviving villagers were very happy to see his lordship, because now their lives would improve. The young lord was glad that he would not have to put up with the scoundrel Joffrey for much longer. The deserter silently looked at the young lord, who was noticeably different from the rumors that described him. Del Joffrey did not understand how this young man had found out about their whereabouts. Suddenly, Ellen slashed the man's cheek and declared that no one had given him permission to speak. After that, the criminal realized that this guy was not to be trifled with and kept quiet. Without thinking twice, the man could think of nothing better than to simply run away, as he was overcome with panic. Heading toward his gang, Del Joffrey ordered them to kill the young lord. This was only to the criminals' delight, as they did not yet know the power that Ellen possessed. The young lord was not afraid of the numerical superiority of his opponents and rushed headlong into battle. A few minutes later, the attacking criminals were defeated by Lord Del Joffrey, who could not believe his eyes. Ellen intended to strike the criminal, but Marshal Breeden stood in his way and protected the leader of the deserters. No one around understood the marshal's actions, as he had sided with the criminals. Bryden asked Joffrey if he needed help in the battle with the young Lord Pendragon. The man did not understand who this knight was and why he had come to his defense. The marshal introduced himself as Joseph Bryden, commander of the knightly order of Count Cyrod. The knight guessed that Joffrey also wanted to deal with this puppy, and therefore suggested that the criminal join forces against Elin. Lady Luna did not understand how her servant dared to say such a thing. She did not understand what Sir Bryden had in mind. The marshal was sure that the lady was blind and couldn't see how low and unworthy of the title of lord this guy was. He hoped that she would soon realize that he was the only one she needed. Del Joffrey was somewhat pleased with the defector who had taken his side. The criminal had no objection to this, so he grabbed his sword and tried to attack the young lord. The enemies decided together that Ellen would regret ever getting involved with them. Luna began to worry about her beloved, because she knew how powerful the marshal was. Ellen remained calm and easily blocked the double attack with a single blow. Miraculously, the girl was not hurt by this blow, which forced the enemies to increase their distance. The young lord ordered Luna to step back and stay away from the battlefield. Casal was instructed to watch over Lady Luna while Ellen was engaged in battle. The goblin thought that this girl was a human princess, so he hurried to take her away from the battlefield. Luna understood that Sir Bryden had no equal among the knights and was assisted by a bannet, so she doubted that Ellen could handle the situation alone. The girl did not contradict the young lord's orders and therefore hurried to leave the scene of the skirmish. Afterwards, Ellen ordered Tate to fly to Sir Killian to report on what was happening. The marshal was sure that the lord had decided too late to call for help because they would be able to finish him off faster than the knights could reach them. Ellen dismissed their words as a joke and ordered them to prove their beliefs in practice. The young lord challenged them both and ordered them to attack him, confident in his strength. Bryden intended to wipe the smirk off the lord's face, for no matter how much he had changed, he had no combat experience. The attackers knew nothing about the true nature of this lord, who had undergone a transformation. Ellen, with a deft movement, managed to withstand the marshal's onslaught and broke his sword. The marshal did not understand how this was possible. Unexpectedly for the enemies, the young lord managed to stand up to both of them alone. Ellen declared that with Bryden's clumsy technique, he had no chance against him. The marshal did not understand how this man had managed to defeat him without any combat experience. Bryden had helped the lord at home a lot, so he intended to express his gratitude accordingly. The knight of the Sirad family also lost his left arm in this battle and gritted his teeth in unbearable pain. The man was unable to cope with the pain, so he fell to the ground and began to scream, covered in blood. The young lord did not understand why the marshal was lying on the ground, because he was supposed to escort Sirad home. Ellen ordered him to leave his sight so that he would no longer see his face on his land. Having lost his arm in this battle, the marshal immediately rushed to leave these lands with cries and tears. The time had come to deal with the deserter, who had long been doing terrible things in this territory, considering it his own. The lord assured that this criminal, who no longer intended to oppose the ruler in any way, would be next. Based on what he had seen, Del Joffrey decided that this guy had sold his soul to the devil in exchange for powerful strength. The deserter's men could still deal with it. They had not left the monastery, and the criminal doubted that the lord could defeat them all on his own. The young man declared that the Pendragons were famous for their knights, and therefore the band of robbers did not frighten. Suddenly, reinforcements appeared, led by Killian, who ordered the knights to engage in battle. Ellen was confident that his knights would deal with the criminals who had been wreaking havoc all this time. Del Joffrey was a criminal and a traitor. He should not have hoped for a quick execution for his action. The criminal found himself under the hooves of the passing knights and felt the pain he had caused the peaceful inhabitants. After that, Del Joffrey was nailed to a cross so that the survivors could take revenge on him for what he had done. Ellen, together with the knights, managed to free the people who were on the brink of death. He also managed to find a cache of human bones that the criminals had managed to destroy. The young lord intended to find out from the deserter where the peasants from the surrounding villages had gone. It became clear that the skulls in the next room were the result of the robbers' actions. Del Joffrey begged for forgiveness for his actions, but it was too late because no one was going to spare him. The lord thought he was treating the criminal mercifully after all he had done. The deserter assumed that the young man would kill him there, but the latter made it clear that he would not do so. Ellen left the decision to the peasants who had long been oppressed by Del Joffrey. The young lord allowed the peasants to do whatever they wanted with this criminal. The suffering people were given freedom of action, and the criminal was frightened by the impending punishment for his action. After that, Ellen silently left the monastery, leaving the peasants to decide for themselves what to do with the criminal. The survivors did not think long, and angrily decided to beat this man to show him the suffering they had endured. Del Joffrey began to beg for mercy, and asked them not to do this to him, but the people did not hear it. The peasants began to beat the criminal for all their brothers who had died at his hand. After that, the lord came to the altar that was located in this place. One of the surviving criminals hid in this place, and was going to kill the young lord. Despite his unexpected appearance, Ellen managed to react in time and blocked his blow. The response was not long in coming. The criminal was defeated without being able to land a single blow. The lord did not listen to the man's excuses and sent him to the other world without regret. Ellen did not understand whether he deserved to be cursed for committing a cold-blooded act in front of the goddess of light, Leona. Despite being reborn in this body, he had been given a second chance at life, and Raven did not want to live his life under the weight of a curse. The guy was ready to treat others with respect and wanted to be merciless to robbers and evil people. Then he took the pendant from his neck and placed it at the altar of the goddess Leona as a sign of his oath. He chose this path and was ready to be cursed if he turned away from it. The young man asked the goddess to curse him when he achieved his goals. After that, they returned to the village of Young Norton, where the residents had already returned. The residents were very grateful to the Lord for what he had done for them. Ellen asked them to let him know if they needed resources to rebuild the village. The people expressed their respect for the House of the White Dragon, as they were very grateful to Lord Pendragon. Kazal did everything his master asked him to do, and now asked for his reward. Tada was also tired. Ellen decided to reward them publicly, so he asked the demons to wait for him at the camp. The demons were happy to hear that their master would reward them for their help in battle. Killian decided that the village was saved, and now believed that they would head to the Ancona forest. It turned out that the young lord had intended to complete one more small task before that. A few days ago, in the lord's office, he had communicated with the spirit of Atia again. That day, the young man learned that the orcs of Ancona could be useful to him in reaching the mausoleum. The orcs could not leave the forest because they had once sworn to live only within the lands of the Pendragon. The fighting power of these orcs was much higher than that of ordinary orcs, and if the Lord managed to subjugate them, they would be a great help. The young man did not understand how he could lure these orcs to his side because they cared about nothing but destruction and war. Atia assured him that orcs always obeyed the strongest being, and if he could conquer them, they would submit to him. The dragon was the strongest creature of all living beings, but until the Lord conquered Soldrake, the orcs knew that Ellen Pendragon had been defeated by the dragon, and therefore he had to defeat them in battle. The guy was still skeptical about Atia's proposal, because he believed that he should not get involved with the orcs. The spirit made it clear that if the guy could defeat the orcs, they would call him the god of bloodshed. Atia decided to find out if he had ever fought the orcs, and Raven admitted that he had. Memories from his past life came back to him, in which he had managed to destroy one orc. The previous battle had been terrifying for the guy, because even though the orc was wounded, it remained standing. The battle with the orcs gave Raven a lot of combat experience, which he used after his rebirth in Ellen's body. Earlier, the guy was on the brink of death, because the demon demonstrated his superiority over humans with his entire appearance. Raven was exhausted by this battle. He could no longer fight for long, but he was not going to die. The guy had already driven his spear into his opponent's body, but the enemy did not die, so he decided to try to neutralize the orc. A powerful blow fell on the man, from which he miraculously managed to survive. Seizing the moment, he managed to attack, trying to strike the orc's head. By executing the monster, he managed to win and gain valuable experience. Recalling the past event, Raven realized that such a battle would be quite difficult. As a demon slayer, he had encountered one orc on his first day and won an exhausting victory, but now he was confident that he could defeat the orc. The news delighted Atia, who believed that he would succeed. The woman advised him to defeat the Ancona orcs first and then open the mausoleum. Following Atia's advice, Ellen headed to the places where the Ancona orcs lived, because, according to the woman, with their help, the conquest of the mausoleum would be easier. Killian was shocked that his master intended to make the orcs their allies and had serious doubts about this. The young lord understood that they were too few in number, and therefore needed warriors to reach the mausoleum in the thick forest. The knight made it clear that if they failed, the orcs would destroy them. Unexpectedly, Kazal intervened in their conversation, agreeing with Killian's words. The goblin was sure that the orcs would destroy his master, and Tada didn't want that either. The guy understood that with this attitude they would achieve nothing, and advised them not to cry, but to think about how to defeat the orcs. Suddenly, they heard Bryden's voice. Ellen was outraged that this man had still not left his property. Kazal managed to see what was happening next to them, and realized that the Ancona orcs were there. The young man was glad that they didn't have to search for them for long. Killian was very concerned about this development. The young lord immediately rushed to the place where the orcs were. The commander of the knights tried to stop him, but it was too late. On their way home, the marshal and Lady Luna encountered the orcs, who had no intention of letting them go. Wounded, the knight tried to fight off the orcs, who outnumbered and outpowered him. Luna realized that being with Bryden constantly got her into trouble. Earlier, while in the village, she asked the marshal if he understood what he had done by defending the criminal. Bryden intended to destroy Lord Ellen, and this could be considered a rebellion against the Empire, in which case Luna believed he should be expelled from the Seyrod family. The knight begged Milady not to expel him, as he was still obliged to escort her to the Seyrod land. The girl understood that this man's task was to protect her, and so she allowed him to accompany her after all. Luna ordered him to know his place, as she understood that her father would decide the knight's fate. The girl's business in the lands of the Pendragons was finished, and she intended to hurry home. Now that they had encountered the orcs, they could not fight them, and the orcs understood this perfectly well. One of the orcs, hearing the threats from the wounded marshal, decided that he was simply tired of living. Ellen intervened in their skirmish in time, deciding to find out what had happened between them. Luna was glad that the Lord had managed to come to their aid in time, because Bryden was not to be counted on. Without hesitation, the marshal began to beg the Lord to help them and protect Lady Luna. The young man did not understand how such a person could even be knighted. Knights appeared and advised their lord not to engage in battle with the orcs on his own. Seeing the coat of arms on the banner that the knights had brought with them, the orcs realized who they were dealing with. Based on the Pendragon banner, they decided that this guy was Lord Ellen. It turned out that the orcs were looking for Ellen themselves, but the guy didn't understand why they needed him. Suddenly, the orc used his power and plunged those present into panic by releasing his energy. Under the influence of the orc's energy, Killian decided that there was no way they could win. The man could not move. He realized that they had all fallen under the influence of the orc's magic of fear. The commander of the knights suggested that his lord retreat, considering it too dangerous. But Ellen had no intention of retreating and dismounted from his horse. The others couldn't believe that the guy could move while under the influence of orc magic. Ellen headed toward the demons without weapons and ordered his soldiers to stay where they were. By his actions, the young lord wanted to show the orcs that he had no intention of confronting them. One of the orcs was shocked, but the man surprised him even more by challenging him to a fight. Ellen intended to fight him one-on-one, realizing that this was the only way to make them obey him. Such words aroused the orc's fighting spirit, for he was sure that he could easily defeat the man. To begin with, the guy decided to find out if they were orcs from the Ancona forest. The orcs answered in the affirmative, but did not understand what this information would give the man. Without thinking twice, the two clashed heads to see which of them was stronger. The orc was thrown back by the blow and couldn't believe that this guy had such strength. The other orcs were surprised by what was happening, as they had expected a completely different outcome to this contest. Killian decided that this was very bad because in that case, they would definitely not be able to avoid a fight with the orcs. Suddenly, the orcs began to laugh at what was happening and continued to mock Cart, whose nose had been broken by the man. None of the knights had expected such behavior. Carta got up and was angry at the boy's actions and decided to find out what he had done. But the young man asked him the same question. The young man reminded him that their tribe had sworn an oath to Pendragon never to leave the Ancona forest, but they were standing here in front of him, and the edge of the forest was quite far away. The orc believed that the oath had been broken because Ellen himself was to blame for failing to make a pact with the White Dragon. The great guardian of the Ancona forest overthrew the young lord, and the orcs refused to obey the defeated. Therefore, the orcs obeyed only the great guardian of the forest. Ellen brought shame upon his family, and they no longer obeyed the Pendragons, for he had failed to make a pact with the guardian of the forest. The boy assumed that the orcs called the dragon Solderreich, the great guardian of the forest. The oath was disgraced, so it was cancelled, and the orcs left the forest and intended to capture territories and rule them. Everything became clear to the young lord, for he understood that the orcs had always been drawn to bloodshed and battle. Ellen had other plans for these creatures, as he also knew that they obeyed only the strongest. That is why he sought them out himself, and it was obvious to everyone why he was doing so. Carta noticed that this guy approached him unarmed and decided that this man knew the customs of the orcs. So, the orc also threw away his weapon and was about to engage in combat with this guy. If the enemy laid down his weapon, the opponent had to do the same. Refusing a challenge to fight was considered dishonorable. Following orc customs, the young lord challenged Carta to a fight, which Carta was only too happy to accept. The opponents entered into battle without weapons in order to find out which of them was actually stronger. Using his experience from his past life, Ellen managed to dodge the orc's first blow. It became clear to the young man that this orc was the strongest of the group because if he had been human, he would not have been able to withstand his blows. The fierce battle continued, with one striking blows and the other blocking and responding with blows of his own. The others watched the fight with their mouths open, because they could never have imagined that a human could resist an orc like this. The young man realized that this orc was not as agile as the orc he had defeated in his previous life. Ellen did not understand why his opponent was not fighting at full strength. It was surprising to Kartu that a human could not understand this. Orcs did not fight humans at full strength because they died too quickly. Therefore, only those who could block at least one of his blows were considered his equals. The guy suggested that in that case, he should start fighting at full strength, because he didn't want to waste time. The opponent accepted this proposal and assured him that now the man would be able to know the true power of the orcs. Despite the demon's increased strength, the lord still skillfully dodged his attacks, but one of the subsequent attacks left a scratch on his face. Ellen realized that the speed of the attacks had increased, so he decided to be more careful. The orc assured him that this was just a warm-up and hoped that the man would last longer and not die of fear. Ellen was forced to switch to defense because he couldn't manage to strike back under the barrage of attacks. After another blow, smoke rose into the air, obscuring the Lord from view, and no one could see what had happened to the man. The orc was sure that he had managed to strike his opponent, but he was not sure that the man had been hurt. Ellen was slightly annoyed by this, as until that moment he had only encountered minor enemies. Those around him were shocked by what was happening, but the orcs, on the contrary, were delighted because they had found a worthy opponent. Killian couldn't understand how the Lord was still standing after such a powerful blow from the orc. He had never heard of a single person defeating an orc in combat, so he decided that he had to protect the heir at all costs. The commander ordered the squad to come to the aid of His Highness, as he was convinced that Ellen would not last long. Unexpectedly, the young lord stopped them, ordering them not to interfere in the battle. This was a battle between him and the orc, and he did not need the help of the other knights. Suddenly, one of the orcs patted the young man on the shoulder in respect, for not everyone was willing to fight them alone. For a human to survive an attack by the strongest creature in the Ancona forest was considered a worthy feat. The heir to Pendragon seemed like an interesting person to the orcs, so they wanted to find out what would happen next. Ellen intended to show his opponent his true strength, with which he planned to defeat him. The guy was the only person who survived Kart's attack, but the orc believed that since he was wounded, he would not last long. The man made it clear that his opponent was rejoicing too soon, as it was only a minor wound. Raven managed to transfer his regeneration to his new incarnation, and so his wound became nothing more than a scratch. The orc was surprised that the man's wound had healed so quickly, but he was only glad because he was a worthy opponent. Ellen turned out to be an interesting person for the orcs, whom they wanted to test to the fullest. The enemy tried to deliver a powerful blow, but the guy managed to dodge it in time. To defeat Ellen, he needed to seize the moment and deliver a painful blow. The guy also needed to somehow throw his opponent off balance first. Orcs were not known for their intelligence, and his regeneration helped him in emergencies. The enemy decided that Pendragon had lost all his fighting spirit because he was only dodging his attacks. The guy assured himself that the orc didn't have enough brains to deliver decent attacks, because the Ancona orcs only knew how to mindlessly swing their fists. The orc was ready to destroy this man who dared to insult their tribe. Ellen was ready to take his blow. Karta intended to hammer those words back into the guy's head, but he seized the moment for a suitable attack. The demon tried to attack with his foot, but Ellen was expecting exactly that. Blocking the blow, he intended to immediately take retaliatory action to defeat the orc. Killian continued to watch the battle with concern, deciding that his lord's hand could be seriously injured by this attack. The orc was sure that the man's arm was now broken and that he would no longer be able to resist it. It turned out that the enemy was wrong because the guy managed to grab the orc's leg to launch a counterattack. The guy's arms recovered in a matter of seconds, so he saw no reason to abandon his plan. The man made it clear that their fierce battle with the forest orc had come to an end. Karta was sure that he had broken his opponent's arm, but his actions suggested otherwise. The orc unsuspectingly fell into the man's trap and realized that he would not be able to dodge this blow. The Lord's attack forced the demon to fall to the ground, and this cunning trap brought Ellen victory. For the first time, those around them saw with their own eyes how a human managed to defeat an orc. The orcs rejoiced at the man's victory, for it meant that they had found a worthy leader. This seemed incredible to the demons, as few had ever managed to defeat Kart. The defeated Kart proclaimed Pendragon's heir powerful among humans and orcs. Killian intended to immediately treat Ellen's arm, thinking that it had been badly injured during the battle. The young lord assured him that he was perfectly fine, but the commander of the knights found this behavior strange. The man did not understand how the boy could speak like that after what he had been through. The pain of reincarnation was much stronger than any injury. Raven should have been grateful that this power had been passed on to him. After that, Kart came to his senses, and the boy intended to talk to them about further cooperation. The young lord ordered the orcs to obey him, for he had managed to defeat one of the strongest. Kart knew that the defeated must follow the victor, but he did not understand what this man wanted from them. The young man intended to begin preparations for the assault on the Ancona forest that very day, and therefore he needed the help of the orcs, who did not understand why he needed it. The young lord was going to open the mausoleum, and this announcement caused great surprise among the orcs. Kart assumed that the spirit of Ancona's defender was planning to make an agreement with them. Ellen confirmed his guesses because by the time they reached Soldrake, many monsters would gather there. The young man made it clear that if the orcs made a deal with him, they would be able to fight every day. The weak monsters could not rightly be considered enemies of the orcs, so they accepted his agreement and were ready to help them reach the mausoleum. After that, he was going to perform a ritual to make their deal official. The orcs knelt before their new leader, who promised them many battles. Thus, the orcs of Ancona were initiated into Pendragon service, and they were pleased with this event. The young man counted on their full commitment in future battles against monsters. The young lord left Lady Luna with a few soldiers so that they would not accompany them back to Seyrod, and they returned to their lands. The girl thanked the young man for this, and understood that there was no forgiveness for what Sir Bryden had done. This time, the marshal did not rush to join the conversation with the young lord, as he understood that he had made a mistake. Ellen promised that the next time Bryden decided to send something after him, he would not get away with just one hand. Gathering his new team, the Lord ordered everyone to follow him. The orcs obeyed the orders of their new leader, and were eager to engage in battle under his command. Luna believed that Ellen would definitely manage to reach the mausoleum and make a pact with the White Dragon. Killian was calm about the new allies who were ready to help them move through the forest. The girl continued to watch as the squad led by the young lord left the area. Luna could not hide her feelings for Ellen Pendragon. She already regretted breaking off her engagement to him. After some time on the road, they managed to climb a hill from which the mausoleum became visible. The team still had a long way to go, bypassing the dangers of the Ancona forest. The young man understood that everything would begin from this place, and the commander of the knights was ready to provide the necessary support to his leader. Raven was sure that soon a battle would unfold that was meant for him. Meanwhile, the dragon sensed the approach of a man who intended to open the gates of the mausoleum. The White Dragon had no choice but to wait for his arrival. He was curious to see if this man would be able to reach his domain. After some time, they began to make their way through the valley of the Ancona forest. The orcs were the first to enter the battle. Despite the large number of monsters, they still managed to advance toward their goal. Such monsters were too weak for the orcs. They were tired of running into such weaklings. It was more difficult for the knights than for the orcs, because humans did not have such endurance. Suddenly, flying snakes attacked the team of knights, but the young lord came to their aid in time. With deft movements, he managed to destroy the attacking monsters and save the members of his team. The soldiers were very grateful to their leader for saving them, and he asked them to be more careful in return. Ellen instructed Kratula, who possessed the appropriate magic, to treat the wounded. The orc was only too happy to help the people who had fought alongside them. Killian had only just managed to catch up with his master, and had been worried the whole time that he would get hurt. Ellen made it clear that he was fine, but he wanted to know how the other soldiers were doing. There weren't many Kekakotls upstream, so there were no casualties. The young lord decided to ask Karta when they would be able to reach Soldrake's domain. The orc couldn't give a definite answer, but he had some ideas about it. On the way, they should see a quarry, which would mean that there was a cave nearby, connected to the domains of the guardian spirit. The young man asked if he should be concerned about anything on the way there. Cart assured him that the area was on orc territory, and that the snakes had crawled there along the riverbed. The team decided to continue on their way, heading for the quarry, where they planned to set up camp and rest before searching for the cave. The Lord assured them that if they encountered any danger along the way, he and the orcs would be able to deal with. Everyone accepted their leader's order and began to climb the stone cliffs after him. Night fell when they reached the quarry, and they decided to make camp there. The place was quite eerie, and Ellen was curious as to how people had quarried stone in such a place for so long. The Lord decided to ask the orcs why the quarry had been sealed. Cart did not know all the details, but according to the Elder Goblin, minerals were mined here. There were rumors that the local goblins had disappeared without a trace long ago, and no one had seen them. Ellen decided to ask Khazal about it, but he did not live in this forest and knew nothing about it. Besides, Khazal had never heard of goblins mining minerals themselves, because they were much better at stealing than working. Killian finished setting up camp and decided to ask the Lord how things were going. The team decided not to go any further until dawn, but orcs could be on guard at night, so the Lord allowed the soldiers to rest. Ellen apologized to Cart for the orcs having to stand guard at night, but they did not mind. Night fell, and everyone except the orcs took their places by the fire and fell asleep, because tomorrow they had serious business to attend to. The knights also posted a guard for their own safety, while the rest slept in tents. Late at night, the sentry heard a strange noise coming from the surrounding area, and decided to check what was causing it. The knight did not notice how he had strayed far from the camp, and did not understand how a magical weapon pierced his body through and through without him uttering a single sound. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and its energy began to be absorbed by dark forces. Meanwhile, the Lord sensed danger approaching their camp. He understood that no one had seen the local goblin, but it was unclear where they had gone. Based on this, the guy began to suspect that something strange might have happened in this place, An unknown mage began to influence this place in order to gain new slaves. Using magical means, he managed to create an army of demons with which he intended to destroy the travelers. Ellen did not sleep that night and kept thinking about what could have happened to the local goblin. The dark mage continued to create monsters that were supposed to exterminate the knights and orcs. Many demonic entities appeared near the camp, but none of the orcs or humans sensed their presence in advance. Only after the cries of the monsters were heard did Ellen grab his sword and immediately join the battle. These monsters were much stronger than those they had encountered during the day. The young man did not understand where such a large number of monsters had come from, but now he understood why the goblins had disappeared from these places. Meanwhile, the soldiers began to wake up, hearing strange sounds coming from the street. They immediately grabbed their weapons, not understanding what the hell had happened while they were asleep. While everyone was asleep, the young lord single-handedly engaged in battle against the attacking demon. Hearing the voices of his team, he decided not to delay and stabbed his sword right into the monster's eye. Such an attack did not harm the demon in any way, so they had to fight them to the fullest. After Ellen defeated one of the huge opponents, Killian decided to find out what the situation was. Noticing the small skeletons, they realized that these were the very goblins that had disappeared from these territories. No one could understand who could have destroyed these goblins, but only a lich could resurrect the dead. And in all likelihood, it was he who destroyed all the monsters in the area. Ellen suggested that the Lich wanted to prevent them from reaching the mausoleum. Their camp was already surrounded by demons. The monsters could not disappear until they defeated the necromancer. The Lord intended to find the Lich and destroy him, and asked the others to stall for time. The team accepted their leader's order and bravely entered into battle against the demons. Killian suggested that the necromancer had assembled such an army to prevent them from restoring the former glory of the Pendragon House. However, the commander of the knights had no intention of letting these demons stand in their way. The Duke had changed greatly. He seemed to have become a completely different person. Killian thought that Ellen would be able to achieve what his ancestors had failed to do. Despite what was happening, the man continued to admire his young master. The commander of the knights understood that even a small chance would be enough for everyone to see the power of the young lord, who was supposed to conquer the dragon and restore the former glory of the Pendragon family. The period of decline of this family was to remain in the past, and the family was to be restored once again. Killian began to consider himself the proud cavalry of the White Dragon, and therefore began to fight the demons bravely. While Ellen was busy with the huge two-headed snake, the skeletons tried to throw a bunch of spears at him. The guy made sure that most of the demons were targeting him, and in that case, he didn't have time to look for the Lich. Using his skills, he managed to put the snake's head in front of him, in time to shield himself from the spears flying at him. Ellen had no idea who had planned this, but the fall of the Pendragons and the dissolution of the Valte family were somehow connected, so he assumed that someone was trying to get something from them. Raven accepted these conditions and was going to restore his family's greatness despite the difficulties that haunted it. His opponents could argue with him as much as they wanted, but he still had no intention of backing down from his goal. The young man noticed the approach of a huge snake and managed to regroup in time for a counterattack. The young man intended to restore the glory of the House of Valte with his own hands, so such creatures were no obstacle to him. After a while, they managed to neutralize many of them, and the demons were becoming fewer and fewer, but the Lich was still nowhere to be seen. The young lord understood that the monsters could be resurrected, and in that case, they could overwhelm them with their numbers. Suddenly, he was attacked by the Lich himself, who had managed to sneak up on him unnoticed. The Lich was a sorcerer who had sealed his soul to become eternal, because they violated the laws of nature, and even the Empire, which was tolerant of magic and sorcery, punished them mercilessly. When another Lich appeared, the knights set out on another extermination mission, and the demon-slaying squad also took part in it. Many died at the hands of the undead, mainly because the Lich could steal the consciousness of his opponents. Raven knew from his past life that a Lich could destroy a person in an instant. Earlier, in one such case, he had lost his comrades who, like him, were in the demon-slaying squad. In such cases, the Lich did not even move from its place, and it was unclear how it managed to destroy people. One of Raven's partners saw the Lich, mistook it for a ghost, and, overcome with despair, hurried to leave the place. The monster did not let the man do so. It destroyed him using a magical weapon. Until that day, Raven thought that leeches only existed in legends, but what he saw sent a chill down his spine. The Lich's strongest servant was a ghost that could not be seen. To humans, it was an incorporeal spirit torn from the body, equivalent to the god of death. If this ghost scythe touched a person, they immediately became a lifeless body. Ellen knew this, so he hurried to block the scythe's blow with his sword. Unexpectedly for him, the sword managed to repel the attack and disperse the enemy thanks to the enchanted crystal. Meanwhile, The others continued to resist the skeleton. Killian ordered all the knights to gather their strength. The commander of the knights did not understand why several of their soldiers had suddenly fallen, bidding farewell to life. The young lord noticed the impending attack on Killian and rushed to protect him from the Lich's scythe. The man did not understand what kind of magic it was. The ghosts had an unusual aura, so those who encountered them for the first time could not understand what was happening. People could die in ignorance. The ghost could not disappear while the Lich was alive. If the Lord left, all the soldiers would die without even having a chance to escape. The guy understood that if nothing was done about the Lich, they would all be crushed by their numbers. Tada and Kazal had good night vision, but now it was useless. This was not a demon-slaying corps, and it would be difficult for them to cope with this situation. But Ellen believed there must be a way. Suddenly, magical chests appeared that managed to repel the attacks of skeletons and monsters. It turned out that it was the magic of Kratul, who had gathered his strength and managed to help his comrades. The orc was ready to share his power if the Lord needed it, demonstrating to the people the magic bestowed upon him by the god of earth. Magical tree roots formed and headed towards their enemies. Thanks to this, they had the opportunity to get out of this mess alive and destroy the Lich. A huge magical tree appeared, whose energy destroyed the magic controlling the skeleton. It seemed to the young man that Kratul could have used this magic earlier, but the orc could not do so because the spell required lengthy preparation. His companions understood that their battle was not over yet, and Kratul had some thoughts on the matter. The orc mage could not use this spell more than once, so this was their first and last chance. Ellen needed to find the Lich. The Lich revealed himself, and the young man, noticing him, hurried to end this fierce battle. Kratul promised to take care of the remaining skeletons while the young lord was busy fighting the Lich. Those around him counted on their young leader, who rushed forward to destroy the main instigator. The orcs continued to resist the skeletons when suddenly Karta called out to Ellen. The boy made it clear that he needed help to climb to the top of the cliff where the Lich was. Thanks to the orc's powerful strength, the young man was thrown up and directed to the place where the Lich was. Once in the right place, the man intended to get rid of the enemy who had brought demons upon them. The Lich managed to block the young lord's attack in time, and now a fierce battle awaited them. Ellen assumed that the Lich wanted to take his soul, but he was not going to let him do it. It turned out that the ghosts had also come to protect the Lich. The young man realized that only skeletons should have remained below, but even so, the soldiers could soon be exhausted. Therefore, the young lord needed to finish this as quickly as possible. Skeletons began to crawl out of the ground, intending to detain the man, but he managed to get rid of them. After destroying the skeletons, he headed for the instigator of this massacre in order to finish him off and save his comrades. Lich, in turn, had no intention of retreating, so he tried to attack him with his magical scythes, but the young lord managed to detect the impending attack. The ghosts continued to defend their leader, not allowing the man to land a single blow. Ellen realized that in this case, it was better not to attack openly. He had to separate the ghosts and the Lich. Unexpectedly, the Lich also joined the battle, attacking the enemy with fire magic. The fire that formed around him blocked all possible retreat routes for Ellen. If the ghosts approached at that moment, it would be very difficult for him to dodge their blows. Suddenly, magic formed from the crystal on the hilt of the sword, which helped to get rid of the ring of fire. Lich did not understand what had happened to this man, as he had never seen such a technique before. An unknown voice appeared in Ellen's head, intending to find out what this man intended to do with his power, but he had to prove that he was worthy of it. Raven realized that he had just spoken to Soldray, with whose help he managed to dispel the Lich's attacking spells. Thanks to the power he had received, the boy was able to easily see the ghosts that had been hiding from him all this time. Ellen was able to see them for the first time because it was impossible to see them with human eyes. The ghosts began to attack the man, but thanks to the power he had received, he could see them and was confident that he could easily finish them off. With one precise blow, he got rid of the ghosts and was about to deal with the Lich itself. The enemy was unable to resist the man, who pierced the Lich's skull with a powerful blow. Ellen was sure that this was the end of their battle. Having received such monstrous damage, the Lich began to evaporate. After the enemy completely evaporated, the demons and skeletons immediately collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The orcs did not understand what had happened, as the skeletons had suddenly frozen and stopped fighting them, but Kratul realized that the Lord had managed to deal with the Lich. The dark energy left the skeletons, which lay motionless on the battlefield. The knights also did not understand how this had happened. Kratul explained that the undead had lost their leader and were beginning to evaporate before their very eyes. Ellen noticed that the defeated Lich merged with the fog and ascended to the heavens. The battle had been difficult, and not everyone had made it out alive. The remaining knights mourned their comrade. Killian also could not hold back his tears of disappointment at what had happened, but there was nothing they could do about it. Afterwards, they buried the bodies of the dead as was proper, and promised to avenge their sacrifices. Alone with himself, the young man tried to understand the power of this sword. As he polished the weapon, he did not notice how he fell asleep and began to see Raven's memories. The memories of that day were a terrible nightmare for him, because the letter he had received foreshadowed the downfall of the Valte family. Raven tried to justify himself to his father, who mistakenly thought that his son was involved in a terrible misdeed. The boy tried to justify himself because it was all untrue, and someone had deliberately framed him. After this incident, he was beaten and locked in a dungeon, unaware of what had happened to his family. Sometime later, he was brought to the family estate, where the Valte family was to be executed. Suddenly, Raven's memories changed to Ellen's past events in which the head of Pendragon died. These memories belonged to Ellen, who had sworn to his father that he would become a dragon rider. The boy also wanted to become the greatest of the Pendragons, so he wanted his father to survive and see it. Suddenly, the young lord woke up, and coming to his senses, tried to understand what he had just seen. Kratul was on guard duty, and was surprised to see that this boy was awake so late at night. Orcs were resilient, so they didn't need much sleep. The mage understood that if he left the guard on the people, there would be a high risk of losing someone else. Kratul found the battle difficult, and the young lord reported that thanks to his sword, he had managed to survive and defeat the Lich. The precious sword of the Pendragon family had a special name, Widow's Sorrow. The weapon gave him the strength to defend himself against the ghosts. Ellen believed that it was the fire of Soldrake. After everything that had happened, the young man realized that this sword contained the power of Soldrake because he had abilities. Thanks to these abilities, he gained magical vision with which he was able to see ghosts. The orc did not quite understand what the man was talking about, for he did not suspect that the spirit of the forest could be imprisoned in a sword. The white dragon knew that this guy was not the real Ellen because he was Raven. The memories of the real Ellen from the past were accessible to Raven, and he did not understand how to explain it all. The sincere feelings of the young Pendragon did not give Raven, who was in Ellen's body, any peace. The guy couldn't understand why he had these memories of the past, because he had nothing to do with them. Noticing the strangeness in the man's behavior, the orc tried to find out if everything was all right with him. Unexpectedly, the guy looked angrily at the orc, and the young lord assured him that he hadn't slept enough. Kratul advised him to rest. The nightmare would not leave the young man's mind, and he could not understand what was happening to him. Several hours passed, and the sun began to rise. The soldiers began to prepare to move deeper into the forest. Looking at the map and examining the route ahead from above, he had a bad feeling about future events. Kratul agreed with him, because their chances of returning back unharmed were becoming slimmer and slimmer. The team managed to find a cave from which a monstrous magical aura emanated. The demon's senses were far better than those of humans, and Kellen decided that if the orcs sensed something, then there was definitely something there. Ellen suggested that they had come too close to the mausoleum that was their target. Soldrake waited for Ellen, but to avenge the house of Valte Raven, he needed the power of a dragon. Therefore, he intended to force the dragon to obey him in order to achieve his goal. The guy suspected that something had happened to them in a previous battle. It was after that incident that Raven was reborn as Ellen and was forced to take on these problems himself. The young lord was sure that the white dragon knew something about this incident, so he intended to find out. The ruler was ready to fight the dragon for his own purposes, so he ordered his soldiers to prepare. Once inside, they found themselves in a cave filled with magical crystals. Karta led the way and managed to successfully guide them to the right place. They were very close to the mausoleum. Killian was surprised by the orcs' keen sense of smell. They could sense the energy flows around them and easily find the source, which was very useful in this situation. Suddenly, Kratul froze in place. The others did not understand his fears, as there was no one ahead of them. The orcs sensed a terrifying force that made him anxious. Suddenly, the spirits of this place appeared before them, and the soldiers did not know what to do in such a situation. The spirits began to lead the guests deeper into the cave, and they had no choice but to follow them. The team discovered that there were water spirits everywhere in this place. Ellen hurried to find out if they were dangerous. Kratul assured him that they were not dangerous, but there was almost no life force in this cave, which was under the protection of the great god of the earth. Killian suggested that these spirits could not escape from this place. They noticed that there was a staircase behind the waterfall. Something began to glow brightly in front of the waterfall. Ellen thought it looked like a shield. Suddenly, the water in the riverbed began to bubble, and something began to rise from the bottom to the surface. Suddenly, a strange aquatic creature emerged from the water, startling the people. It became clear to Orca that they were facing the water spirit of this place, who was angry at the visitors. The water spirit resembled a turtle and was made entirely of water. It began to attack them. Kratul suggested that this water spirit was protecting the treasures found here. It turned out that what they saw in the waterfall was a treasure that the water spirit was protecting. The protection of the earth god in this place did not work, and something else caused the spirits to attack them. Everyone agreed that these water spirits were protecting the treasures. The young lord decided to fight this spirit using his magic sword. Killian was worried about his master, so he asked him not to do anything foolish. The others did not understand what the lord intended to do, but he ordered the water spirit to calm down. Using the magic crystal on his sword, he gave the water spirit an order. Thanks to the power of the sword, he managed to dispel the spirit that did not want to obey him. After the spirit was dispelled, the orcs were flooded with water and could not believe their eyes, for they did not know that a human was capable of such a thing. Killian discovered that this spirit was guarding a shield that was a treasure in this place. It turned out that this shield could heal the wounds of its bearer and also subdue weak enemies. Kratul praised the young man for his excellent work because he had managed to drive away the water spirits. The orc decided that this was the power of the sword that Ellen had told him about last night. The young man found this strange because he had felt something, and it had happened by itself. The orc noticed that the young lord's face did not look very well. Karda decided that it was the power of the spirit of the forest guardian. The power of the Pendragons was based on the might of Soldrake, but this power also belonged to Raven. Ellen's memories flooded his mind again. The young man still couldn't let go of his father's death. Ellen swore to become the greatest of the Pendragons and therefore asked his father not to leave him. After some time, they finally managed to reach the mausoleum. Nearby sat a powerful white dragon with whom Ellen was to make a pact. Suddenly, the sword reacted to this place. Killian realized that the weapon had sensed something. The naked sword in front of the mausoleum caused a strange reaction in this place, and a thick fog rose. The orcs could not understand what was happening here, as the fog was an unpleasant omen for them. Suddenly, an unknown silhouette appeared in the fog on horseback, and the soldiers prepared for battle. The rider appeared, and the orcs could not understand what it was, because the rider reminded them of a spirit. Ellen suggested that the spirit of Gordon Pendragon had appeared before them. Indeed, this spirit was Gordon, who showed them the Widow's Tear sword. None of those present could explain the appearance of Pendragon's predecessor. Killian was most shocked by the encounter with Gordon, whom he had known during his lifetime. Ellen suggested that since he had a semi-transparent body, he was a ghost, but he could not understand how he knew his name. Raven knew Gordon's name from Ellen's memories, which constantly haunted him. Suddenly, there was a bright flash that blinded everyone around. After that, the silhouette of a dragon appeared above them and began to approach. The demons were terrified to see such a powerful creature before them, which instilled unshakable fear in them. Ellen, on the contrary, was delighted with the appearance of the dragon, for it signified the completion of one of his goals. Soldrake descended smoothly toward them to find out why they had come to the mausoleum. Gordon stood next to the descending dragon, while those around him did not quite understand what was happening. Such a sight mesmerized the human minds. They stared at the dragon and could not move. The orcs were shocked to see the spirit of the forest guardian for the first time, whom they had only heard about. Soldrake used telepathy to ask the young lord who he was. This question caught the young man off guard, because in reality, he was Raven in Ellen's body. Unexpectedly, Gordon also asked the same question to this man, but the Lord was in no hurry to answer. Killian was shocked that Mr. Gordon had spoken to them. Cart didn't believe it, because he thought ghosts couldn't talk. The guy realized that everything was happening just like when he first met Ellen in his past life. When Raven first met Ellen Pendragon in Lobton Prairie, he was asked the same question. Suddenly, he realized that it was the same voice as in his past life. This meant that the being who spoke then and now was not Ellen's father or Gordon. This creature was the white dragon Soldrake himself, who had spoken to Raven earlier. Soldrake asked the same question again. Those around him did not understand what was happening and stared questioningly at Ellen. The guy called himself Ellen Pendragon, but the dragon didn't believe him and came closer to this person. Soldrake made it clear that he knew the true nature of this guy and ordered him not to try to deceive him. The dragon looked at him very intently with a penetrating gaze and asked the same question again. Raven immediately remembered his past, which had left a painful mark on his soul. Suddenly, the young lord began to scream frantically, and those around him could not understand what had happened to their ruler. The young man's head seemed to be splitting into pieces, and he could do nothing about it. He completely forgot who he was. Those around him wanted to help him, but did not understand how. And meanwhile, the Lord continued to scream in pain. The boy remembered his past again, and these terrible memories flooded his mind one after another. The young man did not want to see it again, because he wanted to forget the horror of the past. Memories also surfaced of when Raven first met Ellen and Soldrake. The boy decided that he was seeing these memories because the dragon had decided to show them to him. Soldrake continued to try to find out who he really was. After that, memories of Ellen appeared in his head, in which he was happy. The guy also saw Duke Gordon's wife and the child he used to be. He also saw happy moments from Ellen's childhood, in which he ran with Killian. Raven saw the entire life journey that the young lord had to overcome. The boy could not say Ellen's name because he was not really him. Noticing the blood, those around him began to worry seriously about their ruler. Soldrake continued to ask the boy to tell him his name, but it was difficult for the boy to understand who he was, Raven or Ellen. Gathering his strength, he finally said the name Raven Walter, because that was who he was. Suddenly, he remembered how, when he first came to after his rebirth, he saw Lindis Eilina and Mia. After that, memories of his life after rebirth began to surface in his mind. Now he began to consider the memories he saw as his own, because he had experienced them himself. He listened to Killian's voice, which asked the young lord to hold on and not give up. The commander of the knights gave the order to protect their ruler, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. The orcs understood that they had no choice but to help the knights, but Kratul was against attacking the guardian spirit. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the young lord was beginning to rise, and the dragon was also surprised by this. Ellen declared himself the rightful heir to the Duchy of Pendragon. He managed to say these words with his last ounce of strength, and Gordon's spirit smiled when he heard them. After that, the spirit of Pendragon began to evaporate, while the dragon continued to stand next to the young lord. The boy was surprised that Gordon's spirit disappeared after his words, because it seemed to him that nothing was finished yet. Suddenly, the dragon let out a powerful roar that shook the entire area. Those around him hurried to cover their ears from the loud sound, and some knights were even knocked off their feet by the blast. None of the people could understand what this roar might portend for them. The dragon assured them that their promise had been fulfilled, and he recognized the name of Ellen Pendragon. Soldrake also recognized the name of Raven Valti, although the young man did not fully understand his words. As the one who was to become Pendragon's successor, he was recognized by the dragon. The others immediately rushed to the young lord to see if he was all right. The dragon did not interfere with them, as he had recognized the young lord as the Pendragon heir. The boy assured his companions that he was fine, but they had their doubts. Ellen reported that he had managed to swear an oath to Soldrake, who had chosen him. This statement came as a pleasant surprise to them, as everyone had doubted it because of his condition. Killian was very pleased that Ellen had been chosen, because now the future of the Pendragons was secure. Now, Ellen would always be with the guardian spirit, and this was a great achievement. The orcs understood that this guy was the only one who could defeat them. The young lord noticed that Soldrake was looking up at something, and this made him worry. It turned out that guests were heading towards them. Noticing the flying creatures, the boy assumed they were birds. Suddenly, the others also noticed the approaching creatures, but they were not birds. As they got closer, it became clear that they were huge dragons. The knights were shocked to see dragons circling above them, creatures they had never seen before. Ellen himself could not believe his eyes, for there were 6 dragons in front of them at the same time. The flying creatures circled above them for a while, and then began to slowly descend. Surrounded by these powerful creatures, the people did not know what to expect from them. The dragons tried to find out that this guy had sworn an oath to the queen. Amalhart's guesses proved to be correct. The others did not know what was going on here. The queen had not summoned them, because her business with the Pendragons did not concern the other dragons. Aragirion made it clear that this time, everything would be completely different. They had come to them because they had to, and the queen had to know the reason for this. The Queen of Dragons doubted that the others had the right to question her. The other dragons sensed not only the queen's aura in this man, but also the aura of the god of demons, which is why they were concerned. The guy heard the dragons talking, but he couldn't figure out what they were talking about. Suddenly, the Dragon Queen spread her wings and roared loudly again. The roar knocked the people off their feet again, and the dragons were also terrified by the Queen's reaction. The Dragon Queen ordered the unwelcome guests to leave her territory. Listening to their conversation, the young man began to gradually understand what was happening. Only now did he realize that he had managed to make a deal with the Dragon Queen. The other dragons had no choice but to obey their queen's orders. The dragons decided to retreat this time, but if this man ever returned to their lands, everything would cease to be a secret. After that, the dragons hurried to leave this place, and the knights did not understand such behavior of the creatures. Karta came to his senses after the dragon's recent cry and tried to understand what had happened here. Kazal suggested that these dragons were talking about something. Only those with whom he was speaking could hear the dragon's voice. Those around them had heard Gordon's voice a few minutes ago, but they had not heard the conversation between the dragon. Ellen was the only one who heard them, but Soldray fell silent after making the oath. The young man knew nothing about these 6 dragons, the dragon god, or the demon god. The young lord thought that the dragon queen could tell him all about it. Raven couldn't understand why he had been reborn in Ellen's body, so he wanted to ask Soldrake about it. Hearing the boy's words, the dragon tensed up. Ellen said he wanted to ask him something. The boy asked the dragon queen to lean toward him, because his neck was sore from looking up. The dragon queen had a better idea, and suddenly a magical event began to unfold before their eyes. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Soldrake had disappeared, and no one could understand what was happening. Then there was another bright flash that blinded everyone present. The guy kept looking for the dragon in the sky, but Soldray asked him to look down. It turned out that the dragon queen could take on human form, but her dragon wings had not disappeared. As a human girl, the dragon queen made it clear that this would make it easier for them to communicate. This transformation came as a shock to everyone around her. Soldray was ready to talk to the guy who wanted to talk to her about something. After that, they decided to return home to tell everyone about the successful conclusion of the deal with the dragon. Carta tried to find out from Killian what Soldrake and Ellen had been talking about. The commander of the knights himself did not know what they were talking about, so he advised the orc to ask them personally. The Ancona orcs couldn't just approach the guardian spirit, so they wanted Killian to act as a mediator. The man made it clear that they would not be able to hear the conversation anyway. Humans were unable to hear the voice of the dragon queen, and for some reason, they could not hear Ellen's voice either. The commander of the knights had never heard of a dragon being able to transform into a human. The others pretended not to hear the conversation between the two, and continued on their way through the forest. Killian thought the dragon's human form was beautiful, but the orcs couldn't understand that. When the men caught her gaze, their bodies immediately froze in fear. The young lord continued his conversation with the dragon queen, and none of the others listened to them. The boy tried to find out from Soldrake what kind of dragons these were, who apparently did not like their agreement. The dragon queen made it clear that he would only find out about it after some time. The young man assumed that since she had shown him Raven's past, she also knew about the inexplicable deaths of her and Ellen in the past, as well as Baltai's word. The young man was convinced that she definitely knew something about this, and he wanted to know why he had returned to Ellen's body. The dragon queen had no intention of telling him about it, because time itself would reveal the reasons to him. The young lord was angry with her because she answered his questions with the same phrase. He asked her to tell him what he needed to know, but Soldrake thought he was talking too much. Pendragons rarely wanted to talk to her, so she behaved the same way with him. The boy couldn't understand what was wrong with her. He thought that by making a deal with her, he would finally be able to understand something. Suddenly, a huge demon jumped out at them from the thicket of the forest. Ellen hurried to draw his sword. The others only had time to notice the huge demon heading towards the young lord. While the others were trying to react to the monster's appearance, Soldray rushed at it without hesitation and ripped out its heart with her bare hand. The others were horrified by the demon's swift defeat. The dragon queen intended to eat the monster's torn-out heart, as she had left the cave for the first time in a long time. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, but they understood that such behavior was worthy of a dragon. Even in this form, the dragon queen did not look very human, although she looked beautiful. Soldrake behaved in a completely inhuman manner, but no one dared to confront her about it. After a while, they set up camp and stopped in the forest for the night. The dragon queen kept her distance from the human camp, but Ellen asked her to follow him. The young man managed to catch a forest animal, whose meat he wanted to cook for Soldrake to show her how humans eat food. This was a surprising activity for the dragon queen, who was accustomed to eating raw meat. After the boy roasted the meat over the fire, he gave Soldrake a taste. The young man asked her to behave as a human would when she was in that form. The dragon queen realized that this Pendragon was indeed an interesting person. The young man assured her that, in addition to this, he was also Raven. They continued to eat the meat roasted over the open fire, while the knights had already gone to bed. Raven intended to finish talking about his past, since she did not understand him. He used to cook this kind of meat often, so he decided to find out what the dragon queen thought about such food. Soldrake didn't know how to answer him, so the guy decided to ask her something else important. From that moment on, the dragon queen allowed him to call her simply Sol. The guy was surprised to see her smile, and he realized that dragons could smile too. Ellen wanted to ask Sol about the god of dragons and the god of demons. Sol replied again that time would explain everything to him, and it became clear to the guy that he would not learn anything about this from her. Some time passed, and Ellen finally managed to return home. Many maids came out to greet him, The others also hurried to meet him, and they saw that a dragon had come with Ellen. Aileen and her mother were very happy that their young lord had returned safe and sound. Lindis was very worried when she saw him off at the gates of Barinto, but she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was fine. Crowds of residents also came out to meet the young lord who had returned home with good news. People also noticed that the demons of Kazal Tada had come with him, who had never seen so many people in one place before. The orcs were also shocked by the lively place, but were glad that they were welcomed so warmly. Soldrake hovered above the young lord, following him into the castle, indifferent to the crowds of people gathered there. The family advisor did not understand why orcs, goblins, and harpies had come with Ellen, and he did not understand why there was a girl with wings next to his master. The young man decided to give a passionate speech to the gathered crowd. With his actions, the young lord demonstrated that the Pendragons had won, because from that moment on, they were once again under the protection of the dragon. Ellen's statement caused confusion among the girls, who did not know what their lord had gone through. Suddenly, the girl with wings took the form of a dragon before everyone's eyes, proving the truth of the lord's words. Everyone stared in amazement, as they had never seen such a transformation before in their lives. The dragon let out a roar that signaled the return of Pendragon's former glory. The young lord decided to throw a party in honor of this, and they hurried to the castle to rest after their long journey. After a while, a feast was held, attended by many noble people, all discussing the return of the young lord. Lindis saw such a grand banquet in this castle for the first time. They all celebrated the agreement between Ellen and the dragon. Lords from neighboring countries and various influential merchants also came to the banquet. Meanwhile, Ellen was standing next to Soldrake, who did not want to be in a crowd of people. The young man asked Sul if she would like to accompany him to the banquet. The Dragon Queen thought he was talking to her too much, even though he was Raven or Ellen. The young man did not understand this hint. Sul pointed out that she was the heir to the Pendragons and should be busy with the banquet. Greeting guests was a difficult task for him. It seemed to him that the dragon did not know much about human society. Saul had been with the Pendragon family for a long time, but had never heard of a dragon attending a banquet. The young man did not understand her because she had a human form and could easily attend the banquet. The Dragon Queen was convinced once again that this young man was different from previous Pendragons. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted because she simply flew away from the castle. After that, the young man heard footsteps approaching him and tensed up. Unexpectedly, a crowd of girls appeared, who rushed to confess their love to the young lord. They wanted to hear how he had made a deal with the dragon. The guy was against such attention from the girls, so he tried in every way to avoid them. Meanwhile, Lindis was delivering orders, and one of the men, noticing the maid's beautiful body, offered to marry her. The girl took it as a joke and hurried away from the man. Lindis noticed how a crowd of insatiable girls surrounded the young lord, who was trying to get rid of them. The girls had never heard of a human defeating an orc in hand-to-hand combat. Crescentia and the Populski family inherited the pure blood of the first emperor and were born into one of the Pendragon houses, offering themselves as wives. Mabel also took advantage of this moment and announced that she was cooperating with the Javaninson Chamber of Commerce and was a member of the Goldman House. Crescentia was outraged because this girl was not a noblewoman. Mabel's trading house single-handedly carried the empire's economy, and she doubted that the Populski family could trade in Mithril jewelry. Crescentia ordered her not to show off, because Mabel was not of noble birth, but her interlocutor called her old for a young lord. Such quarrels only annoyed Ellen, and he did not want to participate in them. Lindis noticed that the young lord had managed to avoid the company of the girls who had started arguing among themselves. Each of them wanted to join the Pendragons, but the young man had no time to worry about such things. Suddenly, Ellen was called over by Cart and invited to join them. Katara was drinking with Killian, who passed out after his 10th mug. Humans couldn't compete with orcs in that regard. The orc intended to drink with Pendragon so that he would show him his human perseverance. The young lord accepted the offer, as he had no intention of losing to the orcs in this. Lindis was surprised that the young lord found it much more pleasant to be in the company of demons than humans. Some time passed, and Ellen's head was splitting from the alcohol he had drunk, so the maid tried to escort him to his room. The young lord apologized to Lindis for causing her trouble, but the girl assured him that everything was fine. She was glad that the boy was finally happy after so long, for the first time since his father's death. The young man became curious about what his mother had been doing, but he decided to find out later because it was already late. Upon entering the room, he saw many girls who were ready to marry him. Ellen didn't understand what it all meant, because he intended to rest in his room. His mother asked if he liked any of these girls. Helen believed that since he had managed to make a deal with the heir, it was time for him to have an heir. It was Pendragon's duty, so his mother asked him to choose which of these girls would bear him a child. This was unacceptable to the young lord, because he had no intention of having a child with anyone. Pendragon, who had made a deal with the dragon, was obliged to have an heir with a noblewoman from a neighboring state. Initially, the daughter of Count Sirod was supposed to take this place, but the engagement was broken off. Aileen did not understand why her foolish brother broke off one engagement after another. The guy was terrified by what was happening and didn't know how to get out of this situation. His sister asked her brother not to be sad, because the ladies who had come to them were daughters of respectable families. The House of Pubsburg was one of the most famous in the empire thanks to the blood of the first emperor, and the girl from this family considered herself nobler than the imperial family. The father of the second girl was a general in the imperial army with 10,000 soldiers under his command. The next candidate assured everyone that the future was in the hands of those who controlled the economy. The girls began to quarrel among themselves again, trying to make themselves look better than the others. This behavior greatly angered the young man, who had no intention of marrying either of them. His mother asked her son to make a choice. Ellen suggested that he should decide now. Helen made it clear that it was better to do it as soon as possible. The guy understood and had already made up his mind. In that case, Ellen chose Lindis as his wife, and she was shocked by her master's spontaneous decision. The guy's choice was a horror for all the other girls, who couldn't believe that he had taken a servant as his wife. Lindis tried to object, but the guy shut her up in time so she wouldn't say anything unnecessary. The young man assured everyone that this girl had taken care of him all these years and accompanied him on his travels despite all the hardships. Ellen was so charmed by her courage that he almost drove past the gates of Belling. He had long thought that one day he would have to take responsibility. The young lord apologized to all the girls for keeping silent for so long. His sister considered her brother's choice abnormal, but his mother assured her that the main goal was to choose a bride. Ellen knew that it was necessary for the future of their family, but he still made his choice. All the girls had come here to celebrate his agreement with the dragon. The young lord had no doubt that such allies would be invaluable in difficult times that would determine the fate of their family. Lindis had cared for him for 3 years while he lay unconscious. The other girls began to object, because Lindis was just a maid. Ellen ordered them to calm down. The young man called them foolish girls, who had nothing of their own and could only use their family's reputation. Such statements from the guy made them freeze in their tracks, because everything he said was the absolute truth. Ellen already had allies for unforeseen circumstances, so he did not hesitate to refuse the help of noble families. His allies did not abandon the Pendragon family even when it was in decline. These people were Killian and his soldiers. Proud of their unmatched strength, the Ancona orcs, the goblin Khazal, and the harpy Tata were also among these allies. All those who did not flee when he stumbled in the mausoleum were his reliable comrades and allies. The Pendragons were no longer so weak as to depend on allies, so Ellen made this decision. Lindis was glad to hear such words from her young master, but she was even more pleased to hear that she would become his wife. Ellen asked the girl if she was ready to become his beloved, but Lindis still couldn't get used to the idea. The maid had no reason to refuse this marriage, as she was also in love with him. Thus, from that moment on, the maid Lindis became Lady Pendragon, having married Ellen. Sometime later, the ghost of Atia came to the young lord again to discuss what had happened. Atia couldn't believe that he had once been a ruthless mercenary. She assumed that these were his true feelings. The young man was surprised that she was still there, even though he had opened the mausoleum. Atia thought she needed to see the heir's face before leaving. The woman made sure that he had changed since their last meeting. Atia made it clear that in such difficult times, it would be very difficult for him without an ally, but Ellen had a plan. The Pendragons had regained the dragon's support, so many people might want to serve them. As Raven, he knew the heroes who would become famous in the future, so he wanted to use his knowledge of the past. If he could befriend them while they were still unknown to anyone and turn them into his subordinates, he would be able to gather a powerful force for both domestic and foreign policy. Atia was convinced that this guy had already thought everything through in advance. The woman decided that he was perfectly suited to the role of ruler because he could make moves ahead of time. The guy didn't understand why she was clinging to him, since she was a ghost. In that case, the woman asked for permission to hug him, but Ellen refused. After that, Atia had no regrets and was ready to leave this mortal world. Ellen told her that when he made a deal with Sol, 6 dragons flew to them. The woman was surprised because nothing like this had ever happened to previous heirs. The black dragon mentioned the god of dragons and the god of demons, but the young man knew nothing about this. From the conversation between Sol and the dragons, Ellen understood that they were somehow connected to his reincarnation as Ellen. Even Baltai said that it was all connected. Atia heard about the dragon god and the demon god for the first time and asked if Sul had explained anything to him, but the young man assured her that she had not told him anything. From his words, the woman understood that Pendragon's heir had managed to gradually get closer to the Dragon Queen. The young man did not understand her hint, but Atika pointed out that he already called the Dragon Queen Sol. Soldre herself had asked to be called that, so he could only talk about it with Adhia and Sol. The woman began to disappear again, but this time she would not return to the young lord. It was time for them to say goodbye. Atia was very sorry that she would no longer see her grandson. The woman sincerely believed that this boy would be able to achieve his goals because he was Pendragon. Such words from his grandmother came as a shock to the boy, who was, after all, the reborn Raven. The boy hugged his grandmother, with whom he was able to say goodbye for the last time. Atia asked him to continue living as Raven Valte and Alina Pendragon. After these words, she disappeared without a trace, and he was left alone with his thoughts. Some time passed, and the day of Alina and Lindis's official wedding arrived. Saul learned that the boy had chosen this girl as his wife, but she was not opposed to it. The Dragon Queen had already begun to call Ellen her comrade, and he noticed that she had flown to his window. Sol sometimes visited him at night so that no one else would see their meeting. The guy assumed that she knew the true purpose of the previous banquet from the very beginning. The Dragon Queen did indeed know this from the very beginning, but she could not understand why he had chosen a servant girl. A bunch of obligations arose for him to have a full-fledged wedding with a noble family, but it seemed to him that it didn't matter with whom he had an heir, so he simply decided to solve this problem quickly. Saul suggested that the guy was not really interested in this girl. Lindis had taken care of him for 3 years, so he trusted her completely. The guy decided to stop talking about it and find out where Sul had been all this time. It turned out that she had flown to Rio, where there was a stone dragon statue on the mountain behind the castle. She had lived there when she made her oath with the Pendragon. The young man decided to find out if she was bored sitting there alone. But for the Queen of Dragons, everywhere was the same. No one heard Sul except Ellen, so it was monotonous for her everywhere. It turned out that the Dragon Queen had never really communicated with the Pendragons before, neither with Gordon nor with his ancestor Klein. Such words came as a surprise to the young lord, for he thought it would be interesting to talk to a dragon. They did not want her to take this human form, so by the will of the ancestors, she remained in Rai. Ellen immediately remembered Atia's words about how he was gradually becoming closer to the Dragon Queen. It was rare for Pendragons to talk to Saul like this, which was why she had been so distant with him. The guy tried to digest all the information he had received, and wanted to understand why the ancestors did not want to communicate with her. The Dragon Queen had lived alone for centuries and could do nothing about it. Saul didn't care who had made the deal with her, Raven or Ellen. The guy couldn't get used to how she called him. He asked her to call him whatever she wanted, but not by a double name. The Dragon Queen was surprised by his words, as she did not think they could become closer. Saul decided to call him Ray, and the guy didn't mind the new name. Suddenly, memories of Raven, when his brother called him the same thing, came to his mind. Noticing his strange reaction, she thought he didn't like the name, but he assured her that everything was fine. The guy made it clear that he really liked the name, and asked her to call him that from now on. Still, his behavior seemed strange to her, but her serious expression changed to a smile. Saul assured her that Ray was completely different, and unlike any other Pendragon she had ever dealt with. Alex was the first Pendragon with whom she had made a deal, and his promise was beginning to come true. The Pendragons had just made a pact with the dragon, and the news soon spread throughout the country. The Pendragon territory was comparable to a small state, and all 5 knights believed that if everything went well, they would be able to obtain land and status. The companions decided to ask the 3rd companion, who was traveling with them, to the Pendragon castle about this. The 3rd companion was in no hurry to say anything about it. He was carefully examining the surroundings of these territories. The others learned that not only had the dragon gone after Ellen, but demons and orcs from the forest of Akon had also followed him. One of the experienced warriors realized that Ellen Pendragon was not as simple as he had seemed before. Count Seyrud learned that Ellen had made a pact with the dragon, and now their family was nothing but a bunch of clowns. The father of Luna was very angry about this event, because he had to rebuild relations with the Pendragon. The girl also regretted once again that she had broken off her engagement to Ellen. It turned out that for some people, Ellen Pendragon was an obstacle to the world they wanted to create. A certain magician intended to use his techniques to influence this world with the help of the announcement he had received. Based on their motives, they decided to take care of this guy as soon as possible. None of those present objected to this proposal, as interference in their affairs was unnecessary. The mage waited until the commander of the demon platoon, Tovan Baltai, arrived. The demon commander was ready to do all the dirty work for his master. Some time passed, and Lindis, as his wife, met her beloved in her chambers. The girl intended to find out from the guy where he was going that day. Ellen wanted to get to the gates of Bailings to recruit new recruits for development. Meanwhile, Killian was conducting another training session for the knights and was outraged that their energy had disappeared somewhere because in just an hour, they were exhausted. The guys couldn't handle the work of Pendragon's knights because they couldn't even handle a pathetic stick. Ellen made sure that the commander of the knights had indeed done what he promised, and he decided to find out how the newcomers were doing with the basics. Some of them said they wanted to become knights, but the commander saw no determination in their action. The young lord noted that this was the first time they had recruited so many applicants, and it was logical that Killian had doubts about their quality. The young man understood that such educational activities were not part of the commander's duties. The man was encouraged by the Lord's words and therefore ordered the recruits to try their best, because the Lord expected a lot from them. He assured them that if they followed his instructions, they would be able to become members of the Pendragon cavalry. The recruits did not understand what nonsense this mustached moron was talking about, even though he was the captain of the knights. Ellen easily defeated him, and so the guys did not understand why he was behaving this way towards them. The newbies kept grumbling about joining the cavalry, and Killian kept selecting them. Ellen was haunted by thoughts of the god of demons and the god of dragons, and the connection between them all. As the dragons had said, he did not know what his opponents were capable of. Therefore, the young lord put a lot of effort into strengthening his cavalry and hired more and more people for this purpose. Kratul also studied new spells thanks to the library, and with their combined efforts, the Lord prepared for anything. Saul managed to tame griffins, which could also come to the defense in case of danger. The Dragon Queen no longer sat alone in Rhea, and she trained the griffins in the castle. Ellen was sure that now she would be much happier, because she was no longer alone. Standing at the top of the tower, Sul noticed some people approaching their castle. The Dragon Queen informed Ray, who realized that the invited knights had arrived. These guys were destined to become heroes in the future, so Ellen hurried to recruit them to his team. Killian met these knights and decided to test their abilities first. The trio reminded the others of mercenaries who were willing to take on any job for money. The recruits decided that these knights might be wanderers who traveled from country to country. Such people took up arms and began to travel the world, gaining experience. They heard about the revival of the Pendragons and came under their wing. Mark Killian introduced himself as the captain of the White Dragon Cavalry and decided to start by finding out where they came from. Reed Polak was a wandering knight from Evandel who roamed the world in search of a worthy master. Barrio Luton was looking for a place where he could find worthy opponents, regardless of whether they were real or not. It was the third man's turn to introduce himself, but he had no intention of telling them his name. Barrio asked Killian not to pay attention to him, because this guy was always like that. They didn't even know his name. They met him on the way here and decided to travel together. The captain of the cavalry assumed that they wanted to serve the House of Pendragon. The wandering knights had heard that their house was short of soldiers, so they wanted to become swords in their hands and, in return, gain fame and fortune. The men were ready to help the House of Pendragon with their problem, assuring them that they would no longer have to train new soldiers. Such statements had a negative effect on the commander of the knights and the recruits. Suddenly, Ellen, who understood what these guys were capable of, intervened in their conversation. As wanderers, they had always relied only on their own strength, so the young lord suggested that they prove their words with deeds. Killian did not quite understand what his master was going to do, because it seemed to him that these candidates were not suitable for them. The young man knew that these wanderers were endowed with strength, so he suggested that they fight Killian. The commander of the knights was shocked by this assignment, because he did not know what these guys were capable of. Then he entered into battle against Barrio, who was eager to demonstrate his skills. The recruits doubted that the commander would be able to withstand such a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Killian managed to knock the weapon out of the hands of his opponent, who was confident in his superiority. This was the reason why Barrio lost. Killian made it clear that Reed was next in line. The knight was outraged by his comrade's defeat, so he decided to give it his all. Despite Reed's skill, the commander of the knights easily blocked his attack and managed to disarm his opponent. The recruits were convinced that their commander was simply incredible and decided that he would definitely be able to train them. After defeating two knights, Killian hurried to ask his master how strong these guys were. Ellen accepted them because they were short on soldiers. It remained to test the third, who did not give his name. Ellen suggested that he try his strength, but he refused. Killian took this response as rudeness and decided to teach the ignorant man a lesson. Ellen tried to find out the guy's name, but the others knew that he wasn't very talkative. The stranger made it clear that he did not want to tell just anyone his name, nor did he want to show them his strength. The captain of the knights could not tolerate such insolence, believing that it was not proper to speak to a lord in this manner. Suddenly, the young man knocked over the man who had grabbed him by the cloth covering his face. Those around him saw the man's true face. Killian did not understand how this man had managed to knock him down so easily. The other knights did not understand what had just happened, and were also outraged that this scoundrel had knocked down their captain. Ellen was convinced that this guy was incredibly strong, so he was perfect for his purposes. The young lord wanted to recruit such a warrior into his army, because he would prove to be an irreplaceable soldier. Despite the confusion, the guy continued to behave calmly, as if nothing had happened. The man was about to teach the scoundrel a lesson, but the young lord ordered him to calm down. Now Ellen himself intended to test the warrior's strength. The young man was surprised that the young lord wanted to fight him himself. Ellen believed that this warrior did not want to spar with a little princess. A duel involved pointing a sword at the opponent's face. This was how knights began a duel. Killian learned that this guy was a knight of Valva's, but the others did not know who he was. Long ago, in the south of the country, a global war broke out over disputed lands. One of the sides never stopped fighting and slaughtering, and the warriors from there were called the Knights of Valvas. Because they grew up in conditions of harsh struggle, each of them was equal to 1,000 ordinary soldiers. They were not even afraid of death, only sharpening their swords for the sake of skill. There were only rumors about such knights, but no one had ever met them in person, and Killian, like everyone else, was seeing such a man for the first time. The captain of the knights tried to find out from his lord how he managed to recognize that this was a Valvas knight. Ellen understood it at first glance because his appearance, southern accent, and 2 swords hinted at just that. Raven had previously fought one of these knights when he was traveling south with a group of demon hunters, and that knight looked exactly like the Knight of Valvas. The mace and shield on this warrior's saddle and the crossbow indicated that the knight was ready to fight in any condition. The Valvas cavalrymen bowed their heads to no one but their master. Even the emperor could not bring them to their knees. They relied only on their strength and technique, and they were fiercely proud of themselves. This young man came to find a master for whom he could wield his sword. Hearing the Lord's guesses, the Knight Valvas became curious, because the stars had led him to this place. Reed and Barrio were surprised that he believed in the stars, but this guy went with these guys because they gave him water. The Valvas people were seafarers who could find their way by the stars, but without drinking water, they could go nowhere. Ellen assured the guy that the stars had not let him down this time either, because he had managed to come here. The young lord still intended to have a duel in order to understand what the Knight of Valvas was capable of. The young man knew this himself, so he saw no reason to refuse the duel. For the Knight of Valvas, things like status, money, pedigree, and so on were meaningless. Drawing his sword, he made it clear to his opponent that he was ready to fight the young lord. If the lord wanted him to serve him, Ellen had to put his life on the line. Ellen knew how battles worked in those parts, so he did not refuse when he heard this condition. The warriors noticed that he had taken a simple fighting stance, and they did not understand why the young lord had chosen such a simple fighting style. Suddenly, Ellen sprang from his place and began to attack his opponent, who was in no hurry to retaliate. Those around him were shocked to see the lord's quick reaction. Killian had no idea that Ellen was capable of such a thing. For the Knight Valvas, this attack was too slow, and he easily parried it. The enemy tried to strike back, but Ellen dodged and counterattacked, which the guy also dodged. The knight managed to deliver a blow that grazed the lord's face. The duel did not end there, and they continued to strike each other, while the others watched silently, unable to keep up with their speed. Ellen almost managed to reach his opponent. This attack was usually effective against fighters with 2 swords. He used his sword to throw his opponent off balance and then struck while dodging. If the lord had not been able to dodge a second time, he would have lost his head. He was convinced of the strength of the Knight Valvas. The young man became curious to find out who this lord really was, because he did not know how to fight like that. It seemed to the opponent that Ellen could not be the spoiled offspring of a noble family, and the lord admitted that he had destroyed many creatures and demons, just like him. Ellen also admitted that he had to destroy people in order to survive. The young lord sensed the same smell of destruction from the Knight Valvas, so he considered himself similar to him. Suddenly hearing this, the knight wanted to fight this lord even more. Now he intended to use both hands in this duel. Ellen was glad that he would fight him seriously. The guy called himself the Nameless Berserker of the Valvas Cavalry, and they continued the battle. Meanwhile, the orcs could not sleep because of the noise coming from the surrounding area. Kratul assumed that someone was fighting nearby. The orcs came to the sounds of battle to find out what the humans were doing there. The creatures who arrived did not understand what was happening here, because Ellen was fighting some kind of human. Despite the fact that the Knight of Valvas was fighting with 2 swords, the lord still managed to resist him. Kratul noticed that this guy was fighting on equal terms with the lord, and he became curious to find out who this swordsman was. Killian himself wanted to know who this guy was when suddenly one of them fainted. The knight managed to catch the lord off guard and was about to strike with his second sword, which was free. The young lord managed to dodge the blow in time and tried to counterattack, but his opponent dodged in advance. Ellen found confirmation of his suspicions after his unsuccessful attack. Those around them noticed that the lord managed to pull off another feint against the knight Valva. The enemy's real attack came from the left side, but Ellen managed to block it. Suddenly, it became clear that another attack was coming from the right. The lord managed to grab his opponent's arm in time, thus rendering his attack impossible. Ellen was convinced that this knight was a good opponent, and the knight also recognized that the lord was no slouch in battle. The young lord noticed too late that his opponent was preparing a kick, and so the knight managed to knock him off his feet. Despite this setback, Ellen intended to turn it to his advantage. The knight wasted no time and immediately prepared to strike with his sword, but Ellen dodged and also struck with his foot, ending up behind him. The opponents clashed again in battle, their eyes meeting, making it clear to each other that neither of them was ready to give up. The others did not even know which of these two men was the greater monster, for they fought on equal terms. Kratul asked Cart if he was sure he could stand up to this knight Valvas. Killian had tried to fight this man, and now realized that he was lucky, because he had gotten off easily. Ellen suggested that his opponent did not know the weakness of paired swords. The opponent was ready to listen to this during the battle, but suddenly the young lord used a trick and threw sand in his face. It became clear to the orcs that the lord had managed to grab a handful of sand when he fell and used it at the right moment. The Knight of Valvas tried to dodge the sand that would have blurred his vision. This proved fatal, as the knight, blinded, did not notice the lord's impending blow. The orcs noticed that the lord's opponent had dropped his sword, which was very untimely. It turned out that this was a feint, and the knight was preparing an attack from the right side. He also intended to deliver a direct blow to his opponent, but because sand had gotten into his eyes, he was unable to clearly see his opponent's movements. Ellen ultimately managed to bring his sword to his opponent's head first, thus emerging victorious in this battle. Those around them were shocked by this turn of events. None of them expected it to end this way. The young lord had no doubt that the Knights of Valvas were strong, but if he had had a different sword, he might have lost to him. This sword had saved the lord more than once, and so he cherished this weapon. The opponent immediately threw down his sword and fell to his knees before the young lord, acknowledging his victory. The Knight of Valvas recognized Ellen Pendragon as a true warrior, and therefore intended to become his sword. The young man called himself Elkin Aislam, and intended to serve under the command of this young lord. Ellen was surprised that after his defeat, Elkin told him his name, and the Knight of Valvas swore to destroy his enemies. Those around him began to rejoice at their lord's victory, and on top of that, they managed to gain an excellent warrior. Suddenly, memories associated with Elkin Aislam came to the lord's mind. The others noticed Ellen's strange reaction after the knight's name was mentioned. The new recruit assumed that it was the famous knight Killian, but he didn't know this because he was hearing the name for the first time. It seemed to those around him that the lord knew the name, which is why he reacted so ambiguously to it. Raven knew this guy as the Stormbird. He was the strongest knight of Valvas in his past life. The guy from the past knew that in a couple of years, Elkin could become known as the Sea Dragon, and he could also be a knight of the Duchy of Arangus, in whose name he raised his sword and became famous in many battles. Despite the fact that he was now a nobody, in the future he could become a famous hero. Suddenly, the lord knelt down and asked Isley to raise his head, which surprised everyone. Isley became the lord's sword. They were not very different, as the only difference was in their roles. The young lord wanted this young man to become his comrade and serve him throughout his life, and to become as close a friend as the others with whom he had gone through so much. Hearing these words, Aisley accepted the lord's offer, for he was ready to serve such a brave man. Reed Polak suggested that this Pendragon could become the ruler of the entire world of Barrio in the future. Luton was also ready to follow this lord, but no one had yet offered them to become companions. Suddenly, the lord heard Saul's voice in his head, asking if their battle was over. The new knights who had only recently arrived at the castle were shocked to see griffins and a girl with wings. Isley was also shocked by this sight. Ellen decided to ask the Dragon Queen what had happened. Saul descended with the griffins, but it was still unusual for the others to see her. The warriors felt pressure and did not understand who this girl was. Killian explained to them that she was the White Dragon Soul Drake. The men were shocked to learn that this girl was a dragon. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Ridu understood why he thought this young lady was such a mystical beauty. The commander of the knights agreed with him, but her aura made their bodies tremble. Isley was closest to this unknown person and could not move because of her aura. Ellen introduced the knight Valvas to Soul Drake, the White Dragon's comrade in arms. Standing up, the The guy suggested that this girl was a white dragon who ruled the dragons of the world. The others were surprised by Aisley's calmness and became curious about who he would become in the future, since he was already so brave now. Ellen understood that Aisley was mistaken in his statements, because he did not know everything that the Lord knew. When Raven met Sul in his past life, he was also struck by her power, which could not be overcome by ordinary strength, for such was the might of a dragon. Aisley was different from the other people who reacted violently to the appearance of the Dragon Queen. The Lord assumed that this man would surprise him until the very end. Now Ellen planned to expand beyond their territories and search for living legends from his past life. The young man wanted to find someone who possessed wealth comparable to the treasury of the state, the young entrepreneur of the free city of Idendorian. He also wanted to find the one who settled in the tower in the south of Valvaz and became famous as the creator of many magical items, the incredible sorceress Jean Oberon. Ivan Eider, a 20-year-old warrior who managed to defeat and subjugate all the northern knights with only 100 subordinates, could also become his excellent comrade in arms. Raven's memories were very valuable information. With them, he could gradually recruit people who had once climbed to the top of the world. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Kradul took out of his bosom the mineral that the village elder had once given him. This mineral was imbued with magic that allowed orcs to communicate over long distances. Thanks to this stone, they could easily talk to the elder. Killian was convinced that it was a useful thing. Using his magic, Kratul learned that a group of well-armed people had recently entered the Ancona forest. It was a couple of dozen soldiers who continued to advance deeper into the forest. The orc managed to find out that the group was led by a man wearing an ogre helmet. Karta assumed that this man had managed to defeat the ogre and made a helmet out of it. It seemed to him that a human being was not capable of such a thing, but if it was true, then this man could be a formidable enemy for them. Ellen was furious because he knew that there could only be one person in this world wearing such a helmet. That person was Baltai, whose memory never left Ellen's mind. The others were shocked that the young lord reacted so fiercely to this information. The lord immediately tried to find out from Kratul where this man was, and he replied that their elder was now in the orc village, so they decided to go there immediately. Meanwhile, Baltai continued to destroy villages of orcs and similar creatures as he advanced through the Ancona forest. Baltai managed to get rid of his pursuers and realized that orcs were formidable enemies. Despite this, he understood that the orcs were not as strong as the ogres from which he had made his helmet. It became known that the Pendragons were protected by the power of the White Dragon and were recruiting new soldiers, gradually increasing their strength. It seemed to Baltai that these people were doing whatever they wanted on this land and strengthening their position. After capturing another village, he used a magic mirror to subjugate the demonic inhabitants. The centaurs were subjugated by the words of the magician, who spoke to them through the magic mirror. As long as they had the Empire's shields, spears, and bows, they could be the strongest cavalry in the world. After some time, the lord and his companions arrived at the orc village, and the children were happy to see their strong inhabitants. The children were happy to see their father return home. Kratul asked them to stop clinging to him, because they were pulling out all his hair. Killian was surprised to see that the ferocious orcs had such cute children. Karta assured him that even tiger and lion cubs looked like kittens. The orc children began to rejoice at the guests, but when they saw the monstrous aura emanating from Ellen, they did not dare to approach him. Killian understood that the Lord had had such an oppressive aura ever since he learned about Baltai after receiving the message from the Elder. The commander of the knights did not dare to ask the Lord any questions while he was in such a state. It seemed to the man that at that moment, the Lord had an aura reminiscent of a dragon. Karta asked Ellen to stop scaring their children, who were running away in terror from this man, noticing his aura. It turned out that the orc children were also afraid of Aisley, who had a similar aura. Those around them assumed that this guy also liked cute things, but the children were still afraid of him. Suddenly, the village elder appeared, who thought that Lord Pendragon had arrived early. It turned out that the elder of the orc village was Kradul's father, and they were happy to see him. Noticing the Dragon Queen, the elder announced a general assembly in the village. All the residents heard the elder's instructions and hurried to gather. They had to pay tribute to the spirit of the forest guardian. Sol decided that there would be no serious conversation here for the time being, so she decided to rest on the sideline. The Dragon Queen understood Ray's anger, but she knew that if he allowed it to overwhelm his mind, he would lose himself. Ellen Pendragon introduced himself to the elder of the orc village. Sol left them by flying up into a tree. The orc understood that this man was Gordon's son and asked him to follow him. Once they were inside, away from prying ears, they began to discuss the situation in the forest. A couple of dozen armed soldiers had invaded the forest, and this greatly disturbed the elder. These people managed to bypass his tracking magic, and he was only able to detect them once they had already entered the forest. Kratul assumed that there was an experienced mage among these people who had allowed them to bypass his father's defenses, but it turned out that they only had soldiers and a huge wolf. Still, the elder believed that a mage's help was involved. This information pointed to dangerous consequences, but the orcs did not understand what they needed to do. The elder sent a couple of soldiers to them, but none of them ever returned. Ellen tried to digest the information he had received about the huge wolf, whose strength could easily defeat an orc, and about the helmet. He was sure that it was Baltai who had led the demon slayers into the forest. The head of the settlement suggested that these people had first gone to the centaur tribe. Karda did not understand why they went to these horses. It seemed like a foolish decision to him. Relations between the Pendragon orcs and the centaurs were quite complicated. The centaurs had lived in the Ancona forest since ancient times, hunting and surviving with the help of their strength. When the Pendragons arrived in these lands, orcs settled in the forest and began to conflict with the centaurs. The centaurs hated humans, so they began to attack the orcs who were defending the Pendragons. This led to terrible relations between these races, and their belligerence only exacerbated the situation. The problem was that Ellen, as an outsider, could not intervene. Suddenly, Kylan burst in and reported an attack on the centaurs' settlement. Under the influence of a mage, the centaurs began attacking the orc village without knowing it. Ellen was unaware of this, so he did not understand why the centaurs had attacked at this particular moment, since they had not been involved in any conflicts for quite some time. One of the enemies shot an arrow at the Lord, but he managed to catch it and noticed the Empire's coat of arms on the arrow. Killian did not understand why the centaurs had imperial arrows, since the Emperor had no such dealings with demons. Ellen realized that the centaurs had joined forces with Baltai, who intended to destroy all demons. The young lord intended to stop Baltai because, in addition to this, he wanted to take revenge on him for the past. Ellen was ready to destroy them all because he had held back for too long. He ordered no mercy and to wipe all enemies off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, the Dragon Queen watched the events from above and was in no hurry to get involved in the battle. The centaurs were at war with the orcs, but joined forces with Baltai to destroy the orcs together. Everyone noticed that Ellen had entered the battle. The enemies, armed with crossbows, fired a volley of arrows at the lord who had appeared on the battlefield. In a rage, he managed to parry all the arrows fired at him with a single swing of his sword. With quick movements, he caught up with the centaurs and began to defeat them one by one. The knights were shocked by the strength of their patron, who had managed to defeat several enemies so quickly. The centaurs had no intention of retreating and continued to attack the lord, but he fought them off. Ellen realized that these creatures were not afraid at all and continued to fight bravely. The centaurs considered them to be villains who had invaded their forest and were therefore ready to destroy them. The opponents were confident that with their new strength, they would surely be able to achieve victory, and such statements came as a surprise to the lord. The centaurs fought, thinking that their actions would protect the forest, but they did not understand that they were simply being used. The orcs began to suspect that something was wrong with the centaurs, because they all behaved in the same way. It seemed to Karda that the centaurs had never been so strong. Kratul assured him that the centaurs had been hypnotized with magic. The fear and anger of the centaurs was used to take control of them, forcing them to exceed their limits and become mindless berserkers. The bloody battle continued, and the centaurs gradually managed to push back the orcs. Killian fought alongside everyone else against the crazed centaurs and tried to strike from behind. The centaur managed to notice him in time and fought him off with his hind legs. The knights immediately rushed to the aid of their commander, who was visibly injured by the blow. The blow went through his armor and ribs. The man did not expect such a strong attack. Isley bravely destroyed the centaurs, continuing to defend the orc village and his lord. Ellen was convinced that these creatures were shameless, as they resorted to cunning methods of combat. The young lord turned to the Dragon Queen for help, because he understood their power. The young man felt that if this continued, few of his soldiers and orcs would remain. The orcs and centaurs were like children to her, so she could not intervene in this battle. The refusal came as an unpleasant surprise to the lord, but he was not going to give up. Blinded by rage over the atrocities committed by Baltai, he heard the cries of the orc children. The centaurs did not spare even the children, and the little orc decided that this was the end for him. Suddenly, Ellen came to the child's aid and managed to save him from the enemy's attack in time. Looking around, the lord noticed how thin their ranks had become, so he had to think of something quickly. It became clear to Ellen that they were losing, and the orc village had been almost completely destroyed. Without thinking twice, he jumped on his horse and turned to the centaurs, climbing onto the lifeless body of their fallen comrade before their very eyes. Ellen thought that centaurs were proud warriors, but fighting with the weapons of the people they hated, aiming at children, seemed to him a despicable act worthy of half-breeds. Lord decided to provoke his opponents with his arrogant speech, so he decided to trick them all into following him away from the village. According to Ellen, the fallen centaur warriors were doomed to weep in hell, so he ordered his horse to trample the head of the dead centaur, provoking the others to chase him. This trick worked on these creatures, and they desperately rushed after him in the hope of finishing him off. All the centaurs left the orc village without hesitation, and the survivors did not quite understand what had happened. Kratul realized that the Lord's actions had forced the centaurs to leave the village. Kart doubted that a man could deal with everyone on his own. The Dragon Queen sent Isley the Griffin to follow and help the young lord. At first, the knight did not understand what the griffin wanted from him, but after looking at Sewell, he guessed why it had been done. Meanwhile, Ellen managed to lead all the centaurs away from the village, but he himself fell into a trap, finding himself on the edge of a cliff. The centaurs realized that this man had become bait to save his army, but made it clear that if the Lord died here, the orc village would still be destroyed. The guy assured them that he alone was more than enough to deal with these half-horses. The centaurs were under the influence of strengthening magic, and Ellen did not yet know if he would be able to dispel this magic. The enemies swore to wipe out the orcs and humans from the face of the earth, not realizing that they were simply being used. The centaurs began to attack the young lord, vowing to wipe the insolent grin off his face. Suddenly, several arrows flew past him, destroying the first centaurs. Looking back, they noticed that reinforcements had arrived for the lord. Isley, riding a griffin, managed to arrive in time to help his lord, who was glad to see him. The man began to load his crossbow, keeping his promise when he told the lord that he would be his sword. The knight continued to fire accurate shots, fighting the young lord's enemies. The centaurs were shocked to see the griffin, as they considered them to be the protectors of the forest. Despite this, they continued to fight the griffin, who was on the side of the humans. Isley managed to dodge the enemy's arrow, catching it with his teeth, and prepared to fire his next shot. Multiple shots began to hit the centaurs, who did not have time to take cover from the arrows flying at them. With his actions, Isley significantly thinned the ranks of the enemies, and Ellen began to consider him a griffin rider. Griffins were divine creatures that served dragons. These huge creatures danced in the skies above people, looking down from above. Because of their strength, they were used for hunting and military purposes, and they were very difficult to deal with. Humans used ancient knowledge, and after long training, were able to saddle these divine creatures. Therefore, Isley, who managed to saddle a griffin alone, put up fierce resistance to the centaurs. After numerous battles, humanity gained griffin riders. Ellen did practically nothing because Isley single-handedly defeated a large number of enemies. In his past life, Raven called Elkin Isley a petrel who fought bravely on the side of humans. Now the guy didn't know his future, so he continued to destroy the centaurs. Ellen noticed that the nickname Petrel perfectly suited this warrior. The centaurs began to notice that their ranks were thinning, so the commander decided to retreat into the forest. The enemies understood that in the thicket of the forest, they would be able to hide from accurate shots. Isley understood that if they went further, he would not be able to catch up with them on his griffin, but in that case, they would be able to regroup and attack again. Ellen managed to shoot the centaur commander in time, who could no longer run away due to his injuries. The young lord saw for himself that the Empire's crossbows were of the highest quality. The boy believed that the Empire's crossbows were far more important than the forest half-horses, because the centaur leader did not spare his own kind. The centaur leader tried to get up to escape, but his injury prevented him from doing so. The Lord assured him that even if his pain subsided, he would still be unable to move with a shot knee. Unexpectedly, Ellen took out the white dragon shield, which had an effect on the centaur's clouded mind. The centaur leader's wounds began to heal, and his consciousness became clear as the spell of submission was dispelled. The centaur could not understand why this man had helped him, since they had been fighting each other. Ellen simply brought him back to normal and assured him that if the leader was still enraged, he would simply shoot him. The Lord ordered him to tell him where Baltai, who had given all this to the centaurs, was now. The centaur leader had no choice but to tell this man where Baltai was. The centaur was surprised that Ellen knew the head of the Baltai Corps because he himself did not know this. The young lord ordered him to answer his questions as he intended to find out what connected Baltai to the centaurs. The leader made it clear that this man had appeared in the forest like a bolt from the blue with an offer. The Pendragon family had returned the white dragon, and then they recruited new fighters, increasing their power, and Baltai convinced them that they wanted to frame and outplay their sworn enemies, the centaurs, and so he gave them weapons. The centaurs were ordered to destroy the orc village and regain control of the Ancona forest. Judging by all these groundless accusations, they agreed without hesitation. After some time, the leader of the centaurs realized that they had fallen under the influence of magic that came from Baltai's mirror. Ellen learned about this magical mirror and understood that the centaur had no intention of lying to. The mage who appeared in this mirror spoke to the centaurs, and at that moment, everyone seemed to lose their former calm and succumb to anger and rage. The leader of the centaurs could not remember what happened after that, but Ellen himself knew very well what happened next. After that, Aisley came down to them, and at first he did not understand what the lord who had spared the centaur had in mind. The knight tried to find out from his patron what he intended to do next. Ellen did not answer him, and simply used his shield to heal the fallen centaurs. The leader of the centaurs was shocked by the man's leniency after what they had done to the orc village. The young lord was only able to heal the wounds of these creatures a little, as he did not have the strength to do more. Aisley decided to find out why Pendragon had done this after what the centaurs had done to their warriors. Ellen assured him that their common enemy had prompted them to do so. The one who had awakened evil feelings in the centaurs was none other than Pendragon's people, and for this, they were also responsible. The Lord could not bring back to life those centaurs who had fallen in battle, so he asked the leader for forgiveness. The centaurs were warriors of the tribe and had fallen in battle, and such an end was all they could have wished for. The leader of the centaurs was convinced that this Pendragon was completely unlike his ancestors, who had despised them. The centaur recognized Ellen as the rightful and wise ruler of these lands. From then on, the centaur tribe became allies of the Pendragon clan and swore to serve them faithfully. In the name of those who made them what they were, the leader swore to devote all his strength to cooperating with the Pendragon family. The other centaurs supported their leader's decision and did not contradict him. In this case, the Lord began to rely on the tribe of centaurs to defend the forest as the strongest cavalry. From then on, they became allies who were ready to fight against evil. After the conflict with the centaurs ended, a sense of peace and tranquility once again filled the Ancona forest. The water spirits healed the wounds of the soldiers, who celebrated the restoration of peace with a festive dinner. After this incident, the orc children were no longer afraid of Aisley, who sat alone. The children assured him that he looked very cool on the griffin and fought for their village. The boy was glad that he no longer instilled fear and terror in children, because he was actually a kind person. Meanwhile, the elders gathered in a separate room to shed light on the situation. For the first time in his life, the elder heard about the magic that emanated from the magic mirror. The elder's knowledge was insufficient to give an accurate answer about the real existence of such an object. Kratul assured them that such magic was very complex and serious, because the centaurs had been hypnotized and their anger amplified. It turned out that someone else was able to control some of the centaurs' actions. The person who did this was definitely a formidable mage. Ellen pondered this information. After this conversation, he climbed a tree to discuss it with the Dragon Queen. Saul descended to him and decided to find out what was making him so sad. The guy suggested that it was she who had directed the griffin to Isol, but it turned out that the griffins themselves had sensed the rider's aura. Ellen began to think that Isol had flown on a griffin before, but he didn't understand why the boy didn't really want to talk about it. The Dragon Queen assured him that humans were extremely complex creatures. Saul was convinced that the events that had taken place had not helped the dragon's aura of rage to consume his mind. The guy heard about the aura of a furious dragon for the first time and wanted to learn more about it. Ellen decided that she was talking about the power that had suddenly seized him. As a conduit, his body was capable of harnessing the dragon's power, and the level of control over this power depended on who possessed it. If he allowed the power to take control of him, it could cloud his mind. Despite this, there was still one unknown that he could not understand. Ellen forgot about it in moments of anger, but in his previous life, he would have already been in the Demon Hunter Corps at this point. The corps fought in the distant southern lands in a sea of trees against the Troll King, the most formidable creature. Half of the corps was destroyed in that terrible battle, but Raven managed to survive. Baltai was also there, so it seemed strange to him that in this life, Baltai was now facing centaurs. It seemed to the Lord that such an alliance between Baltai and the centaurs should not have been possible. Being in Ellen's body, he became curious as to why the Demon Destroyer's fleet was not engaged in battle in the Sea of Trees against the Troll King, and he wanted to know where Raven was in this world. Remembering the past, he understood Baltai's words, who claimed that everything in this world was connected: the fall of the Pendragons, the extermination of the Valtai clan, and now those who were trying to destroy the Pendragon clan. Because of this, Raven decided to try to return to his hometown to understand what was happening, The lord was ready to go to the place where the Valte clan lost its honor in the land of humiliation. The young man did not yet know, and could not have suspected what awaited him in Raven's homeland of Sysak. Meanwhile, Count Sayrod and his entourage welcomed the Emperor's son into their home. Luna did not understand why such high nobility had suddenly appeared at their home in Sayrod. The Emperor's son, Yang, looked down on the Count and thought he hadn't welcomed them properly. Princess Ingrid shared her brother's opinion, but tried to behave as a lady should. Yang couldn't stand it and kicked over the table on which the dishes had been served in their honor. The prince considered such food to be slop, and therefore had no intention of eating it. The Count was shocked by this. The man had no choice but to apologize to the prince for this embarrassment. Ingrid asked her brother to calm down, because his actions could ruin her mood. His sister assured him that Jan was not obliged to finish all the food, but he was just waiting for her to finish, considering himself an exemplary older brother. Jan did not enjoy this activity. Luna did not know what to expect from these people. There was one reason why Crown Prince Jan had come to this village. Their neighbors were the Pendragon family. To the prince, Ellen was just a pathetic and weak worm, and the prince found it very hard to believe that he had awakened from a coma and made a pact with a dragon. Yang intended to find out from Count Seo if he knew anything about this case. Suddenly, his father turned the conversation to Luna, who had the opportunity to meet Ellen. The girl had known him before, but it seemed to her that Ellen had become a completely different person after the coma. Ellen had become bold and at the same time calm and strong. It was obvious that she had feelings for him. Jan assumed that this young lord might be better than him, so he decided to find out what Luna thought about it. The girl did not know how she would respond, but he suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Those around them felt a strange sensation and did not understand what was happening, but the prince's aura made them nervous. The prince's aura was similar to that of a conqueror, which the emperor's family possessed. Jan assumed that Ellen had already managed to charm Luna. The prince was amazed, and Ingrid did not understand what had gotten into her brother. Yang ordered Lady Sayrod to follow him. Luna didn't quite understand what he wanted from her. The guy made it clear to her that this was an order she had no right to disobey. Yang asked Luna if she thought Ellen had crossed the line and behaved inappropriately. Luna couldn't refuse, because Jan was the second imperial prince. The girl considered Jan Aragon to be a tyrant, the likes of which the world had never seen. After some time, Ellen was informed that the imperial prince and princess wanted to visit him. The young lord did not understand the actions of these children, and therefore considered them fools. The advisor changed noticeably after hearing the words of his master, Ellen, who did not understand what he had said. It turned out that Princess Ingrid was his former fiancée, with whom Jan had broken off his engagement. Ellen only now learned that he had had another fiancée before Sayrod, and the advisor was surprised that he did not know about. The second fiancée was a royal princess. He had heard something about her from his past life and from Aileen. The guy realized that this situation was becoming more and more complicated. A month after the incident with the centaurs, many new knights joined them. Isley took on the task of training a squad of griffin riders, thereby significantly increasing their power. In addition, Ellen managed to learn how to control the aura of the white dragon quite well. The Pendragons usually took a break every summer, so he could use this as an excuse to visit the villa near Sysak. The permission to stay at Valte's house and the search for the schemers were directly related to this visit. The fact that all this was happening right before his eyes made Ellen think that the imperial children wanted to meet with him to decide something about the engagement. The advisor did not know this for sure, and therefore advised his master to be cautious. The second prince had been appointed as the future emperor, and was known throughout the empire as a tyrant. Therefore, if Jan suddenly did not like one of the lord's jokes, Ellen became curious as to why the second prince had suddenly been appointed as the future emperor. This happened because the elder prince's health had deteriorated, which seemed suspicious to the young lord. Suddenly, Raven remembered that it was Yan in his past life who had wronged his brother. The man who was supposed to become the next emperor was Goofly. The Pendragon family advisor began to worry when he noticed his master pondering this. Ellen decided to find out the name of the emperor's eldest son, but in this world, his name was Cyan Aragon. The name did not belong to either the first or second prince, and now he did not understand where Goofly had gone. The future was now different from what it had been in Raven's past life, so he decided that it was all connected. Suddenly, the Lord activated the aura of the white dragon, which he had learned to control. Now, Ellen had a reason to meet with the prince, because he wanted to learn more about the future events that resulted from these changes. After some time, the royal family arrived at their castle and asked to be shown due respect. The servants were also shocked to feel the strange pressure from this prince, but they could not raise their heads before a man of royal blood. Suddenly, Jan noticed the young Lord Ellen approaching with a calm gait. Noticing his appearance, the prince intended to humiliate Ellen in front of all his subjects. Yang assumed that Pendragon was holding his head too high, but Ellen made it clear that this young man was not yet an emperor to speak that way. The prince assured him that he would become emperor, and therefore the Lord should show him due respect. Suddenly, Ellen declared that Jan would definitely not become emperor, and he too began to release his white dragon aura. The Lord's unexpected statement shook the prince's confidence. Ellen considered Yang's actions shameful because he would never get out of second place. The emperor's blood flowed in Yang, and his aura was no weaker than his father's, but this lord was stronger than him because he possessed the aura of a white dragon. The prince could not tolerate such treatment and began to insult the lord in every way possible, thinking that such insects did not dare to treat him that way. Suddenly, Ingrid intervened in their conversation, and her appearance calmed her brother down. His sister ordered her brother not to cause any unnecessary problems, as she did not want to look foolish in front of Ellen. Ellen noticed that Luna had arrived with them, and he did not understand why she was with them. The girl, noticing her beloved, immediately became embarrassed and did not dare to look him in the eyes. Ingrid was happy to meet the Lord and introduced herself to him, and he introduced himself to her in return. The princess said that they had been betrothed before they were born and had not been able to meet until now. The girl was convinced that Luna had described Ellen very accurately, for he was a very manly and handsome man. Ellen was not very happy to receive such compliments, and Yang hurried to stand in their way, fearing that his sister would fall in love with this man. Ingrid asked to be shown around the castle, which made things even more confusing for Ellen. Helen met guests she hadn't seen in a long time, and Eileen was pleased to meet them. Yan immediately switched his attention to Eileen and stopped noticing what was going on around him. Hearing the name Eileen, the prince compared her to the name of a heavenly flower, and, in response, introduced himself as a formidable warrior who had no equal in the capital. Suddenly, Aileen left the prince, noticing how brightly her brother was shining. Jan did not understand where she had gone. His sister felt her brother's aura, which surpassed that of the prince, and upon noticing this, Yang flew into a rage again. The guy was terrified that, despite being a prince, he was still being ignored. Mia, noticing the prince's aura, was frightened and hid behind Oisley, who also treated Yang with indifference. The prince decided to find out who this guy was, who was looking at him so ridiculously. Isley was not obliged to tell him his name, and such words further agitated the prince. Jan did not understand how a knight dared to show disrespect to the prince, so he ordered him to quickly give his name. Aileen hastened to inform him that this guy was a knight of Valvas, who were famous for their eccentricity. The prince decided to show the knight who was boss, but Aisley assured him that he would not be able to do so. Jan flew into a rage again, but this time Ingrid intervened in their dialogue and ordered her brother to calm down. His sister made it clear that if he caused them any more unnecessary trouble, he would not be able to open his mouth for a year. The other knights did not understand what was happening. They knew that in the imperial cities, John was called a tyrant whom no one dared to oppose, but from the moment he entered here, his status was constantly disregarded. It began to seem to those around him that the Pendragon family was amazing. The prince decided to turn to Ellen. The prince suggested talking in private because he had something important to say, and the lord did not refuse. Yan assumed that this guy was afraid of him, but Ellen simply did not expect this, because he also had something to talk to him about. The emperor's son noticed that this lord had changed since their last meeting. He was now like a pale, weak, pathetic worm, so he decided to break off his engagement to his sister. Ellen didn't care about this engagement to the princess and decided to find out why they had come to him again. Jan made it clear that they had not come to talk about the engagement again. The prince had not been shown the slightest bit of respect from the moment he crossed the threshold of this house, and he wanted to know what this meant on the part of his royal family. The Pendragon family had no intention of being in anyone's shadow, and Ellen intended to do as he saw fit. Suddenly, Yang could not bear such words and, jumping up from his seat, lunged at the young lord. Ellen simply splashed water on his face, thereby nullifying the attack. This made the prince even angrier, and he continued to fight Ellen. The prince managed to grab the lord and slam his head against the table, but the lord had no intention of giving up so easily. Noticing a knife next to Jan, Ellen hurried to throw it away so that the fight would not escalate into something more serious. Jan did not understand why he was suddenly released, since he had every chance of winning. Ellen thought that this man was saving his strength to make such a move. The lord immediately realized that the young man could have simply taken the knife and stabbed him, but he assured him that such an offense would not go unpunished. The owner of the estate decided to ask the prince once again why he had come to see him. Suddenly Jan laughed. Ellen considered such a reaction abnormal, Yang admitted that this guy had cornered him. Ellen did not quite understand what the prince was talking about. The prince offered the lord to join him, promising to make Ellen Pendragon the center of the empire. The kingdom needed the strength and power that the Pendragon family possessed. Ellen noticed that the situation had changed dramatically, but he did not want to make rash decisions. The tyrant's aura had disappeared, and the prince's mood had somehow changed, so he decided to find out more about what Yang meant. Right now, members of the imperial family were arguing over who would become the heir to the throne. Besides Yang, there were plenty of other princes and aristocrats who secretly supported them. If Ellen did not mind, Yang would like to see the Pendragon family among his allies. Whether it was the gold and silver of the empire or the creation of an independent state, he was ready to reward the lord handsomely. The young lord understood that the entire empire knew this man as a tyrant, and therefore he could not become a ruler. However, this turned out to be the true nature of this prince, and it was not clear why a man who wanted to become emperor was known as a tyrant. Suddenly, Ellen came to the conclusion that Yang did not want to become emperor at all. The lord also suggested that the tyrant was just a cover. Yang was surprised that this man thought that way. Ellen did not need rewards, so he did not accept the offer of someone he could not trust. It became clear to the prince that this guy understood a lot for his young age, because he was the first to learn about his intentions after his sister. Yang wanted his brother, Xian Aragon, to become emperor, so he did everything he could to make that happen. Ellen assumed he was talking about Xian, his older brother, who was bedridden due to illness. Jan could not tolerate such words, as he considered these thoughts to be erroneous. It turned out that an attempt had been made on Xian's life 3 years ago, during the uprising in Seesaw. Xian was capable of anything, and would have made a brilliant ruler, as he intended to change the country. Suddenly, Ellen learned that 3 years ago, there had been a complete uprising in Seesaw. Unexpectedly, the Lord changed his mind and accepted John's proposal, which shocked him. Ellen asked him to tell him everything he knew about the uprising in exchange for the agreement. After a while, the guys calmly discussed everything that was known to the prince. Looking at his reflection in the glass, Ellen saw the face of Raven, which was who he was. Raven, who had previously wanted to become a knight, received a letter from Lord Sesak. Now it became clear to him that Lord Sesak had his own motive for the rebellion. Jan summed up that the problem was that they did not know who was behind the rebellion. Ellen suggested that this person could be one of the princes who claimed the throne, but there were aristocrats who helped the princes. Yang wondered how he could find out which one of them was the instigator of the rebellion. Ellen decided to find out if Jan knew a prince named Goofly, and indeed he did. Goofly was the only son of a concubine, and was a prince only by status, so he did not have much influence. The Lord was convinced that Goofly existed in this world, although he was only a nominal prince. The young man could not understand how Goofly could become emperor in a few years. The young lord decided to find out about the past of the concubine who bore Emperor Goofly. The concubine was Baroness Erlin from a coastal city, but the emperor did not say much about her. Suddenly it became clear to them that this girl was from Sisaka, where the uprising had taken place. Jan couldn't hold back because he realized that it was Goofly who had attempted to assassinate his older brother, but he didn't understand why he had done it, since the throne was closed to him anyway. Ellen advised him never to say such things, because anything is possible in life. The guy understood better than anyone else that everything in this world is intertwined because of his past. Suddenly, Ellen lost control of his aura, which began to spread throughout the room. Jan couldn't understand what had happened to this man's aura. Everything the prince had seen up to that point was not even half of the power that Ellen possessed. The prince began to remember every moment he had experienced that day. Now he was curious to find out what Lord Ellen Pendragon really knew. Jan also couldn't understand who this man who had inspired fear in him really was. Looking out the window, the prince noticed a huge white dragon sitting on the neighboring tower of the castle. The Queen of Dragons descended to them and took on human form. Jan no longer understood what was happening. Soldrake sensed the aura of an enraged dragon and hurried to find out if Ray was all right. The Dragon Queen seemed very beautiful to the prince. He could not believe that the frightening dragon had turned into this girl. The prince became convinced that the Pendragons were the only heirs of the White Dragon. Now, Yang understood that Ellen was special. Having gotten to know and understand him as a person, he promised to trust his intuition. Saul intended to find out what had happened, and Ellen quickly made the necessary decision. The Lord suggested that the prince go to their summer villa located near Sisake. Yang was surprised by this proposal, but Ellen assured him that it was not far from Silverthorn Beach. The port city of Lies was the largest trading city in the entire empire, and the Lies Chamber of Commerce and Industry was located there. The locals learned of the arrival of the Pendragon family and the imperial tyrant Prince Jan on the coast of Silbel, and people did not understand why they were traveling together. The young man understood that the leaders of Lies, Governor Segud and Pendragon, were like cats and dogs. His companion advised him not to say anything more about it, as their conversation could be overheard and punished. The port city was too crowded this year, and all the locals knew it. The monarch of the south, the ship of the king of sea dragons, Aranis, had also recently arrived. The others were shocked to hear this, as they did not know about it, but they had heard about sea dragon. Aranis was protected by the rabid sea dragon Viscula, and some believed that one day he would gain power comparable to that of the emperor. The men understood that the Southern War could become another problem for their empire, so they hoped that Pendragon and the prince's arrival in this place was not a sign of trouble. The interlocutors noticed that Ron was drinking too much and began to worry about his condition. When the rich got together, they could profit more from it. That was Ron's principle. Once on the beach, Ingrid approached Lord Ellen so that he could admire her swimsuit, which had been custom-made by a skilled craftsman in the capital. The other girls also wanted to show off in front of him, which made Lindis a little embarrassed. Lady Luna also went with him to the seashore, as she had no intention of leaving Ellen alone with these girls. Ingrid noticed that there were too many girls here, because she wanted to be alone with the Lord. The guy was shocked by the girls' behavior, because they had not come here to relax, but it was not clear how they ended up on the beach. Ellen understood that this was all because of Jan, who had deliberately brought them to the beach. The prince was going to show off his toned body to the girls. Jan asked the girls to leave innocent Ellen alone so that they could talk to him. Earlier, the prince had been the one to suggest that they bring the girls to this place, and now Ellen regretted listening to him. Despite the prince's attractive physique, the girls were somehow in no hurry to strike up a conversation with. Lindis deliberately closed herself off so as not to see the prince. Ingrid was again indignant that her brother had interrupted her conversation with the Lord. Suddenly, Aileen couldn't hold back her laughter, because His Highness's swimming trunks were funny. Jan didn't understand why she was laughing at him, because he had spent a long time getting his body into perfect shape. Ellen couldn't stand such company, and decided to go to the sea to fish. After he took off his shirt, the girls immediately stared at him, and Jan's muscular body simply paled in comparison to Ellen's. Jan didn't understand the girl's reaction because he considered his body to be better than Ellen's, but the Lord didn't care about that. Suddenly, Sul appeared and threw a huge whale onto the shore. The Dragon Queen was happy that she had managed to catch a sea fish, but Elena thought she had gone too far. The guy thought that for dragons, such a huge creature could indeed be a fish. Meanwhile, the others went to explore the port city. Cart was happy because it was his first time in such a place. Killian did not understand how everything could have turned into such a vacation, and could not imagine that Yang could have gone with them to this city. The orc had no idea about the Knight Commander's worries. Carta continued to carefully examine this city, which was filled with warriors he wanted to fight. Many mercenaries and warriors visited this city, and paid no attention to the orc, as such creatures often appeared here. The orc considered it a paradise. In reality, he couldn't wait to get into a fight. He wanted to kill them all. Killian realized that the orcs had come out of the woods in search of fights, and now he understood why Carta had gone with them to the harbor. Suddenly, everyone froze and began to step aside when they saw other orcs appear with a griffin. The new orcs were different from Cart, who at first did not understand which tribe they belonged to. The commander of the knights made it clear that these were Ratwain orcs, which Cart did not know. These orcs were the most brutal. Their tribe was located in the south of the continent of Molte. To survive, these orcs engaged in piracy, plundering the local lands. The demons simply passed by, but noticed that the people had already begun to cower, and they continued to consider them weak creatures. The pirates noticed a green orc surrounded by people who were not afraid of them. The orcs from the continent of Molte had never seen orcs like those of Carta. The pirates decided that this orc was not one of the strong ones, since he had simply given way to them. It seemed to them that this orc had befriended the weak human. Carta could not bear such words addressed to him, and made it clear that he could tear them apart on the spot. Killian ordered him to calm down, because it was not worth doing such a thing in front of people. The orc was part of the Pendragons, so he had to restrain himself, remembering this. The pirates laughed because they believed that proud orcs could not join humans. They considered Carta's race to be the weakest in the world. Isley was enraged by this and wanted to join the fight, but Killian stopped him in time. The commander of the knights noticed that the guy's sword guard was raised. Carta swore to destroy these orcs. Killian did not understand why he had to sit with these dangerous guys, because he also wanted to relax on the beach. However, if this was a trading city, then it was unclear why pirates were here. It began to seem to the man that this city was hiding something, since pirates could walk around so openly here. Meanwhile, at the residence of Governor Lai's Segunda, they learned of the arrival of Ellen Pendragon and the son of Emperor Jan Aragon. The old man asked Vincent what he thought about these people coming to the outskirts of Lais for a vacation. The young man assured him that it was not only the outskirts of Lais, but also part of Sisika, near which was Silbel Beach. The man thought that these people should not have noticed what had happened in Sisuka. Vincent suggested that they might be investigating the relationship between His Highness, Baroness Olin, and Geoffrey, and in that case, they might find out everything they needed to know. The guy didn't care about Jan, because Pendragon had no reason to worry about it. The old man also believed that there was no connection between the prince and Lord Ellen and the incident in Sisuk, but Vincent and the old man were greatly indebted to this house. Such behavior annoyed the old man, but Vincent reacted calmly to it. The old man decided to leave these matters to the pirate lord and shadow king of Lies. The first day of rest took place at Pendragon's house, overlooking the beautiful landscape of the Cybele coast. There was a lavish feast of whale meat. Kretul tried to find out from Killian why Carta was so angry. This wonderful day came to an end. Jan approached Ellen and decided that the lord was drinking to the restless Lies. The prince also decided to join him, so he poured himself a glass of red wine. Ellen noticed that his companion's mood was as lousy as ever. Jan's mood was ruined because he did not expect the invited girls to react to him that way. Ellen asked him to stop creating unnecessary problems. The prince thought that the lord was pretending not to care, but Ellen said that he was married and didn't care about the other girls. Jan believed that the lord did not take very good care of his concubine. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Ellen and the Dragon Queen were having an affair. This assumption turned out to be wrong when Yang saw them in the castle. The dragon had turned into a human, and Ellen was talking to her. The guy was both Pendragon and Raven, so he couldn't give him a definite answer. So, he decided to simply end this pointless dialogue with the prince, who would not understand him anyway. Yang considered Soldre incomparably beautiful, but he still feared her and preferred humans. Their first goal on this vacation was to investigate the attempt to destroy Prince Zion. Jan understood that Prince Goofly, his mother Earline, and Governor Segunda could be involved in this because they were all relatives. If they were behind the assassination attempt, the governor would have to take action upon learning that Prince John had arrived in Sisuk. The prince understood that these people might try to destroy him in this place. Yang considered it insolence on their part to target the royal prince. Ellen believed that the prince was not one to let them act as they pleased, and Yang was already eagerly awaiting the moment to avenge his brother. Now was not the most appropriate time for this, because first they needed their enemies to take the bait. This was the information he was able to glean from their common enemy's plan. Yang knew this feeling firsthand, and therefore considered it instinct. The prince also thought that it might be something more, but he did not dare to talk about it with Ellen. The Emperor's son could not understand what Ellen Pendragon was really up to. Next to the Lies dungeon was the popular Orc Archipelago bar. The knights passing by were shocked that a human had entered a place where Orc pirates gathered. That man was Vincent. He had come to this place specifically to carry out the governor's plan. The pirate assured him that this guy drank like a real man, but he tried to behave with restraint in this place. After drinking a mug of ale, the man suggested that they get straight to the point and wanted to know what the governor wanted. Vincent made it clear that the old man wanted to deal with the snake and the cat who had recently arrived in the city. The pirate considered this a bold decision, thinking that the governor intended to destroy the prince. The man decided that one should not judge a person by their appearance, but what had happened 3 years ago did not give him peace. Vincent made it clear that the governor did not like it when someone interfered in his affairs, especially when it was someone from such a lowly background. The pirate took this guy for another daredevil, because before, only the Latuan orcs could behave like that with him. He really liked this kind of bold treatment, so he decided to listen to Vincent. The powerful creatures were incredible. They didn't care whether they were humans or orcs. The guy handed him a piece of paper with a detailed explanation of what these pirates would have to do. In 3 days, the governor was to invite Lord Ellen and Prince John to his house. The cat liked to show off, so if they gave him an incentive, he would immediately join the game. The pirate realized that Jan was a minor tyrant from the imperial capital, and was ready to play with him as long as he wanted. Vincent decided to find out from this pirate whether he was human. Suddenly, his interlocutor became enraged by this question, and the guy realized that it was unnecessary. A frightening aura began to emanate from this man, which made it difficult for him to breathe calmly. The pirate decided to find out what Vincent himself thought about whether he was human, but the guy did not have time to answer. His interlocutor grabbed the guy and threw him, and as he flew through the air, he realized that he was in trouble and decided to get out of there as soon as possible. Vincent managed to land on his feet, and the pirate took him for a strong man. Despite his skills, the guy couldn't just run away from this mercenary. Suddenly, the pirate turned to Pak, who was sleeping, and offered him some orc meat to eat. The man assured him that an orc who had grown up in the forest for decades must be delicious. Pak assured him that he had seen such an orc in the city today. Pak decided to find out what would happen to the newcomers if he took the meat for himself. The pirate intended to eat the meat of the lord and the prince, so they decided to destroy these guys right away. The leader ordered them to undress the girls and then eat them too. The orcs had no objection to this. Vincent made sure that the second son of the 5 counties of the empire, the king of sea dragons, Uranus, was not human. Taleo Uranus was the dark king of lies and inspired terror in everyone he met. The next day, the lord and the prince received an invitation from the governor of lies, Count Segund, to attend a ball. The invitation was for everyone, but the girls who wanted to attend the ball were the most excited. Jan was ready to agree with what Ellen wanted to do now, because he thought it was the perfect opportunity. Helen was visibly upset to hear that Count Segunda would be at the event, but Ellen asked his mother to rest. Her son made it clear that the upcoming evening would be very long, so they needed to rest properly. The young lord decided to ask the Dragon Queen for help, because he suspected that the ball was a trap. Ellen entrusted his mother to Sol to protect her in case of danger. Evening came, and many nobles gathered at the estate of Governor Lies of Segunda. After a while, the most important guests of the ball arrived, and everyone rushed to greet the prince. The men immediately noticed the beautiful young ladies who had arrived, finding them incredibly beautiful. Then the prince came out with a young lord, who also seemed handsome to the ladies. Despite the fact that they themselves were nobles, it was an honor for them to welcome them to this estate. Suddenly, a terrifying scream rang out from the orc, who was furious that everything was not as he had been promised. Carta could not understand what was happening here, because he had been promised a battle. The orc considered those around him to be dressed-up pigs who were worthless, but he had been told that there would be something to see here, so he was expecting something cool. Carta wanted to see warriors to defeat them, but his lord hurried to calm his subordinate down. A servant appeared and thanked the young Lord Pendragon for his arrival. Vincent introduced himself as a knight under the command of Governor Segan. The young man was pleased to meet him and immediately invited him inside. Ellen noticed the aura emanating from the knight's eyes. It was said that only those with vast combat experience had such an aura. This made the young lord curious, and he decided to take a closer look at the place. Vincent asked all the new guests to follow him to the estate. Jan noticed that the knight's gait was calm, and his posture did not waver an inch. The guests entered the hall where the other guests were, and began to greet each other. Governor Torrio Segundo approached them. He had not seen Prince Jan for a long time. The prince emphasized that they had not seen each other for 3 years, and that many things had happened in the imperial castle during that time. The governor assured him that he had not seen Princess Ingrid for more than 5 years, and thought she had become more beautiful. Then the old man greeted Lady Eileen, who had become so beautiful since their last meeting. The young lord found the governor's behavior very suspicious. Torrio also greeted Lord Pendragon, about whom there were many rumors. The governor was aware that this lord had managed to make a pact with the White Dragon, and had also led griffins and orcs. The old man intended to find out why the Duchess had not come with them. Ellen made it clear that his mother was unwell, so she had stayed at the estate with his sister. The governor was saddened to hear this, and promised to send his best healers to her. Torrio also promised to visit the Duchess personally. Ellen thanked him for this, but asked him to refrain from doing so. The young man assured the governor that if anything went wrong, it would cost him dearly. The old man suspected something was wrong with his words, but wished them a pleasant evening. The prince immediately found the governor to be an unpleasant person, and the lord felt the same way. Ellen had heard that he had proposed to his mother long ago, but she had refused. More than 20 years had passed, but the governor was still persistent. In addition, this night, Vincent also seemed suspicious to Ellen, and he wanted to find out what kind of person he was. Vincent was the most trusted vassal of Count Sagan. He had arrived in Lies 2 years ago, and quickly rose to prominence. It was said that he did the Count's dirty work, and that was how he managed to rise so high. Ellen suspected that Vincent might be somehow connected to the situation in Sissa. The prince suggested that the lord enjoy the evening, and asked him not to drink too much. After a while, the guard noticed some people who also intended to attend the ball. Toleo Aranis heard that a party had started here, and hurried to get in. The pirate killed the guard, and intended to take his clothes, so that he could enter the ball in decent attire. The man dressed appropriately for the holiday, which he intended to turn into a riot as the governor wanted. Now, the pirates were going to have fun from the bottom of their hearts because they wanted to destroy everyone who was there. Governor Torio Segundo was convinced that Pendragon was a brave young man and decided to find out what Vincent thought of it. The knight knew that this lord had managed to see his aura, but then looked away as if he was frightened. The old man took the young lord for a petty servant who waited on the prince. Vincent thought that the brown-skinned guy who had arrived with them was definitely strong, so the governor decided to find out who this man was in comparison to Vincent. The guy had no idea about him yet, so he decided to draw conclusions if he fought him. Vincent was sure that this guy was a narrow-minded and brave knight of Valvas. Therefore, it seemed to him that Aisley had no reason to serve this weak lord, Ellen. The governor left this knight to Vincent and assured him that if he failed to finish him off, their reinforcements would deal with him. Torio believed that the son of the Sea Dragon King, the Dark King, would take care of the cat and the snake. The old man asked if his assistant had met with the Dark King as agreed. Vincent assured him that no one could stand against this beast and did not believe that humans could resist Toleo. The governor was convinced that things would go as planned since his assistant said such things. Vincent was the smartest and most ferocious of all the people Torio Segundo knew. If everything went well that evening, their plan could develop quite well, and the process could move faster. The governor said that the time would soon come when he would give Vincent what he wanted. The young man felt he did not deserve such an honor from his master, but he was grateful to him. The old man understood that he would not be involved in the pogrom that was about to happen any minute. Despite the fact that the old man had planned it all, he wanted to make it look as if he himself had been the victim. He considered those present at the ball to be carefree fools who did not know what awaited them. After a while, the sound of broken windows was heard, and everyone immediately became alarmed. Pirates appeared, following the orders of Governor Toleo and Pak, intending to destroy everyone. Those present panicked and began to flee from the pirates, but not everyone managed to escape their terrible fate. Toleo ordered the destruction of these worms and the seizure of all their valuables, and he also wished the pirates to enjoy the girls. The pirates were only too happy to oblige and began to destroy the people who were there. The governor, noticing the chaos caused by the pirates, decided that Toleo had gone too far with his task. Vincent, on the contrary, considered it a magnificent job because the pirates did everything so that the governor would not have any suspicion. Based on this, the guy decided to start his work too, and Torio hurried to find a safe place so as not to get hurt. It was difficult for the girl to run away in high heels, and they understood that if they fell, it would be the end for them. Unexpectedly, the pirate commander appeared in their path and had no intention of letting them escape. Toleo's monstrous aura affected the girls, who could no longer move. The pirate began to choose who he would destroy first. The girls were terrified, and it became harder for them to breathe. Ingrid couldn't understand what had happened to them, because she couldn't breathe normally. The pirate chose Luna. The girl found this situation familiar, like when she stumbled upon the orc in the forest. Toleo chose Luna and was about to strike the girl a blow that would send her to the other world. Suddenly, Ellen appeared and managed to save the girl in time. The girls rejoiced at their savior, believing that the young lord would be able to protect them. Ellen asked if Luna was hurt, and the girl made it clear that she was fine, feeling a little embarrassed by this. The pirate took them for fools who had swallowed his bait and were starting to get cocky. After that, an arrogant prince appeared and called Toleo a huge, clumsy pig. Yan made it clear to the pirate that he would not be fighting alone, as he also intended to fight. Isley and Carta also rushed to them, eager to engage in battle with a strong opponent. The pirate realized that he had fallen into a trap, and the guys were happy that they had managed to turn the situation to their advantage. Despite this, Toleo still considered them fools who believed in their own insignificant powers. The pirate declared that no matter how many mice they gathered, they still wouldn't be able to do anything against a cat. Toleo thought that 4 against 1 was a little unfair, but he was confident of victory. Therefore, he decided to deal with the incompetence first, considering Ellen to be a complete weakling. Noticing the monstrous aura of his opponent, the lord prepared to repel his attack. The young lord managed to dodge the attack in time, and the blow fell on the floor, which immediately collapsed, causing everyone to fall down. Watching the events from a safe place, the governor was upset that they had broken his staircase. None of them were hurt. Carta did not understand what was wrong with this pirate. His actions forced them all to return to the first floor. Pak noticed Carta, whom he had met in the central square of the city. The orcs were tired of fighting humans, so they were happy to fight their own kind. Carta recognized Pak. They were ready for such a battle because that was all they wanted. The orc declared that the castle would devour the enemy while drinking excellent beer from the restaurant. Toleo was with John, and the rest were on the other side of the staircase. The pirate was happy because now he could fully enjoy the destruction of the prince and the young lord. Jan was the first person Toleo intended to destroy, but the prince himself thought otherwise. The guy assured him that such power was not suitable for a pig like Toleo because he knew that the advantage was on his side. The prince thought that his opponent's strength would have little effect on the outcome of their battle. Aileen began to worry about Jan, but Ingrid assured her that her brother would be able to handle it. The princess believed that her brother was extraordinary, as he was considered the best in the capital when it came to technique. Her sister had never seen Jan lose in any of the battles he had fought. The pirate engaged in battle with the prince, who began to skillfully parry all of his blows. The girls noticed a surprising series of attacks on the prince. It seemed as if the pirate had no answer. Jan felt nothing when their swords touched. The situation was different from what the girls thought. The pirate simply managed to parry the prince's attacks, thereby draining his strength. The girls, realizing the truth of this battle, began to worry about Jan, who was barely able to resist. Toleo believed that the prince was not worthy of the nickname Capital Tyrant because his actions proved the opposite. Ellen finally joined the battle because Jan could no longer cope with the pirate on his own. The lord's precise blow managed to injure the pirate, and the boys decided that they needed to fight together. Toleo was surprised by the cut on his cheek. He couldn't remember the last time someone had managed to draw his blood. Therefore, the pirate decided to change his choice and set out to deal with Ellen first. The pirate's lunch was getting more and more interest. He took out his shield because the fight was starting to look much more serious. Toleo asked them to try their best, because if they lost, he would take care of those girls. Meanwhile, Aisley managed to deal with the orcs and rushed to help the lord and the prince. Suddenly, an obstacle appeared behind him, which was not going to let him get to the pirate. Noticing the enemy in time, he rushed to deliver a crushing blow, but his opponent dodged. Aisley immediately realized that it was Vincent who had greeted them at the entrance, and he managed to knock the weapon out of his hand. The Knights of Valvas never forgot the auras of the warriors they fought. Vincent had a reason to get even with Aisley, so he suggested that he be more serious. The Lord and the Prince continued to fight bravely against the pirate who had unleashed his aura. Jan intended to try to create an opening so that Ellen could try to finish off the enemy at that moment. It was unexpected for Ellen to hear this from the prince, who always wanted to show off. The young man did not want to admit it, but even though he was one of the masters of the capital, after crossing swords with him, he understood something. Jan realized that of the two of them, only Ellen could defeat this monster. The prince admitted that the young lord was stronger than him, and Ellen continued to be surprised by his word. The lord assured him that he would not allow the prince to die here so easily. Jan was delighted with his statement. Taking these words into account, they began to attack the pirate, who was now on the defensive. Carta continued to defeat the orcs on his own. They did not expect him to be so strong. Things were getting worse. Carta was dealing with these pirates on the first floor, while the strange masked guy was interfering with Aisley on the stairs. The pirates were the reason they couldn't get to the second floor and help the others. Meanwhile, Aisley almost managed to get his opponent, but the latter managed to avoid the blow in time by jumping over his opponent. Vincent assured that he would not let his enemy reach the second floor, no matter how hard he tried. Despite being outnumbered, Toleo still managed to hold off his two opponents. While the pirate was distracted, Ellen Yang tried to strike, but he managed to notice it in time. Using his shield, he blocked the blow, but the prince continued to press on him, and Ellen was not far behind. Toleo assured himself that it would be very easy to deal with these two, as he considered them insignificant. Another series of blows rained down on the pirate, who easily managed to dodge them. The prince could not understand how this opponent managed to move so quickly away from their attacks. Ellen managed to inform Jan in time that the enemy had run behind him to strike. With a deft movement, the Dark King managed to break the prince's sword, and was sure that this would be the end of it. The pirate did not expect the unarmed Jan to grab his arm and prevent him from properly parrying Ellen's blow. The prince made it clear to the lord that now was the best moment to attack. Despite this, the pirate deliberately dropped his sword and tried to strike the prince. With skillful movements, he threw off the guy who was restraining his action. Jan flew straight into Ellen, who wanted to attack the enemy. Toleo immediately approached them to strike. The attack caught the young men off guard and knocked them to the ground. It became clear to them that it would not be easy to defeat the pirate. Jan was distracted by Alina, who had been seriously injured during the battle, and therefore did not have time to react to his opponent's blow. The girls watching what was happening began to worry greatly for their brother. Toleo declared that people were nothing more than food to him, and after that, he believed in his victory. Aisley, fighting on the stairs, noticed that the prince and lord were getting worse. Thanks to this inattention, Vincent managed to strike the knight Valvas. After scattering the men to the sides, the pirate decided that he had finally managed to deal with them. Seriously injured by the blow, the men were unable to quickly recover and continue the fight. Toledo intended to deal with the girls by that time and began to choose which one to eat first. The girls were horrified by what they saw, unable to believe that the lord and prince had been defeated. Suddenly, Ellen managed to get to his feet, and even the pirate was surprised that a man could stand up after such a blow. The young lord's right arm looked like a piece of steak, so the Dark King was sure that this guy would not put up much resistance. Ellen acknowledged that this opponent had impeccable strength and technique, and did not break away from the blows. The lord concluded that if that was all he was capable of, then he was weaker than him. Toledo suggested that this man had already fought someone like him. The pirate decided that this guy had lost his mind after his powerful blow. The opponent couldn't understand the lord's breakdown, even if he explained everything to him. Toledo was strong, but he was no match for the one who destroyed half of the Demon Destroyer's fleet. The most cunning and cruel creature was the Troll King, but when Raven defeated him, he received his eternal body. Therefore, despite his injuries, he was able to recover quickly and was ready to continue the fight. The pirate noticed that the guy's right arm should have been broken, but Ellen was able to move it. Ingrid decided to ask Aileen if something had really happened in the past, but she assured her that Ellen had never been in such trouble. Linda suggested that they had simply misheard his words and therefore should not pay attention to it. Luna thought that he had no pride or self-respect back then, but now everything was completely different. The pirate advised the lord not to try to look cool, because he would remain half dead anyway. The enemy flew into a rage and intended to deliver a monstrous blow, believing it would be the last for this man. It turned out that Ellen could move very quickly, so he withstood the blow and was ready to make a counterattack. Despite his quick movements, the pirate still managed to defend himself with his shield, which he used to parry the blows. With these actions, the Dark King intended to confuse his opponent by shielding himself from him. Ellen couldn't see his opponent's sword behind the shield to predict his blows. Looking at the floor, he noticed the shadow of the weapon and realized in time where it was going to strike. After a series of unsuccessful attacks, the pirate's lunge was blocked again. Ellen had figured out his technique. The young lord repeated once again that he had fought and destroyed enemies of a similar level. The coordination of the sword and shield suggested to the young man that this pirate was using the Rahuan technique. Rahuan was a city built on the surface of the ocean by ancient dwarves, but a couple of decades ago, it was captured by orcs, and now it had become the largest kingdom of the orcs. By combining the sabers of the archipelago and the shields of the dwarves, they created a unique fencing technique. The strange throw used earlier was also used by Aisley during their first meeting with the Lord. Ellen realized that his opponent was also familiar with southern techniques, which meant that he was either a monster or a renowned warrior of the South. The young lord suspected that his opponent might be the bastard son of a nobleman. Toledo resembled an orc and a human. He noticed that his opponent had fully recovered, and was even able to react to the Rahuan technique. This skill defeated everyone who knew the basics of imperial techniques in a second. The pirate decided that this man had already fought someone using these techniques, but it seemed to him that he could not have such experience. Suddenly, he remembered Ellen's words about having already destroyed people like him. The Dark King considered himself the best in strength and technique, but he couldn't understand what was wrong with this man. The prince whom the pirate had recently knocked down could not get up, but this one had already fully recovered, and if their friends could get up to them, the situation would become dangerous. For the sake of his father's ambitions, the king of the sea dragons, Toledo had to deal with this Pendragon as quickly as possible. The pirate acknowledged that his opponent was good at dodging despite his quick attacks. He compared such actions to those of a rat, because only a rat could dodge a cat like that. Toledo hated fighting endlessly, so he was going to end it as quickly as possible. His opponent assured him that even worms had a sense of camaraderie. Ellen did not understand what he was getting at. Suddenly, the pirate began to run away, and the lord immediately ran after him, realizing that his target was the prince. The Dark King managed to grab Jan and decided to destroy this guy since Ellen continued to dodge. Unexpectedly, the prince came to his senses and heard what the pirate intended to do to him. Grabbing a broken bottle, the young man struck Toledo right in the eye, who did not expect this at all. The enemy was seriously injured and began to scream in piercing pain. The prince did not know how to escape. It seemed to him that he could still counterattack effectively. The pirate intended to finish off the prince, but he was prevented from doing so by a powerful blow from the young lord. The enemy did not manage to destroy the prince because he did not expect Ellen to appear. Jan was surprised that in such a situation, the lord was able to react in time at such speed. This attack destroyed the lord's sword, and he had to attack the pirate with his bare hand. Ellen grabbed his opponent in a chokehold from his blind spot, making it difficult for the pirate to resist. Such a hold did not work against Toleo, because he was not an ordinary person. The Lord managed to grab his opponent's finger and immediately dislocate it with a deft movement. The guy continued to hold his opponent, who began to scream in pain. Meanwhile, the battle between Aisley and Vincent was coming to an end as the latter's sword began to crumble. The enemy's sword broke, and he miraculously managed to dodge Isley's attack. The Knight of Valvaz knew that such thin swords were specially made for silent mercenaries, but not for prolonged combat. Vincent almost showed his opponent the tattoo on his shoulder, but managed to cover it in time, and then Toleon's cry rang out. The young man realized that it was the cry of the Dark King, but it seemed impossible to him. The governor's assistant did not believe that a man could have wounded this fearsome monster. Meanwhile, Carta continued to destroy the orcs, who were no match for him. His actions proved that these pirates were incapable of anything, since he had defeated them single-handedly. Carta proved that the orcs from the Ancona forest were the strongest, and he was going to rush to the aid of his comrades. Vincent made sure that the orcs from the archipelago were completely defeated, and he had no choice but to flee. Without hesitation, he put his thoughts into action and hurried to leave the party. Isley did not pursue Vincent and hurried to help the Lord and the Prince. After the Lord broke his opponent's finger, he could no longer hold his sword. Ellen assured him that the situation had changed to the pirate's disadvantage, as he was ready to fight. Toleo understood that if he continued the fight, he would not be able to defeat them because all the orcs of the archipelago had been defeated and Vincent had fled. The pirate advised the young man not to tempt fate, because a broken finger was not enough for such a worm to defeat him, and Pendragon's comrades appeared. Ellen was glad that his friends were alive, but Toleo decided that now he would not be able to cope with all of them. The enemy threw his shield at them to buy some time for his escape. After that, he immediately headed for the window from which he was going to jump down. Before leaving, the Dark King promised Ellen that he would get his revenge someday and believed that he would break his neck then. Jumping down, he whistled, and immediately a griffin appeared beneath him and began to carry him away. His comrades could do nothing about it, and therefore did not pursue him further. Ellen managed to injure the pirate's arm and eye, so he believed that the pirate would not be able to attack for some time. Isley reported to the Lord that he had also been attacked by Knight Vincent, who had met them at the estate. Based on what he heard, the prince realized that this had all been planned in advance by the governor. The young lord assured him that such accusations would be insufficient to prove Torrio Segundo's guilt. Ellen decided to ask his subordinate if the knight was strong. Isley thought about his answer. Knight Valvas assured him that this opponent was equal to him in strength, and therefore considered him to be no ordinary soldier. Isley also noticed a tattoo resembling a tower on his shoulder, which was useful information for the Lord. Helen, who was at the hotel, noticed a large number of griffins approaching, armed with orcs. Meanwhile, Toleo, who was running away, heard a familiar voice ordering him to stop immediately. The governor appeared, intending to find out from the pirate what it all meant. Torrio began to accuse Toleo of violating their agreement and failing to get rid of the prince and the lord. The old man was clear that instead, they had simply destroyed his estate without eliminating their targets. The Dark King assured him that the lord was unharmed, but the prince had suffered many wounds. Therefore, he was going to ask a healer from the south to finish off the prince. The governor wanted to kidnap the Duchess, so the pirate sent orcs on griffins to her. Toleo assured him that this strange healer was an expert in brainwashing and destroying people. The pirate made it clear that if this healer had been here, they would not have had any problems, but he sent him to the villa, so they failed this task because of the governor's insatiable greed. The old man tried to pacify the Dark King, who had previously boasted of his abilities, but he was unable to do anything. The pirate refused to listen to such insults, so he struck the governor. A slight touch created an open wound on the old man, and the mercenary realized that he had to hit him so that he would not be suspected of organizing this incident. The pirate struck the old man several more times so that he would not dare to contradict him. Toleo decided to take the governor's belongings as a reward for his action. Meanwhile, the griffins of the Dragon Queen entered the battle against the attacking Rack to protect the Duchess, and the orcs also joined the fight. The enemies did not understand why they were being pushed back, since they had the advantage in numbers. Killian also joined the battle, as he had been tasked with protecting Lady Helen. The opposing side managed to put up a good fight against the archipelago's orcs. The commander of the knights explained to his allies that he had used his reinforcement skill in this battle. Kraol used his magic to strengthen the allied warriors, so that they could easily win. After the incident with the centaurs, he had a reason to learn this enhancement skill. Some people watched what was happening with the help of a magic sphere, and saw that the most famous orcs of the archipelago were repelled by Pendragon's insignificant army. Sir Galata made it clear that this was possible due to the use of an enhancement spell. The man suggested that they were not the only ones who could do such things, because their opponents used a different level of magic. The men sensed an ominous aura emanating from this sorcerer, and believed that this was his true power. This power was capable of destroying hundreds of knights and mercenaries, but Galata considered it mere bait. While the others were dealing with the pirates at the governor's estate, they wanted to kidnap the young lord's mother. The sorcerer and his assistants followed the orders of the Dark King. Using a magic spell, Galota intended to find out where the Duchess was. The Duchess and her maids hid in one of the rooms. Tata was afraid of this situation because she did not want to die. Helen asked them all to calm down because their soldiers were fighting outside and would not let the enemies in. The woman wanted to believe this, but she understood that anything could be expected from the enemy. Suddenly, the thick metal doors that protected them caught fire. A sorcerer and his pack entered the Duchess's room to kidnap her. The beggar asked the woman how she was doing and ordered his subordinates to tie her up immediately. The sorcerer made it clear that if she resisted, he would turn everyone around her to ash. Kazal and Tata did not want to turn to ashes. They were very frightened by what was happening. The Duchess understood that she had no choice and assumed that these criminals were following the Duke's orders. Galota asked her to stop talking so much because it did not concern him. Suddenly, with the help of magic, he managed to tie Helen up and cover her mouth so that she could not call the knights for help. The maids noticed that their mistress had been tied up, but did not dare to help her. The sorcerer gave the order to seize the woman, and his henchmen took her and carried her away to their master. The men were delighted that they had managed to kidnap the Duchess so easily without suffering any losses in their ranks. Suddenly, the Dragon Queen appeared in their path, determined not to let them escape with Helen. With a single movement, she destroyed all of the sorcerer's men, who were horrified by what had happened. Helen began to hope that Soldrake would be able to help them, because she had no one else to count on. The Dragon Queen incinerated the criminals so thoroughly that not even blood remained. Galata noticed a blade made of aura in her hand. Before this incident, Galota had destroyed thousands of knights, nobles, and dignitaries. But now he found himself in a completely different situation. For the first time in his life, the sorcerer was truly frightened by what was happening. The sorcerer was convinced that this girl was definitely not human, because in addition to her magic, she had wings on her back. The Dragon Queen was able to create aura blades with her bare hand. Galota knew that only the dragon race was capable of such a feat. The sorcerer was unable to defeat Sul, who decapitated him with a single movement. Meanwhile, Ellen and the others were returning from the governor's estate. Aisley acted as the coachman and drove their carriage. Ingrid used the Pendragon shield to heal her brother's minor wounds sustained in battle. Yang was convinced that the shield's healing abilities worked wonders. The prince wanted to find out what the hell was going on with Ellen's body, which had managed to fully recover from a serious blow in a matter of seconds. Yan saw with his own eyes how the monster's shield flew into the young lord, but he was still able to get up and continue fighting. Ellen blamed it all on the power of the White Dragon, because he couldn't tell everyone the real situation, but everyone believed it except Luna. Meanwhile, the defense managed to repel the attack of the enemies, and the griffins flew away from this place. Killen was delighted that they had completely defeated the enemy army through their joint efforts. The Latuan orcs were completely defeated, but none of the defenders were harmed thanks to Kratul's strengthening magic. The knights and orcs, realizing their victory, began to call themselves the Invincible Army of Pendragon. Kratul made a great contribution to this victory, so he was noticeably tired from the energy he had expended on his strengthening magic. Helen expressed her gratitude to the Dragon Queen for not allowing her to be stolen. Ray asked Sol to protect her, so she simply complied with his request. The woman did not understand the Dragon Queen, but assured her that she was not obliged to protect all Pendragon. The Duchess believed that Soldrake should only defend those with whom she had a contract. Saul noticed the confusion on the woman's face and understood that she missed her husband very much. Earlier, when Gordon was alive, she had seen a white dragon in this form. It was then that the Queen of Dragons first appeared, before the eyes of the then young Helen. The Duchess looked at this beautiful creature, which was stronger than any human, but when she saw how they looked at each other, she felt envy. Helen was jealous of her husband, who looked so intently at the Queen of Dragons, but she could do nothing about it. Now, when Sol looked at Ellen, there was pain in her eyes. It seemed to the Duchess that the Dragon Queen was remembering something as she looked at her son. Now, the woman began to understand this feeling, and asked for forgiveness for her misunderstanding. Helen also asked Soldrake to protect her son now and always, because no one else could do it anymore. The woman understood that her son, Ellen, might be a completely different person. As a mother, she didn't care that he might become someone else. She still wanted protection for him. Despite these assumptions, Helen loved her son deeply and wanted only the best for him. The Dragon Queen was surprised, as she had never had such a conversation with the Pendragons before. Seoul also did not fully understand this woman, but even if Ray was Ravenwalt, she still saw Alex in him. This feeling constantly haunted the Dragon Queen, and she couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, of those with whom she had made a pact, Alex liked her the most, as did Ellen. Suddenly, the young lord returned to them, very worried about his mother, who had almost been kidnapped. Seeing that she was fine, he calmed down. Eileen was also worried about her mother. Helen was fine, thanks to Soldrake, and she decided to find out how their ball had gone. The boy decided to lie and assured her that everything had gone well and nothing strange had happened. His mother thanked her son for returning safe and sound. The woman hugged her only son, whom she cherished, and was glad that everything had turned out well. Eileen decided to ask her mother what had happened to her while they were away, and Raven remembered his real mother at that moment. After that, they all went to their rooms, wishing each other good night. Ellen also said goodbye to his wife, Lindis. Luna wanted to talk to him about her feelings. The guy advised her to go to bed too, but the girl made it clear that she intended to talk to him. Luna was going to discuss something important with him right now, and the young lord did not resist. Meanwhile, the orcs stood near the lifeless bodies of their comrades who had died in the battle. Carta asked the others if they envied their comrades. At that moment, Ellen and Luna were passing by them. The orc's goal was to die in battle, and the two knew this, so instead of sadness, he felt joy for them. The girl did not entirely share this attitude towards their fallen allies, but she did not dare to say anything to Kartu. The orcs had been granted the greatest honor, so the others decided to send them to the god of the earth, not in the usual way, but with style. Kratul agreed, so he used his magic, and plant stems began to emerge from the ground, covering the lifeless bodies of the orcs. Thanks to the magic, many beautiful flowers formed, which began to immerse the bodies into oblivion. In this way, the orcs said goodbye to their brothers who had died in this battle. Luna found this action quite sweet. Despite the orcs' satisfaction, the girl considered this event sad. Only those who fought alongside the dead could see this ceremony. These funerals were the best they could have been. It turned out that the orcs did not show funerals to other races, which meant that they considered the Pendragons their family, since they had seen such a thing. Luna was happy because she witnessed such a rare orc custom, but she still felt sorry for the dead. Ellen intended to move on to the conversation for which she had called him, so they went to a quieter place. Luna believed that if she hadn't asked to break off the engagement in the past, she would now be his wife. The girl thought that if the guy had not been against it, they could have had a wedding. Now, seeing how much the young lord had changed, Luna regretted her decision. However, the breakup of the engagement was the family's decision, so she decided that nothing could be changed and gave up. When Ellen traveled to the mausoleum, she continued to look at him during the trip. All this time, he continued to save her, and she couldn't just ignore her feminine feelings for him. Luna felt that her feelings for him would never go away, and even now, thinking about it, she couldn't stop loving him. Ellen asked for forgiveness and said that these feelings were not mutual because he was indifferent to her. The girl was upset by these words, but she was powerless to change anything. Luna felt that she had treated him harshly in the past, and now that he had achieved success, she began to feel sorry for getting close to him again. The young lady assured him that she had never had such thoughts, and therefore felt ashamed of her past. The guy made it clear that the reason was completely different, and that he did not hold a grudge against her for the past. Ellen did not hate her or consider her pathetic, but there was no such thing as real feelings in his life. The young man compared himself to a pawn on a chessboard that moved as it was told, and therefore had no room for such feelings. Ellen could say the same thing to anyone who started to get close to him. Luna now understood his true feeling. The young lord felt sorry for her because of this, but he decided to end their conversation there, wishing her a good rest. The girl was left alone in tears, suffering from unrequited love, which Ellen was incapable of. Ellen knew that Ingrid was eavesdropping on them, and asked her to go to her chambers to rest as well. However, the young man understood that this did not mean he should leave things as they were, because he had warm feelings for his mother as a son. Therefore, he was obliged to go to his hometown of Raven to shed light on this mysterious situation. The young man was going to visit Sasuke in the near future, because the uncertainty was giving him no peace. Some time passed, and rumors began to circulate that the Latvian orcs had caused a commotion and broken into the governor's ball, leaving only crumbs for most of those present. It became known that even the governor himself had suffered in this incident. His friend again asked him to keep quiet, because he could be punished for spreading these rumors. It was surprising that these ferocious Latvian orcs had clashed with the Pendragons, who had been suddenly invited to the ball. The Pendragon knights scattered the orcs. Vincent, who worked at this bar, continued to listen to what those around him were saying. The guy couldn't forget that the Ancona orc had single-handedly defeated all the Latvian orcs. One of those who fought him was the knight Valvas, and he couldn't get that out of his head. Tolio Arangus, the Dark King, an invincible monster in the south, also fled from the hands of the young lord. Even Vincent could not have resisted the Dark King, and yet it still seemed strange to him. He continued to count his coins when someone approached him. His name was Ron. The man reported to his boss about an incredible business opportunity that had only just become available to them. The man who had the whole city buzzing, Ellen Pendragon, came to their establishment. Vincent was shocked by this, but he had no choice but to meet with Ellen. The Lord believed that such equipment could destroy small and medium-sized businesses, and he thought that this guy was making a lot of money. Vincent did not want to talk to him about it, but the Lord noted that Governor Seguda had done a good job with the economy of Lues. Ellen believed that the governor had been helped by fantastic subordinates, who had also contributed to the economy. Vincent offered his guest a drink, but unexpectedly dropped the wine glass, and the Lord tried to catch it. Suddenly, the guy tried to strike while Ellen was distracted by the glass, but he managed to dodge in time. A fight broke out between them. Vincent continued to strike multiple blows while Ellen defended himself. Ellen expected this kind of behavior from this man, but he knew that he had cowardly run away from Aisley. Vincent did not understand why the Lord pretended to be afraid of his aura. Since the Lord had managed to defeat the Dark King, he had definitely proven his strength to everyone else. But the guy advised him not to think that it would be easy to destroy him. Vincent still had a few things to do in this world, so he was not going to die at his hands so easily. With the help of the power of this trading chamber, Vincent could reduce the economic gap with the Empire and improve the economy. Therefore, the young lord intended to make a deal with this man for the common good. Ellen had not come to kill him, and he was surprised to learn of his true intentions. It turned out that the young lord wanted to buy the master of the Sumark Tower, so that he would fight under his command. Ellen did not immediately notice that, although Vincent was an unremarkable name, the guy was shocked that his secret life had been revealed. Remembering Aisley's words that Vincent had a tattoo of the tower on his shoulder, Ellen immediately understood everything. The Sumarak Tower was not widely known, but the Lord knew 2 facts about it. All the members of the team had tattoos of the tower. Their talents were outstanding in completely different fields, and they called their leader the Master. For the sake of the whole world, they preached the path of justice. Rave had heard stories about them in the Demon Hunter Corps. Ellen believed that Vincent was the one who was going to strengthen Lues's position and seize control of all the coastal cities of the Empire. Thanks to the power of the chamber, he wanted to unite small and medium-sized businesses and, through joint efforts, put pressure on large merchants and nobles to reduce their incomes. Vincent wanted to prevent them from becoming too powerful, and was surprised that the Lord had learned of his plan. The young man had never told anyone his real plans, and therefore did not understand how this man had found out. Ellen understood that this was how he wanted to eradicate economic disparities in the Empire, but it was too much for one person to handle. The gray glimmer of sunset, Ron Vincent intended to radically change the economy, but did not know that he could not do it alone. This man's name was known in Raven's past life. He was also one of the heroes of that time. Ellen understood that Vincent, with such knowledge, had no reason to simply work for Count Sagan. The young man assured him that the old man was very noble, that he wanted to work with him regardless of social status, and that he skillfully used Vincent to build the economy of Lues. Thanks to this, the population in the area became richer. But because of the profits, the governor wanted to destroy Ellen and Jan. The young lord suspected that Prince Sion was also involved in this deal, but Vincent did not understand what was going on. The foolish nobles, like the royal family, craved power and influence and did not care who won and who died. Vincent didn't care either, because his goal in this world was the health and safety of the people. Besides, all the nobles were similar to Count Segunda and wanted only money and power. Ellen asked if he belonged to this group of nobles, but Vincent still did not understand. The young lord asked the boy to come to the Pendragon territory sometime to visit them. After seeing the territory, he would be able to make a more informed decision. Ellen advised him to cut the Pendragon's income if he thought it would help the common people. If the Lord accepted Vincent as an ally, he wanted to learn all of Count Sagan's schemes. Ellen admitted that this was one of the advantages of his deal, but the essence of it was completely different. In that case, Vincent decided to try working with this young lord after all. As he left, Ellen asked him for a few gold coins and assured him that he would await his visit. The Lord left him a similar amount for beer, as he wanted to appear generous to his future ally. Evening came, and the young ruler returned to his hotel, where the prince was waiting for him. By that time, Jan's wounds had healed thanks to the magical healing shield. The hellish adventure had been terrible, and he believed that Ingrid would be traumatized for life. Despite what had happened, Jan was not ready for Ellen to take his sister away. The Lord was not opposed to his ally's final decision, so he entrusted him to deal with it himself. Jan assumed that now they would go to Sissek. They needed to continue the investigation, so they decided to take Isley and Saul with them. The prince thought that the three of them would not be able to cope because they did not know what the enemy was planning. Ellen understood that Jan himself had seen his and Isley's power at Governor Sagan's estate, and Sul was stronger than all of them put together. Yang was not surprised by this because he understood that Sul was a dragon monster who had taken on human form. The boy decided that monster was not a word that could be used to describe her, and he wanted to find out who Sul really was. The prince also wanted to know who the pirate leader was who had held his own against the two of them. Ellen guessed that Toleo was half orc and well versed in southern fighting techniques. It turned out that behind Count Segunda there was a bigger enemy. Ellen was encouraged by the fact that the prince was his ally, who did not inspire much confidence. The Lord understood that if it weren't for the prince's help in that battle against the pirate, he might have died. The guys talked about it for a while longer and decided to go to their rooms to rest. The prince decided that they would leave tomorrow morning, which seemed like a wise decision to him. Yanu still needed to find Goofly in the Imperial Palace to talk to him. Goofly, in Raven's past life, had become emperor in the future, and Ellen did not want that to happen in this world. The Lord advised the prince not to rush into action, as they had enemies everywhere. John asked Ellen to be more careful as well. The next day, the girl saw off the Imperial family, who left together with Luna. Vincent also left the port city at sunset so that fewer people would see him depart. Torio only came to his senses in the evening. He didn't know what to do because his plan had failed. The governor knew that Yan had gone to the Imperial Palace that morning, and he had also failed to get the Duchess Helen. His trusted assistant Vincent had also disappeared, and in this situation, the old man did not know what to do. Despite this, Torio intended to make every effort to ensure that Goofly became emperor. If he had come here to investigate the assassination attempt on Prince Zion, the old man understood that these people might go to Sissek to find evidence. The governor realized that in that case, their entire future would be completely turned upside down. Meanwhile, in the lands near Sissek, monsters attacked people passing by. The guys couldn't get away from these demons. They didn't understand where they had come from. The companions already regretted coming to this cursed island full of monsters. Suddenly, accurate shots pierced the monsters' bodies, and they fell lifeless to the ground. The wandering guys noticed a trio who had managed to save them with their actions. Another monster appeared, and the partner hurried to draw his sword to eliminate the demon. Noticing how this guy destroyed the monster, the guys took this group for mercenaries and realized that if they accompanied them, they would be able to reach the settlement unharmed. The guys decided to find out if the three were going to take their money. The warrior who saved them assured them that he had no need for it, as he was just testing his blade. The men expressed their gratitude for being saved and decided to find out who they were. The guy introduced himself as Raven. The Lord changed his appearance so that no one would recognize him and asked Saul and Ellen to follow him. His companions did not care about the strangers they had met on the way to the island. After some time, they arrived in Sissek and settled in Elma's bar, where many mercenaries stayed. The waitress informed them that their bar provided a full range of services for single men. Raven put a few gold coins on the table and ordered 2 beers, steamed pork, and fried chicken with herbs. The guy also asked for the famous rice of these parts, and the girl took his order. Isley was surprised when he tried the local dish, as he thought that such rice was only available in the south. Sissek was surrounded by mountains, so its crops were not grown here. But due to heavy rains, the rice grew very well. His partner was convinced that Raven knew quite a lot about these places. Sul continued to enjoy the meat. As they continued to eat, they found themselves in a place filled with all kinds of conversation. Some mercenaries had overindulged in alcohol and began to harass the waiters, while others started fighting among themselves. These barren mountains welcomed mercenaries and demons, and were called the Cursed Lands of Sisuka. 10 years ago, Count Brescia, the local lord, had given them this name. The Count paid a lot of money to buy the rights to this territory, so the imperial troops that had been here before returned to the country. Because Brescia spent half his fortune on the land, he was unable to organize the defense of his soldiers. As a result, pirates and demons flooded the area and became incredibly dangerous. Because of this, the Lord could only rely on the local residents, and with the funds he had left, he hired mercenaries. The Valte family trained soldiers to ensure the safety of the local residents. Then a terrible event occurred, in which the Valte family was declared traitors to the Empire. Suddenly, one of the men who was fighting in the bar rushed at the table of his companions who were peacefully eating on the sideline. The man assured that the amateur who had just thrown him was playing with fire, because he was not going to tolerate it. The girl said that he was the one playing with fire by getting involved where he shouldn't. The stranger made it clear that if he wanted to touch her body, he would have to pay first. The mercenary was enraged by these words, so he grabbed a knife and was about to teach her a lesson, but Isley intervened and took revenge on the man for his rice. The man immediately apologized to the visitors, deciding that his employee had been too rude to them. So he set a new table for the victims at his own expense and asked them not to hold a grudge against him. The man introduced himself as Jonathan Burson and allowed them to call him simply Jody. Jody also introduced his partners, Gus and Skeela, the girl who had caused the commotion. After that, he tried to find out the names of the three. Raven asked if he really wanted to get to know them. The man thought they needed to know each other's names and assumed they were mercenary. Raven introduced himself. Jody doubted that this was his real name, but decided that it would do for a mercenary. The guy also introduced Soldrake and Ellen Aisley, adding that Saul was his wife. It was rare to see a family of mercenaries, so Jody was in no hurry to trust them. The mercenary assumed that the trio had come to these lands in search of monsters, because thanks to Count Brescia's stupidity, the lands were filled with them. None of the residents or the government knew what to do about it, so there was a very high demand for highly skilled mercenaries. If the mercenaries were strong enough, they could earn a good amount of money by destroying monsters. Skeela asked Isley if he was free, as he was her type, and she wanted to enter into a romantic relationship with him. Suddenly, the girl suggested that they all go after the monsters together, because that way they could get a couple of nice bonuses. Gus noticed that his partner was becoming more and more promiscuous every day, so he advised her to calm down. Jody asked Raven not to pay attention to his partners, because they always acted like. Upon hearing that the Lord was hiring people, Raven decided to take advantage of this opportunity. The guy assumed that the lord of this region was Rav Tylan, whom he knew from his past life. Suddenly, Jody was surprised to hear the name Rav Tylan, and Raven decided he had said too much. It turned out that these mercenaries were also planning to meet with him because he was offering good pay. In that case, Raven decided to hire himself out to this lord as well, and his companions had no objection. The team intended to go to Tylan's estate together with Jody's group of mercenaries. The guy considered them excellent companions and asked if anyone had any objections. Skill was delighted with this, as it gave her an excellent opportunity to get closer to the guy she liked, and she could fight and do a bunch of other things. Raven decided that they were meant to meet and pointed out that Jody himself had spoken about the importance of connection. After that, they went to their rooms, and Aisley intended to find out what Pendragon was up to. The guy didn't understand why they needed these three mercenaries. Ellen made it clear that these people were important for obtaining information because they had traveled throughout the Empire. The young lord believed that if they went with these mercenaries, it would be much easier for them to disguise themselves. Soldray stood out from the others, so they had to use every method available. The more they stood out, the more difficult it would be for them to move around, so they were forced to make this decision. The Dragon Queen decided to ask Ellen who the man named Rav Tylan really was. Saul believed that he was the one who had framed Raven in his past life and destroyed the Valte family. It became clear to the young man that she had managed to see his memories from the past. As a young man in his previous life, Raven wanted to become a knight in the Brescia family. This was all possible thanks to his excellent sword skills. Once the Lord recommended him, he wanted to send a letter to a guest staying in the country. Raven informed his father and brother that Lord Tylan had recommended them for knighthood and that he needed to deliver a letter. Tylan was the Count's most trusted subordinate, so his recommendation was worth a lot. The next day changed everything. The Valte family was declared traitors, and they were going to be taken into custody. The young man considered this a mistake, as they had simply been framed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The letter was addressed to Prince Sion, and he secretly went to Sissa. When the prince opened the letter, he was poisoned by the poison mixed into the ink, and the letter simply burned up. Presumably, some kind of magic had been left on the letter, but Raven did not know about it. The Valte family became the main suspects, and were therefore subjected to painful torture. Then Rav Tylan approached Raven and informed him that his father, Grey Vault, had confessed to everything. The man was paid 5 gold bars so that his son would replace the letter with a device of destruction. To allow his eldest son to inherit the family, he forced his worthless younger son to do this. Although Grey Valte was respected as a proud knight and an excellent friend, he still went through with it. Raven did not believe his words, so he ordered him not to joke like that, because it seemed to him that his father could not do such a thing. Rav Tylan made it clear that he would believe the words of the best vassal of the Count of Brescia, but not those of the second son of a lowly family. Only now did the boy realize that the Lord was using his family in vain to shift all the blame onto them. All this had been arranged so that Raven would be freed from here and sent to the Demon Slayer Corps. If he could survive 10 years in this hell, his family's transgressions would be forgiven. Rav Tylan's heart was warmed by the fact that they had sentenced a brat who had simply been following orders. The Lord advised the boy to thank his father for a confession he did not actually make. Raven swore to destroy the Lord for what he had done to his family, but Rav Tylan just laughed at him. The boy swore to live through these 10 years, to tear his enemy to pieces. Grey Valte lied and managed to save only the life of his younger son, because Rav Tylan had switched the letters. The Valte family was branded as traitors, and everyone except Raven was publicly executed. This time, Ellen disguised himself to get close to Tylan and take revenge for the past. The boy was going to find the right moment and capture the Lord to make him confess all his sins. Raven also wanted to take revenge on the others who were involved in this affair. He swore to find them all. The Lord gave in to his rage and was unable to control his aura, which spilled out. Meanwhile, Gasu didn't like his new partners, so Skill suggested that he go alone. Soul seemed to him to be like the one who didn't want to listen to them and couldn't keep quiet, so he doubted that she was a mercenary. Jody assured him that according to these people, the girl was the strongest of them all, but Gus refused to believe it. The man himself understood that there were a couple of inconsistencies in this situation. Raven's menacing aura convinced Jody that they were not just travelers who had strayed into these parts. The team leader asked them not to worry about it, because his intuition had never failed him. The next morning came, and they were ready to set off for Lord Rav Tylan. The companions decided to find out how long it would take to get there. Jody assured them that if they started from Elma, they would arrive in half a day. As they approached the exit, they noticed that it was too noisy at the gate. It turned out that a young lady from the Brescia family, the most beautiful woman in Sisuka, had arrived. Sophia Brescia declared that she was not only the most beautiful woman in Sisuka, but in the entire empire. She believed that someday she would win the prince's heart, leave this place, and become queen. There were rumors about the Count's daughter that she was trash, but Gus believed it to be true. Skill considered herself more beautiful than Sophia. Jody made it clear that it would be better for them to pass by this carriage, so he advised them to hurry. Raven's expression showed that he intended to destroy the carriage, and the man hurried to calm him down. The Brescia family was one of those who betrayed the Valtans, and did not help them. Noticing Ray's monstrous aura, Soul tried to calm him down so that he would not cause trouble. The Dragon Queen managed to calm him down, and he himself realized that they simply did not have time for such things now. Suddenly, Sophia's voice was heard, ordering these people to stop. The girl thought that this mercenary was staring at her, so she ordered him to kneel before her. Gus realized that they had slowed down considerably because of this trio, and Sophia had noticed them. The captain of the knights asked the lady not to behave so recklessly, but the girl was furious that he dared to treat her that way. Sophia ordered the knights to immediately capture these mercenaries so that they would kneel before her. The knights could do nothing about it, so they began to surround Raven, who was in no hurry to run away. With deft movements, he managed to fight off the guards, shocking those around him. Isley got into a fight with the others and managed to deal with them all by himself. The guy made it clear that if they intended to touch his master, they would have to get past him first. Sophia didn't understand what he was talking about, because she was the Count's daughter and believed that everyone should bow down to her. Isley didn't care about her status, and the girl burst into tears when she heard such ignorant words directed at her. Ellen asked Elkin to stop, but he entered into battle with the captain of the Count of Brescia's knights. The captain immediately realized that he was facing the knight Valvas, so he asked for his forgiveness. Sophia heard about such a knight for the first time and did not understand who this man was. The captain explained that these knights were from the island of Chaos Valvas, located in the far south. These people were incredibly strong and capable of destroying anyone who disturbed their lord. The Knights of Valvas did not care who was in front of them. Whether noble or commoner, they could destroy anyone. Sophia needed to learn more about the world, and she was advised not to overestimate the abilities of her blood. The captain of the knights asked the young man with such incredible abilities to tell him his name. Isley had no desire to tell him his name, which angered Sophia even more. The young lady assured him that she had informed her father, and he would take appropriate measures. Raven remembered the Brescia family and the commander of the knights, Fillmore, from his childhood. As a young man, he wanted to be as incredible as Sir Fillmore, but it was a surprise to him that he was able to stop Aisley's attack. After what they had seen, everyone immediately began to praise Aisley, considering him an amazing knight. Valva's skill asked to be taught the throw that he used on the knights. Gus did not share his partner's attitude towards this man, so he continued to watch them cautiously. The man knew that the Knights of Valvas could not follow someone who was weaker than them. Through logical reasoning, he realized that Raven was much stronger than Isley, even though he did not appear to be. Gus admitted that Jody's intuition had not failed them, and he was glad that his partner understood this. After some time, they managed to reach the estate of Ravatilan. The Lord welcomed the mercenaries and learned that they were going to work for him. Jody assured him that they had extensive combat experience and would therefore be perfect for clearing out monsters. Skill assured him that as long as they were paid to destroy enemies, they would work for the Lord. But Gus had no intention of becoming Ravatilan's lapdog. The Lord liked these bold words and decided that they really did have the necessary skills. The Lord said the same thing about the second trio that came with Jody. The Lord asked them to undergo a test in which they had to destroy monsters. Monsters had been rampaging for a long time on the outskirts of his territory in the village of Manza. It turned out that Manza was Raven's home village, where he had lived in his previous life. The Valte family had ruled this village for many years and grew rice in the mountain fields there. It took several days before the mercenaries managed to reach the village and destroy the first monsters. The Lord's servants, who followed the mercenaries as witnesses, were shocked by the skills of these people. Isley managed to destroy a huge boar, and the men were shocked by what they saw. After he finished off the boar, a huge bear appeared, which met the same fate. Raven also joined the battle and managed to cut off the bear's head with one blow, horrifying the Lord's servants. Saul easily dealt with the monsters with his knife and cut large pieces of meat from them. Skill was happy, because the faces of the soldiers who had arrived with them suggested that the Lord would hire them all. The servants were so amazed by their strength that they were speechless. Raven's team did almost all the work on their own. Gus was also sure that they would definitely be hired after this. Jody was glad that they had joined them. The man noticed Raven's sour face as he thought about the difficult situation for the local residents. The farmers in these parts were very poor, despite their hard work. Jody assured him that there were few farmers here. The man assured him that there were many peasants here without wealth or freedom who could be compared to slaves. This information caused horror on the young man's face. Jody assured him that almost everyone in Sisuk was like that. When Count Brez bought the territory, he lost almost all his fortune and raised taxes to get it back. This did not help, so serfdom was introduced in these parts, and the inhabitants became slaves. The government took everything from the residents except food. All these people were slaves who knew nothing but work. The nobility was blinded by wealth and therefore showed no mercy to the common people. Skill advised her partner to speak more quietly, because if the soldiers heard them, they would be in big trouble. Isley realized that this place was rotten to the core, and he wanted to change the situation of the common people. Raven understood that things used to be different in these parts, and he couldn't stand it either. When Raven's father was in power, he himself fought against the monsters that attacked their land. The locals lived in prosperity and peace when the House of Volte was in charge. Now everything had changed suddenly. It started to rain, and the girl suggested that everyone take shelter. Raven stayed outside. Jody didn't understand what he was thinking because he could catch a cold. The guy asked to be left alone so he could digest everything he had learned that day. Raven came to his ruined house and saw the Volt family banner on the ground. Sol realized that this was the Valte estate where he had grown up, and the guy was surprised that she had come to him. The young man asked to be left alone, but the Dragon Queen was worried about him, so she went to him. Soldry noticed that Raven had been acting strangely since their arrival with Sisuk. Raven was bound to the Dragon Queen by his soul, so she could feel all his emotions. The boy did not answer her. He noticed 3 graves located near the estate. Sol correctly guessed that these were the graves of his relatives, who had not been able to escape. Raven said that his father's name was Gray, his brother's name was Reed, and his mother's name was Shino, and that they had all been executed. The Valte family had been defiled by traitors, so the graves were definitely not placed there by Tylan or Brescia. He did not know who had placed them there. Suddenly, a man approached them, and Raven took him for a simple local resident. Unexpectedly, the young man realized that he was standing before the butler of the Valte family. Sir Ramelda had always treated all his masters with kindness and served them faithfully. The man assumed that these people had come to mock the graves of the traitors from the Valte family. Rameld had served them for a long time, and even now knew that the master who had arranged this had not changed. The young man had heard that the head of the Grey Valte family was a proud warrior who defended people. Therefore, he did not believe that they were traitors, and considered that such a thing could not be. Rameld appreciated his word. Raven suggested that it was the butler who had made their graves. Rameld wanted to arrange a proper funeral. The man considered this family to be wonderful people, and knew that they had been falsely defiled. Gray constantly said that there was no difference between a lord and his people, because the only difference was in their roles. Reed's son followed in his father's footsteps and was a brave warrior. Rameld saw how he risked his life many times to protect people from wild animals. Shino shared her food with people during times of famine, and even helped sow the field. The butler thought they were wonderful, but he knew that something in this family had changed. When their son Reed went to the Brescia estate and delivered a letter to Raven, he became curious to learn more about it. Until then, the guy had thought that Raven Volti was the one who delivered the letter. It turned out that the butler did not know who Raven was, which surprised the young man greatly. The young man explained that Raven was the second son of the Valte family and was upset that Ramel did not remember him. The man assured him that this family did not have a second son, which was why there were 3 graves here. The butler did not understand why this young man thought that this family had someone else. The young man immediately realized that in this world, he, like Raven Valte, simply did not exist. Based on this, he realized that his goals and the revival of the Valte family were impossible. Recalling his past experiences, he began to doubt that his actions had not been in vain. The battles and his goals became illusions for his mind, which he had been following all this time. After all this, he became completely confused because he could not understand who he really was. Hellish pain pierced his body, which made it even more difficult to understand what was happening. Sol rushed to help her friend, but she didn't know how to help him. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground and began to scream frantically. Those around him did not understand what had happened to him. It turned out that Aisley had also been watching them from around the corner and didn't understand what was happening either. Raven couldn't understand why he had ended up in this strange situation. The Dragon Queen tried to calm him down, but it was difficult to do because she herself was not privy to the situation. Meanwhile, Sophia's crew continued to move in the given direction. The girl could not forgive the mercenaries for disgracing her. She intended to gouge out her enemies' eyes and make them crawl on the ground like dogs, and then she wanted to enslave them for the rest of their lives. Fillmore asked the lady not to speak so loudly as she might attract the local monsters. Sophia was the Count's daughter, so she knew she could speak in any tone she wanted, and she had no intention of forgiving the mercenaries for their insolence. The Count did everything his daughter asked, and they continued on their way, unaware that they were being followed. Tovan Baltai discovered these high-ranking people whom he intended to use. Upon arriving at the estate, they did not notice that they had brought a trail of demons with them. The captain of the knights began to fight the monsters that were trying to break in. The servants were delighted that the captain of the knights had managed to destroy them all, for he was one of the best in Sisek. The man did not understand what had happened, because after he had slain the demon, it continued to move. The monster's head continued to move and growl, and a magical mark on its head became visible. The servants were honored that the knight captain and the young lady had come to this estate. After Fillmore dealt with the demons outside, he decided to report this to Lady Sophia. Suddenly, in her room, he discovered Baltai, who had used the demons to sneak into the young lady's chambers. Tovan ordered the girl to be quiet, threatening to cut off her head if she didn't. The room was littered with the lifeless bodies of knights who had been unable to defeat him. 3 of the best guards died without a sound, and Lady Sophia was taken captive. Fillmore decided to find out who this man was and what he wanted from them. It seemed to him that he had come to them to make money. Baltai was doing all this for a greater plan and had no intention of telling him anything. The enemy made it clear that the Count's henchmen did not need to know about this. The captain of the knights was ready to do anything to get Sophia released. In that case, Tovan could use Fillmore and Sophia Brescia to catch someone. The captain of the knights didn't care what happened to him, but ordered that Lady Sophia be left alone. Baltai noticed that this man was very talkative, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Tovan ordered Fillmore to gouge out his own eyes so that he would spare Lady Sophia. The enemy broke the girl's nose and made it clear that if the knight did not listen to him, she would suffer much more. Fillmore was not prepared to see the young lady suffer such pain, so he did as he was asked. The captain of the knights, without hesitation, gouged out his own eyes and asked if that was enough for Baltai. Tavan laughed at the man's loyalty and admired the will of a true knight. The scoundrel made it clear that Fillmore was a complete fool for acting so rashly, since he had killed the young lady anyway. Fillmore saw nothing, but felt Sophia's head fall right into his hand. Realizing the essence of the situation, the knight grabbed his sword and began to attack his opponent. Baltai easily defeated this man, for he had no eyes. Tovan believed that such a fool would never serve such a senseless lady, so now he was going to repair their bodies for himself. Using a magic spell, he restored their bodies, which now obeyed only him. Baltai was pleased that he had managed to get his hands on new puppets so quickly. Now, these two obeyed him completely, their true consciousness having left these mortal bodies. Jody did not understand what had happened to Raven, as he had not left his room for a very long time. Meanwhile, a servant reported to Lord Rav Tylan that the 6 mercenaries were unmatched, but a small problem had arisen. The Dragon Queen had been worried about the boy all this time and asked him to eat something. During this time, the boy did not even touch his breakfast. He was thinking about his existence. Raven Valte did not exist in this world, and the House of Valte would never regain its former glory. Therefore, the young man did not understand who he was supposed to be in this world. He did not understand why he was living here. Soul Drake also did not know the answers to this question, so she just looked at him silently. After some time, Count Brescia waited for the return of his daughter, whose gaze had become cold. The knights assured their lord that this was not the case. In that case, the father decided to give his daughter another precious stone so expensive that it would pass for royal mithril. To do this, the count had to raise taxes, and he decided to enslave anyone who refused to pay. Rabbi Tylan, the most important vassal of their family, also had to agree to this. Suddenly, a knight ran up to them and announced that Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore had arrived. The father noticed that his daughter and the captain of the knights had changed since their last meeting. The count was shocked by what he saw, but did not understand what exactly had happened to these two. The two were completely different from their former selves. Fillmore reported the problems to his lord. The captain of the knights made it clear that these were very important matters, so he asked to discuss them in private. After dismissing all the guards, the count decided to find out what had happened. Fillmore tried to find the right words. The man reported that one of the lords of El Marav, Tylan, was planning a rebellion against them. From Fillmore's words, the count learned that Lord Tylan had tried to capture Lady Sophia, and that they had been attacked in the mountains. The lord had also hired mercenaries, so the captain of the knights believed that they needed to strike first, otherwise they might run into problems. Brescia understood that Talon was a vassal with whom he had a good relationship. However, Fillmore was the fiercest warrior in Sisek and his most loyal subject. Therefore, the count doubted that his words could be a lie, and the captain of the knights brought evidence to his lord. The knight showed his lord the heads of the knights who had been killed by the assassin Rava Tylan. Despite the fact that Fillmore was able to save her highness, she still fell into their captivity. Sophia begged her father to believe this nonsense because they were under Balte's command, which the count did not know. Taking advantage of her father's feelings, they pressured the count to go to war against Lord Rava Tylan. Seeing his daughter's tears, the man could not do otherwise, so he decided to obey them. Therefore, in order to protect his daughter, the count immediately gathered an army and was ready to launch an attack. The Talon family, who had defiled the honor of the young Lady Sophia, became Brescia's enemies. The count gave the order to all his troops to go into battle, and he found himself completely under the control of his daughter, who was a puppet of Baltai. Sophia continued to play the loving daughter, whose father had started a war to protect her. Baltai was delighted, because thanks to this, the evidence of his mistake would be destroyed. Rav Tylan did not yet suspect that a dangerous situation was looming over him in the form of Tovan Baltai. Meanwhile, the mercenaries stumbled upon a strange creature in the local forests that managed to capture Skill. The girl could not escape from the monster's captivity on her own, so she asked her companions for help. The men rushed to her aid, but did not expect this demon to have so many limbs. 3 mercenaries were captured by this monster, so they all started asking the others for help. Elkin immediately rushed to their aid and managed to defeat the monster's tongues in just 3 moves. The guy didn't stop there and managed to destroy the demon that they couldn't handle. After this incident, they returned to the village and recalled the event with smiles on their faces, as they had expected nothing less from the knight Valvas. Skill wanted to see him in Valvas sometime, but Aisley did not think he had done anything supernatural. Elkin immediately remembered his terrible past, which he had miraculously survived. The place where he lived was also constantly attacked by monsters. The other mercenaries did not understand why he was so suddenly upset, but they did not disturb him. Gus was surprised that they had encountered such a monster in this place. Jody assured him that if they had made one wrong move, they would have died immediately. The man believed that they could become officers in some family, and in that case, their lives would become easier. The mercenary assured them that the most talked about family at the moment was the Pendragon family. Skill knew that the hero of lies had destroyed all the orc pirates who had attacked Governor Segan's estate. These mercenaries had heard that they fought well, and the girl had heard that the Duke was incredibly handsome. Isley tried to react calmly to this, so as not to give himself away. Jody asked Elkin what he thought about it, but the guy didn't rush to answer, because one wrong word could reveal who they really were. Gus had no intention of becoming anyone's lapdog, and he thought Sisek was a terrible place. The nobles only used the local residents to enrich themselves, so he wanted to leave this place. That's why he was thinking of becoming a thief again, because he didn't want to serve such masters. Previously, the Valte family ruled these lands, and they were not so cruel to their people. Jody had heard that they had challenged Rav Tylan and the Breshans over serfdom. It was said that their lord personally led soldiers to fight monsters and defended the people. Gray was considered a truly proud warrior. Skill pointed out that, according to Tylan, the Vault family was considered a bunch of traitors. The man did not know why this particular family had been branded traitors, but he knew that their reputation had fallen as a result. The people of the village of Monza still considered the Valte family to be wise and generous. Suddenly, a messenger ran up to them, intending to convey this news to all the residents. The guy advised them to immediately gather at the Ravatailena estate because the foolish Breshans had gone to war against them. Aisley hurried to report this to his comrades, who had been unaware of the situation all this time. Knight Valvas informed Pendragon that it was time to set off. Ellen assumed that this was Rava's order. The Lord's soldiers had just delivered the news, and if nothing was done, Rav Tylan would perish at the hands of the Count of Brescia, in which case their investigation into the assassination attempt on Prince Zion would be useless. Isley believed that this was precisely why they needed to intervene, but Ellen did not understand why they should do so. The boy was not Pendragon or Raven Velta, and he still could not understand why he had come to this world. Therefore, he did not understand the reason why he should fight in this battle. Aisley was shocked by his master's condition. The young man no longer had any reason to fight in this world. Suddenly, the Knight Valva struck a powerful blow to his master, who could not pull himself together. The man he had decided to serve was Ellen Pendragon, and he was trying to bring him to his senses. Isley doubted that the guy he worked for could be so pathetic. Unexpectedly, this scuffle bore fruit, and Pendragon gradually began to come to his senses. Ellen began to behave differently, or so it seemed to Isley when they arrived here. As soon as they arrived in Sissuk, Ellen's head was constantly filled with unnecessary thoughts. Ellen thought about it a lot. Ellen didn't understand what his friend was getting at. It turned out that this poor town of Sissuk also reminded Isley of his homeland. Valvas was a territory controlled by many countries, so there were endless wars there. Insatiable and stubborn lords were the reason for this, and many people and soldiers became victims, just like here. The more enemies Aisley destroyed, the more he forgot why he was fighting, so he decided to leave. The young man lost the meaning of his life as a knight of Valvas, so he left those territories. After meeting Pendragon and finding a new meaning for his life, Ellen continued to listen to him with surprise. As he said after their battle, Aisley remained the sword of the Lord, whom he was ready to serve until the end of his days. This did not mean that they were alike, because their roles in life were different. Ellen was the first to change Isley's relationship with the world and make him live a new life. Therefore, the Knight of Valvas once again swore to Ellen Pendranog to be his sword. Ellen assured him that everything was fine now, because the Valte and Raven families no longer existed. Isley understood that without his support, Pendragon would not be able to escape from this abyss of contemplation. Suddenly, he called Ellen Raven, and he began to come to his senses again. Ellen was convinced that something unknown had happened to the Lord on that rainy day. The boy had no idea what connected him to the Valte family, but he was the only one in this rotten place who defended his people. Isley had heard that they were proud warriors, and therefore believed that Ellen should come to his senses. Earlier, when the Lord decided to go against the centaurs alone, Ellen thought that Ellen was just like it. The Dragon Princess also wanted to lend a hand to bring the guy to his senses. Isley asked to be allowed to ride the griffin she had entrusted to him once again. The boy declared that he was Ellen Pendragon, who had the power to change this world, even the rotten Sissuk. Even if the Valte family was no more, their will still lived on in Raven, who remembered this. Memories of the past immediately flooded his mind, and he understood why he should continue to live and fight. Isley intended to find out how long the Lord would wait while his sword rotted. The Knight of Valvas could not forgive his lord for this, so he intended to strike him again. This time, Ellen blocked his attack. Sul and Isley were surprised by his reaction. This time, Aisley spoke differently than usual. He understood why all this had happened. His partner was delighted because he had managed to bring the young lord back to his normal state. Ellen's face was unusually dull that day. They held no grudges against each other. The young lord did not want to hear such things from Aisley, because he had returned to normal and was ready for new achievements. The Dragon Queen was surprised at how quickly he had recovered, and even started eating. Gus decided to simply leave and not go to the Lord, because he believed that Raven had done the same with his team. The mercenary thought there was no point in staying with Tyrant. Jody thought that by doing so, he would turn Lord Sissuk into his enemy. Suddenly, Raven appeared. making Jody's team nervous. The others were surprised to see him in dragon armor because they knew it cost a fortune. Raven and his companions were ready to head to Tylan's estate and asked for horses to be brought. Jody noticed that the aura around this man had changed and become more noble. Skill also noticed this change in the guy and immediately blushed when she saw him in his new armor. Gus had seen many different things when he was a bandit, but he had never seen equipment like this. The armor was of the highest quality, and so the others began to doubt that Raven was a mercenary. The others couldn't hide their surprise, as they were already prepared to flee from Lord Tylan. Jody suggested that Raven intended to form an alliance with Tylan, but he replied in the negative. Skill added that the Lord had gone to war with the ruler of Sisuk, and even if they went to them, they would get nothing. The mercenaries believed that nothing could save this rotten family, but Raven thought otherwise. The young man declared that from that moment on, Tylan's demise could cause far more problems. Raven was not going to beg them because he considered this his battle and had no intention of dragging the others into it. Before leaving, he advised them to take care of themselves because he would no longer be able to stay with them. Sol and Isley also saddled their horses and hurried after their leader, while the others were shocked by this. Gus asked Elknick if they were serious about their decision, and the young man replied that he was Raven's sword and was obliged to follow him. Without hesitation, his companions followed Raven, who was heading for Lord Tylan's estate. Skill couldn't handle it, so she jumped on a horse and followed them too. Gus thought their partner had simply gone mad, while Jody believed they owed them after the incident with the monster. Besides, Jody felt that if they parted ways with them now, they would definitely regret it. Gus had no choice but to follow his companions, even though he thought their actions were foolish. After a while, they managed to get closer to the epicenter of the battle. The forest in that area was burning, and the locals were rushing to leave the village because of the fire. Ellen noticed that there were already many victims of Duke Brescia's actions in this place, and Isley decided to find out what his leader thought about all this. Pendragon believed that this was not like Brescia, who had so suddenly declared war, and the soldiers of Tylan were also surprised by this. There was a possibility that someone else was behind all this, someone who wanted to destroy Tylan. The young man assumed that this person was one of those behind the assassination attempt on Prince Zion. Isley prepared his swords for battle, but the Lord ordered him not to kill anyone. Ellen believed that there was no point in getting rid of soldiers who recklessly followed the ruler's orders. The companions managed to reach the Lord's estate, which was completely engulfed in flames. Knight Valvas thought they were too late, but Brescia's troops were still attacking. Besides, Tylan, whom Raven knew, was not the kind of man who would sacrifice himself out of pride. Therefore, it seemed to them that this lord might still be alive. Ellen suggested that they split up to find him. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice calling Elkin. Turning around, they saw Gus, Skill, and Jody. The companions realized that in this case, their chances of success had increased slightly due to their numbers. The Knight Valvas quickly won the trust of the other mercenaries, who followed him. With their support secured, they joined the battle that was taking place at the Tylan estate. Noticing the advance of his troops, Count Brescia began to rejoice, for he was doing this to protect his daughter. The man believed that the end had come for the fool who dared to joke with his daughter. The father did not know that his daughter was under the spell of control magic and was manipulating his decision. Tylan's mercenaries were still alive, and putting up a good fight against the enemy's soldiers. Suddenly, Raven joined the battle, but he had no time for this trifle. He needed to find Tylan. Isley took care of the enemies who stood in his master's way. None of the knights could offer him any real resistance. Suddenly, Fillmore appeared, who did not understand why this guy was not destroying the knights, but simply striking them unconscious. The commander of the knights, under the influence of Baltai, believed that this knight of Valvas was too gentle. Isley recognized this man, who had managed to resist him when Lady Sophia ordered them to kneel. Suddenly, he realized that this was a completely different person, because his aura was different from the one he had when they first met. Sol also wasted no time and used her magic to destroy all the monsters. Jody's team also joined the battle against the demons, who continued to move even after being destroyed. Skill did not understand where such monsters came from in this estate, monsters that continued to attack even without heads. The leader ordered them to forget about the monsters because they needed to find Tylan. Raven also noticed something strange about these monsters. A magical seal allowed them to live without heads. The sudden attack from Brescia seemed very suspicious to the young lord. Raven became increasingly convinced that someone much more powerful than the Count was behind all this. Baltai's voice was heard, convinced that this guy was too smart to be a simple mercenary. Raven was unharmed after the zombie attacks and continued his search. The young man immediately remembered the man who had killed him in his previous life, never allowing him to go free. All of this was definitely part of someone's plan. and he couldn't forget what Baltae had done to him. Now Tovan decided to personally take care of this man, who had managed to deal with his demon. Tovan Baltae was determined to do this for the sake of their grand plan. Seeing his sworn enemy before him, Raven could not contain his anger because he wanted revenge. Meanwhile, the battle between Aisley and Fillmore was in full swing, with the captain of the Knights trying to push back the enemy. The Knight of Valvas managed to block all his attacks and launched a successful counterattack. The man managed to get up and immediately launched a counterattack, which Aisley managed to dodge. Fillmore did not expect this and was forced to face his opponent's counterattacks. While his opponent was distracted by the previous blow, Elkin hurried to move behind him. Once behind him, he managed to deliver a powerful blow and wound his enemy, but he did not suspect that such injuries would have no effect on Fillmore. Despite the fact that the guy managed to strike the captain of the Knights on the head, his body continued to fight and wounded Elkin. The man simply put his head back in place, and it immediately healed as if there had been no wounds at all. Valvas's wounds could not heal so quickly, so he realized that he was not facing a human being. Fillmore expected this guy to be able to defeat him, but he knew that, being eternal, he had nothing to fear from Valvas's Knights. The guy was once again convinced that he was not dealing with a human being, but he did not understand what kind of creature it was. The captain of the Knights had transcended humanity for the sake of their grand plan and for the sake of the Great Lord. Fillmore had received this eternal body to destroy enemies. Elkin decided to find out what plan he was talking about. Insignificant creatures such as humans did not need detailed explanation. The captain of the Knights noticed the guy's strange reaction and didn't understand what to expect from him. Aisley was convinced that he was not a human being, but simply a controlled puppet, and they entered into battle again. Raven also fought against Baltae, who was confident of his superiority over. Tovan assumed that they had met this guy before, since he knew his name. Raven had no reason to answer this question, so he concentrated on the battle. The guy believed that today, this creature in the form of Baltae would die by his hand. Being overly confident, he missed his opponent, who was convinced of the insignificance of human strength. His opponent managed to catch the right moment to attack and immediately struck the man. Raven managed to stop his battle axe with one hand, and a monstrous aura immediately poured out of him. With a deft movement, he managed to throw off his opponent, who was shocked by his monstrous strength. Baltae felt the dragon's aura and began to guess who this man really was. Based on what he saw, Tavanu became interested in hunting the guy down. The blood of the monster from the Demon Fighter Corps boiled within him, and he wanted to defeat him quickly. The guy headed towards his opponent, but the latter whistled, and a large number of demons appeared, surrounding him. Raven had to distract himself with the monsters, but with a powerful blow, he managed to deal with them. Baltae, convinced of this man's strength, decided to make a run for it before it was too late. But the guy wasn't going to let him get away so easily. The young lord was completely overcome with rage and swore that Tovan would never escape from there. Surrounded by demons, Baltae still doubted that he could defeat this man, but he understood that if he continued to be angry, he would completely lose control. The other mercenaries had only just managed to reach this place. Skill decided that it was Raven who would manage to deal with the rest of the monsters. Gus pointed out that the guy had destroyed them and was no longer chasing them. The mercenaries wanted to find Tylan. Jody believed that in this case, they would be able to find Tylan quickly and take advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly, they saw that the Knights of Brescia had found Rava Tylan before them and accused him of treason. Following the orders of the Great Count, they intended to destroy him. The Lord thought these knights were acting recklessly and thought this stupid count had lost his mind. He was shocked that the knights seriously believed the words of this whistleblower. The reason for the attack was reported to the soldiers by Sir Fillmore, the most honest commander of the Knights of Sisuka. The knights were confident that their commander would never make the wrong decision. Suddenly, Jody appeared on their path and managed to protect Lord Tylan in time. The mercenary made it clear to his master that he was in a bad position, so he should run away. The mercenaries began to fight the knights who had surrounded Lord Tylan. The knights did not expect this, as they thought they had killed all the mercenaries. Through their combined efforts, the mercenaries managed to defeat the knights and thus save Tylan. The Lord was still alive despite everything that had happened, and Gus considered himself incredibly lucky. To the knight, who presented himself as a powerful figure, Rav Tylan did not seem so strong. The Lord said that they were late, and if they hadn't arrived on time, he would have been finished. He decided to find out where the other 3 mercenaries were. Suddenly, Gus grabbed him by the neck and ordered him to shut up, because they had not come here of their own free will, and made it clear that if he continued to talk, he would lose his head. Skill promised to pursue his relatives to their graves, extorting money from them if he did not shut up. Jody said that they had no time for such pranks, because more knights were heading their way. The mercenaries, noticing the large number of enemies, decided that they needed to flee again. Meanwhile, Raven was fighting the demons that Baltai had sent after him. The enemy grew bored because this guy kept fighting monsters. The young man realized that he didn't have time to mess around with monsters, so he began to get rid of them with powerful blows. Using his dragon aura, he managed to destroy most of the attacking demons. His incredible power did not stop despite his deep wounds, which was fitting for the owner of a dragon's aura. Therefore, Baltai was convinced that this was not a battle, but a hunt, because now it was difficult to call this guy a human being. Tovan was pleased that he continued to be angry and vent his rage, because soon his strength would be depleted. The enemy enjoyed hunting the dragon and began firing shots from his crossbow. Isley continued to fight the captain of the knights, and his strength began to leave his wounded body. The guy understood that if this continued, he would not be able to resist this creature for long. Ellen tried his best, but he couldn't hold out for long with only one arm. Fillmore assured him that this was the end for him. Suddenly, an army of knights appeared and, noticing the captain's battle, decided to rush to his aid. The guy understood that if all these soldiers intervened on behalf of their commander, he would have no chance. Fillmore advised him to flee as a deserter. Otherwise, he would remain here defeated. Isley managed to block another blow from his opponent, but because his right arm was injured, he did not have enough strength. The Knight of Valvas managed to seize the right moment to throw his opponent. Fillmore failed, and his body flew onto the sharp beams of the broken staircase. The man groaned from the fierce pain that pierced his body, but being immortal, it was not a problem for him. The knights, noticing what was happening, were shocked, and, deciding that their captain was about to die, rushed to his aid. Isley was convinced that the knights truly respected their captain, because they did not yet know who he really was. Fillmore was sure that this man would not be able to deal with all these knights on his own. The captain made it clear that he could not be destroyed, because he was Baltai's puppet. Ellen understood that he could not do anything about his eternal life, so he figured out how to use it to his advantage. Raven continued to fight the demons. His body was pierced by several arrows, but he did not give up. Tovan was very pleased to see his opponent continue to rage. Since the guy was getting stronger because of his rage, the power filling the blade was blunting it, and as a result, he was wasting his strength. The blows he dealt with the dragon's aura were powerful, but completely inaccurate, and Baltai was confident that this army of zombies would be enough for this man. The demon army was supposed to wear Raven down, and then Tovan intended to cut his neck with one blow of his axe. The enemy asked the guy to try, even though his actions were hopeless. Everything was predetermined from the very beginning. Baltai assured him that even this battle was part of the plan. Stupidity and stubbornness could have killed the guy right then and there, but Raven had a different opinion. Tovan guaranteed the death of Ray of Talon, as well as the entire Sisuk, but the young lord was not going to allow that to happen. The enemy ran around the lord on a wolf and tried to persuade him to accept the inevitable outcome. Baltai was sure that he and his comrades would rule the empire, and the people would become their slaves. The young man immediately remembered the slaves who worked tirelessly in the rice fields to survive. Raven immediately realized that he was wasting his time fighting demons. The arrow fired by his opponent pierced its target, because the young man managed to gather his strength and turn the attack to his advantage. The true aura of the dragon appeared, changing color, and with its help, he was ready to destroy Baltaia. The demons who suffered from this aura could no longer rise to restrain the man. Raven dealt with the zombie army perfectly and was ready to take on Tovan himself. Baltai was furious that his army could no longer move, and his plan had failed because of this. Standing face to face, Baltai realized that his arrows would now do no harm to his opponent. Raven's aura became more controlled and no longer affected his blade. Using this power, the guy concentrated on the battle with Baltai, whom he wanted to finish off. Raven managed to realize in time that he was in the wrong position and needed to act very cautiously. As the heir to the will of the Valte family's destruction, he was ready to fulfill his duty. Therefore, he took complete control of himself in order to successfully complete the revenge he had begun for his family. Meanwhile, Jody, her team, and Lord Tylan were driven onto the roof of the estate by the Count's knight. The knights believed that they had nowhere else to run. Rav Tylan did not understand why they had come to this particular place. They had no other choice, and the roof was the only place where they could avoid the fire. Gus ordered the Lord to be quiet, threatening to cut off his head if he didn't. Jody believed that this was the only sure way for them to survive in this place. The knights had no intention of delaying the battle, so they rushed at their opponents at full speed. Suddenly, a crack began to form under their feet. The building collapsed and prevented the knights from reaching their opponents. Sol appeared, spread her wings, and rose above them, and no one could believe their eyes when they saw the girl flying above them. The Dragon Queen was going to save the mercenaries, following Raven's orders. Skill, like everyone else, saw Sol with wings for the first time, and she seemed beautiful to the Lord. Soldrake immediately headed for the mercenaries, while the knights tried to recover from what they had seen. Grabbing her companions and the Lord, she intended to carry them far away from this dangerous place. The mercenaries and the Lord were shocked by the power possessed by this flying girl. The knights were unable to continue their pursuit, but they also did not understand who this girl was. Rav Tylan was terrified because Sul was holding him with her fingers and could drop him at any moment. Meanwhile, another group of knights was shocked to see Aisley behead their commander right before their eyes. Fillmore's severed head continued to order the knights to destroy this guy. The soldiers, seeing this scene with their own eyes, began to doubt that their commander was human. The captain continued to praise them in the hope that they would help him get out of this mess. The order was given to kill this guy, but the knights, seeing what their commander had become, were in no hurry to carry out his instructions. Some of them couldn't believe what had happened to their captain, Fillmore, who had made them the best warriors. The knights agreed that this was not their captain, but a monster, a fake posing as Fillmore. Therefore, they refused to follow his orders and instead decided to simply kill him. The fight began because the captain said something to Count Brescia that implied that Tylan's name was also a false accusation. The warriors only now realized that they had all been deceived and set up. One of them had suspected something was wrong from the very beginning. The knights were furious at the monster who dared to impersonate their real captain, and they tried to find out where the real Fillmore was. They all agreed that they needed to take revenge on the demon for their true captain, Fillmore. The captain tried to convey to them that he was the real one and had managed to transcend the limits of humanity for the sake of their grand plan. The knights refused to listen to these delusional words and simply began to deal with the demon, while Aisley watched silently. Elkin took Fillmore for a puppet who had managed to transcend the limits of humanity. After that, he put away his sword and began to leave the burning mansion where the knights were finishing off their commander. Flying over the estate's courtyard, they noticed strange things happening in this place. The soldiers of Brescia lowered their swords and no longer rushed into mindless battle following the Count's orders. The remaining knights were informed that Captain Fillmore had been replaced, and in that case, they did not understand what they were fighting for. Baltai learned that Fillmore was no longer there, and realized that this captain was a useless puppet. Raven assumed that the enemy would no longer receive reinforcements, and therefore decided to end it. Tovan noticed that in this short time, the guy's wounds had completely healed, and he was ready to continue fighting. Baltai began to think that this guy had the same eternal body as a zombie. Suddenly, he realized that this power was the same as that of the Ogre King. Baltai decided to find out how this guy knew his name and who he was. The guy responded by introducing himself as Raven Valte and unleashed his entire aura to defeat his opponent. Tovan did not expect such power, so he tried to somehow shield himself from it. Unexpectedly, the guy's armor began to take on a completely different appearance, and the true form of Ellen Pendragon began to appear before him. The guy was also the master of the White Dragon, which he proved by unleashing his aura. The dragon's aura began to fill the burning room, making it impossible to escape. Baltai was surprised to see Ellen Pendragon, but he understood that the only way out would be to destroy this man. Tovan also understood that he needed to try to get out of this situation alive. With a powerful swing of his axe, he was sure that this would be the last thing his opponent would ever see. Ellen thought otherwise, so he dodged the blow and managed to launch a counterattack that struck down his opponent. Baltai's severed body collapsed to the ground, but he was still conscious. The young lord behaved with restraint, knowing that nerves would not lead to anything good in this situation. Baltai admitted that Ellen was amazing. Ellen was shocked to hear that his opponent was still alive. Tovan realized that this was just another puppet because his body was not there. The opponent tried to find out where the man got this eternal body and how he learned his name. The boy Pendragon, whom everyone laughed at and called a little coward, had turned into such a warrior. Not getting an answer, he made it clear that their plan would go ahead anyway, even if he got in their way. It became clear that Ellen would be a big problem for their ruler's plan. Baltai promised to find him again and finish him off by any means necessary. Tovan swore by the name of the Mad Dog, commander of the demon-slaying corps. After that, his body completely dissolved and turned into a lifeless mass. Ellen also believed that nothing had changed now. He understood that what had happened was only the beginning. So, to start with, he decided to deal with Tylan, who was with Saul at the time. The girls noticed how their client's face had changed noticeably. Baltai had just experienced death. One of the girls noticed blood appearing on the man's body. The wounds that the doll had received were transferred to him. Baltai was shocked that the wounds had managed to pass through the puppet and injure his real body. Tovan decided to report this to his master immediately, so he went to him. Meanwhile, everyone gathered with Raw of Tylan to shed light on the situation. Remembering his past, Raven realized that now everything was different, and instead of him, Tylan was kneeling. The Lord did not understand what nonsense this guy was talking about, because he was not aware of Raven's past. The past life did not leave the guy's thoughts, so he angrily pointed his sword directly at the Lord's neck. 3 years ago, Tylan sent a letter to Valte's house, and Valte was surprised that this mercenary knew about it. Raven suspected that the letter had been poisoned specifically to assassinate Prince Zion. Suddenly, he released his aura, which made the mercenaries worry about it. Jody knew that such an aura could only be seen in warriors who had fought thousands of battles. It was the first time the mercenary had seen such great power unleashed on a defenseless lord. Raven understood that Tylan's actions were planned to expose the Valte family as traitors. The young man ordered the Lord to respond to this assumption, and the Lord, with a frightened voice, barely managed to squeeze out a positive answer. The Valte family was opposed to Lord Tylan's policies and had become a real thorn in his side. He could not resist the aura, and therefore spoke the plain truth. Rav Tylan did not know that the poison in the letter would fall into the hands of the crown prince. Raven's aura was beyond ordinary understanding. The Lord was very frightened by what was happening and tried to control himself so as not to appear cowardly. Raven intended to find out who had ordered Tylan to do this, as he believed that Tylan would not have thought of it himself. The guy admitted that he had received this order from an orc, and this information surprised Raven. It was a hybrid of an eye and a human, a terrifying pirate boss, who gave Tylan a letter instructing him to poison the Count's guests. It turned out that the instigator was Toleo Aranis, whom they had recently fought. Rav Tylan had doubts about him, but couldn't resist, so he went along with this nasty deed. Earlier, the pirate commander promised the Lord that even if they caught him, they would not harm him. Then Rav Tylan noticed that this man was not just a pirate, but a hybrid of a human and an orc. The Lord said that this pirate's name was Toleo Aranis, but Raven already knew who he was without being told. Somehow, the Duchy of Aranis was involved in this affair. The invincible lord of the Southern Territories, who was also the king of sea dragons, Toleo. Raven immediately remembered his past connection with the pirate he had nearly destroyed. Rav Tylan did not know what these people would do to him after he told them everything. Jito dismissed the Lord's words as nonsense and asked Elkin to explain them to him. Isley approached Raven and almost called him Pendragon to put them in a more difficult position. The guy figured he'd managed to get close to the people who were planning this mess. Suddenly, Count Brescia ran up to them, not understanding what these people had done to his daughter Sophia. The girl, just like Fillmore, had died, and only now did they learn about it. The beautiful beauty of the Empire, his beloved daughter Sophia, had turned into a lifeless body. The Count did not understand and could not believe that his daughter could have turned into such a creature. Her father was sure that Tylan was to blame for all this, but Tylan did not understand what he was talking about. The Count ordered that the Lord's eyes be gouged out, and that he be forced to lie on the ground like a dog. None of those present were eager to carry out this order, as they understood perfectly well that the Count was not in his right mind. Raven informed the Count that someone was controlling his captain, Fillmore, like a puppet, so Sophia could also be under this spell. His father was shocked by this information and did not know how to respond. The knights were also unaware of this. The guy assured them that the two were acting too unnaturally, so his words sounded plausible. The Count started this senseless battle simply because he had been deceived. Raven advised the man to ask his knights about it if he thought they were lying to him. That is why the knights stopped the attack, because they learned the truth, but the Lord himself continued to disbelieve it. The Count took this as deception and, refusing to believe it, ordered his knights to seize these impostors. The soldiers showed by their behavior that they refused to carry out this order, but the Count continued to hysterically point at them. The man did not understand why they had stopped obeying him. He continued to shout at them to capture the mercenaries. Raven decided to shed light on the situation and explain what the Count's reckless actions had led to. Countless townspeople and soldiers had fallen victim to the Count's senseless slaughter. Despite learning the truth, he continued to believe the false information. The Count had no intention of listening to him and thought his words were complete lies. The man could not stand it and revealed his true nature, making it clear that he considered the townspeople and soldiers his property. Isley could not allow anyone to insult his master, so he pointed his sword at the Count. The young man ordered him to shut his mouth immediately, as he should not have spoken in such a situation. Raven had no intention of staying in this place any longer, so he asked Sul to show his true form. The Dragon Queen began to carry out the order, and her human form began to change. Those around her noticed that she was turning into a huge white dragon. Suddenly, there was a bright flash that blinded everyone around. They didn't understand what had happened. Some were knocked off their feet by the resulting gust of wind, and the huge Dragon Queen appeared before them. Only now did the mercenaries realize that Sul, who had been with them all this time, was a dragon. Rav Tylan was convinced that this was a white dragon capable of burning an entire country single-handedly. Count Brescia immediately assumed that the guy was Pendragon. Isley knelt before his master, who had taken his true form. The Count couldn't believe it, but reality proved him wrong. The Queen of Dragons completely submitted to Ellen, who stopped hiding his appearance. Lord of the White Dragon, Ellen Pendragon, made it clear that such atrocities would no longer occur on this land. Soldrake let out a powerful roar that knocked the Count to the ground. The man realized that his reign had come to an end. Recovering from his fall, he thought about fleeing the scene before he got any more of what was coming to him. Suddenly, peasants appeared, who wanted to repay the Count for the suffering he had brought upon them. Noticing them, he ordered them to retreat, threatening to leave them without food if they did not. The peasants were not going to tolerate such treatment and began to beat Count Brescia. The battle that the Count had started destroyed the peasants' houses, and they were no longer willing to tolerate his rule. The peasants were ready to kill the Count who had committed such atrocities on their land. The man began to beg for mercy and prayed for salvation, but none of his loyal knights came to his aid. Thus, the common people took justice into their own hands against the ruler who had long treated them like cattle. Isley was glad that the suffering of the people had finally come to an end, and Ellen agreed with him. Through their actions and interference in the Count's affairs, they were able to help Sissuk. After some time, the mercenaries could not believe that the Duke of the White Dragon, Pendragon, had been with them all this time. Jody thought this guy was an unusual person. Skill suggested that her companions work for this lord. Gus thought it was a stupid decision, because if she wanted to leave, she could do so at any time. He considered himself a mercenary who served no one. The guy thought that they would never meet this man again, so they shouldn't obey him. Unexpectedly, Ellen himself came to the bar with his companion, and they were surprised by his appearance. Jody thought they had gone to a noble reception, but when Ellen heard the flattery of the nobility, he lost his appetite. So, he came to drink with them, and he also had a request for them. After a while, the Lord's companions learned that he had managed to settle his issues with the mercenaries. Thanks to Aisley, he was able to continue fighting, and so the young Lord was very grateful to him for that. When Ellen woke up from his coma, he had no reason to live. He did not understand who he was. After Aisley's blow, he realized that he was the only one left, and this gave him a new incentive to continue fighting. Ellen Pendragon was pleased that he had such comrades on whom he could rely completely. As a ruler, he vowed to achieve everything he wanted, so he was not going to rest on his laurels. Isley assured him that the next time the Lord strayed from the path, he would simply beat him again. The boy also swore to serve him, for he was his sword. The boys were happy with each other. Suddenly, Sul flapped her wings and left them, flying off in an unknown direction. The Dragon Queen understood everything and prepared drinks for the guys in advance, and in order not to interfere, she simply flew away from them. The companions took advantage of this surprise and decided to drink to their latest victory. The next day, the residents learned that Lord Pendragon had been in Sissuk, and that thanks to him, they had gotten rid of the despicable Count Brescia. Those around him wanted to remember this great man for the rest of their lives. The girl was convinced that the people had long been waiting for a hero who would free them from the clutches of a foolish ruler. Skill was the only girl in Pendragon's cavalry, and she was happy about that. Jody thought his partner was overacting. Ellen advised him to ignore her. The young lord was constantly surrounded by silent people, and was slowly going mad because of it. Pendragon was grateful that they agreed to work for him, despite their principles. Jody had dreamed of just such a life, and was very grateful to the Lord for this offer. If Ellen hadn't helped them catch Rav Tylan, they wouldn't have been able to do it alone. The Lord recognized that they were all quite strong, and were a team that had been on the brink of death. The Knight of Valvas also liked the mercenaries, so the Lord saw no reason not to accept them. Jody did not think that Gus, who hated the nobility, would go with them, but he assured him that it was because of their rotten connection. The man could not refuse the Lord who had previously bowed his head before them and asked them to serve him. At that moment, Gus felt that Ellen was different from the worthless nobles he knew. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse such a tempting offer. Rameld noticed Ellen Pendragon riding down the main street of their settlement. The man felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. He seemed to resemble Grace. The butler of the Valte family froze in place, realizing that this lord resembled his master. Ellen intended to return to the Duchy of Pendragon as quickly as possible, as there was still much work to be done. Meanwhile, the Dark Ruler received Baltoy, who had recently suffered a defeat. After his son's defeat, Lord Tovin decided to come to him with such terrible news. Baltai was ready to be punished for this offense, because he had been unable to do anything. The ruler assured him that everything was fine, because he liked strong people. They would need such loyal warriors to fight against such powerful people. However, they had a plan, and Baltai was glad to hear this from his ruler. Despite his subordinate's failure, Duke Uranus was ready to continue pursuing his goal. Lord of the White Dragon, Ellen Pendragon, had been constantly angering him lately. Therefore, Uranus decided to make every effort to eliminate this man first. Sometime later, at the Pendragon Castle in Conrad, the girls received a message that Ellen was returning home. Ellen had completed his mission in Sisek and was therefore due to arrive home soon. Aileen and Lindis were delighted with this news. Meanwhile, Killian spent all his time training knights and recruiting new recruits. A joint training session took place in which 3 opponents faced off against the commander of the knights. With deft blows, he quickly disarmed his opponents while the orcs watched in amazement. The knights were convinced that Killian had become stronger, and the battle on the coast of Silvel had given him experience in fighting pirates. The others finally understood his true strength, gained over many years of battle. Killian began to boast, considering himself much stronger than the people of Isla. The knights were delighted with their captain, but the orcs did not appreciate such boasting, and a guest unexpectedly arrived. This guest turned out to be Vincent, who failed to recognize such an important person who was able to defeat 3 knights. Killian thanked him for the compliment, but decided that he had not seen him here before, so he considered him a guest. The guy came to them on Pendragon's recommendation. He introduced himself as Ron Vincent. This statement came as a surprise to the captain and the knights, because no one had received a recommendation from the Lord. Killian assumed that in that case, this guy must have heard from the Lord that he was conducting a test. Political and military affairs were of no importance in this place because they intended to lead the people to rebuild the country from scratch, and Vincent boasted that he had been chosen by the Lord. The guy took this as groundless accusations. The captain of the knights threw him a training sword. Killian ordered him to pick up the sword to test what the guy was capable of. The commander advised him to show his strength in this introductory test. Vincent had no choice but to accept the man's challenge and join their ranks. The guy assured them that he was ready to give his all, humbly obeying his orders. Meanwhile, Ellen arrived at Count Cyrod's territory with her team. The mercenaries realized that big cities were completely different from the rest. Skill was shocked by the jewelry sold here. She couldn't resist and bought some of these beautiful items. Gus examined the jewelry and assured his friend that half of it was fake, which made the girl furious. Jody noticed the Lord's gloomy face and decided to find out what was causing it. The mercenary knew that the Lord had seen such cities before, but for them, it was not an everyday occurrence. The man did not understand why they had come here. Skill continued to examine the shops. It turned out that they had come here to greet Count Sayrod. Upon arriving at the Count's chambers, Ellen greeted him. The man was surprised by such an unexpected visit. Count Sayrod had heard rumors about this lord, but he did not think that Ellen Pendragon had changed so much. Luna noticed that he had changed after Laius, because Ellen had changed even more. The Count had heard about his activities in Sisek, where he had managed to catch the man behind the attempt to destroy the first prince. Ellen assured him that this man was not the main criminal because someone else was manipulating him. The Lord was to leave for the capital soon to explain everything to the Emperor, and then all the circumstances could be clarified. Count Sayrod was concerned about the peace in the Empire, as he had heard that Count Brescia had also died. Ellen was under suspicion, but he believed that foolish rulers deserved such an end. The man thought that these actions could be perceived as opposition to the Empire. The young man assured him that Count Brescia was a tyrant and an oppressor, and that his own people had dealt with him. Ellen made it clear that if the Empire tried to punish those people, it would have to deal with him in a direct confrontation. After that, he intended to talk to Luna alone, and the girl did not object. The land of Count Sayrod was prosperous. The growth of these lands was much better than that of Pendragon's land. The young man apologized for what had happened in Lies, because after some time he realized that he had not heard her at all. Luna assured him that it was okay, but Ellen made it clear that he didn't understand what he was doing at the time. Previously considering himself Raven, he did not understand what his life really meant. After some time, he finally understood why he continued to live in this world. Memories and events from the past set him on the right path, which he had been about to stray from. The guy decided to live as Ellen Pendragon, casting aside all the past doubts that had haunted him. Therefore, he wanted the people on his land to live in abundance, and he was ready to lend a hand to achieve this. This determination, which he found in Sisek, became his answer to Luna's words. At that time, Ellen did not yet fully realize how important she was to him. He was also unaware of the true goals he was supposed to pursue. Now, however, he could say with confidence that he would live as Ellen Pendragon. As a lord, he had to ensure that the people on his land lived a dignified and prosperous life. Hearing his words, Luna was once again convinced that Ellen had changed significantly since their last meeting. The girl understood what he had told her before, and was not opposed to such changes. Luna realized that now was not the right time for him to waste time on women. Therefore, She offered to take on the role of a simple secretary because she could help him in this way. Luna could spend some time learning the ropes so that she could do the job as well as anyone else. And at the same time, she could support him in all his endeavors by always being on his side. Ellen's words struck her, and she also wanted to live her own independent life. Luna no longer wanted to be a girl who was expected to wait for her prince on a white horse, because she was going to achieve everything on her own. Therefore, the Lord did not need to look back on their past because it no longer mattered. Luna understood that this was not the most appropriate day for shared memories. After a while, Aileen was very happy to see her brother come home. Her brother hadn't seen his sister in a long time, so she had missed him. Their mother noticed that the atmosphere around her son had changed for the better again. After hugging all her relatives, it was time to greet the Duchess. Her son was very pleased that his mother was in good health, and the woman was also glad that he had returned unharmed. After that, he headed to the training ground to see his knights. The commanders were very happy to see their lord after such a long time. While the lord was away, his humble servant Killian had impeccably commanded the troops and defended the castle. During this time, their ranks had also grown, and the man assured him that Vincent had become an excellent recruit. Killian acknowledged the lord's words to be true, that this guy was as cheeky as they come, but his skills were amazing. The man assured him that the boy's skills were not as impressive as his own. They had had an interesting duel earlier, but in the middle of the fight, Vincent gave up, and this showed the difference between a person who paid attention to endurance training. The guy assured him that he was just a civilian, and didn't understand how his skills could be compared to those of the captain. Aisley immediately recognized this man, whom he had fought at Governor Segan's estate. After that, Ellen and Vincent met alone, and the guy again called the Tower Master a sly fox. Vincent deliberately hid his true strength so that the others would not suspect anything. The young man thought that of the two of them, Ellen was the sly fox, but he did not understand why this was so. It immediately became clear to the Tower Master that the Lord intended to test him, so Killian set up a test for him. If the newcomer, who had come from nowhere, defeated the captain, everything else would become clear. Therefore, he had to show weakness in this test so that no one would suspect him. To preserve the captain's honor and reputation, Vincent hid his true abilities and showed only enough to satisfy his curiosity. The guy admitted that the Lord had assembled a good group of knights here, with whom he had managed to make friends. Ellen decided to find out if he liked the Pendragon lands, but he assured him that it all depended on the Lord. Vincent thought there was one plus. The drink they brewed in these parts, it had a special flavor, but that flavor wasn't enough for him. The young man asked the Lord if he had any idea why he felt this way about the drink. Ellen realized that this was a test from Ron Vincent, the master of the Twilight Tower. The Lord realized that his interlocutor actually wanted to ask what was missing from these lands. Ron asked what he thought of the taste of the local beer compared to the drink he had the opportunity to drink in Laos. The Tower Master was curious to know what he thought was the difference between the two drinks. Vincent used his aura to place his blade against his interlocutor's head. Ellen experienced sensations similar to a duel with a master who was amazingly skilled with his blade, capable of wounding him with his blade at any time moment, and he understood that this metaphorical question was meant to provoke him. Like a fencer's attacking lunge, Ellen had to accept the challenge in this verbal duel, where their blades were merely the embodiment of the sharpness of their minds. If he made a mistake, he would most likely not be able to recruit him to his rank. Vincent wanted to know what the difference was between the lands of Leos and the Duchy of Pendragon. Ellen wondered what his lands were lacking, and decided to give the question serious thought. The Lord came to the conclusion that it was all about the people. The key difference between these two territories was their population. Although the lands of Pendragon were vast, the population density in these areas was quite low. On average, about 100,000 people lived in a comparable area, while only 3,000 could be found on his lands. Laos was a port city, which in itself ensured a constant influx of people. In this respect, the difference between Laos and his duchy was like night and day. Without a significant influx of population, crafts and technology would not develop, there would be no mobilization potential for the army, and the taste of local beer would remain the same. The number of people inhabiting a territory essentially represents its strength, and this was precisely what the Duchy of Pendragon desperately needed at the moment. Brewing, in its own traditions, had its own production, and this was an extremely important aspect. Metaphors aside, the power of a noble estate was determined, among other things, by the amount of goods it could produce and consume. Based on the data that Vincent had managed to obtain, the Duchy of Pendragon had made a decent leap in its development during Ellen's short reign, and even migration from neighboring provinces had increased. However, most of the newcomers still lived in poverty because they could not find jobs. Ellen realized that he needed to take care of these people first if they wanted to continue to see economic growth. Vincent was curious to know how the young lord intended to take care of the newcomer. The lord decided to allocate fertile land to them so that they could provide for themselves. In this simple way, they could make the immigrants true citizens while also increasing agricultural production. Ellen himself knew that this plan had one flaw. Vincent asked him to continue talking in this vein. If thousands of people came to a new place to cultivate the land, the number of villages and small settlements would increase exponentially. The duchy did not have enough soldiers to protect the inhabitants from bandits and monsters. Vincent suggested that he use griffins in this case, as knights could move faster on them. Ellen assured him that although griffins gave the impression of being domesticated animals, this should not be misleading, as they were wild and quite bloodthirsty beasts. If they really wanted the newcomers to become full-fledged citizens, they would have to change their approach. The Lord believed that they should surround them with people they could trust, and these people should be knights and mercenaries. If this was not done, the refugees would simply think that they were not accepted here as full citizens, but were only seen as cheap labor. People came to these lands in the hope of finding a better life and escaping poverty. If they were treated like powerless slaves, the flow of immigrants coming to these lands to realize their dreams and ambitions would first decrease and then disappear altogether. Ellen saw with his own eyes how this happened in Sisek and other lands ruled by nobles who thought that suppressing the will of the people and forcing them into slave labor was the only right solution. If they also follow this path, they will not see prosperity, as people quickly exhaust their strength. A ruler who follows this path will end his life destroyed by the hands of his own people. This happened because the true embodiment of the land was not the duke, but the people who lived on it. The young lord held this opinion, so he was able to find convincing words for Vincent. After this response, the tension between them disappeared because his interlocutors shared the same opinion. Vincent admitted that during this meeting, he could not shake the feeling that Ellen had changed since they last saw each other at the port. The Lord himself did not quite understand what he was talking about, as he did not particularly feel any personal changes. No matter how good and right their motives were, without a clear plan of action and an understanding of how to put it all into practice, all these fine words were nothing more than empty sounds. Ellen considered these words rude. Vincent assured him that if the Lord were an ordinary person, he would pour honey into his ears again and again, not forgetting to actively use him for his own benefit. Despite this, Vincent was determined to be serious with him, which surprised Ellen. Based on this conversation, he wanted to drink more of this wonderful local drink. The Lord was pleased with this and was ready to listen to his interlocutor. Their conversation continued. Vincent had a solution that could help deal with the poverty of the refugees, as well as a plan that would further increase the influx of migrants into the duchy. The young man's plan coincided completely with the plan previously proposed by the young lord. Some time passed, and everyone began building a new settlement for the refugees. Orcs and centaurs also took part in the construction, and the work progressed much faster than planned. Many local residents also worked on the construction site, so they were ahead of schedule. The residents could not believe their eyes that their settlement had been transformed from a dilapidated village into a full-fledged city. Through their joint efforts, they were able to not only renovate the village in a short period of time, but also turn it into a city. Earlier, while discussing the plan, Ellen realized that the solution lay in what he had just said. Vincent suggested that he start a large-scale construction project, but Ellen suspected that it could take a long time. The young man was confident that they would be able to provide jobs for the impoverished refugees. Instead of giving them land, it was easier to entrust them with construction, and since the scale of the construction would be enormous, it would require a lot of manpower. In addition, they could gather all the refugees in one convenient place. If they could settle them compactly in one area, far fewer knights would be needed to maintain order and provide protection. The construction project was planned to be large, and they definitely needed craftsmen of various specialties. In that case, people could start calling their relatives and friends, and then the flow of migrants would not dry up. Vincent thought that this way they could lay the first stone in the foundation of a truly free city that would gladly open its gates to anyone, regardless of race or citizenship. If everything went as they had planned, the population would grow like yeast in bread. After some time, a meeting was held in what was now the city of York. The man had come from a place where there was a large forest, and the wood harvested there was highly valued, because it was of high quality, so he wanted to obtain permission to import these materials into the city. The next man wanted to open a tavern in this city where all visitors and workers could dine, because it was believed that alcohol was the best medicine for all illnesses after a hard day's work. The man believed that everyone who worked hard also wanted to relax, so he wanted to obtain permission to open a tavern. It was then that Ellen understood what Ron really meant when he said that people would start calling their relatives and friends. If the city had a large enough population, the need for various shops, workshops, and other commercial enterprises would grow significantly. Vincent believed that this should be the key starting point, and as soon as merchants flocked to the city, they could sign contracts with them. Ellen greatly appreciated the fact that people had come such a long way to start a new business in his city. York was to become a free city where no one would pay attention to their race, appearance, or nationality. However, if they wanted to start a new business in York, they had to follow one rule. The townspeople had to use coins minted by the Duchy of Pendragon in their commercial transactions. When Vincent suggested that he create an independent coin, the Lord was surprised because the Empire might not like it, but Ron believed that they would not have any problems if they introduced these coins immediately. The Battle of Elena and Luce allowed them to build a relationship of trust with Prince John. He also managed to find and capture one of those behind the attempted assassination of the prince in Sisu. The power of the Dragon King of the Seas stood behind the House of Aranis, and to cope with such power, the Empire definitely needed the Duchy of Pendragon. All this played in Ellen's favor because the Empire would have no choice but to agree to mint their own coin. If they started trading with the Empire using their own money, the Duchy's influence would skyrocket. In order to successfully achieve their goals and speak to the Empire on equal terms, they needed more power and influence. These qualities would allow the Lord to show his true strength when he began to fight the Empire. Ellen understood all this perfectly well, but he was inclined to assume that the gold mines in the duchy would not be sufficient to mint such a large number of coins. Vincent assured the Lord that he should not worry about this because the new coin would not be made entirely of gold. After some time, the first Pendragon coins were put into circulation, and merchants really had to use these coins. These coins contained about 70% pure gold compared to the imperial coins, and were smaller than the others. The locals believed that as soon as construction was completed, these coins would quickly become useless to anyone. Suddenly, someone who believed that the imperial coins would disappear intervened in their conversation. This man turned out to be the head of the fourth largest imperial trade guild, Mr. Giovanni. The head believed that the Pendragon coin was smaller and easier to carry, and despite the amount of gold it contained, it was equal in value to the imperial coin. The monetary value of these coins was identical, but imperial coins were more difficult to carry around. It was obvious which of these coins ordinary people would keep at home, and which they would take to the market. There was a popular saying among merchants, "A coin that circulates in the market is better than an elephant that sleeps in a warehouse." The value of a coin was determined by the extent to which it was used in the market. If they made people believe that imperial gold was good for saving and storing money, sooner or later, such coins would become the equivalent of gold bars, and Pendragon coins would flood the market and become the lifeblood of trade. Luna suggested that the worst option would replace the best, and that was indeed the case. Vincent believed that coins were not necessary for this, and that paper money would suffice. Ellen was surprised by his proposal to put paper money into circulation, but it was only Ron's theory. However, he believed that in the distant future, after their generation had fallen into an eternal sleep, evidence of his hypothesis would appear. Ellen knew the future because he had been there, and Vincent looked into it like a prophet. With such statements, Ron frightened the young lord, who could not come up with such hypotheses. Giovanni believed that the person who created such a plan must have been very capable. The head of the trade guild did not understand how Ellen managed to get such a talented person on his team. The man decided that in just 6 months, these coins would become something impressive. The city of freedom, York, was expected to soon become the forefront of the empire. The predictions of the master of the Twilight Tower came true, and Pendragon coins flooded the empire. Immigrants and various merchants flooded the city of York, continuing its development. Many people wanted to open more and more shops in this city, and Luna accepted their applications. The girl collected all the reports on the enterprises transported to York that day and handed them over to Ellen. The Lord noticed that everything was going pretty much as he and Vincent had planned. Ron saw that they had managed to find common ground with the business owners, understand how they did business, and even figure out their intention. Vincent acknowledged that Luna had fully revealed her talent as a manager in this matter. The number of businesses wishing to move under their wing was growing very quickly. The two of them would not have been enough to resolve all the current issues, and without Luna's help, they would not have been able to cope. The girl was very grateful to them for such a high assessment of her talents and was ready to continue working. Vincent noticed that Luna was a very remarkable girl, but the Lord did not understand what he was getting at. Many workers continued to build new buildings, gradually expanding the residential areas of the city. Carta brought boards for construction, and, not wanting to lift them, simply threw them with all his might at Ellen, who was also at the construction site. Aisley, with the help of a griffin, also helped to advance the construction. It was surprising to him that the Lord himself was taking part in this. Luna and Ron watched as new buildings were erected in their city of York. The girl couldn't understand why Ellen was so involved in this construction. Vincent decided to call it a tactic to create a certain image. If he worked hard on the construction site alongside the workers for a while, he would be able to win their hearts. As a person who shared their heavy burden, he could gain the complete trust of the local resident. It was Vincent who suggested this to the Lord, but he did not expect him to agree. No one expected Ellen to feel so confident in work that was completely foreign to his noble family. Ellen himself understood that his attitude toward work was due to his upbringing. In his previous life, the young man did not shy away from simple labor, helping the residents of the Valte estate at certain times. His mother always brought him a snack after such hard work. Remembering the past, he felt a little sad about his previous life, whose childhood seemed wonderful to him. Suddenly, Linda's voice was heard calling everyone to lunch. She had prepared delicious sandwiches for them. Everyone was delighted and began to rest and regain their strength. The sandwiches were really tasty, and Ellen appreciated the food Lindis had prepared. Her humble origins as a commoner obliged her to be good at such household chores. The young man felt that Lindis had something in common with his mother, Sheena, who also took care of him. Vincent felt that soon he would be able to enjoy the taste of the excellent local beer to his heart's content. Saul, who flew over this city, noticed how everything had changed with Alina's rise to power. Since she first arrived in the lands of the Pendragons many years ago, everything had remained unchanged. Everything began to change after the Dragon Queen made a pact with Ellen. Soldrake wondered what Alex would say about all this, if he could see it. One of the guys finally managed to reach this city, because this was where he was headed. Leon John Bolt was going to make a name for himself here, by becoming a proud and respected knight. Meanwhile, near the city of Lindis, Eileen and Aileen were distributing food to all the homeless people. Eileen announced that the Duchy of Pendragon was ready to offer construction jobs to all willing migrants. The girl assured them that there was enough work for everyone, so they should not worry. The men were charmed by her beauty. Ron noticed that Eileen was doing an excellent job with the task assigned to her. Ellen said that part of the strategy to improve their reputation in the eyes of the immigrants was to communicate with them. Some of the guys didn't think Eileen was pretty because she reminded them of elves. The girl did not hear these conversations, so she continued to deliver food to everyone in need. The guy was upset about something, so the girl decided to support him by assuring him that there was enough work for everyone. Noticing the sturdy sword on his belt, she decided that he might be an experienced warrior or mercenary. Aileen, noticing the well-dressed guy, began to doubt that he was a migrant, but suddenly a demon attacked them from the forest. Tada and Kazal immediately realized that it was a zombie and began to worry about the safety of the residents. The monster turned out to be the same as the one they had encountered when they traveled to the mausoleum. Leon rushed to shield the girl from the monster's attack, but was unable to stay on his feet from the blow. Vincent managed to come to the rescue in time and destroyed the demon with a single swing of his sword. Ron noticed that this place had become much more dangerous than before, as there had been no mention that monsters could appear here. Eileen thanked Sir Ron for saving her, and immediately noticed the guy who had managed to shield her from the blow. The girl rushed to him to see if he was all right, but Leon was unharmed. After this incident, the young man became convinced that he was a pathetic and worthless person, incapable of protecting anyone. Aileen, on the contrary, thought he was being too hard on himself, believing that he had acted very bravely, because thanks to him, Vincent had arrived in time. Leon felt that this was not enough. He had come to the duchy because he wanted to fulfill his dream of becoming a knight. Ellen thanked Leon for helping his sister. He also heard that the young man had tried to pass the exam and join the Order of the White Dragon, but failed. Leon assured the young lord that this was indeed the case, but that he wanted to stay in this city and become a knight. Unfortunately, the young man had not managed to become a knight, but instead had the honor of being introduced to the lord in person, so he decided to speak to him, as he had always admired him. Ellen was surprised by his words. Leon asked if the lord remembered the banquet at Governor Segun's. It turned out that he had also been present at the banquet and had witnessed the attack by the orc pirates. He fled from there as soon as he had the opportunity. Leon knew that the Lord had remained at the event and managed to repel the attack of the criminals with his team. The guy thought that Ellen gave his all to this battle and managed to get the upper hand over his enemy. Leon was fired up with the desire to become such a strong knight, and he made his way from the capital of the empire solely for this purpose. Now the Lord understood the gravity of his situation, but knew that nothing could help him. Since Leon had been invited to the banquet, he must have been of noble birth. The young man introduced himself as Leon John Bolt, the second son of Count John Bolt. Ellen had never heard of this count and decided to find out more about the young man. Leon stated that the title of Earl of Bolt was an honorary title for his family, as they were jesters at the imperial court. The Lord suggested that this young man possessed a talent that was essentially equivalent to a national treasure. Ellen was right, and the members of the Bolt family had been proud of this for many generations. However, the nobles of the imperial court saw them in a slightly different light. The Bolts were ridiculed for considering their talents to be something important, and Leon could not bear this attitude towards his house. Therefore, he wanted to become a knight and fight to restore his family's honor. The Lord understood that this young man had fallen victim to the discrimination that flourished in the Empire. Ellen wanted Leon to demonstrate his skills, which were only characteristic of jesters. The boy was surprised, but was ready to show what he was capable of, so he immediately began to prepare. Throwing off his cloak, he began to demonstrate his skills, starting with tricks involving his eyes, which looked in different directions. Then he managed to strike a pose that would be impossible for an ordinary person, and reached his head with his foot. The Lord was surprised by the boy's agility. Leon immediately managed to jump high above them. While in the air, he managed to perform several acrobatic tricks and landed safely on his feet. Ellen then convinced himself that the boy would never be able to become a knight. Leon was already upset by these words. However, the Lord knew one person who could develop his amazing talents. A man who had taught Raven martial arts in his past life, and who had fought alongside him on the battlefield. This teacher was the black leopard Rakshasa Argos, who could hone the boy's skills to perfection. The boy's flexibility was beyond reality, and he also possessed an amazing sense of balance. The young lord assured Leo John Bolt that he could become a true fighter. The boy expressed his gratitude to Ellen, and was glad that the Lord himself was willing to help him. Ellen wanted Leon Bolt to accompany him on his trip to the capital. He planned to use this time wisely and try to find someone who could train Leon. Vincent doubted that the Lord would be able to handle all of this, because this trip was extremely important, as they had to complete a large number of tasks during this period. One of their goals in the capital was to receive a reward for punishing Rav Tylan. The duchy also needed to obtain approval to mint its own coins. Ron believed that accompanying Tylan to the capital would not be an easy task, as he was aware of the possible dangers. Ellen agreed with him, so they first had to solve one problem. Carta and the other orcs reported to the Lord that some of the zombies and ghouls buried at the mausoleum had come back to life. Now the young ruler suspected that a new battle with these monsters awaited them. The Lich had already been defeated by them once, and was apparently still alive somewhere near the duchy. The boys figured out that the zombie that attacked Lady Eileen yesterday could have been the Lich's minion. Vincent was surprised by this, because Ellen had managed to make an agreement with the Dragon Queen, and the Lich had not yet lost his power. Something told Ellen that there was more to this situation than met the eye, and that someone was behind it all, because there were creatures in this world capable of fighting dragons on equal terms. After this conversation, he returned to his room to rest, because it was the middle of the night outside. Hearing a knock on the window, he realized that Sul had returned to him. He let her in, and decided to find out what had caused such a late visit. The Dragon Queen had managed to restore the magical power in her nest. Maintaining her human form outside the Pendragon territory took a lot of energy. Ellen did not understand why she had not mentioned this earlier, because if he had known, he would have taken appropriate measures. Sul simply wanted to be with the Lord, so she had remained silent all this time. Suddenly, he remembered the past, when he had behaved confusedly, unaware that Sul had been losing her strength all that time, and yet had remained by his side. The Dragon Queen had taken care of him in Sisuk, and so he felt guilty. Soldrake didn't need his apologies because they were bound by a soul contract. It turned out that the Dragon Queen was to blame for what had happened to him in his past life. Ellen suggested that she also had no idea how it could have worked. Sul couldn't comprehend the magic that turned back time to help him. The current Dragon Queen knew nothing about magic capable of such a thing. Even if such a spell existed, it would require an unimaginable amount of mana and a vessel capable of holding that mana to cast it. The Dragon Queen was unable to cope with this extraordinary task. The dragon's veins in her life were different from the rest, because she was the head of the dragon tribe. Such things might be needed to repeat the trick from her past life once again. Ellen was sure that in the past, the white dragon did not fight at full strength and gave his life intentionally. It seemed as if Elin Pendragon from his past life intended to return to the past and be reborn. The Dragon Queen noticed the boy's pensive face and wanted to support him. Sul decided to go to the place where they had died together in the past. Approaching the window, she intended to transform into a dragon to fly to that place. After changing her appearance, she went to the prairies, where she had died on the battlefield with Ellen and Raven in the past. The next morning, Ellen and everyone else went to the capital to find a coach for Leon. Meanwhile, a combat tournament was taking place on Alice's lands, in which one of the participants was defeated. The spectators were horrified by the injuries sustained by the participant, who was the third son of Count Louvre. Lord Eider, nicknamed the Holy Eye, was defeated in front of everyone by an unknown mercenary. Those around him noticed that this man's aura was truly fierce and monstrous. The fighter who won this battle was called Argos, and he was unshakable in his victory. The girls who arrived in this city were confused by the beauty of Alyssa. Ellen understood that with such cities, the county could rival the empire. Aileen noticed how many people were on the streets of this city. Once a year, a large festival was held, and many people from all the nearby cities gathered for this big celebration. Leon used to visit here often. The festivals were a great way for him to improve his skills. Lindis and Aileen wanted to see Leon in action, and he didn't mind showing them his talents. The guy couldn't resist when beautiful ladies asked him to do so, so he grabbed a bunch of apples to juggle. He began to demonstrate his talents without using his hand, and a large crowd gathered to watch. Then he managed to throw an apple high into the air, kick it in mid-flight, and land it successfully. The apple hit a passing mercenary, who was very angry at this act. Leon immediately knelt before him and begged for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, Ellen sat on his back and managed to settle the misunderstanding with the mercenary. The Lord declared that food was sacred and should not be wasted, and Leon asked him for forgiveness. After this incident, they continued on their way. Aileen convinced Perry not to worry about it. Lindis thought there were quite a few strong men in this city. Ellen said that every year, a fighting tournament was held during the festival. Leon decided that they had come here because Lord Pendragon had decided to take part in this tournament. The Lord nodded affirmatively, and the young man continued to look at him with a happy expression on his face. However, Ellen was not sure that Argos would even want to listen to him in this guise. The boy had heard about him in his past life, and therefore believed that he should be here now. Meanwhile, in the palace of the High Count of Louvre, there was outrage over the results of the tournament. For generations, the House of Louvre had been famous for training warriors known throughout the land. The warriors, who had been trained by the best instructors since birth, had earned themselves fame. Now, however, the son of Count Eider, nicknamed the Holy Eye, had been defeated, thereby disgracing his family. It was outrageous for his father that his son had been defeated in battle by an unarmed man. The sons burned with shame and believed that their defeat was unforgivable. If Argos wins again next time, the reputation of the leading knights of the cosmos will be wiped out, and the Count believed that in that case, they would have no right to bear their surname. Suddenly, their eldest son entered and asked them not to worry, as he was ready to fight next. Morgan was the only son who gave his father hope, and his brothers also believed that he could win. The young man was also the most handsome man in Alice's domain, and he decided to demonstrate his strength to them. He tossed a glass into the air and, with a masterful movement, broke it in half, and it fell neatly into his hands. Those around him were surprised by this, but they were also convinced that he would be the strongest knight in their family's history. Morgan was ready to defend the honor of Louvre. The next battle took place, in which Argos was again victorious, and the host asked the next participants to prepare. Sir Morgan Louvre won the next battle, and thus made it to the final. Both amazing fighters advanced to the final part of the competition, where they would battle for the title of strongest. Meanwhile, in the barony of Dawson, the Lord was informed of Morgan's upcoming battle, and the men suggested that the Lord hire the fighter Argos as a guard for the Lord's house. The skills he demonstrated at the festival were magnificent, but Lord Dawson did not want to do so. There was still a chance that Argos could defeat the genius of the Louvre family, but the Lord did not want to hear about it and ordered him to be dismissed. The servants were forced to do so, and did not understand what had happened to their master. Lord Dawson did not attend a single battle at the tournament, even though he was a knight, nor was he seen practicing with a sword, as if he were not a nobleman at all. The servants did not understand how such a useless servant managed to obtain the title of lord. The man mourned his daughter, who had been killed by Morgan, and he understood that he would have to pay for her with his life. Night fell, and only then did his companions manage to find the inn where Leon's future teacher was staying. Ellen hoped that his dear teacher would be there that night to talk. Noticing the knights lying near the tavern, Leon could not understand what had happened here. One of the soldiers came to his senses and reported that they had come here to meet with Argos. The man advised them not to try to talk to him, but to run away while they could, because this man's strength was beyond reason. The knights and noblemen had come here to watch him after seeing his talents at the festival, and he had beaten them all. Leon asked the Lord if he was sure it was a good idea, as he doubted that everything would turn out well. Ellen assured him that they might encounter some difficulty. Ellen asked him to just give it a try for now, as he was sure he could establish contact with Argos. Knocking on the warrior's door, the Lord announced his intention to talk to him. Argos ordered him to leave if he didn't want him to decorate his face with a couple of bruises. Ellen knew what had happened to Gora and Raji, and with these words he wanted to provoke him. The provocation worked, and Argos, in a rage, attacked the man who dared to stir up the painful past. An unexpected blow from the door caught the Lord off guard, but he managed to dodge it in time, though he was still injured. With masterful movements, the man managed to kick the young lord. Ellen was delighted that his master had used the very technique he admired. He knew that Argos would now use the third style. Indeed, the warrior used a technique called the axe strike, but Ellen managed to dodge it. Thanks to this lucky moment, the lord managed to strike back at his opponent. After that, Ellen tried to attack him with a kick, but the man blocked it in time. Argos did not expect this guy to be able to reach him, and therefore began to consider him a worthy opponent. The man assumed that he had copied his technique, and he was surprised that he even knew about it. The warrior decided to find out who this man was and how he knew the names of his daughters. Argon suspected that the guy might be in cahoots with that despicable Count Louvre. Ellen came to him to try to change his fate, so he wanted him to listen to him in order to hammer the last nail into the coffin of that creature in human form. Morgan never tired of constantly destroying people because he saw it as a game. The Count's son once again stabbed an unknown man in a remote forest and took pleasure in it. Beauty and wit attracted these foolish girls like moths to a flame, and using the Count's power, he successfully covered up all his deeds. Morgan felt that the whole world was in his hand. For him, it was the embodiment of ecstasy. There were 2 days left until the final, and he intended to teach a lesson to the mercenary who dared to oppose his house. The Count's son intended to plunge Argon into a sea of blood to repay him for the shame he had brought upon the Louvre family. Meanwhile, Ellen told his old teacher, hoping that he would believe him. The man's behavior made it clear that he did not believe this young man, whom he was meeting for the first time in his life. The Lord called Argos an outstanding man and a warrior of honor whom he simply wanted to save. The mercenary was pleased to hear such words, but he understood that this would not bring his daughters back. Argos's daughters were toyed with, and when they became boring, they were simply destroyed and discarded. The culprit was the despicable Morgan, and nothing could bring back Jira and Raja. All these unbearable nobles imagined that their very existence made them exceptional. The man believed that no matter what sins these people committed, the world would not punish them, so he decided to punish them himself. Ellen understood that everything Argos said was a bitter truth that they had to accept. However, if he sought such retribution, he had to understand that he would not be able to punish them, and all he could achieve in this way was to be branded a criminal and sent to the demon-slaying corps. If that happened, instead of a ration, he would have dirty water, and instead of a bed, the mud of the battlefield. Fighting in these senseless and endless wars, he could gradually turn into a living, breathless body, passionately desiring only one thing: destruction. The man noticed how he spoke about this, and therefore began to feel as if he could see the future. The counterattack with a reverse grip, the precise timing of the strike, and the speed of its execution were all performed perfectly. Therefore, Argos believed that this guy knew his techniques and decided to find out who he was. The Lord could not answer his question but assured him that he had no intention of deceiving him. Everything he said to him was dictated by sincerity and a desire to help him, so the man agreed to accept his help and decided to find out what he meant. The next day arrived, and once again, tournaments were to be held in the combat arena among the warriors. Soon the final battle of the Alice Lands Festival was to take place, and a large crowd had gathered to watch. The left participant was an outstanding talent, the likes of which appeared once in a century, the strongest knight of the lands of Alice, the brilliant Morgan Louvre. The right-hand participant was a previously unknown fighter, a master who had not lost a single battle in the tournament, Argos. The nobility had never seen spectators so excited about the popularity of old Argos. Even Lord Dawson, who was known for his dislike of the festival, came to the arena to watch this fight. Eileen did not understand why the fighter Argos was behaving so calmly in the arena. Linda suggested that Ellen had managed to talk to him, and that the Lord had had to reveal some of his cards to him. Ellen advised Leon to watch this man's fight more closely. Count Louvre believed that they were all blindly supporting the old man without knowing anything, because he knew that the skills of his sons, Ider and Morgan, were at different levels. The father asked his son to show them the gap that separates the truly noble from the lousy peasants. Morgan declared that Argos had insulted his brother yesterday and he was ready to avenge him. His opponent did not respond, so the young man assumed that he had hearing problems. The Count's son swore that Argos would die today in this very place, and he unleashed his aura. Ellen understood that only a select few could possess an aura, and one of them was here. Morgan believed that this festival would end with the death of Argos, but asked him not to be offended, for he was simply following the letter of the laws of this land. Argos, on the contrary, was only glad to hear this, but the correction was that it was Morgan who would die, and thus be able to find peace in his mind. The Count's son could not bear such words, and therefore rushed furiously to attack his opponent. The man managed to dodge the attack and struck Morgan directly in the side with his aura, piercing his armor. This blow was visible to the entire arena, and the spectators could not understand what had happened between them. People could not understand why the opponents had suddenly stopped moving. The Count was also in the dark and ordered his son to simply finish off his opponent. Meanwhile, Argos managed to deliver a blow that made the guy freeze in place. Suddenly, Morgan screamed, his eyes filled with blood, and he collapsed to the ground, showing no signs of life. None of those present fully understood what had happened between them, but Argos was pleased that he had managed to destroy this vile guy who had ruined his daughters. The man did not understand why he was here, since he was not going to talk to the dead man. The eldest son of Lord Alice Morgan was completely defeated and destroyed in a fair fight, and none of the spectators could understand what had happened. Ellen explained that Argos had managed to deliver a penetrating blow, crushing all of Morgan's internal organs. The impulse from his attack passed through his palm and, like a wave knowing no barriers, resonated with the armor, passing through the body and crushing all the organs. Leon did not know that such a thing was even possible. Only the initiated fighters of the Temple of Tiramis could be trained in this, and it was a great honor bestowed upon a select few. This sounded cool to Leon, so he also wanted to learn the secrets of this technique. Such a technique was beyond even the capabilities of Ellen Pendragon. The Lord knew that Argos, being the greatest fighter known to the world, would win this fight. Count Louvre refused to believe that his son Morgan had died in this battle. The ruler ordered that the old man be seized immediately and executed right there. Otherwise, the Count was ready to do it with his own hands and rushed into the arena. Argos suspected that this would happen, so he was not surprised by the Count's appearance in the arena. Count Louvre did not understand how this nobody could have done such a thing to his noble boy. The man announced that the festival could only end with someone's death in the final battle, for such was the ancient law. This is what everyone had been saying before the fight began, and the Count's frenzied son lost the battle. They even followed the rules created by the Count, but he himself could not follow them. Argos believed that the nobles were nothing more than a bunch of spoiled fools. The Count ordered him to be quiet, for in these lands he was the embodiment of law and justice. Suddenly, another man appeared in the arena who had no intention of allowing the Count to act in this manner. The man who entered the arena was Ellen, whose appearance surprised everyone present. The Count did not know who this guy was and decided that he wanted to play the hero and defend the unfortunate peasant. The ruler declared Ellen an accomplice to the criminal and ordered the guards to seize him as well. The young lord was surprised that he was so quickly recognized as a criminal, even though he had not yet done anything. Based on the Count's reasoning, Ellen pointed out that the ruler himself was a criminal, but the Count disagreed. Ignoring the misdeeds and crimes of his own son, he violated the rules and laws he himself had established, dishonoring and punishing those who tried to appeal for justice. Count Louvre had made himself a criminal. Such a man was unworthy of ruling these lands. This was all that Ellen intended to convey to Count Louvre, who still could not understand who this man was. The ruler of the lands of Alice dismissed these words as nonsense, and believed that this young man knew nothing. Suddenly, Lord Pendragon released his aura, and the Count was horrified to see this terrifying action. Those around him remained in shock and watched with interest as events unfolded. Ellen declared that he was the one who had made the contract with the White Dragon and was Pendragon's heir. Everyone knew that Ellen Pendragon was one of the 5 great dukes of the empire. Argos was shocked to see the dragon aura of this guy. He had no idea who he really was before. Count Louvre did not understand what was so special about this guy, deciding that he was simply scaring him with the power he had borrowed from the dragon. The ruler assured that even if Pendragon brought his army here, he would still crush him, because Alice was one of the most powerful possessions of the empire. Therefore, Count Louvre considered himself justice incarnate and was confident that Pendragon could do nothing to him. Ellen realized from the man's reaction that he wasn't listening to him at all, and once again called Count Louvre a criminal. Lord Pendragon addressed the citizens of Alice and asked them to listen to him, because the reason why the warrior Argos had gone through all this bloody business in the festival arena was that Morgan Louvre had charmed countless women. The Count's son did this only to destroy them later. Louvre was a family that covered up for a rapist. Argos's daughters had fallen victim to this bandit in noble guise, and those around them were shocked by the news. Count Louvre tried to refute this information and ordered that the common people stop being deceived. He demanded that evidence be presented. Ellen asked Ryan Dawson to intervene in order to show everyone the evidence. The young man tried to find out who Lord Verod, vassal of Alice Dawson's lands, was. The man stood up, and the entire gallery looked at him. Ellen announced that this man had the evidence. 2 years ago, in the summer, Dawson's daughter was killed by Morgan Louvre, and in exchange for his silence about this, he was granted the fiefdom of Verod. Now everyone wanted to know if this was really the truth that had been hidden from the public. Lord Dawson considered himself a bad father, because his beloved daughter had indeed been brutally killed by someone on a country road. Her father still remembered her open eyes and the lower half of her body covered in blood. The dead girl was holding a gold button engraved with the coat of arms of the House of Louvre in her hand. Therefore, it was clear to him that this crime had been committed by none other than Morgan. Filled with anger and determination, Dowso headed for the Count's estate, but Morgan intercepted him there. The Count's son intended to prevent Lore from reaching his father so that he would not learn of his deed. Morgan gave him a choice: go to his father, but in that case he would have to destroy him because the dead do not talk, or accept the title in exchange for his silence. The Lord had no choice but to accept the Count's son's second offer. The man showed everyone the button of the Louvre family, which was proof of their crime. The Lord's servants realized that their master had indeed received the title about 2 years ago, when his daughter died. The young man looked at the button and saw that it bore the coat of arms of the Count's family. The crowd rushed toward him to see it too. Alina's comrades only now understood what he meant by preparation. Count Louvre refused to believe it. It seemed impossible to him, but the facts spoke otherwise. This came as a pleasant surprise to Argos, and he decided to ask how Ellen had learned about such thing. The young lord still did not dare to reveal the secret that had exposed the Count. The boy from Raven's past life knew that after Argos was caught, Knight Dawson came to his cell to express his gratitude for what he had done. After Argos joined the extermination squad, he met Raven and, becoming his teacher, told him about it. Ellen declared that they were done with each other and ordered the Count to get out of his way, but the Count said he would not forgive Pendragon for this. The Count believed that Argos had committed many crimes and betrayed the Empire by taking the life of one of the nobles. The ruler of the lands of Alice believed that the value of the life of a commoner and a nobleman were not comparable. Since the Lord was covering for a criminal, it was nothing less than treason against the Empire, according to Count Louvre. The enemy could not restrain himself and unleashed his forces. Ellen had no choice but to go to war with the Empire. This world does not need rulers who do not value the lives of their servants. Ellen believed that this applied first and foremost to Count Louvre, who had committed such a crime. The Lord's released aura completely overwhelmed the Count's aura, and he lost control of his position. The young lord intended to teach this man a lesson so that he would no longer dare to do such things to his people. A powerful attack was directed at the enemy and destroyed his sword, forcing Count Louvre to surrender. Ellen assured him that the Count's life was not worth a penny, so he did not attack him further. Argos liked the young man's speech and was surprised that the warrior wanted to continue the dialogue with him at all. The Lord assured him that Argos was exactly the person the world and everyone else needed. The man did not care who was in front of him, because he did not really know this young man. Argos had no choice but to listen to the words of his benefactor. The young lord was pleased that everything had ended so well, because now Argos could become Leon's teacher at his request. Aileen and Lindis noticed that these men got along very well. Ellen and Argos were like two old friends who had known each other for a very long time. Leon was convinced that the world of real men was so cool that he wanted to become a knight even more. Argos decided that this was the guy who should become his apprentice for the time being. The man accepted Ellen's request and was ready to take on this guy who didn't look much like a warrior. After that, they set off on their journey, and from that moment on, Leon's training began as he ran alongside the cart. After a while, the boy's breathing became uneven, and it was difficult for him to continue running. Noticing this, the trainer struck him with a whip. The man ordered him not to lose his breath because of this, as he would use up his strength faster in a real battle, and such wastefulness meant death. Proper breathing is the basis of the art of combat, so the boy was forced to continue this grueling training. The girls sitting in the carriage began to worry about Leon, who was subjected to such exercises. Eileen noticed Argos's rather cruel methods, and Lindis hoped that everything would be all right with him. Ellen assured her that the teacher's skills were incomparable, and that Leon had the talent to match this level of teaching. Suddenly, the boy tripped over a snag and almost fell under the wheels of the carriage. Argos made it clear that the student was not focused enough on the battlefield, which could cost him his life. When they arrived in the imperial capital, he would be fighting real opponents, and until then, he had to learn these basics. Ellen gave Argos 3 months to teach Leon the necessary combat skills. The boy had no choice but to agree with his teacher's words, for his desire to become a knight had not gone away. Hearing their conversation, Ellen decided that Leon was indeed in a difficult situation. After some time, Luna learned that Ellen was involved in the death of the legitimate heir to the Count of Louvre. Vincent assured her that their master had been protecting the man who had destroyed Morgan Louvre. At first, Ron was very surprised to hear this news, but later he managed to find out the details and realized that everything was not so clear-cut. The Count's young son, Morgan, was a man who abused his power and authority, destroying and attacking women. The criminal who killed the heir turned out to be a member of the family of one of the victims. Therefore, Vincent believed that justice was on Ellen's side. Now they had to take into account that he had given the forces hostile to the Pendragons an opportunity and a reason to take action. Vincent's eyes had not failed him, and now he had to protect the Lord and multiply his forces so that he could become a true king. All this was so that Ellen could save the people of the Empire and carry out Vincent's plan. Meanwhile, Aisley was training the knights on griffins, and the guys were trying their best to improve. Knight Valvas calmly watched their actions and understood that they still needed a lot of practice. Suddenly, Vincent came up to him and praised Elkin for his excellent work. The young man believed that griffin riders were the future of armies, judging by the fact that only the best knights could ride these noble animals. Seeing the size of their squad of griffin riders, Ron Vincent came to a conclusion. Aisley treated both the animals and the knights with respect, and therefore Vincent considered him an outstanding leader. The guy asked his friend if he could do what they had discussed earlier, and Elkin assured him that he would do it without any problems. Ron was convinced that he could be relied upon, so he asked him to take care of their strategic logistics because he was sure that his authority and skills were needed to accomplish this task. Aisley responded to this request silently, but it was clear that he was ready to do it. Vincent assumed that this guy still held a grudge against him from the moment they crossed swords. The guy also thought that Aisley might just be a reserved person. The Griffin's behavior suggested that he was a very responsible but at the same time friendly person. Aisley decided to find out if Vincent knew where the Dragon Queen might have gone. Ron assured him that, like the ruler, she only left the duchy to deal with matters of particular importance. Meanwhile, Saul was very far from the Pendragon territory. After some time, she managed to reach the gorge from which the magical glow emanated. Once at the bottom, she took on human form and noticed that this place was exactly as Raven had described it from his memory. The Lobstein steps were filled with a huge amount of untouched mana called Dragon Vein. The Dragon Queen intended to create her new nest in this place, but suddenly another dragon flew to her. The black dragon was Amelhalt, who, noticing her presence, also took human form. Descending, he intended to negotiate with the Dragon Queen. Amelhalt tried to find out why Her Majesty had come to this place. Soldrake suggested that this black dragon was the owner of the mana source. It turned out that this place did not belong to him. He had accidentally discovered this vein some time ago, but had not told Her Majesty about it. The queen was curious as to why her servant had not reported this place to her in time. After breaking the pact with the Pendragons, she was wounded. Amelhalt simply did not want to bother the queen with useless information. The black dragon decided to find out why the queen had come to these lands. After he found this place, there were two instances when the mana in this place began to grow uncontrollably. The first case occurred in the spring of the second year, when the queen fulfilled her duty to the Pendragons. Amelhalt believed that this was related to the fact that the young Pendragon possessed not only the aura of a dragon. The black dragon also knew that this man possessed the aura of a demonic deity. Soldry decided that in the spring, this happened at the moment when Raven was reborn in Ellen's body. History knew of no examples of anyone who had broken their oath to a dragon being given a second chance, and managing to fulfill it on the day when Mana went mad again. Amelhalt assured that the queen herself had appeared here today, and therefore thought that she knew something about it. The black dragon also wanted to know who the Pendragon boy really was. The Queen of Dragons could not answer this question now, because she herself did not fully understand it. The power of the demonic deity was something capable of destroying the connection between life and death, and this something had the ability to shake the foundations of the universe. It was the dragon's duty to watch over everything related to Pendragon, and the Dragon Queen knew all this. Soldray chose this guy for their soul contract, and ordered the Black Dragon not to forget about it. Amelhalt decided that the conversation with Her Majesty was not going well, and decided to simply leave this place. The Queen remained in this place to find out if she could make a nest here. Meanwhile, the young lord's carriage approached the capital, and the locals noticed a man mocking a boy who was running alongside the carriage. Looking at the man running alongside the horses, they did not understand why this was being done. Lowen imagined what it would be like to pull such a huge and heavy carriage over such a long distance. Argos prepared some nuts. The man threw these nuts at the boy, who had learned to dodge them during the journey. The boy assured him that it would no longer work on him, because he had already managed to control it. Aileen noticed his movements and found them amazing. They noticed Leon's first successes. There were more and more people on their way, which meant that they had almost arrived at the capital of the empire. Leon was one of the first to notice the huge capital city ahead, welcoming all comers. The huge imperial gates became visible, from which the Wall of Glory extended. The fortress walls, built right by the water, stretched for more than 10 miles, inspiring awe. Countless people passed through the gates leading to the lower city, and from a distance it looked like a huge anthill. His companions could only see the outer walls of the fortress. Ellen guessed that this city might have a larger population than his entire duchy. Argos noticed the huge crowds of people, which he could not stand. He had no desire to go there. Leon did not share his teacher's views on life, and was happy to see so many people. The young man asked his teacher not to worry about it, because they would go through another gate called the First Gate. His companions noticed that there was no one on this road, which seemed strange to them. As they approached this gate, the guards ordered them to stop the carriage immediately. The first gate was only open to noblemen bearing the title of Count or higher. It was the Royal Road. Lord Pendragon was instructed to proceed to the other gate. Argos did not want to talk to these knights. The man asked the Lord to deal with the guards himself, as they had no intention of entering the other gate. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, distracting them all from their arguments. Argos did not understand why they were blowing the horn so loudly, and they began to cover their ears. Every time the direct heir to the royal family or the imperial duke entered, this horn sounded, so they assumed that the prince would now appear before them. Indeed, the gates opened and an imperial carriage drove out. Suddenly, a young man who looked like Jan jumped out of the stopped carriage. Ellen was convinced that the emperor's prince was standing before him, smiling arrogantly. Jan noticed that this lord was, as usual, on the move, and had managed to get himself into new adventures. Ellen, in turn, made sure that the prince remained as boisterous as ever. Ingrid followed the prince out of the carriage and was embarrassed when she saw Ellen. It had been a long time since they had last met, and the lord was a little surprised that she had also arrived. The princess was happy to see him again, but Ellen did not share her feelings. Aileen also got out of the carriage with Lindis to greet Prince Jan. It was a great honor for the girls to meet him again after such a long separation. Jan was delighted that Aileen, with whom he had a warm relationship, had arrived in the capital with Ellen. The prince showered the girl with compliments, because during the time they had not seen each other, she had become even more beautiful. From the very first moment, Ellen realized that this city was very unsettled. The fact that the other guys existed was simply ignored. Leon did not argue about this with the master. The prince acknowledged that the duke's name had been heard very often lately. Ellen, in turn, noticed that Jan looked unwell, even though he was at home. Yang blamed Lord Pendragon for all this, because wherever he went, he created a lot of problems. Pendragon couldn't imagine how worried Ingrid was about him. Ellen was a lord and was only doing what his duty required of him, which he adhered to. John assumed that the criminal the lord had caught in Sissek had been brought here. The young lord hastened to report that his servants would bring Rav Tylan to the capital shortly. The prince doubted that it was a good idea to leave the criminal alone, as the carriage could be attacked on the way. Ellen assured him that there was no need to worry, as his knights were competent enough to defend themselves. The lord had made many enemies with his actions, so the prince advised him to be more careful. In addition, Count Louv's alliance also included supporters of Governor Segunda, whose influence extended throughout the empire. Therefore, the lord should have known that representatives of 2 of the 5 ducal houses would be attending the award ceremony this time. It became known that Uranus and Lindegor would also be attending this time, which came as a surprise to Ellen. Upon hearing about Uranus, the lord immediately remembered the pirate Toleo, who also belonged to this family. The Bear Duke and the Sea Dragon were the 2 who usually ignored imperial holidays and palace events. Ellen decided to find out if the prince could do him a favor. Yana became curious about what he had in mind. The young lord wanted him to find the strongest knights in the empire, because the future frightened him. Suddenly, Leon finally managed to repeat the nutcracker technique and cracked the nut with his fingers. Now the boy had to break 3 walnuts at once, which he handed to him. The master ordered his student to achieve this result in 10 days, which seemed impossible to Leon. The young man had to simply agree and not ask Argos any unnecessary question. The man demonstrated how it should be done, and broke 3 nuts at once in front of Leon. A fighter who does not have a strong grip is like someone who does not know how to ride a horse. Jan saw these 2 for the first time, and decided to find out who they were. Ellen said that Argos was a warrior who had joined the house of Pendragon. The prince realized that this was the very man who had defeated the strongest knights of Alice. She vaguely remembered Leon, suspecting that he was a court jester from the house of Bolt. Ellen assured him that this guy was no longer a jester because he had become a knight. Despite being a novice, with time he could become a strong knight who would play his part in the coming battle. Jan considered this a rather high assessment from the young lord, and the boy continued to try his best to crack the nuts. Argos felt uncomfortable here, being in such a pompous place. The expensive frescoes of this place, with gold and precious stones, made a commoner feel uncomfortable here. Suddenly, their young lord approached them, wanting to share some pleasant news. The prince gave them permission to visit the training grounds of those who were to become the sword and shield of the empire. These people were the Knights of the Order of the Golden Lion, and they managed to arrive at the first training ground. Noticing the training, Argos began to think that these knights were having a good time in the palace. The mentor allowed Leon to play with these knights for a while, as he was confident in his strength. The captain of the Order of the Golden Lion, Granite, met them and was glad that the prince had also visited their place. Granite hastened to ask Jan who his companions were and why they had come. The prince introduced Ellen, whom he called his friend from the lands of Pendragon. They had come at his request. The lord wanted his subordinates to have the opportunity to train with members of the Order of the Golden Lion. The captain of the order understood his majesty and was ready to treat these guests with all due respect. Moving further on, they saw that training in close combat, shooting, and mounted combat was taking place here. There was even training for riders on Griffin. It was clear that they were taking a serious approach, and their training was organized at a high level. Jan decided to ask Ellen what he thought about it, and he also liked what he saw in the Fortress of the Empire's pride. Every soldier they saw was either a member of one of the noble families or a representative of the knighthood. They had gathered the best to forge an elite force. Highly skilled knights were commonplace in the ranks of the order. Leon did not understand why Argos did not stay with his master to explore the fortress. The man believed that it would be easier for them to find a worthy opponent for a good fight here. The man asked him to stop cracking nuts for today, as they had more important things to do. Suddenly, a knight who had failed to defeat his opponent during sparring fell down next to them. The stranger apologized for his rudeness, explaining that when training with beginners, his hand often slips. A strange reaction appeared on the knight's face when he saw Leon's familiar face. Looking more closely, he began to think that he knew him. The knight realized that he had not been able to recognize this guy at first, because he usually saw him in makeup. It became clear to the man that this was John Bolt's eldest son, Leon, and the guy got a little nervous about it. The other warriors, hearing this surname, realized that they were talking about the Bolt family, who were court jesters. Once the knight saw him perform on stage at the Imperial Castle. During the performance, Leon curled up into a ball and rolled around the stage in a comical manner. The man thought it was a magnificent performance and swore that he had never seen such a masterpiece. The knight became curious to know why this jester suddenly wanted to change his profession. Leon came to the training ground where the knights practiced, but he had neither a sword nor a spear. Unexpectedly, the man suggested that the jester had a trump card up his sleeve in the form of a throwing knife. The mockery was stopped by a nut that nearly hit the knight on the head. Argos was the one who threw the nut at him, and assured everyone that Leon's weapons were nuts. The man and the boy were martial arts masters and trained their strength using all available means. With one blow, they could crack their opponent's skull or break their bones. Therefore, strictly speaking, they did not need to carry such useless things as weapons with them. Martial arts masters could fight under any conditions to determine whose fighting style was better. The knight decided that he could easily crack this nut, which seemed very fragile to him. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to break the nutshell. Argos asked Leon to show this man how it should be done. Those around them were shocked to see how easily the young man did it, while their partner was unable to. The man explained that it had taken his student a month to achieve this result, and assured them that this was enough time to defeat the knight in battle. The knight could not stand such insolence, so he tried to attack, but Argos managed to stop him. The martial arts master asked his opponent not to pollute the air with his mouth. Leon was pleasantly shocked to see how his mentor deftly managed to block the opponent's attack. Unexpectedly, the commander intervened in their altercation, intending to find out what had happened. The knight immediately tried to justify himself, saying that he was not the instigator of this conflict, and assured that this man had defiled the honor of their order. Argos believed that the very existence of such a knight was a disgrace and an insult to the order. The man could not bear these words again, and was about to pounce on him, but this time the prince himself stopped their scuffle. Jan tried to figure out how they were going to resolve the situation, since neither of them was going to take back their words. Therefore, he suggested that they hold a duel between the teams, and, at the same time, decide in a fight whose honor was at stake and whose side was right. Granite couldn't understand his prince's train of thought, but he was curious to find out what he had in mind. Ellen considered Jan to be a cunning fox who had planned to get involved in something like this from the very beginning. Argos was convinced that they weren't the only ones who wanted to have fun, but Leon didn't share that enthusiasm. The prince made it clear to everyone that he intended to find out in a duel which of these warriors was stronger. The knight was eager to enter the battle after receiving permission from His Highness, Prince John. It turned out that the duel would be between Granite, Captain of the Order of the Golden Lion, and Lord Pendragon, and it was supposed to determine which of these men was stronger. Ellen was ready for this turn of events, so he armed himself with a training sword for the duel. When he left his sheath, he saw no difference between a commoner and the king himself. The captain of the order made it clear that in the brief moment of battle, everything would come down to one thing: victory or defeat. Granite hoped that the young lord would never forget this simple truth of battle. Unexpectedly, before the battle began, the man released his aura to intimidate his opponent. Leon decided that this man would be stronger than Morgan. Argos was pleased that his student understood the difference in strength. Jan understood that the commander of the order was many times stronger than him, because his combat experience was invaluable and his weapon skills were off the charts. Earlier, Ingrid had asked her brother a very intriguing question. The prince said that Ellen had changed a lot since their last meeting, and she wanted to know what had prompted him to think so. Now, finding himself in a duel against Granite, the prince was curious to see what the lord would do. Based on the situation, Ellen had no choice but to fight with all his might. The opponent did not wait for an attack and made his first quick lunge, but the lord managed to dodge it. Leon noticed that his master was being pressed, and therefore began to doubt his victory over the captain of the order. Argos recognized the captain's phenomenal speed, but not only his movements, his thoughts were also at the highest level. Jan noticed that Granite did not make any unnecessary movements or feints. It was pure fencing art embodied by one man and presented to the public. When faced with such a fighting style, it felt like a quick, explosive thrust that knocked the opponent out of the rhythm of the battle. The captain was not just fast, he had perfected the imperial fencing style and therefore overwhelmed his opponent. Ellen managed to dodge another lunge from his opponent, but the man tried to push him back with his back. Argos was convinced that Granite was a worthy opponent, saw that he had created space for a counterattack, and immediately closed the distance to prevent it. While the captain had the initiative in the fight, Ellen continued to dodge successfully. Seizing the moment, he managed to deliver a kick straight to the head and immediately struck with his sword, which Granite dodged. The opponent's strengths were practically equal, and the outcome of the battle depended on which of them could successfully apply their technique. Everyone except Argos was shocked and considered this an incredible duel. The Duke's technique strongly reminded Argos of the art of tiramisu, which he himself possessed. The captain of the order also wanted to know what this delightful technique used against him was. However, Granite dared to assure his opponent that these tricks would not be enough to win. Because he had worked on the imperial art of the sword for many years and minimized all flaws, suddenly, Ellen forced his opponent to fall to the ground with the inertial force he put into the attack. Some of those present did not expect that everything could so suddenly turn in his favor. Granite himself did not understand what had just happened, because he had been in control of the duel all this time. Argos began to feel that the fight would now follow a different scenario, one dictated by Ellen. The captain of the order's perception screamed that something had changed dramatically in this man. The man asked his student if he found anything interesting in this situation. The prince, like everyone else, was intrigued by the outcome of this battle, and also did not expect everything to change so dramatically. The opponents clashed swords again in a brave battle, and Ellen once again managed to outmaneuver Granite, who flew past him. This time, Ellen managed to deliver an additional blow to the back of the captain's head, which horrified the knights. Despite his injuries, the man was ready to continue the fight and quickly got to his feet and saw Ellen's aura in front of it. The captain of the order immediately used his aura to try to pressure his opponent and began to attack first. Those around them noticed that Granite's aura had become several times stronger, but the young lord continued to block his attack. It was the first time the prince had seen such fierce attacks from the captain of the Order of the Golden Lions. Granite began to feel that he could not reach this nimble young man with his attacks. Jan felt the same feeling he had when he fought alongside the young lord in Luce. Argos noticed the use of a special technique from their southern lands that allowed the aura's power to be wielded in an unusual way, but no one had ever seen it used like this before. During the short time he spent with Isley, Ellen managed to learn many tricks from the Knights of Valvas. Earlier, the lord had the opportunity to train with Elkin, who taught him several techniques. Granite continued to believe in his unshakable strength, so he decided to attack first. Jan was convinced that Ellen had acquired new strength during the past period. Looking more closely, it seemed to him that it was not just about this strength. Suddenly, the prince decided to intervene and ordered the captain of the order to stop the fight. The prince said that they were both excellent fencers and was pleased with what he had seen, so he asked them to sheathe their sword. Ellen admitted that he had underestimated his opponent, who was pleased with this, and therefore stopped. Argos was convinced that his master was a wise man, but Leon did not understand what he meant. The young lord highly valued and understood the rules and foundations of dueling. Jan had just saved the honor of the captain, who could have lost in front of his subordinates. The prince was absolutely certain that Ellen had changed greatly since their last meeting. Lord Pendragon acknowledged that much had happened to him and his companions over the past year. The young man approached the captain he had just fought and intended to talk to him. Ellen was impressed by the strength and training of his knightly order and hoped that he would honor them and allow them to train with them for a while. The lord believed that this place was ideal for developing Leon's skills. The captain of the order understood his desire and ordered his fighters to train with Leon from that day on. Ellen understood that through such joint efforts, they would become stronger and prepare for the battle that awaited them ahead. After a while, a gong sounded, and another carriage entered through the open gates. One of the most influential and wealthy nobles of the empire, Count Roxanne, had arrived. After his arrival, the Pendragon's famous allies, Count Seyrod and his entourage, arrived. The carriage of the governor of one of the empire's key trading cities, Leus, Count Segund, appeared. This year's title conferral ceremony resembled a gathering of political monsters. The knights did not envy the drummers who constantly beat their musical instruments. Suddenly, not only drums but also trumpets began to sound, which meant that at least a duke had arrived. The flag of the King of Sea Dragons became visible, and everyone froze when they noticed the appearance of this nobleman. The head of the council was one of the 5 great dukes and the only ruler of the south. Duke Aranis arrived in the imperial capital, but Ellen was unaware of his arrival, as he was busy training. A little earlier, the orc had continued training in Pendragon County, fighting with Isley. Elkin fought him with a spear, but the orc was determined and wanted to win. The orc was angry that his opponent kept dodging, because he wanted to fight at full strength. Despite the orc's superiority, the guy managed to knock his opponent off his feet with a deft movement. As he fell, the orc managed to think quickly and attacked his opponent with his foot, but the boy managed to dodge. The battle between them continued, with the other knights watching them with interest. It seemed to him that Aisley was in a bad mood. He had been given another assignment and was not allowed to go with his master to the capital. Reed Polak thought that now, Elkin was letting off steam in such a simple way. Aisley, overhearing their conversation, threw a spear at them so that they would be less inclined to discuss him. Jody noticed that their sparring training was on a completely different level. Killian was very happy that his knights were improving their skills, and since he himself had not trained for a long time, he decided to join them. Skill thought that this captain of the knights was simply unbearable. Jody asked her not to say such things. Vincent noticed that their army had managed to improve its skills since the battle in Luce. Isley's technique and Cart's strength were different elements, which is why they were perfect rivals. The guy decided to ask Kratul if there was any news about the incident that had occurred in the forest. The orc reported that the mage had managed to penetrate the duchy's territory. Last time, he tried to break through the barrier directly, so he set a double trap for him and managed to find him earlier. Vincent decided to find out if it was the same mage who had influenced the minds of the centaurs. Kratul could not answer his question with certainty, because he himself did not know if it was the same mage. Near the mausoleum, the Lord met a lich, and in Sissuk, there was practically a full-scale invasion of undead. These events could be connected with the county of Aranis. There was someone behind the assassination attempt on the prince, and the Duchy of Aranis was involved in the events in Laos. Vincent realized that he was missing some pieces of the puzzle and wanted to find out what happened next. The young man knew that there were still 10 days left before the title transfer ceremony, and Luna was worried about Alina. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Aileen showed everyone the dress her mother had given her. Leon assured her that the ceremonial attire suited her very well. Argos decided to remain silent. The man assumed that today was the day when the titles would be awarded. Aileen asked Lindis to come out to them and not be shy about her outfit, but the girl felt that the dress was too revealing. The girl tried to convince Lindis that this outfit suited her very well, and the boys were intrigued by it. When they saw Lindis's dress, the guys were pleasantly surprised and didn't understand why she was embarrassed. As the Lord's wife, she should not hide her stunning attractiveness. It was the boys' turn to get dressed. Eileen had prepared suitable outfits for them. The day of the investiture had finally arrived, and the young Lord Pendragon was a little nervous about it. The mere thought of the prince seeing Lady Eileen in her finest ceremonial attire made his heart beat faster. Ellen believed that those behind the attempt on the prince's life would finally reveal themselves. Rav Tylan was also to be brought to the capital, soon to be handed over to the emperor in person. The prince had already told the lord about this, but decided to repeat himself, assuring him that Ellen had too many enemies. According to Jan's assumption, Segunda had thought through and planned everything he could for this day, so he advised the lord to be careful. The ceremony began, and Ellen headed there with the embarrassed Lindis. The lord assumed that the girl was bothered by her clothes, but she made it clear that there was something else. Lindis came from an ordinary farming family. Her hands were rough, and she did not possess any striking beauty. She felt that she was not worthy of being there, standing arm in arm with Lord Ellen. The Lord, in turn, remembered that Lindis reminded him very much of his mother, who had also cared for him. Ellen felt exactly the same way as Lindis, and therefore asked her not to worry about it. The other girls saw Ellen Pendragon for the first time, and found him more handsome than they had expected. The girl asked Princess Ingrid why she did not go with the young lord. Her friend asked Sylvia to stop pressuring the princess, since Ellen had already refused her. The girls decided that now it was their turn to try their luck with the lord, because they were Ingrid's sisters and, in addition, possessed both beauty and an excellent pedigree. The princesses considered themselves the best ladies in the empire. Leia, Sylvia, and Elaine began to descend. The girls would soon find out which of them would win the battle for this gentleman. Count Sayrod intended to ask Ellen how his daughter, who worked for the Lord, was doing. The young man assured him that she was fine. The man appointed by him was responsible for the internal affairs of the duchy, and spoke very highly of Luna's managerial talents. His words were like music to the father's ears. He was very happy that his daughter had managed to find her place. It seemed to Eileen that the respected Count Sayrod was making another attempt to marry his daughter to Ellen. The girl supported the Count in this, because she considered Luna to be beautiful and intelligent. Eileen believed that her brothers should have several wives. The Lord's sister decided to find out what her brother's current wife thought about this, and Lindis responded positively. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by shouting boys who began to grab their noses and run in an unknown direction. The boys were shocked that their eyes had met for a moment. One of the princesses touched the boy's hand, and so he began to believe that his life had not been wasted. Argos did not understand what caused the boy's reaction. He did not understand what had happened to them at all. Leon realized that the reason for this behavior was the three princesses who had appeared. It seemed to him that they were wearing beautiful dresses. The guy knew that Leia, Sylvia, and Elaine were the best girls and princesses in the Empire. Eileen realized that these three girls were sisters. Ingrid Ellen noticed that they all looked alike. Argos noticed that these three chatterboxes were heading towards them, and they seemed strange to him. Approaching Ellen, they declared in unison that they were delighted to meet the valiant Lord Pendragon. Ellen, in turn, was not pleased with such attention from the princesses, as he did not want to have anything personal with them. The princesses had heard stories about what had happened in Laos. Ingrid told them everything in detail, and the girls swarmed around the Lord, leaving Lindis alone. Leia was convinced that their sister had not lied to them at all, for he was not only a handsome duke, but also very skilled with a sword. It was said that he surpassed Prince John. Elaine knew that he possessed all the virtues that every gentleman at court dreamed of. The princesses believed that he did not have a wife suitable for such a high status. Sylvia had heard that Lindis's concubine had previously been a servant of the Pendragon. Therefore, the princesses believed that she must have come from a noble family. They assumed that Lindis's father was a knight or an officer. Lindis felt uncomfortable telling the princesses the truth. Eileen considered these girls to be ill-mannered hen. The Lord's concubine cried, without telling them who her father was and who she really was. Ellen himself replied that her father was a farmer, which amused the princesses, who considered Lindis unworthy. The girls immediately began to praise the young lord for his generosity in taking a commoner as his mistress. Elaine thought that this was far from the best match for the lord. Sylvia made it clear that this was precisely why Lindis had the status of a concubine. The girls asked him to look at their noble hands, which had no calluses and were as delicate and white as the first snow in the mountains. The princesses considered themselves the embodiment of beauty in this court. The blood of the emperor flowed in their veins, and each of them considered herself worthy of becoming Lord Pendragon's wife. Ellen, on the contrary, was surprised that there were no calluses on their hands and did not share their pride in this. The Lord realized that they had never once in their lives cultivated a field to ensure their future. The princesses also did not wield swords to deal with those who threatened their land. The emperor's daughters did not mend their loved ones' torn clothes and never cooked anything for him. Ellen pointed out that they had done absolutely nothing useful in their lives, and therefore did not understand where their pride came from. The princesses were shocked by this response because they believed that everyone should simply love them, and that all they were required to do was be beautiful. Lyndon did everything the Lord asked of them and supported him in difficult time. Even now, he was sure that she would continue to do so, and the girl felt uncomfortable listening to this. Ellen was sorry, but he had to tell them with regret that he found it difficult to find common ground with people who did not share his values. So, he took Lindis by the hand and they walked away from the princesses, who were stunned by this outcome. Those around them, on the contrary, were glad that their lord was so generous and did not betray his principles. The princesses immediately burst into tears because they had been rejected for the first time in their lives. Suddenly, one of the young men complained to the Lord, who had dared to speak so rudely to the beautiful flowers of the empire. The young man believed that Lord Pendragon had gone too far and should be held accountable for his action. To them, having a commoner as a concubine seemed an absurd act by which the Lord had lowered his status. It was considered an insult to the entire nobility and aristocracy of the empire. The young men from noble families considered it comparable to betraying the ideals of the country. Leon noticed that everything had happened exactly as Prince John had told them. Ellen had too many enemies, and with every passing minute, there were more and more of them. But Leon did not understand how they dared to behave this way with the Lord. Argos considered each of these young men to be pathetic in their own way. Lindis asked her husband for forgiveness, believing that these complaints had arisen because of her, but Ellen asked her not to think about it. Duke Aranis entered the hall unnoticed, and was somewhat pleased that some had turned against Ellen. Hearing his voice, everyone immediately froze in place. The young men from noble families were frightened by the appearance of the ruler of the south. Ellen, on the other hand, tensed up, as he considered the king of the sea dragons to be his enemy, who was constantly trying to harm him. Duke Aranis, noticing how everything had changed in the room with his appearance, realized his superiority over everyone. The man assured them that they were all under the protection of the empire, so he asked them not to quarrel. With a glance, he made it clear who was the strongest in the room and recommended that the gentlemen not draw their swords from their scabbard. In the Duke's humble opinion, Lord Pendragon was free to choose his own life partner, and it was none of their business. Freedom of choice in the internal affairs of noble houses was one of the pillars on which the entire aristocratic society was based. Therefore, all aggression subsided, and the Duke had the opportunity to speak personally with the young lord. The other young men of the nobility were still horrified by Aranis' presence at the event. Those around him knew that not long ago, he had entrusted all matters of the southern lands to his eldest son, Arrigo, and since then had hardly been seen in public. Now the Count had personally visited the imperial court, so those around him did not understand what had prompted him to come to the imperial capital. The ruler of Aranis paid a compliment to Lord Pendragon's wife, and tension arose between them. Noticing Lady Eileen, he decided that she was Ellen's sister, as she looked very much like her brother. One glance was enough to recognize the Lord's companions as excellent fighters. It was a great honor for Ellen to meet Duke Aranis in person. The man believed that the other lords brought nothing but problems and squabbles to the imperial court. The children of the nobility were blinded by the apparent power that came with their titles, which they had inherited by right of birth, but in reality, they were insignificant and, like ordinary people, could not see beyond their own noses. The Duke asked him to trust him because he knew what he was talking about, having faced a similar situation in the past due to an unpleasant incident involving his concubine's son. Ellen decided that the conversation was about the half-orc youth who had pretended to be a pirate. The Lord sympathized with the Duke because his son had been on the side of the kidnappers in that incident in Luce. The man did not quite understand what he was talking about, but he noticed that the idea with the half-orcs was excellent. The Duke understood that the offspring of such a union would have the intelligence of a human and the strength of an orc. If everything was done correctly, the result would be the strongest soldier from a young age. He had doubts about how the empire was structured. The empire was supposed to be a place where any creature of any race or lineage could rise to the top if it had the necessary talent and diligence. The man asked the young lord if he agreed with his worldview. Ellen continued to feel negative towards this man, but decided not to show it. The lord suggested that he was talking about a society in which the best in their field could achieve anything. Duke Aranis assured him that a rusty old sword could not harm a dragon. This was precisely what he wanted to convey to the young lord. After these words, he bowed and left them. The sole ruler of everything, the young Duke Aranis impressed everyone present with his aura. Originally, the House of Aranis were kings who ruled in the south, but later fell under the influence of the empire. The origins of this dynasty were very different from those of the nobles and subjects of the first emperor. Although Leon had lived in the palace for quite some time, this was the first time in his life that he had seen Duke Aranis in person. Showing his fist, Argos assured him that with its help, he would be able to solve all his problems. While the Duke was talking to Lord Argos, he gave free rein to his bloodlust several times, and the Duke did not even blink. This proved that he had been through more than the others could even imagine. Leon asked the master to stop making noise and expressing himself that way when they were in the palace. But Argos believed that when two martial arts masters met, palaces and everything else ceased to exist for them because any place became a battlefield. Ellen was convinced that this Duke was the father of the pirate monster he had fought. He was the one behind the attempt on the Crown Prince's life and the destruction of the House of Vault. The Lord could not get the Duke's arrogant mockery out of his head. Therefore, Ellen intended to expose all the sins of this ruler publicly that day. Duke Aranus, in turn, was convinced that Governor Segund was smarter than the rest of the rabble. Being a count, the old man was a henchman of Duke Aranus, who used him for his own purposes. Thanks to the fact that he left the place in time, it was difficult to prove his involvement in the incident. Count Segan knew that none of the local nobles would be able to find out about the confrontation with Lord Pendragon. In order to carry out their plans, they had to try hard and finish this important business. Unexpectedly, the Duke spilled wine on the floor, saying that Rave Tylene had to disappear today. Duke Aranus intended to get rid of the witness before he appeared before the Emperor. Count Segund assured his patron that he had taken care of this in advance. The old man had placed mercenaries along the entire route from the lands of Pendragon to the imperial capital. The nobles remembered what the White Dragon had done in Sisuke and what the Duke himself had done in the lands of Alis. And so everyone was very dissatisfied with the Lord. Practically the entire nobility of the empire at that moment sympathized with Duke Aranus and was ready to become his allies. The heir, Jaime Roxanne, owned one of the largest estates in the empire, which could rival even the lands of Alice. Even the Bear Duke of the House of Lindegor was ready to cooperate with them. Duke Aranus was delighted with this news, and the old man added that all these people did not think highly of Lord Pendragon. Count Segunda always surprised his ruler with his extensive personal connections among the nobility of Ellen. In their opinion, he was surrounded by enemies in the Emperor's palace, as if in a trap. The ruler of the South was sincerely grateful to him for his service, and he continued to flatter the old man. The Count was only too happy to hear praise from his ruler, and did not know that he was being used. The time had come to begin the ceremony of conferring titles, and everyone gathered in the Emperor's throne room. The grand ceremony began, and everyone was asked to welcome the pride of the empire, its 5 great dukes. The first to enter was the ruler of the south, the great sea dragon Duke Aranus with his entourage. The man and his entourage headed for the emperor's throne, where the ceremony was to take place. Duke Cyrod decided that this man was the chief among the dukes. The girls found him very attractive. The knights beside him gave him a truly regal appearance, and some of those present decided that they were the knights of Valvas. Next, they greeted the blood of the empire, blessed by the angels, the great duchy of Lindegor. The duke headed for the emperor's throne with his nobility. To those present, it seemed that he paled in comparison to Aranus. To Duke Cyrod, this man resembled a bear. The girl did not understand what was meant by the blessing of an angel. There were rumors that they possessed a certain power that was capable of granting wishes. After 100 years, they had not suffered a single defeat in war. The House of Lindegor had existed for a long time. Now, it was the turn of the person who had been talked about every day in the palace for the past year. This person, who had made a pact with the White Dragon, was the young Duke Pendragon. The girls stared at the young hero Leos as he walked past them. Some thought that this guy was too young for the duchy. Governor Segund had heard that Ellen was only 17 years old, but he already held such a position in society. Then they announced the ruler of the empire, the centuries-old House of Aragon. The prince and princesses appeared in public, and the 3 sisters continued to feel unimportant after Pendragon's recent refusal. Ellen noticed that Jan, the 3 foolish sisters, and Ingrid were very similar to each other. Suddenly, the precious child of Baroness Irlin, born in Sisek Gufli Aragon, was announced. Ellen was surprised that this man was also being considered for the imperial title. Gufli was the man who had inherited the throne in Raven's previous life. Therefore, Duke Pendragon was skeptical of this prince and suspected something was wrong with this action. If Yang was an unbridled flame, then Gufli seemed to him like the water of a calm lake. Ellen could not read any emotions on this guy's face, and therefore decided not to rush to conclusion. The young man also became curious about how old Goofy might be, assuming that he was now 15. The butler announced the last and most important holder of the highest power in the empire, standing above the power of all houses. Everyone already understood that Duke Aragon himself would now be announced, and therefore waited for his appearance. First, the emperor's retinue appeared, walking everywhere to defend their ruler. Ellen noticed that the captain of the royal knights was at the head of the retinue. He considered these guys to be a good escort. The young man wanted to know what kind of person Emperor Aragon really was. An elderly man with a gray beard appeared, slowly following his knights. The young lord was surprised that this old man was the emperor of the great empire of Aragon. The emaciated old man did not inspire confidence in the young duke, who had expected much more grandeur from him. The ruler of the great lands of Roxanne, Jaime Roxanne, was the first to introduce himself and headed for the throne. The man humbly greeted his emperor, but the emperor did not respond to him. Jaime, not waiting for a response, did not understand what to do next, so he decided to introduce himself. The captain of the knights recognized him as the ruler of the House of Roxanne, and, on behalf of the emperor, granted him the title of Count. Such was the will of his majesty. But the young man did not understand why the emperor himself had not told him this. Jamie Roxanne expressed his deepest gratitude and left the place. The next person to be granted the title of Baron was Morbus Burlon, and in this case, the emperor also did not say a word. The captain of the knights, on behalf of the ruler, granted the title of Viscount to Charles Viscount. Next, they called Argon Habsburg, whom all the local people considered a mere puppet. Einail asked Leon if the emperor had always been so taciturn, and the young man replied in the affirmative. Over the past few years, the emperor's condition had rapidly and severely deteriorated, and since then, Leon had not heard him utter a single word. There were rumors that old age and some kind of illness were to blame, but no one knew for sure. It was all shrouded in mystery. Ellen knew that the reason the House of Walta had been destroyed was a false accusation of treason. If only the emperor had been able to see the truth through the lies surrounding him. If only he could have kept the tyranny of the noble houses in check with a firm hand. Likewise, if the emperor had the will to do so, there would be no oppression or impunity in the lands of the empire. Therefore, the young duke believed that the empire was rotten to the core, and that the emperor himself was to blame for all this. He recalled a recent incident when he almost fought with Count Louvre and said that he was ready to fight the emperor's army if necessary. After that, they called out Ellen's name, and he went to his majesty to receive the title of duke. Standing before the emperor, the young man noticed some strange things happening at that moment. Ellen believed that the ruler was now nothing more than a puppet in the hands of the elite. The young man, like everyone else, humbly greeted his majesty, suspecting that the captain of the knights would now announce the awarding of the title. Unexpectedly, this time the emperor stood up and stood before the young lord. Looking intently at Ellen, a powerful aura appeared in the emperor's eyes. After that, the old man released his lion aura, which he had possessed for many years. None of those present expected this. Jan and Ingrid were also surprised by the elderly father's actions, but Duke Aranis remained calm, unlike the others. For the first time in his life, Ellen encountered the true aura of the imperial family. The young lord was convinced that the emperor was at least twice as strong as John. The young man could not believe that a person in such a frail body could possess such a colossal aura. Finding himself in this situation, he had already decided to respond to the emperor by manifesting his white dragon aura. Unexpectedly, the ruler's aura began to subside little by little, so Ellen did not have to show his strength. Suddenly, he remembered that battle was not just a random fight with an opponent. Isley advised him to be in harmony with his opponents and not to resist them. The essence of such confrontation was to synchronize with one's opponents. Heeding his friend's advice, the young lord simply surrendered to this flow of aura. After that, their auras began to merge into one, and none of those present could understand what was happening. The auras of the Emperor and Elena merged in a way that none of the people present had ever seen before. The young lord also practiced such a fusion with another person's aura for the first time in his life. Suddenly, their stream stopped, and the Emperor said that he regretted that someone like Ellen had not come to him sooner. The Emperor was very pleased to see such a worthy person as Duke Pendragon before him. After a short conversation, the old man collapsed back into his chair, shocking those present. The captain of the knights, on behalf of the ruler, granted the young Lord Pendragon the title of Duke. Everyone remained in shock that Ellen was the only one to whom the Emperor had spoken. Now, having received the status of Duke, Ellen was recognized as the ruler of the lands of Pendragon. None of those present could believe that this young man had such a powerful aura. Duke Aranis believed that an old lion was still a lion, so it was not worth underestimating. The Emperor's aura was not threatening and did not exert pressure. He simply surrendered to the flow. Those with auras simply accepted each other and merged with him into a single force. Such tricks were beyond the power of ordinary people, and Yang was pleased that Ellen had managed to pull it off. The ruler of the South was convinced that Duke Pendragon was not so simple, and therefore decided to keep a close eye on him. Only Governor Sigund was angry at what was happening, and his servant tried to calm him down. The old man believed that this insolent man would not last long, as he still harbored resentment for what had happened in his mansion. Sigund was sure that after today's banquet, Pendragon's life would come to an end. Afterwards, there was a ball where Ingrid intended to dance with Sir Ellen. The Duke accepted her offer, and the other princesses were jealous of their sister, whom he had not refused. As the princess had expected, silence proved to be golden, and they continued dancing at the ball. Argos noticed that his master was much more popular than expected. Unexpectedly, Lindis asked him to dance with her, which was a shocking proposal for a man. The girl noticed that because of her revealing dress, all the men were constantly looking in her direction. Suddenly, Argos grabbed her by the hand and dragged her away, leading Lindis to her husband. The man announced that his next dance would be with his first lady. Ellen was surprised by this. Lindis began to worry about this and tried to assure him that it was okay if he didn't want to dance with her. Argos was determined, so he was against Ellen continuing to dance with Ingrid. The man declared that Lindis was the Duke's wife and should behave in a manner befitting that status. The girl asked her husband for one dance, and he did not refuse her. For Ellen, on the contrary, it was an honor, so he let the princess go and began dancing with his wife. Argos was pleased that everything had turned out this way, and the Duke paid no attention to the stares of those around him. The ball continued, and many people were pleased with such a social event that they had managed to attend. Suddenly, Jamie Roxanne shouted to the entire hall, addressing the emperor and interrupting the ball. As an official currently ruling one of the richest provinces and a loyal subject who had received the title of count, Jamie had the honor of reporting information of great importance to His Majesty. The captain of the emperor's retinue allowed him to speak, and the young man reported that some of His Majesty's loyal subjects, who served the empire with shield and sword, had been placed in various difficult situations caused by the actions of one man. Jamie concluded that this person was the recently titled Duke of Pendragon. Everyone immediately stopped dancing when they heard his name and looked at him, waiting for some kind of explanation. The young man assured them that because of the Duke's interference, Count Brescia had been destroyed by his own subjects. Also, the young genius, the eldest son of Count Louvre, Sir Morgan, had died on the battlefield. Morgan's death occurred at the tournament despite the sins he had committed. Jamie, as a vassal of the emperor, assured them that Morag was subject only to the emperor himself for his crimes. Such interference in the centuries-old traditions of the aristocracy's courts undermined the foundations of noble court life and seemed to him to be an abuse of power. The young man believed he was right in his words, so he asked for support from the other people. As opponents of Pendragon, everyone agreed with Jamie except him and the County of Louvre. 6 senior lords agreed that Duke Ellen had no right to behave in this way. This point of view was supported not only by the Count of Segunda, but also by the King of Sea Dragon. They all humbly asked His Majesty to bring the guilty party to justice. Jan and Ingrid were among those who opposed Pendragon's accusations, but Jamie insisted on condemning the guilty party. The opponents of Duke Ellen also supported these accusations and asked the emperor to hold a trial. John realized that this whole affair was the work of the House of Louvre, which suddenly received the support of half of the highest lords. But Duke Aranis also came out on their side. The emperor currently had no influence in the government, so the prince did not think he would be able to say anything. If they managed to pull this off now, the balance among the various political parties in the empire would be disrupted. Suddenly, Yang realized that these people were raising this issue right now in order to push Goofly onto the throne. The prince did not know what Ellen would do in such a case, because everything was leading to Pendragon's condemnation. Duke Aranis decided to ask the young ruler what he intended to do in such a case. Unexpectedly, Governor Torrio Segundo, who believed that such actions disgraced the empire, cried out that he considered it nothing less than treason. The old man asked the emperor to condescend to Judge Duke Pendragon. Ellen himself laughed at these accusations. Torrio did not understand what was wrong with this young man. The young man declared that the real traitor was Governor Segundo because he had evidence. Torrio, in turn, believed that Rava Talon had long since passed away and therefore could not be a witness, as the elite mercenaries sent after him controlled all approaches to the imperial capital. The old man believed that with every word he spoke, he was digging himself deeper into his grave. Suddenly, one of the knights turned to the captain with a denunciation. The knight reported an invasion of the imperial capital, and the captain was horrified by this. The others, hearing this, also did not understand what had happened and what to do next. Unknown intruders broke into the capital on a flock of griffins carrying a carriage and headed straight for the palace. No one had ever done anything like this before. Suddenly, there was a noise in the castle, and broken windows began to fall. Then the griffins that had brought the carriage flew in, and those present did not understand what it all meant. The carriage with the witness was delivered by air, thus thwarting Governor Segunja's plan. The knights decided that these were enemies who had signed their own death warrant and began to attack. Carda, who had also arrived at the palace, managed to block the attack of the knights who had wounded him. Everyone was terrified to see the orc in front of them, but he was delighted with such a warm welcome. Grabbing the knight by the head, he threw him back and decided that this action would be sufficient as a response. Duke Aranis noticed that this orc was much larger and stronger than any ordinary orc. The knights continued to attack them, And now Isley also decided to join the Drawing his swords, he easily disarmed his opponents, who dropped their swords. The captain was surprised that his elite guard had been defeated in 2 moves. Duke Aranis, noticing the color of the men's skin and their twin swords, immediately took him for the Knight Valvas. The man had heard about these warriors because he had a couple of them in his retinue. Killian, sitting inside the carriage, believed that this was precisely why he needed to get out and explain himself. Vincent believed that, as exemplary knights, they had to pay a small price for their captain's condition. Afterwards, they went outside to explain that they were not enemies, but had simply brought a witness. The governor noticed Vincent Ron, who had disappeared without a trace, and now did not understand why he was among the subordinates of this white dragon. Killian offered his deepest apologies for their discourtesy. The commander of the knights called himself the White Warrior of the Duchy of Pendragon. They had come here on a mission of utmost importance concerning the fate of their emperor. Suddenly, Killian almost disgraced himself because he pointed at the road and stopped talking. Those around him did not understand what important mission he was referring to, so they decided to ask Alina about it. The Duke appreciated traveling by air to avoid mercenaries, but he was surprised that Vincent wanted to stand out so much. Ron assured them that they had simply been intercepted by a squad of griffins on their way to the capital. They hadn't even had time to explain this, which is what the captain had been trying to say when he fell out of the carriage. Vincent believed that if they hadn't been there, it would have been much worse, so he thought they had done everything in their power to protect their master. Argos was intrigued to see how these young men chatted among themselves, as if they were old friends. The man felt that they would get along with him, and Leon would have agreed. Ellen introduced Killian to Leon Argos's mentor, an extremely talented warrior who had recently joined them. In order to help in the battle against those who were trying to build a nest for themselves in the Empire, they enlisted the trust of experienced warriors. Governor Torio was furious at the knights who stood idly by and did not detain the intruders. The old man believed that these people behaved like barbarians, destroying everything around them and additionally staging a riot right in the Emperor's palace. Segun considered this action to be treason against the Empire. Ellen did not understand why the old man was so agitated. The Duke repeated once again that the traitor here was Torio Segundo, who had planned this in advance. Carta provided them with evidence in the form of Rav Tylan, who had been in the carriage all this time. A very important mission involving the Judge of the Empire was disrupted by the appearance of Rav Tylan. Jamie Roxanne did not recognize this lord and mistook him for a gray-haired old man. Aranis tried to understand how events would unfold. Ellen reported that this man's name was Rav Tylan and that he was an important witness. The former county of Brescia was very influential in Sisak, and this man was directly connected to it. Rav Tylan was one of the conspirators behind the attempt to destroy Prince Zion 3 years ago. None of those present could believe it, as it seemed simply impossible to them. In order to shed light on what had happened then, Ellen joined forces with His Highness Prince Jan and decided to infiltrate Sisak. There they found compelling evidence that Rav Tylan had sent the Crown Prince. However, this man was nothing more than a pawn sacrificed in the game. Rav Tylan was supposed to tell them all who was the player who had been moving the pieces on the board all along. Ellen asked him not to forget to mention the identities of the other traitors who had bared their insatiable blades and plunged them into the Emperor's body. Duke Pendragon intended to reveal all the sins of the traitors that day, and the captain of the Emperor's retinue allowed Rav Tylan to speak. After that, Ellen led the prisoner away so that he could tell His Highness everything that had happened. Torio Segundo understood that if the truth came out, all his plans would go down the drain, and he would be accused of treason. Duke Aranis used his magic ring to order his subordinate to take action. The old man suddenly flew into a rage, pulled a dagger from his belt, and began to scream frantically. Those around him did not understand the governor's behavior, who had ceased to act rationally. Torio managed to quickly approach Ellen, and intended to kill the witness right in front of everyone. Seeing what was happening, Lindis began to worry for her betrothed, who was under attack. Despite the suddenness of the attack, Ellen managed to intercept the attacker and, with one movement, forced him to drop his dagger. Even after that, the old man did not calm down and lunged at Rav Tylan, trying to bite his neck. Governor Sagan managed to bite through the young man's artery, causing blood to spurt out. Those around him were horrified by what was happening. Right before everyone's eyes, Ellen's only witness for the defense was brutally destroyed. The Duke grabbed the old man and noticed that he too had died, but no one had done anything to him. The young man needed to find out how Sigund had been so strong and fast at that moment. Those present did not understand what had happened here, and did not know why the governor had taken such a step. Given the circumstances, there was only one logical explanation. Duke Aranis could not imagine that Count Segunda would be behind the attempt to destroy the Crown Prince. The ruler of the South, on behalf of the 6 highest lords, sincerely apologized to Ellen, who was convinced that Uranus was involved in this. Everything turned out exactly as Pendragon had said, and Count Segunda turned out to be a traitor to the Empire. Ellen accused Segunda, as befitted a loyal servant of the Empire, but Pendragon himself understood that things were not as simple as they seemed. Thus, Duke Uranus intended to divert suspicion from himself, even though there was no evidence of his involvement. Summing up, the ruler of the South called Ellen a true treasure of the Aragon Empire. The lifeless body of Ravatailin continued to bleed, and no one rushed to help him, thinking it was impossible. Duke Cyrud was once again convinced of Ellen's power, for he was not the man that Sagan's henchmen had tried to portray him as. The girl was stunned by the wisdom of Duke Uranus, who so quickly realized his mistake. Ellen considered what had happened to be wrong, knowing about Duke Uranus's involvement. Vincent noticed Pendragon's violent reaction and intended to stop him, because there was no point in this confrontation with Uranus. The Duchy of Pendragon had lost their only witness, and even if Ron revealed the truth now, no one would believe him. On this terrible note, His Majesty's reception was over, and everyone was ordered to leave the palace. Duke Uranus was pleased with how things had turned out, and decided to return to his estates in the south. The man hoped that one fine day he would see Duke Pendragon again. The young man assured him that they would definitely meet on the battlefield, and with that, their conversation ended. Aileen noticed that this gentleman was served by several knights of Valva. Leaving the palace, the man decided that it was time for his knights to make their move. The others wanted to know if everything was all right with Duke Ellen, who assured them that everything was fine. Unexpectedly, the emperor uttered the name Arrhenius, which he himself laughed at. After that, the ruler asked Duke Pendragon to go with him to talk in private. The monster they encountered in Luz was a half-orc pirate who belonged to the house of Duke Uranus. The captain of the imperial retinue realized that none other than the ruler of the south was behind the poisoning of the crown prince. The emperor appointed Duke Pendragon as governor of Leos and gave him a secret order to subjugate the house of Uranus. In order to counter such an economically powerful opponent, the emperor was going to issue a decree allowing the use of gold coins minted by the Duchy of Pendragon on the territory of the empire. The captain of the retinue believed that this could lead to bad consequences, but the emperor assured him that everything would be fine. Ellen decided to find out if the ruler believed what he had recently told him. Yang's son had told his father enough about Ellen, and so the emperor believed that Pendragon was a man who could be trusted. The ruler was interested to know what the young duke thought about the pressing issues of the empire. Ellen had been in the lands of Sisek and Alice and had seen everything that was happening there, so the emperor wanted to hear his opinion on the matter. The emperor himself admitted that he did not have enough power to rule the empire alone. The ruler could not overcome the crime among the nobility, who sensed the weakness of the government. The elderly ruler was also unable to deal with the Grey Cardinal Uranus, so he wanted to enlist support. At the reception, the ruler unleashed all the power of his aura, but Duke Ellen did not flinch and did not confront him. Instead, his aura merged with the emperor's in a harmonious burst, and none of those present could repeat the merger. Even his eldest son Sion was unable to repeat it, so the emperor considered Ellen a worthy man who could protect their country. The emperor entrusted Ellen Pendragon and his son Jan with the fate of the empire, since he himself could no longer help. Ellen humbly accepted the duty entrusted to him by His Majesty, and was ready to do everything in his power to ensure the prosperity of their country. Meanwhile, someone suggested that one of the 6 dukes was actually considering the possibility of cooperating with someone like Uranus. The king of the sea dragons did not expect any action from this duke, and even less so from Sigun. He understood this as soon as he saw him. The man believed that his acquaintance would not come down to the palace today, but the messenger did otherwise. The messenger of the goddess Ileana came down to this man to convey some information to him. Archangel Sile's appearance made the man think about what had happened today. The Lord intended to find out from him what had brought Sale to him, even though they had agreed not to meet. Some very interesting events had taken place that required his attention. Sile reported that in the steppes of Liobstein, Soldre had met with the black dragon Amelhalt. This in turn made him wonder why the two had met there at all, because those lands did not belong to either of the dragons. The man suggested that there was something about this meeting that could interfere with their plan. The Archangel was not sure about this, but he considered dragons to be extremely territorial creatures, and here both of them were far from their domains. Since they met under such circumstances, there must have been a very compelling reason for them to leave their native lands. The Duke suggested that they were related to the Emperor's aura. The aura of the House of Aragon, and in particular of the Emperor himself, was originally a blessing from the goddess Ilana. Ciel himself served this goddess, and this power was granted to the Emperor to maintain balance in the human world. The man believed that it was now on the verge of collapse due to the assassination attempt on Prince Xian. It was common knowledge that Xian had been attacked by magic from a letter he had received from Ravatailin. Yan was convinced that the aura that his house had possessed for generations was weakening. The Emperor should have long ago left the throne to Xian and retired. The reason he did not do so was the assassination attempt on Xian, and over time, the Emperor's body became so weak. Ellen decided to find out how old the Emperor was. Yang told him that his father had turned 55 this year. The boys understood that the Emperor did not look his age at all. Meanwhile, the man suggested that Yang had the strongest aura, and therefore should become the heir to the throne. Ciel assured him that this young man was still immature and not ready to rule, and therefore it was too early for him to inherit the throne. Goofly's aura was growing rapidly, so the Archangel assumed that this guy could become stronger than Yang. Yang was going to do what Ellen advised and watch Goofly, but during that time he found nothing unusual in his behavior. Yang's brother was always calm everywhere he went, and Ellen thought that was just not possible. The guy from Raven's past knew that it was Goofly who had inherited the Emperor's throne. Ciel believed that the burden of creating the future empire would fall on the shoulders of Goofly, Yan Eranis, and Ellen. It was they who would determine the fate of this world. The man decided to find out whether he should take these words as a prophecy for the future. The Archangel assured him that he was only sharing a guess and did not know what their future would actually be, because he felt that the karma of this world was being strongly influenced from outside. Meanwhile, Leon continued to train with the Knights of the Empire, who considered themselves unbeatable. The young man's actions dispelled the Knights' false expectations of victory over him. With one deft movement, he managed to neutralize his opponent, who hesitated in his defense. Granite asked him to stop, as the winner was already clear, and the other knights were shocked by this outcome. Vincent decided that this was a worthy achievement for Leon, who had grown so much in such a short time that he had even exceeded Ellen's expectation. Argos assured everyone that it was all thanks to his teacher, who was very good at this. As captain of the knights, Killian could declare that their troops were growing stronger. It was time to say goodbye. Ellen thanked Granite for his hospitality and for allowing them to train at their training ground. The captain of the order was grateful to them for their visit, as their techniques were inspiring. For the Pendragon fighters, it turned out to be an easy walk, and Ellen had one question for the captain. The young duke asked Granite if he knew about the Demon Hunter Corps. The man was aware of it, and considered it a loose unit made up of all sorts of rabble. Sometimes Granite himself wondered why the Empire kept such units at all. Ellen wanted to know where this corps, which was supposed to be led by Baltai, was now. Right now, they were far to the south in a place known as the Green Sea, hunting a monster that the locals called the King of Monsters. Ellen immediately realized that they were talking about the troll he had miraculously managed to defeat in his past life. Based on what he heard, he realized that history had not yet changed, and therefore, he had a chance to influence the outcome. Ellen did not know whether he should reveal that Baltai was behind what was happening in Sissuk. Pendragon doubted that the Empire had enough strength to destroy this cunning enemy. Even if he was removed from his position as commander, it would only complicate matters because it would be more difficult to track him down. Noticing the young man's thoughtfulness, Granite decided to find out what was causing his doubts. After this conversation, he said goodbye to everyone and went home, with Aileen and Lindis riding with him. The guy understood that another confrontation with Baltai was undoubtedly waiting for him. Ellen remembered his past battles with Tovan and Toleo, which had seemed difficult to him. Ellen was most concerned about Duke Aranis, who behaved unpredictably. Pendragon decided to take care of destroying them all with his own hands and bringing peace and prosperity to the Empire. Returning home, he discovered that the Dragon Queen had also been absent all this time and had not yet returned. Tada assured him that because of her strong aura, people like them would easily sense her, but this had not happened for a long time. Ellen suggested that something might have happened to Sewell, so he wanted to find out what had happened to her. Suddenly, Linda sat him down on a chair and asked him not to move. She was sure that Sewell would meet with Ellen as soon as the opportunity arose, and she should arrive soon. Lindis began combing his long hair. Ellen was very grateful to her for such care. Tada and Kazal were convinced that these people were a real couple. Suddenly, Eileen, Mia, and Gila came into the room, wanting to see Ellen. The celebration in honor of the young duke had already begun. Everyone was waiting only for him. The advisor was overwhelmed with the news that his master had been appointed governor of Laos. Everyone present was indescribably happy for His Highness, so they began to celebrate. Lindis felt much more at ease here, as there were no arrogant nobles among them. Helen noticed that her son had changed noticeably and had managed to reconnect with Lindis. Eileen also noticed these changes, as the two had been through a lot together. Meanwhile, Luna, who had feelings for Ellen, was upset by this rapprochement. Vincent approached her and decided to do something to stop her from being sad and lonely. Ron offered Lady Luna a drink, but she refused alcohol. The Duke was supposed to leave for Leos tomorrow, and in that case, she might not have time to talk to him. Vincent advised her to make sure she had time to tell Ellen what she wanted to say before he left. Luna drank a glass of wine to gather the courage to talk to the young Duke. The girl was happy to learn that His Highness had been appointed governor of Leus. Ron noticed how she left Ellen and realized that Luna still hadn't decided to talk to the Duke. The guy didn't understand why she was taking so long with her conversation. Suddenly, Argos and Cart, who had just started the party, called out to him and asked Ron to bring them more drinks. Vincent remembered his previous conversation with Ellen, which had touched on local beer. With every sip, the local beer became more and more delicious. The soldiers of the Duchy of Pendragon also liked this drink, which is why it was so popular in these parts. Duke Ellen entrusted the management of his lands to Ron Vincent, who had earned his trust. While Ron was here, Ellen could safely go to Leos, so he asked him not to relax. Ron assured him that such a turn of events would have been impossible if they had not lightened his workload. Sir Melbourne oversaw many of the duchy's most important internal affairs. He made a special note of how well Lady Sirad handled the tasks entrusted to her. Therefore, the city of York was developing quite well for migrants. Vincent intended to shift the focus of this conversation in a different direction. Ron felt that it was time for the Duke to reconsider the status of his engagement to Lady Luna. Compared to the socialites of the capital and other noble ladies who only knew how to dress vulgarly, Luna looked extremely advantageous. Ron believed that she was a talented and intelligent young lady who worked for their common good. The young man also thought that she could serve as a reliable support for the young Duke, unlike Lady Lindis. Vincent made it clear that if Ellen didn't like this girl, then there was nothing that could be done about it. The Duke assured him that this was not the case, although he himself was already confused about what the problem was. Meanwhile, Luna was alone on the balcony, reflecting on her feelings. Suddenly, she heard Ellen's voice. She did not expect to see him here, but she was glad to see him. The girl did not understand why he had come to her, but the young Duke invited her to have a drink with him. Luna was embarrassed to hear this proposal, but she agreed to it anyway. Ron shared Luna's latest achievements with Ellen, and so he couldn't just leave it at that. Vincent also told him about her great contribution to the Empire and wanted to express his gratitude to her. Ellen noted that Luna had changed a lot since they first met and had become much more responsive. The girl assured him that she had not changed as much as the Duke himself, who no longer resembled his former self. With her hand on her heart, she could admit that she did not like him at all, especially the one she knew before the coma incident. After she woke up, she had the feeling that he had become a completely different person. Seeing how he dealt with the monsters at that very moment, Luna felt a longing for him. This made her seem somewhat selfish, and so, after thinking it over, she changed her mind. Ellen was inclined to agree with her word, and they drank some more wine while looking at the night sky. Later, when the Duke returned from Sisuk, Luna saw another change in him. Luna had the feeling that he had found some kind of purpose again, and seeing all this, she also wanted to change. This conversation after Sisuka became the starting point from which Luna began to change for the better. Instead of getting married for the sake of her family, she wanted to break the established rules. Ellen Pendragon didn't quite understand what established rules she was talking about. Luna decided to live not for someone else's interests, but for her own, which she wanted to pursue. The girl decided to find out if the Duke remembered what he had said to her while in Sayrod County. At that time, Ellen simply wanted to live in such a way that he could give people in the country the opportunity to enjoy a rich and good life. It was this promise that very quickly began to come true. So Luna respected him, not only as a man, but also as a ruler who boldly led his lands into the future. The young Duke was surprised by such unexpected words, which the girl had remembered all this time. Luna didn't care whether he liked it or not. She wanted to be his source of strength. The girl felt embarrassed saying such words to the Duke, but she was sure that she would be useful to him. Ellen was convinced that she had changed, and so he felt ashamed of his past words. Suddenly, memories of the past flooded back to him, in which he saw nothing but revenge and survival. Ellen realized that Luna truly loved him, not only because he was Ellen, but because she loved the real him. The Duke shed a manly tear of disappointment in himself. Luna saw him cry for the first time. The guy immediately pulled himself together and assured her that he was fine, knocking back a little more wine to calm himself. Ellen expressed his gratitude to Luna Sirod for what she had done for their common goal. Luna was just happy to help him, so she let him know that he could turn to her whenever he wanted. Ellen decided that this conversation would suffice for the time being, as he did not want to rush things. Meanwhile, pirates in the ocean spotted the ship carrying the elite and began to chase it in order to rob it. The people, noticing the orc pirates, were terrified, as there was no one among them who could fight them off. One of the merchants did not understand where the Imperial fleet that was supposed to guard these waters had gone. He hoped for salvation. The man did not wait for rescue. The pirate cut off his head and assured him that no one would come to their aid. Toleo recovered from his injuries and continued to wreak havoc in the ocean, considering himself the supreme predator. Suddenly, he noticed an article with a photo of Duke Pendragon, who had been appointed governor of Leus. The pirates learned that this guy was doing well, so Toleo decided to collect a debt from the Duke. Sometime later, a new heir to the position arrived at the estate of the late governor Leos Segundo. Ellen, noticing his men in front of him, was shocked by their appearance and decided to find out who had done this to them. It turned out that it was Aileen who had given the new uniforms to her brother's henchmen. She thought that this nautical style of clothing would suit their team. The girls decided to dress this way in honor of his meeting with Leos's defender, Viscount Moray of the Imperial Navy, who was fighting pirates at the same time. Once on the ship captured by pirates, the Viscount unleashed his aura to fight his enemies. With one deft movement of his sword, he managed to immobilize several opponents at once. It was not the first time that the admiral of the Imperial fleet had faced such pirate attacks. After some time, he returned to shore, and the locals were happy to see Viscount Moray, nicknamed the White Shark. The man's fierce gaze looked much more sinister than before, all because he was on his way to meet the Duke of Pendragon. The former governor had collaborated with the pirates and betrayed the Imperial fleet with his action. Therefore, Moray was not happy with the new governor, as he believed that in such a situation, no one would take the initiative. The locals believed that if the local governor showed weakness, the White Shark's teeth would instantly close around his neck. A meeting took place between the new governor, Ellen, and Viscount Moraine. The young duke introduced himself to the admiral of the Imperial fleet and assured him that, by direct order of the emperor, he now held the post of governor of Lois. The aide had the honor of presenting him with the sword of the emperor, admiral of the Imperial fleet, Viscount Moray. The young man thought it would be wise to keep in mind what had happened to the previous governor. Ellen knew that after Segund had been destroyed, they had taken over the affairs of the city and the port, so he wanted them to give him a brief account of the situation. The assistant reported that they had already dealt with most of Segund's accomplices. Suddenly, Aisley interrupted their conversation, making it clear that the governor was not addressing the assistant. The Knight of Valvas released his aura to show these guys who was in charge. Moraine then apologized for his subordinate's rudeness. However, he asked for understanding, as he was a military man and preferred to see for himself what kind of person he was dealing with. Ellen tried to find out what he intended to do about it, but Moraine simply suggested that they have a duel. The Viscount was a friend of Ellen's father, so he had heard a lot about the young Duke of Pendragon. Moraine had heard that Ellen was a weakling who loved flowers and wasted his life painting silly pictures. Rumors circulated that he had fought on equal terms with Granite, the captain of the Imperial Knights, who was equal in strength to Moraine, but it was hard to believe. Therefore, he wanted to test the young duke himself. Ellen understood all this and saw no reason to refuse. The young man was in no hurry and ordered him to start the duel immediately. Unexpectedly, Aisley stood in the Viscount's way and made it clear that he would not allow this man to insult his master. Ellen suddenly rushed towards his opponent and immediately grabbed him by the neck. Moraine could not have foreseen such a turn of events. The Viscount's knights were shocked by the Duke's action, and were ready to defend their master as well. Aisley stopped the Viscount's knights with his movements. Killian was shocked by what was happening. The Admiral's knights considered such an act dishonorable, but Elkin doubted that the concept of honor existed among pirates. Ellen made it clear that they intended to fight pirates who had never heard of honor. The governor's enemies were to be the most vicious and despicable pirates of the ocean, led by the commander of the Lachuan orcs, the Dark King Toleo Aranis. Ellen assured him that the pirate captain would clearly be stronger than the Admiral's knights. The governor did not have enough time to waste on useless arguments about who was in charge. Moraine accepted this state of affairs and assured the young duke that he was right in his arguments. In order to suppress the pirates, they needed the power of the Imperial fleet, and Ellen counted on their full and unconditional support. The admiral accepted the governor's words and was ready to obey him completely, noticing his attitude. Meanwhile, the pirates continued to wreak havoc in the ocean. Having stumbled upon another ship, They were going to have some fun and intended to destroy all the imperial nobles. Suddenly, another ship appeared in the distance, heading towards them at full speed. The men noticed the flag of the imperial fleet on the approaching ship and decided that they would be saved, but the pirates doubted that these little people would be able to fight them on equal terms. Suddenly, a flock of griffins flew out of the ship and rushed even faster toward the pirates. The leader of this squad was Aisley, who, armed with a crossbow, intended to destroy the pirates. The Latuans decided that they were facing griffin riders who had opened fire on them. The riders continued to sit on the griffins and thus defeated the pirate orcs, who could do nothing. Sometime later, in the bar where the orcs had gathered, there was a stormy showdown and pirate revelry. The owner of the establishment assured the knights who came to him that it was just a simple shop. It was natural that there could be pirates among their customers, since these lands were filled with them. The man was not aware of all the pirates' affairs, which the admiral intended to find out with his assistant. Suddenly, Moraine couldn't take it anymore, and quickly put his blade to the salesman's head. The owner of the establishment was shocked by what the admiral was doing in his little shop. Isaac showed him a document with the merchant's signature in the form of a bloodstain, stating that he would give Count Segundo a certain amount of money in exchange for allowing him to bring contraband into the city. Moraine decided that in this case, it was worth cutting off this man's fingers in order to compare them with the print on the contract. The owner of the establishment had no choice but to surrender to the new governor. Ron was close to Segundo, so the information he provided was reliable. This made it possible to quickly round up all the people who were doing business with pirates in the city. By cutting off the smuggling routes and expelling or executing their supporters in loose, they were able to cut off Aranis' supply lines. Moraine believed that there was no place in the Empire for negotiations with those who were associated with pirates. Thanks to the new governor's policy, all active pirate bases on the mainland and in the nearby seas were destroyed, so the pirates turned their attention to the small archipelago of the Mulad Island. This place seemed peaceful to them, as the chances of encountering an imperial frigate were slim, but this did not last long. The Duke's army continued to pursue the pirates in order to completely eradicate them from these lands. Thanks to a series of major victories won by the imperial fleet, the complete destruction of the pirates was only a matter of time. Melbourne was impressed by the young gentleman's successes, but Vincent was in no hurry to rejoice at such news. Luna continued to work as an accountant in the city of York, and the news of the pirates' destruction fell on her desk. The girl was happy to see this news, because Ellen had almost succeeded in eradicating evil from the lands of Laos. Ellen left her no choice. She decided to try even harder to succeed in what she had been entrusted with. While sorting through the paperwork, the girl noticed that the next meeting was to be with a merchant. Suddenly, she noticed that this merchant's name was Joseph Bryden, who had previously been a marshal for the Sayrod family. The girl immediately remembered his former arrogance, which had ultimately cost him his hand for treason. Count Sayrod himself, upon learning this news, decided to expel the marshal from his home. Lune did not want to believe that this was the same Joseph Bryden she knew, but after meeting him, she was convinced that it was indeed him. Much time had passed since their last meeting, and it seemed to Luna that Bryden had changed greatly. The girl was right. He had founded a trading company and used his remaining connection. Joseph, with his lost arm, could no longer be a knight. Luna decided not to waste time and asked him what he needed. There were rumors that there was a place for everyone in this city and that people here were free from prejudice regardless of race or nationality, so Bryden decided to come here to expand his company. The girl was surprised that he was willing to work with the man who ruled this city, the man who had taken Joseph's arm. Remembering this man's past actions and the betrayal of the current Duke of Pendragon, she was aggressively opposed to him. Luna did not trust him for this reason, so she was not going to give him permission to open a branch in this city. Joseph noticed that Lady Luna had also changed during this time. Now her gaze saw nothing but Ellen Pendragon. Bryden tried to assure her that he would be better than this Duke, but Luna did not quite understand what he was talking about. The former marshal believed he could give her more than Ellen could ever offer her. Joseph couldn't give up for this very reason, because he was still in love with Lady Luna. When Bryden confessed this to her, he noticed surprise on her face, because Luna did not expect to hear such a thing from him. Meanwhile, the orcs continued to wreak havoc on their archipelago, but there were fewer and fewer territories left to attack. The three main pirates of the Red Skull gathered in one place to discuss further action. Captain Grisman did not understand why the Dark King Tolio had come to him. His interlocutor assured him that he had simply come to check on them, as he had heard that they had been having a hard time lately. It was said that the new governor of Leosa had given the pirates a good beating. Grisman found it amusing to hear this from someone who had lost an arm and an eye in battle against this governor. These rumors of Toleo's failure had spread throughout the lands of Laosa, and everyone had known about it for a long time. The Dark King's position had also weakened due to the new governor's policies. Toleo's sources of income had been significantly reduced due to the mass arrest of his accomplices. The interlocutor assured that things were not going any better for Grisman, as he had been deprived of even the crumbs he had. The captain was angered by these words and decided to find out why he had come to him. Toleo assured him that he had a powerful man behind him, and therefore believed that he could not be broken so easily. The Dark King understood that things were not going well for them now, so he suggested that the pirates unite. The man believed that together they would be stronger, so he asked what Grisman thought about it. The proposal sounded good, but there was one small problem. Grisman made it clear that they needed to decide who would become the new pirate king, since Toleo had surrendered his position. The Dark King suggested that the orc wanted to settle this here and now, because he himself was ready. Unexpectedly, his interlocutor turned the table and made it clear that he had no intention of tolerating his remark. Grisman was ready to fight him right then and there, and Toleo had no other choice. The orc's powerful blow fell on the Dark King, but he managed to dodge it in time. Toleo considered this a foolish move, as he had enough strength to win the title of Pirate King. Grisman was unable to do anything to the half-breed, so he declared Toleo the winner, wanting him to stop. The Dark King almost broke Grisman's arm, but the other orcs saw this and rushed to help their captain. Toleo managed to deftly dodge their blows and, using his aura, drew his sword, which was covered in flame. The flames from the sword fell on the enemy, and the place where they were sitting began to burn. With his actions, he demonstrated his former strength, which was worthy of the title of Pirate King. Toleo received this gift from his patron, and thanks to it, he became even stronger. Being the strongest of them all, it was only fair that Toleo would have the most powerful weapon. He believed that now, no one could stand against him. The pirate orcs were terrified when they saw the monstrous power of the Dark King, who had almost destroyed everything here. Meanwhile, Ellen continued to study information about the changes taking place in the lands of Laos. The young duke also devoted enough time to training, honing his skills each time. His trainer and opponent was Aisley, who, with the necessary skills, could resist his master. Moraine was convinced that this knight of Valvas possessed extraordinary skills. Isaac was also shocked by what he saw. The admiral was more surprised that the governor of Pendragon fought this man on equal terms. Leon also trained with the knights and, thanks to Argos's teaching, managed to learn powerful techniques. Moraine believed that if these people joined the forces of the Imperial fleet, they would certainly become a force to be reckoned with. After an intense battle, the guys were exhausted and decided to take a break in the shade under the Griffin's wing. 3 months had passed since Ellen's arrival in Laos, and he had already accomplished a great deal. He suppressed the pirates and cut off their illegal sources of income, doing everything he could to ensure that they ran out of money. Therefore, the young duke could not understand why Toleo himself had not yet entered the game. Ellen decided to ask Killian if there had been any news from the three allies, Jody, Gus, and Skill. Meanwhile, on one of the islands, a large number of pirates had gathered, delighted by this event. All three main pirate captains gathered. The leader of the Red Skull pirates, Ergidsman. The second was Zagelki, and the last was the leader of the Winter Storms, who did not particularly draw attention to himself. Jody and his companions were infiltrated into the ranks of the pirates, and noticed that all the pirates of the coastal seas had gathered in this place. Skill looked closely at her companion and realized that in peaceful life, he was not much different from them. Gus believed that she definitely shouldn't blame him for that. Jody asked them to stop arguing because they were here on a mission. Suddenly, Toleo appeared on the podium and noticed that all the pirates had already gathered and were ready to listen to him. The pirates noticed that he had 3 large full bags and were eager to find out what was inside. Toleo declared himself their new captain, not as the Dark Prince, but as the King of Pirates. Noticing the powerful aura that began to emanate from him, they realized that he was definitely Aranis' son. To celebrate their union, their captain prepared a gift for everyone. Toleo poured out all the coins he had brought with him and allowed the pirates to collect. The guys made sure it was real gold. Jody didn't understand where this guy got so much money. If he was throwing around gold by the sackful, then it seemed that cutting off his sources of income had had no effect on him. Jody suggested that this treasure could have been taken from the treasury of Duke Aranis. His comrades asked their leader if they could take some of the coins for themselves. The pirates were delighted with this gift from Captain Toleo, and were therefore ready to follow him without question. The Dark King hastened to assure them that this was only a trifle, because a real jackpot awaited them further on. It was the duty of a true captain to provide his crew with everything they needed. After that, he suggested they talk about business, as they had all ended up living such miserable lives because of one person. The pirates blamed the new governor, Leos Ellen, for everything that had happened, and Toleo, as the ruler of the pirates and their benevolent king, wanted to destroy him. The Dark King declared that he would cut off the boy's head and chop it into small pieces. The pirates began to praise their glorious captain, when suddenly one of the men raised his hand to ask a question. Captain John Myers of the Winter Storms was the one who wanted to know how Toleo intended to do this. The pirates understood that the Dark King himself was very powerful, but the real problem on the battlefield for them was the Griffin Riders led by the Knight Valvas. Fighting them was quite problematic. They were the main obstacle to victory in naval battles, and so he wanted to know how Toleo planned to deal with them. The Dark Captain replied with a proverb that said, "To repay the damage received in kind." It turned out that he had a trump card in the form of the same Griffin Riders who were Valva's knights. Jody and his companions were shocked when they saw this, because it meant that they no longer had an advantage in the sky. These were the real knights of Valvas, who had previously served Duke Uranus. The number of encounters with pirates had greatly decreased, so people traveling by sea felt safe. The nobility understood that all this had become possible thanks to the new governor, Pendragon. Suddenly, horsemen on griffins appeared above the ship and began to attack them. Most of the people on the ship were killed by arrows fired from crossbows, and the survivors hurried to get below deck. The griffins did not allow the survivors to escape and use them as food. None of the people were spared by the pirates. The commander of this detachment was pleased with this action, as he was following the orders of his patron. The knights rushed to the aid of this ship and intended to catch up with the pirates, who began to flee when they noticed their appearance. John Myers noticed that their opponents were trying very hard to stop them, but he knew that they would not succeed. Unexpectedly, the pirate ship changed course and headed between huge rocks. The captain of the knights, who was pursuing them on his ship, believed that if they could pass through such a narrow place, they would immediately escape from them. It turned out that there were reefs in this place, and the Empire's ship could not pass through, so it sank. Jody was surprised that John managed to pass through such a narrow place. The rest of the Empire's ships continued the chase, but the pirates began to get away from them. Killian intended to rescue the drowning people first. After the pirate crew arrived at the island that was to become their home, the captain ordered everyone to prepare for disembarkation. The Imperial fleet suffered a heavy defeat in the battle with the pirates. Rising raw material prices had a negative impact on consumer prices in Laos, and the severe impoverishment of the population began to affect Pendragon. Moraine was furious at this news, and realized that these pirates had managed to trick them. Ellen realized that he and the Admiral had misjudged the situation, and returned the money to the pirates. The money was not ordinary, but money given by their new king to the young Duke. The source of this money was obvious. It was obvious that Duke Uranus, nicknamed the King of Sea Dragons, was behind it. Ellen realized that now that they had cut off the pirates' income from Laos, they could no longer count on it causing them significant damage. Moraine believed that Uranus should feel the full impact of such actions on his fat wallet. Pendragon believed that this was precisely why Uranus had used his secret weapon in the form of the Valva's Knights. Duke Uranus did not consider this war to be a simple skirmish. They were playing for high stakes. Ellen accepted the enemy's challenge and was ready to plunge into such combat operations. Meanwhile, the rest settled down to eat at one of the local establishments after a long day of work. Carta said that there was no meat in the crab and did not understand why it was so expensive in that case. Killian asked him to calm down because there were other customers in the restaurant. Prices had risen due to pirate activity off the coast, and people were catching much less fish. The pirates' actions were causing the port city to slide into debt, and the orc realized that he had been wrong to get angry about it. Someone said that there was no trace left of the former glory of the city, the Pearl of the Seas. They believed that things were better under the shogun. Carta was angered by such statements, believing that Ellen was doing everything possible to improve their lives. But Killian hastened to stop him, realizing that he would only make things worse. As a citizen, Argos believed that a good ruler was one who ensured that the people had enough food on their tables. The dishes served in this restaurant were very meager, because the catch of sea fish and other seafood had decreased significantly due to pirates. Leon assured him that things had indeed been better before, as there had been practically no food on their tables. Aisley remembered that Duke Pendragon, as ruler, had sworn to do everything in his power to improve the situation. Suddenly, there were shouts in the street as the locals noticed a flying man. His companions ran out into the street and saw a familiar silhouette that had arrived in the lands of Laos. This flying man was Soldrake, who had come here to meet Ellen. Those around her were shocked by the beauty of this girl. They did not know who she really was. Saul asked the Griffin Knight where Ellen was, whom she wanted to see. After that, she arrived at the castle where the young governor was staying. Upon learning of her arrival, he hurried to meet her. Ellen wanted to know where the Dragon Queen had been for so long. Noticing his reaction, she assumed that he was worried about her, but he decided to remain silent. The young duke admitted that he was a little worried because she had been gone for so long. The young man decided to find out how her journey to the Lobstein steppe had gone. Sul reported that she had encountered the black dragon Amelhalt there. Ellen realized that this dragon was one of the 6 he had met at the family mausoleum. Amelhalt, in conversation with the Dragon Queen, claimed that he had long known about the existence of that dragon vein. Ellen did not know what they were talking about, as he was not privy to the dragon affairs of this world. The dragon vein was a special place, very well suited for a dragon to settle comfortably nearby. The young man suggested that in that case, the cities of Ancon also had a similar source of mana. Sul assured him that every dragon's nest implied the presence of a vein nearby. If this source of mana suddenly disappeared, the dragon could lose the ability to use its powers to their fullest. Ellen remembered that the Dragon Queen had gone to her nest to restore her mana, because maintaining human form outside the lands of Pendragon consumed a lot of magical power. Now he understood the real reason for the Dragon Queen's long absence. The young duke surmised that on the day the pact was made, she had easily dealt with the 6 dragons because that place was her home. Returning to their conversation, Ellen decided to find out if the black dragon had mentioned anything about other dragons and demonic gods. The boy also assumed that the conversation could have been about him, since he had 2 auras. Saul was in no hurry to reveal all the details, but the young duke wanted to know why the black dragon had come to those steps, to the source of mana. Pendragon continued to ask her questions, and the conversation turned to his rebirth, but the Dragon Queen was in no hurry to answer him. They were representatives of the dragon tribe and closely monitored Pendragon's action. Ellen decided that this even included who he met and what stories of the future he knew. The young man tried to get an answer from her, but Sul remained silent because she believed it could harm him. The young duke was already furious at the silence of the Dragon Queen, but he still managed to get her to talk. Sul herself did not fully understand what was happening, and moreover, she could not tell him about it yet. The Dragon Queen promised to protect him even at the cost of her own life, so she asked him to calm down. Ellen and Sul's souls were connected. To her, he was the most precious being in the world. Ellen apologized for his behavior, realizing that he had gone too far. The young man did not want what he said to sound like an accusation, so he suggested they change the subject. Now the young duke needed to suppress the pirates operating at sea, who continued to terrorize peaceful ships. Ellen also needed to outplay his old enemy from his past life, Uranus. The governor admitted to the Dragon Queen that he was losing this game and decided to find out if it was possible to use her power to get rid of this man. Sul assured him that this was impossible, and her answer surprised and upset Ellen at the same time. The young man pointed out that she had just said she would protect him even at the cost of her own life. If the Dragon Queen intervened in the situation, it would make things worse for him, but the Duke did not understand this answer. When other dragons came to the territory of the sea, Dragon Viscula in the inland sea, he would come in a rage and always attack. The sea dragon was the so-called protector of the Aranis house, and therefore the others feared him. This dragon was the craziest and wildest of the dragon tribe, and extremely strong in battle. Viscul was the one who did not recognize Queen Soldrake as the leader of the dragon tribe. If Sul had to fight him without feeding his vein, and on his territory, she would not be able to guarantee Alina's victory. It was for this reason that she could not help the young duke understand the gravity of the situation. Remembering his past and Raven's past, he simply could not give up. Ellen assumed that it was all because of Uranus, who had deliberately arranged the downfall of the Valte family and poisoned the crown prince. Suddenly, Sul distracted him from his thoughts with her awkward actions, which almost led to a kiss. The guy immediately jumped up and didn't understand what she had just intended to do. The Dragon Queen thought he didn't seem like himself, so she tried to comfort him in some way. Saul declared that the young duke was completely blind to what was happening right under his nose. The current Laos was in a desperate situation because of the actions of pirates who had forced the inhabitants into starvation. Earlier, Ellen had sworn that he would do everything possible to ensure that his people lived in prosperity. Saul reminded him of the words he had said to her in Sisek, and he realized that he had been distracted by completely different action. Now he realized that he should not focus solely on his revenge, because people's lives were much more important. Suddenly, he grabbed a garden hose and poured cool water on himself to come to his senses. Sol did not understand what he wanted to achieve by doing this. Ellen asked her forgiveness for his inaction. Thanks to the Dragon Queen, he regained his presence of mind and was ready to act for the good of the people. The young duke, who was also the governor, had a lot to do. The young man decided to save the city and restore its former glory by exterminating all the pirates. After some time, the locals noticed that the governor himself had begun to rebuild the ship, and there were rumors of a large pirate hunt being prepared. The guys did not understand where the money for the construction of the ship came from, because the city treasury was empty. They learned that the Duke's personal treasury was being used. For the first time, workers received Pendragon coins, which seemed a little strange to them. The new coin, which had recently appeared in the Empire, had already reached this city. A note about Governor Pendragon said that, thanks to the governor's new policies, the situation in Laos was slowly improving. Vincent realized that Ellen had used the experience he had gained when founding York, and he considered this an excellent move to gain an advantage. In addition to strengthening the fleet, he took some other measures to counteract pirates. Ellen tackled the problem of unemployment in the city, thereby guaranteeing the most vulnerable segment of the population a means of subsistence, which in turn was supposed to stimulate the economy. They used a similar method when they began building a new city, hiring a large number of refugees and migrants for the construction. Past experience proved very useful to the young Duke, who wisely managed to apply it in the next similar case. Vincent believed that Ellen embodied this very idea in Laos, albeit on a slightly different scale. In addition, he paid the workers with coins minted in the Duchy of Pendragon. Despite the fact that Laos was not doing well, it still remained one of the key centers of imperial trade. If he started handing out money in this city, it would quickly spread throughout the empire. Luna understood the young Duke's actions, which seemed very reasonable to her. Ron assured her that in this way, Ellen would be able to resolve 3 issues at once. Luce's trade was currently leaving much to be desired, and they should expect a shortage of goods. Handing out coins to the hired poor did not greatly change the situation, so it required urgent control. Vincent believed that Ellen would need support from this point on, so he suggested that Luna go to Laos. Luna met with Joseph, who recommended that she transport goods from Laos via this route, as it was the shortest route. The girl decided to find out how things stood with the escort of the cargo. The man assured her that there would be mercenaries with him, and therefore believed that there should be no problems. Using the Duke's guards for such an undertaking was like shooting sparrows with a cannon. Despite this, Luna still did not trust Joseph Luna with the task, so he decided to remain as a hostage in that case. Bryden was prepared to remain in the city for as long as the deliveries were being made, as this was the only way he could gain her trust. If anything suspicious happened, Luna could deal with him at any moment if she deemed it necessary. The girl did not understand why he had to go so far, but the man assured her that he was indebted to her, and that was why he was doing this. Joseph considered this a sufficient reason to do such things. After some time, ships from York arrived in Laos, and Isaac noticed how their city began to come alive because of this. Admiral Moraine did not know that the young governor was also knowledgeable about economics. A very cunning man had once suggested a similar idea to Ellen. Through their joint efforts, they were able to pull off this delivery only because York was prospering. Moraine decided that in this case, it was their turn to take action to show the pirates who was in charge. The admiral was confident that this time they would be able to get rid of the pirates for good. Ellen assumed that strengthening their fleet would not play any positive role until they dealt with the attacks of the Valva's Knights, who outnumbered Pendragon's troops because they were trained to handle griffins from an early age. Among his men, only Aisley, who had been trained in this, could boast of having the necessary skills. The young Duke understood that if they did not deal with them, they would not be able to restore Laos to its former glory. If the situation did not improve, soon the Pendragon treasury would be depleted. Ellen needed another card with which he could beat Uranus's trump card. Meanwhile, Aisley was cleaning the griffins, who really enjoyed water treatment. Unexpectedly, the Duke came to him, intending to discuss something with him. Ellen asked to borrow one of the griffins, but the Duke did not understand what he was going to do. After a while, pirate John Myers noticed a griffin approaching the island. The other pirates also saw it and immediately grabbed their weapons, not knowing what to expect from the visitor. John Myers was delighted to see that Ellen Pendragon had indeed decided to come to them. Earlier, Aisley, having heard of the Duke's intentions, could not allow him to do so, as he knew of the possible danger. In that case, Elkin was ready to go with him to the pirates and, if necessary, would dare to defend his master. Aisley had already told him that he would destroy Pendragon's enemies with his sword. That is why Elkin could not take him with him, because if he drew his sword, they would do the same. Therefore, he intended to go alone and unarmed and refused to take the Knight Valvas with him. Elkin knew that a sword that was not used in battle was useless, so he resented this decision. With the authority given to him, he ordered him to stay in the city, and Elkin had no choice but to obey. Aisley asked him, in that case, not to refuse his request, and to take his personal griffin for this purpose. The young man believed that at least in this way, the Duke would be able to get the help he needed in an emergency. Elkin was angry that his master refused to take him with him, because then he would not be able to save him. Upon arriving on the pirate island, Elkin approached the captain of the Winter Storm, John Myers. The young Duke intended to talk to him without unnecessary witnesses, and such a proposal seemed tempting to the captain. One of the pirates suggested that the new governor have a drink before the conversation, since he had come from far away. The pirate carried a mug of ale to Rem, and, after a moment's hesitation, poured the contents onto him. Everyone burst out laughing when they saw the governor taste their beer, but Ellen himself did not react to this. Not waiting for an answer, the pirate struck him and ordered him to answer his question. Jody and his companions noticed that the Duke was in a bad way, as the pirates could continue to mock him if he did not respond to them. Ellen managed to get even closer to Captain John Mayer, with whom he intended to talk. After what had happened to him, the pirate captain decided to find out what this man wanted to talk to him about. The pirates began to grab their weapons, but Joni ordered them to calm down, as there was no need for provocation. Some of his subordinates did not quite understand the captain, as they believed they had nothing to discuss with the governor. Johnny decided that the Duke was aware of all the risks when he came to see them, but he came anyway. So, he suggested they talk about business in the cabin of his ship, and Ellen followed him. Once alone, the governor explained his plan to the pirate and showed him Pendragon's coins. Johnny decided to find out if Ellen understood the situation he was in, because his proposal seemed frivolous to him. The young Duke was only doing what would benefit his people, who were suffering because of the pirate's action. The pirate captain was convinced that this governor was an interesting man who did everything for the people. After concluding the deal with the pirates, he returned to Laos and told Moray about it, who had different views. The admiral did not understand how the young governor dared to make a deal with these vile pirates. Ellen explained that pirates were a necessary evil that they needed to get out of this situation. They took a huge number of measures to restore Laos. As long as the Knights of Valvas were here, trade in Laos would never be able to return to its previous level, because they were gradually depleting their forces. That is why they had to force the pirates into a decisive battle as soon as possible. The admiral realized that the governor had bribed them for this plan. Ellen doubled the amount of gold that Aranis had promised to share with them, paying John Myers with a coin minted in the Duchy of Pendragon. The governor let Captain John in on their plans to develop shipbuilding in Laos, which was all about using this coin they minted themselves. The value of these coins was soon to skyrocket, and the pirate captain had an excellent grasp of the situation. Ellen assured him that if they won, John Myers would be granted the right to trade in these seas. The admiral could not accept such an arrangement, as he believed that there was no forgiveness for those who dared to sink their claws into the heart of his empire. The young Duke suspected that this would be his reaction, so he remained completely calm. Moray decided to find out where the dishonored imperial fleet had gone, thinking that the governor had not been able to think of this. Ellen asked him a reasonable question, believing that honor in this case could not save their people. The governor fought only to ensure a decent life for his people. To achieve this, he was forced to make a choice between honor and life. After hearing this, the admiral's fervor subsided, and he understood their further course of action. The young ruler needed only a little time to get rid of Toleo Aranis. Some time passed, and the pirates, having captured another ship, began to mock the prisoners. The pirates fired crossbows directly at the prisoners hanging from the mast of the wrecked ship. The girl who was hit by the arrow was in great pain and continued to scream, while her father was unable to help her. The pirates, on the other hand, found it amusing. Toleo called Zagelki a loser for failing to hit the eye. The Dark Captain believed that it was necessary to aim at vital organs. Zagelki ordered him to shut up, because he didn't find anything fun about this activity, and thought it was much easier to kill them quickly. Toleo took his crossbow and advised him to watch how he would do it. Taking aim, he made a precise shot to the girl's heart, killing her instantly. Her father declared that the pirates would not get away with this, as he was the heir to one of the most noble families in the empire. Suddenly, he was forced to interrupt his speech because an arrow pierced his eye. The Dark Captain thought that the eye was also an excellent target for a shot, and the orcs were shocked by his accuracy. Toleo assured them that they should not worry about the imperial people, as the aging emperor was not a resident. The pirate made it clear that if the emperor needed help leaving this world, he would gladly assist him. Then he turned to the knight Valvas and asked him to show what he was capable of. Toleo asked if he wanted to compete with him in accuracy, as he thought he was the best of them. The Dark Captain pointed to the man whose eye he had already taken and asked him to shoot him. Then he threw him a crossbow, hoping that he would accept his challenge and they could compete. The knight Valvas caught the crossbow and, without aiming, shot the man he had been pointed at. The arrow pierced the man's second eye. The others were shocked by what they saw and decided that the knight was better than Toleo after all. Suddenly, an informant ran up to them, intending to report the necessary news to the captain. The man learned that a ship loaded to the brim with gold had left Laos. Upon hearing this, the orcs decided that they could profit greatly and were ready to set out. Toleo was curious to know if the ship's holds were filled with Pendragon's coins. The Dark Captain decided that the Duke wanted to spread his coins in the south, which would somehow lead to an increase in his influence. If his actions were successful and bore fruit, it could even affect Toleo's own father. The informant believed that they needed to prevent the spread of these coins and therefore had to intercept the ship. Toleo was convinced that the guy they needed to deal with as quickly as possible was causing them problems. The Golden King of the South, Karl Mendy, also posed a threat to the Duchy of Aranus. He was now working for the House of Aranus, supporting them with his money, because money was always the most important. If these coins spread in the south and begin to dominate the empire, Karl Mendy could destroy the House of Aranus. Toleo decided that this was the perfect chance to show his son his devotion to his father, so he decided to sink the ship with the gold and its crew. All the coins that this ship was carrying were promised to the pirates, who were even more eager to attack. Knight Valvas, on the contrary, doubted that they should enter into this battle, but he could not disobey the order. The pirates, who had not yet received the coins, already knew where they would spend the money. They all wanted to spend the proceeds on entertainment. Ellen was sure that this was exactly what the pirates would decide when they found out about the ship with the coins. The young governor gathered everyone together to show them how everything would happen. The ship loaded with coins would be escorted by Admiral Moraine's fleet. While the pirates pursued the squadron, Les's ships, led by Ellen, would lie in wait. Meanwhile, the ships of the port city were practically ready. All that remained was to launch them. Until the ship with the coins reached the rocky area, Captain Myers would be behind the enemy. John Myers, who had made a deal with the governor, betrayed Aranus and was ready to join the Empire's coalition. This way, they would be able to launch an attack from 3 directions simultaneously. Upon hearing this plan, Leon decided that it was brilliant and believed that they would succeed. The Pendragon fleet consisted of 20 ships, while Moraine's fleet consisted of 60 ships. John Mayer had 20 ships at his disposal, which were to fight on the side of the Empire. Thus, 100 ships were supposed to defeat 60 pirate ships. If they followed the plan, they would undoubtedly be able to win this confrontation. Eileen was confident in his abilities and his plan, so he ordered everyone to make every effort to achieve this goal. A few hours later, Aileen learned that her brother was going on such a dangerous mission. The girl asked him to return alive and unharmed no matter what. The young governor assured his sister that he would be fine, as he believed that he had never given her any reason to worry before. Lindis was also worried about her husband, so she came to him to offer her support. In his absence, Lindis was entrusted with governing and caring for his sister, and she also did not want him to go on this mission. The girl accepted his words and was ready to pray for the success of his venture. After saying goodbye to her, it was time to set off, because this matter could not be delayed. Noticing the Dragon Queen, he also asked her to keep an eye on everything while he was away. Sol nodded affirmatively in response, letting him know that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Killian continued to assign knights and soldiers to the ships. The warriors considered themselves strong because they had defeated a dragon, and so they believed they would return victorious. Carta swore that he would tear off the head of the half-orc who was the cause of all their problems. All of them were determined because they were doing it for the good of their people and for the development of the Empire. The ships set sail from the port of Islay. He was on the lookout, waiting for the appearance of enemies, when suddenly he heard the sounds of battle on the deck. Looking around, he noticed that the ones making the sounds were Argos and Leon, who were continuing to train using their gauntlet. The young man was gradually learning his mentor's techniques and could already perform new techniques with ease. Argos was still more experienced than him, however, and so, seizing the moment, he managed to throw the young man into the air. Leon took advantage of this situation and grabbed the rope that led to the ship's mast. This allowed him to climb onto the sail, from which he intended to attack his master. Jumping off the mast, he was sure that Argos would not be able to dodge this attack in time. The master did not dodge, but simply grabbed him by the leg and stopped his action. Argos was convinced that during this time, his student had already learned how to fight on a ship. Leon was upset that during the entire battle, He had not been able to strike his mentor even once. The man advised him to stop shouting when striking, because there was no point in attacking the enemy and the blind spot if his shout warned them. The mentor assured him that in a real battle, such nonsense could cost him his life. Argos made it clear that as long as Leon was still alive, he might still be able to strike him someday. Unexpectedly, the teacher gave him the gauntlets he had used in real battles. The young man was very happy to be given the opportunity to hold such a legendary item. The divine fist of tiramisu, the gauntlets of the Dragon of Justice, were given to Leon. Tomorrow, Leon's first full-fledged battle was to take place, and as Argos, his teacher who had taught him his first techniques, he could not disgrace him in this battle. Argos ordered his student not to disgrace him and Alina in this battle against the pirates. Leon took off his bracers and put on his teachers, vowing not to let them down in his first battle. Meanwhile, the pirate ships were also heading towards their goal, unaware that a trap was waiting for them. Toleo hired a warrior for whom this would be his first battle. An unknown man in a mask fought on the side of the pirates. Sol sensed that this battle would not be easy for Ellen, who was unaware of the danger. The sun rose, and by this time the pirates had managed to catch up with the Imperial ships, which they believed were fleeing with their tails between their legs. The pirates considered the Imperial fleet not only weak but also cowardly, but Moraine knew that this was not the case. As soon as the Imperial ships passed through the rocks, the pirates were to attack from 3 directions. It was the perfect setup to bring order to the Imperial seas. Isaac doubted that they could completely trust John Myers because they had no guarantee that he would not betray them. The Admiral was surprised by his words, but he understood that there was some truth in his doubts. Governor Pendragon said that he had doubled the amount promised to Myers by Toleon. Isaac suggested that after talking to Ellen, Myers might have gone to Toleo and tried to get more money out of him. The assistant suggested that they could not rule out the possibility that John would sell them for a large sum. If John Myers saw only profit everywhere, he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Isaac, the Admiral, and the other soldiers had been fighting people like Myers for years. Therefore, they understood better than the governor how despicable and cunning pirates could be. The assistant asked if the Admiral could trust such people with their lives. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a pirate flag, above which they had hung the bodies of dead people from the Empire. The banner proclaimed that the old emperor had outlived his allotted time, which greatly angered the Imperial army. Toleo wanted exactly this reaction from the Imperial soldiers because he believed that in this state, it would be easier to defeat them. One of the sailors of the Imperial fleet saw his dead father hanging from the mast of the pirate's ship. The young man had no intention of forgiving the pirates for this despicable act and almost rushed towards them alone. One of the officers informed the Admiral that there were also prisoners on Myers' ship. Admiral Moraine saw this for himself and now did not know what to do because his trust in this man had been destroyed. Isaac found confirmation of his words and continued to insist that they should not trust the pirates. They needed to signal the start of the battle. The fleet was larger than the Imperial one, but this situation was about to change. The assistant believed that if they took Myers out of the battle, their chances would be equal. If they managed to deal with the pirates before they reached the key position, they would be able to join forces with Pendragon's fleet, which was waiting for them at the rocks. Isaac believed that only then would they have an advantage over the pirates. The Imperial soldiers were more skilled than the pirates, so they tried to convince the Admiral not to trust Myers. The men considered themselves the Empire's chosen warriors and believed there was no chance they would lose the battle to these pirates. The sailors asked the Admiral to order the signal to start the battle, but he hesitated. Toleo, noticing their actions, decided that the Admiral was so confident. Therefore, the Dark King ordered the Knights of Valvas to demonstrate their power to the Imperial fleet. One of the Valvas Knights, following orders, tore up the flag bearing the image of the Emperor and killed the hostages. No one in the Imperial fleet expected such cruelty from their opponents, and they were stunned with horror. Toleo considered that the Knight of Valvas had created a masterpiece, but the pirate, on the contrary, was amused by the situation. The Dark King declared that they could do whatever they wanted with their opponents, since they had not even fired back. Based on the inaction of the Imperial fleet, the pirates decided that they were completely exhausted. Toleo could only sympathize with them. The Imperial fleet had been caring for the decrepit Emperor, who had long since outlived his usefulness, and the pirate captain considered this a difficult task. After this incident, the Admiral could no longer contain his rage and ordered his subordinates to signal the start of the battle. The sailors began to carry out the Admiral's order and immediately lit the signal fires. The other ships lying in ambush saw this signal, but did not understand why they had entered the battle, deviating from the plan. When he saw the signal, Cart assumed that the Imperial ships had already started the battle. Killian couldn't believe it. It was obvious that Moraine had deviated from the plan and started acting on his own initiative. Ellen noticed this and ordered all ships to move towards the Allies so as not to aggravate the situation. The Admiral's independent action forced the others to quickly adapt to the situation. The young governor did not understand why Moray had decided to act this way, because everything had been agreed upon. The Admiral, in turn, was convinced that the pirates were scoundrels and the embodiment of evil, and for the sin of insulting their emperor, they were ready to destroy them. Moray declared that their enemies would pay with their lives for what they had done before their eyes. The Admiral ordered all ships to immediately begin closing in on the Toleo fleet. Noticing the actions of the Imperial fleet, the Dark King became convinced that his assumptions were correct. Therefore, Toleo began to consider his opponents to be simply hopelessly stupid people. Moments later, their ships approached each other, and Toleo managed to climb onto the Imperial ship, where he appeared in order to destroy everyone and everything on board. Using his sword, he created a flame that spread throughout the ship. Meanwhile, the others could not understand what the hell was going on. Noticing the burning ships of the Empire, Carta decided that things were looking bad for them. Killian, like everyone else, was shocked by this. Many ships came under the pirates' attack and began to burn. None of them expected such a turn of events. The sailors realized that the flames were coming from Toleo's sword, which began to attack them without hesitation. The Empire's soldiers were determined and wanted to work together to push him back. The Dark King covered his attacks with a shield, so his opponents could not predict his moves. They decided to try to attack from two sides. Even then, the pirate managed to block their blows and called them presumptuous fools. Unexpectedly, Toleo released a lightning bolt that pierced the sailor's body. Seeing this, the others were no longer in a hurry to confront him. The enemy hoped that his flaming shield and lightning would suit their tastes, and he additionally used combined Rachuan fencing techniques. Seeing the full power of this pirate, the remaining soldiers of the Empire began to tremble with fear. The minions of the Dark Pirate King rejoiced that their commander had made the Imperial warriors tremble. Grisman ordered his squad to support Toleo and destroy all the Imperial soldiers. The Admiral, noticing how several ships of his fleet had been defeated, realized that he had given in to his emotions in vain and entered the battle. It turned out that the Imperial fleet had already lost 9 ships, and the Admiral's assistant assured him that if this continued, they would have no fleet left. Isaac did not understand where the pirates had gotten such insane and powerful strength. Moraine could not imagine that Toleo Aranis would turn out to be so strong. If nothing was done, they would be completely destroyed before the Pendragon fleet could reach them. A man appeared who was ready to give his life in an attempt to stop the pirates. As the heir to a proud Imperial family, he paid due honor to the Imperial fleet and, for the sake of revenge for his father, the young man was ready to rush into battle. Unexpectedly, an arrow flew into his head, sending him to the other world, and the young man never managed to avenge his father. It turned out that the Knights of Valvaz had begun attacking the Imperial fleet with crossbows. Moraine was horrified by the unimaginable speed with which his opponents were moving. One of the opponents shot a sailor, hitting him right in the ear. The Admiral drew his sword and tried to avenge his henchman, who had been killed by the Knight of Valvaz. The man managed to defeat the pirate's henchman, and the wounded griffin fell into the water. Moraine managed to cut off the wing of Knight Valvaz's beloved companion, for whom he was ready to tear them apart. The guy assured them that they would pay for this sin with their lives, but the Imperial soldiers thought otherwise. Isaac declared that these vile riders had destroyed 10 people and did not understand how he dared to say such a thing. The guy was against Knight Valvaz pouring his venom into his ears, so he began to attack him. Despite multiple attacks, the enemy managed to block them, and Isaac began to doubt his own strength. The Admiral saw that their opponent easily parried their joint attacks, and decided that this was the true power of the Knight of Valvaz. The battle between them continued, and at one point, the Admiral's leg was cut off. Isaac was enraged and tried to avenge his master. The Imperial soldier failed to successfully attack the Knight Valvaz, and, finding himself unarmed, was ready to meet his doom. The enemy looked the young man in the eye, intending to finish what he had started. Unexpectedly, the Admiral shouted and asked his opponent to stop and not do it. Knight Valvaz had no intention of listening to him, so without hesitation, he cut off Isaac Moraine's head and called him a soulless monster. The knight's henchmen believed that such statements were meaningless, as a swordsman who cannot fight has no value in the world of the living. The Knight of Valvaz intended to finish off the Admiral, but then Ellen appeared and prevented him from doing so. Only now was Pendragon's fleet able to come to their aid, and this happened because Moraine had stopped following their common plan. Noticing the dead Isaac and the wounded Admiral, the young governor was overcome with rage. His aura was released, and he was ready to avenge his comrades. Knight Valvas, noticing his strength, realized that this duke was not as simple as the rumors said. A desperate battle ensued between them, with the opponent trying with all his might to resist Ellen. With a powerful movement, the governor managed to knock his opponent away, increasing the distance between them. The battle continued to heat up. Moraine watched, but due to his leg injury, he was unable to help his ally. Ellen almost managed to reach his enemy, but the latter dodged the impending blow in time. The Admiral saw swift and furious attacks, but the Knight of Valvas fought Pendragon on equal terms. The enemy constantly parried and broke the distance with the young lord, not allowing him to hit him. Suddenly, Moray realized that Ellen was trying to lure his opponent away. The young duke was doing this to protect the surviving admiral who had disobeyed him. The boys fought with two swords, neither of them willing to yield to their opponent. Ellen exceeded the expectations of the Knight Valvas, but the latter decided to use cunning and tried to attack him from the ground. The young man made it clear to the governor that he should not think he could defeat Knight Valvas in a duel with fencing skills alone. Pendragon agreed with his words, but he had trained with Isley against techniques like Valvas's. The opponent did not expect the duke to be able to regroup so quickly and strike him. Knight Valvas lost a strand of hair and received a minor scratch on his face. Having received these injuries, he refused to believe that the governor had managed to get him. Based on this, the opponent assumed that Ellen knew their fencing style and therefore found its weaknesses. The young ruler assured him that he also had a fairly strong Valvas knight on his side. The opponent recalled a recent incident at the Imperial Palace and realized that they were talking about Elkin Isley. The Knight Valvas called this man a mistake of the king. Ellen did not quite understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, more griffins with warriors began to flock to their ships, and the admiral decided that in this case, the governor would not be able to resist them all. His opponent made it clear that their days were numbered, as they would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Finding himself in a hopeless situation, Ellen did not know who he could count on in such a case. Suddenly, a huge killer whale appeared from the depths of the sea, pulling a sled. The governor and the admiral did not understand what these monsters were, but looking a little further, they saw a boat from which these monsters were being controlled. This monster was John Myers' pet, who entered the battle, confused as to why their plan had changed so much. The pirate ordered the governor to jump into the boat quickly, otherwise the Knights of Valvas would kill him. The admiral was shocked by the appearance of this pirate, thinking that he would betray them. Ellen grabbed the wounded Moray and hurried to the rescue boat. John Myers, noticing that he was being pursued by the Knight Valvas, tried to stop him with shots from his crossbow. The pirate told the governor that they needed to retreat immediately while they still had the chance. John Myers' appearance surprised Ellen because he could not imagine that the pirate would so openly show his side to the others. The young duke also couldn't believe that the pirate had thought to harness a real underwater monster to the boat. It was difficult for the admiral to imagine that a human being was capable of taming a creature from the depth. John picked up this monster when it was small, wounded, and exhausted, and so it happened that they had been together ever since. The pirates suggested that they got along because they were well suited to each other, since both pirates and underwater monsters were outcasts. The ally assured the Duke that everything had gone according to his plan and that the Imperial fleet had been virtually destroyed. John Myers blamed Pendragon because everything turned out completely differently than he had promised him when they made the deal. Moray said that it was his actions that destroyed their plan. The pirate believed that the whole idea was bad anyway, because they had been fighting the Imperial fleet for years, and the idea of cooperation and collaboration was doomed to failure from the start. Ellen assured him that it was his fault, because he commanded the combined forces, and it was his responsibility to ensure that the plan was followed and orders were properly carried out. Therefore, the governor considered himself responsible for this defeat, and Moray's patterns of thinking were destroyed by these words. The admiral tried to justify the governor, as he considered himself solely responsible for this. Ellen assured him that John Myers had fulfilled his part of the agreement, and therefore the promised money would be paid to him in full. The pirate decided to find out how things stood with the rest of the deal, since the governor had promised to give them the right to trade in these seas. Money alone was not enough for their children to live a normal life. The money was useless since Ellen had lost the battle for the sea. Unexpectedly, the admiral of the Imperial fleet intervened in their conversation and wanted to find out something from John Myers. The bodies of the nobles were hung on the pirate's ship, and Moray wanted to know what had happened to them. The pirate reported that these people had been killed by Toleo Aranis, and they had been hung on the mast according to plan. He did not like to destroy for fun, because he believed that it should be for a purpose. Hearing his answer, the man realized that he had been wrong to doubt him and abandoned his original plan. Moraine had thought of pirates as insane criminals who had sunk their dirty claws into the body of the Empire, but now he realized he was wrong. Ellen assured him that all criminals were human beings, and, unfortunately, sometimes some of them had to walk the dark path in order to survive. The young Duke recalled the moments he had experienced with Argos, who was driven by a thirst for revenge. In his past life as Raven Valte, the young man had been falsely accused. Based on this, the governor asked the admiral what they wanted to save, assuming that if not people, then the emperor. Therefore, as the ruler of Laos, he considered himself more pitiful than Segunda, who worked for Aranis. Ellen doubted that the emperor wanted exactly that from them, and upon hearing his words, the admiral shed tears. Moraine realized he had made a mistake and asked the young governor for forgiveness. After this incident, they returned, and the governor was ready to hear a report on the losses they had suffered. The Griffin Riders and Orcs fought in the thick of battle, and thanks to their selflessness, they managed to save most of the ships that were loaded with coins from the Duchy of Pendragon. Half of the Imperial fleet had been destroyed, and Killian did not know what to do in such a situation. John Myers believed that by the time the Pendragon ships arrived, the Imperial fleet had been sunk. The loss of the Imperial ships put them in an even more difficult position, and now their chances of winning this war had fallen sharply. Isley couldn't take it anymore, and, grabbing the admiral by the collar, decided to find out what he was thinking when he disobeyed the Duke's orders. The admiral said nothing, knowing that he had no excuse. However, the young Duke assured them that they still had a way out and could turn the situation to their advantage. Those present were surprised by this because they could not understand what the governor had come up with this time. Ellen made it clear that to do this, they would all have to trust him completely, without any objection. Killian doubted that he had a plan that would allow them to win with such a difference in the number of ships. By working together, they could deliver a decisive blow to the bay of this island, where most of the pirates were located. Red Cliff Island in the west had Tatsuchi Bay, where Ellen planned to gather all their ships and connect them with chains so that the current would not carry them away. The captain of the Knights believed that this was a trap into which they would drive themselves because, in case of danger, they would not be able to leave quickly. The bay would not allow them to maneuver because there was little space there. The governor, on the contrary, believed that this was exactly what they needed, because he did not plan to move his ships. If they could take advantage of all the benefits of the terrain, they would have a chance to win. Upon hearing this plan, everyone present was surprised because they had not expected anything like it. Argos decided that they had an opportunity to set a trap for the pirates. Leon assured him that his master could not simply leave the ships to be destroyed. Carta asked Pendragon not to keep them in suspense and to reveal his plan. Ellen believed that he should not voice his thoughts because it was a tactic he remembered from his previous life. Even if he revealed the case to them as an example, it would be too unreliable a story to instill confidence in them, and it could also give away additional clues about his identity. The other warriors did not understand how they could take these actions without knowing the governor's plan. If the plan was so risky, they did not know if there were any examples in history of anyone winning using this tactic. Isley called them fools for daring to doubt the governor's plan. The warriors under the admiral's command could not understand why they should take such a risk. But then Moraine intervened, no longer willing to doubt Elena. The old man understood that the governor had ideas on how best to carry out such an action. Moraine suggested that there were certain circumstances that would prevent Ellen from revealing the example and asked him to simply tell them the details. The old man assured him that in that case, they would do everything they could to believe in his idea. The admiral did not know the essence of his plan, but he trusted the man standing before him and unexpectedly knelt before the governor. Moraine asked if there were any doubters among his ranks, but after that, none of the men had any doubts. The governor was a great ruler who tried to protect the lives of his citizens, and Moraine was obliged to trust him, so he agreed to the plan. The admiral also hoped that his subordinates would trust the young governor as he did. After these words, the military decided to follow the Viscount and trust Pendragon's plan. Carta did not understand how he had managed to get so close to this old fox. Faith in their commander sounded very inspiring to Leon, who was ready to fight. The young man believed that this was the path of a knight that Kylan had told him about, and the captain assured him that their duke was the greatest ruler of all. Isley always trusted Ellen and stood behind him, making it clear that he was ready to continue fighting for him. The governor asked him not to push him in the back so hard next time, but now he had decided to join the brothers in their cause. Noticing their attitude, John Myers was convinced that his eyes had not deceived him and that he had taken the right side. Therefore, he also trusted Pendragon, who was going to turn the dire situation to his advantage. Ellen thanked the admiral for his words, which had united them all once again. Moray, in turn, believed that it was all thanks to the young ruler, and they shook hands. After that, the governor intended to announce his order to everyone present. Meanwhile, the pirates managed to reach their destination. They believed that doom was already knocking on their enemies' doors. Toleo ordered his subordinates not to forget about the traitor Myers, who had to be punished. The Dark King was going to take all their gold and cut off the head of Ellen Pendragon to finish him off once and for all. The leader intended to feast on the bones of his enemies, as he was still unaware of the governor's new plan. Meanwhile, Ellen and his team hurried to prepare for the plan, and many of the men began to chain the ships together. His subordinates listened carefully to what was required of them and hurried to carry out the orders as quickly as possible. Toleo learned that the enemies had decided to concentrate all their forces in Tatsumi Bay. The pirate leader thought that their fleet would be easy to spot there, so he figured the enemies were trying to trap them. The Dark King assumed that Pendragon's fleet was simply waiting for reinforcements in that location, but he knew that they did not have that many forces. Toleo dismissed all doubts because he believed that their knights, the Valvas, would solve all problems, so he thought that his opponent's plans were of little importance. The pirates were going to bury all their opponent's plans, and he wanted to catch and crush Pendragon. John Myers believed that tomorrow he would be able to understand why Ellen wanted to follow this plan. He decided to find out if it was really because of the contract with the dragon that he could see the future. The pirate himself believed that if this were really the case, their protracted war with Toleo would be a mere walk in the park. The man admitted that he was not very confident in the governor's plan, but noted that his subordinates believed in it. John Myers, without realizing it, was slowly becoming just like. The pirate liked the taste of Pendragon Duchy beer, but Ellen asked him not to drink too much because they had a battle ahead of them. The guy asked him not to complain because when they won, the governor would have to pay up. John Myers noticed that there were far fewer of them now, but he liked that the remaining sailors had grown closer. Many of them had long defended their lands from the villain Toleo. If they had joined him, they would have gained glory and money, so Ellen did not understand why they had not done so. The ordinary pirates followed their captain, who in turn followed the Empire. John Myers was an orphan, and when he was running hungry through the streets of the port, he realized that he had few prospects, so he became a pirate. All these silly nicknames like King of Pirates and so on didn't interest him in the slightest. He was just happy to have a roof over his head and a warm breakfast in the morning. That's why John couldn't get along with the management principles that had become established at Toleo. Toleo's gang relied solely on force and fear, and they had nothing else. For people like John Myers, being free and sailing the seas wherever his eyes took him without going hungry was enough. The pirate hoped that the young governor, Ellen Pendragon, would be able to give them that freedom. The Duke thought this was the right decision, so everyone agreed with him. John Myers decided to talk about Ellen because he was a much more interesting person. Despite his high position in society, he tried to live for his people, but at the same time, he could have lived a carefree life like all the nobles. Remembering his past, he had responsibilities that he had to fulfill for the sake of the people who were important to him and who always served as examples to him also lived for the people. Such comrades did not care about their position in society. They simply lived as they saw fit. Ellen simply considered it right to inherit their will, and that is why he acted in this way. John Myers was convinced that this governor had a strange entourage that was different from most. Therefore, the reasons why Ellen could not get along with Toleo were exactly the same as John. Ellen decided that they needed to try to eradicate evil in this area for the prosperity of ordinary people. The pirate was surprised by his words and wanted to see Toleo Aranis's crying face as soon as possible. The young governor hoped that soon they would have the honor of witnessing this spectacle. Meanwhile, in the south of the empire, in the lands of the Duchy of Aranis, the ruler did not understand what the hell was going on. His assistant himself did not believe in what was happening because there was not a single sign of such a thing, because they always knew everything about the ocean, but they did not know where this giant storm came from. The man assumed that in such bad weather, the fleet of the young Lord Toleo might suffer losses. Meanwhile, Toleo, sailing the open seas, was furious at the powerful storm that was ruining their plan. Morning came, and the people who had spent the night in the cave did not hear that there had been a powerful storm during the night. The guys decided that the governor knew that the elements would rage last night, so he deliberately took them here. The sailors, who had spent their entire lives at sea, saw no signs of an impending storm, so they decided that Ellen had the gift of navigation. After that, Ellen Pendragon came out to them, dressed in his armor. Earlier in Raven's past life, when the demon troops headed south, they encountered an unprecedented storm that plunged the entire region into chaos. The future of this world was constantly changing, so he took a risk and did not lose. Ellen thanked everyone for believing in him, and the guys were grateful to him too. After some time, Aisley and his team returned from flying over the coastal areas. The governor was pleased and asked him to report on the condition of the enemy fleet. Ellen reported that the pirate fleet had been virtually wiped out by the storm. If they could finish off the remaining orcs in Toleo, they would win the battle. The Duke was pleased to hear this news, and he and Myers took on the orcs themselves to reduce possible losses. John assured him that he and his team could handle them on their own, but he was grateful to him for caring about his men. Jody, Gus, and Skyle were ordered to go with John Myers' team, who was surprised to learn that these guys were spies. The guys did not object to their master's order, but Jody felt bad for deceiving John. Only then did the pirate commander learn that these guys were working for the Duke. He had treated them with all his heart, and they turned out to be spies. Ellen ordered Killian to hold Toleo until he could get there, and Killian assured him that they could handle the task. Carta believed that the governor might not have the opportunity to meet this pirate in person. Today, the sky was supposed to be their ally. Ellen believed that victory was just ahead, and therefore they had to take it. Meanwhile, Toleo was furious that reinforcements had not arrived, and their opponents had already advanced. The Knights of Valvas and their griffins were partially disabled, and the pirates had problems communicating with Duke Uranus. Zagelki advised Toleo to look ahead, as the ships of the Empire were becoming visible. The Pendragon fleet was heading towards them, and the Dark Captain did not understand why the enemy ships had not been damaged in the storm. Suddenly, he remembered that they had concentrated their forces in Tatsumi Bay before the storm. Toleo realized that the scoundrel governor had managed to outsmart him by taking advantage of the bad weather. Argos and Leon were among the first to attack the pirate ships. John Myers also sank the boats of the fleeing pirates with his pet sea monster. Ellen, along with everyone else, set about destroying the pirates who had not yet recovered from the night storm and were already under attack by the Empire. The informer Toleo, noticing what was happening, decided that all was lost and that it was time to flee. Suddenly, the pirate captain beheaded the informer who was trying to escape, declaring that they would not suffer defeat. Toleo assured the other pirates that if they tried to escape, they would suffer the same fate as the short men. The orcs had no choice but to obey their captain's orders, and they began to attack the Imperial fleet. The Dark Captain believed that if he could get rid of Pendragon, he would be able to win this battle. Once on the enemy ship, the pirate leader encountered Killian and Cart, who intended to destroy him. Toleo was furious that some scum dared to stand in his way. His opponents made it clear that they would not allow him to reach their lord. Killian was the first to engage in battle, and realized that he would not be able to defeat this pirate alone. Toleo advised the man to think over his words again, as he considered him unworthy of being his opponent. Noticing this, Carta decided that Killian was enough for now, and decided to join the battle as well. The pirate knew that the orc would be stronger than the man, but he was sure that this orc would not be able to defeat him. Being both a human and an orc meant possessing the strengths of both races. Therefore, it was not particularly difficult for Toleo to throw Carta away from him. Carta assured his opponent that he would have big problems if he looked down on everyone. The orc had also been taught martial arts by humans, so he managed to attack the pirate again, who this time covered himself with his shield. Carta considered himself the pinnacle of the fusion between the human world and the world of orcs, because Toleo was only half orc. The pirate was enraged by these words, so he used his magical powers to defeat the orc. Lightning struck Karada, who lost consciousness as a result. Noticing what was happening, Killian rushed to his comrade's aid. The captain of the knights began to fight the enemy to give his friend time to recover. Unexpectedly, in the heat of battle, Killian's sword broke. Toleo assured them that small fry had no place here, as they only annoyed him. The pirate believed that it was high time for them to understand that they would have to follow him for another 100 years to match his strength. The Dark Captain struck the man, who had managed to stop his sword with his bare hand. Killian believed that his opponent's contempt was his greatest weakness. Toleo noticed that he couldn't pull out his sword, and by that time, Carta had already regained consciousness and was striking from behind. Noticing the orc behind him in time, the pirate managed to dodge him without letting go of his sword. Using his fiery power, he easily scattered both opponents, who had no intention of retreating. The pirate commander decided to simply avoid them and summoned a griffin. Toleo wanted to use the griffin of these useless Valvas knights to attack Pendragon's flagship. The Dark Captain managed to escape from Killia and Cart, but did not expect to collide with Isley's power in the air. Elkin, who was also a knight of Valvas but was on the side of the Empire, was ready to stop the pirate. Isley made it clear to his opponent that his journey to the flagship would end right there. Toleo, in turn, thought otherwise, and used his flaming sword to strike, but Isley decided to simply flee from it. The Knight of Valvas understood that it would not be convenient to use such a blade in close combat. Therefore, grabbing the griffin by the mast of one of the ships, he intended to launch a counterattack. Toleo decided that his situation was bad because his opponent was too close to him, and if the pirate released the flame now, he would burn himself. Taking the necessary measures, he repelled the attack and began to flee from the Knight of Valva. Having increased the distance between himself and his opponent, the pirate was ready to launch a fire attack, intending to burn Aisley. Despite the power of the fire attack, the Knight of Valvas managed to disperse it with his weapon and continued to close the distance. The pirate could not believe that his opponent had forced the griffin to dive and fly upside down to save its wings. Toleo ordered his griffin to attack the rider, but Aisley managed to dodge the blow in time. Other Knights of Valvas told the Dark Captain that Elkin was just a deserter, a fallen knight who had fled his homeland. Such a man forced Toleo to retreat, and so the pirate began to believe that everything he had heard about this guy was a lie. Suddenly, Elkin ordered his griffin to rise up. Toleo could not understand the meaning of such a maneuver, and because the sun was shining in his eyes, it reduced his visibility. The pirate had never seen anyone fly a griffin so skillfully in his life, and Elkin began to attack it. After seeing this, the Dark Captain stopped considering his opponent a deserter. Finding themselves face to face, Toleo decided to ask him something, but Aisley did not understand what he wanted. Toleo did not understand why he had fled Valvas, but he was head and shoulders above the other knights in his retinue, so he used his strength to fight for Pendragon. The pirate believed that the main purpose of power was to rule the world because power was the privilege of the strong. Elkin suggested that Toleo thought that those who cut down innocent people left and right should continue to poison the world with their breath. Aisley believed that pirates and other Valvas knights were just ordinary mercenaries, which he himself had once been. The guy believed that they were not allowed to live carefree, so he had a different opinion. Elkin had been searching for a purpose in life ever since he became a Knight of Valvas, and he found it when he met Pendragon. Therefore, he was alien to everything else that other warriors who considered strength a privilege aspired to. Elin was ready to fight for his country and the prosperous, well-fed life of its citizens, and so Elkin became his sword, paving the way for a man who believed in such words. It was his redemption for his past life as a mercenary. Elkin wanted to fight for Elin, and was also ready to die for him. For Toleo, such statements were boring, because using strength to help others seemed like a foolish endeavor to him. He believed that the strong should be allowed to do anything. The Dark Captain believed that the strong prevail and the weak perish, and that this is how the world should be. He was ready to prove this to Oisley right now. Noticing the impending blow, Elkin put his hope in his griffin, believing that it would not let him down. The Knight of Valvas began to rise again, and Toleo thought that he had decided to use the same trick again. Suddenly, a sail that Elkin had picked up from a burning ship fell on the pirate. While his opponent was distracted by the sail, Aisley rushed to deliver the next blow. Covering himself with his shield, Toleo intended to attack the accursed deserter with lightning. The Knight of Valvas and the Griffin were caught in the attack and began to lose altitude. The Griffin was unable to cope with this attack, so when it was defeated, it crashed into them, and Aisley jumped off it. Toleo was convinced that he was right, because with the help of his power, he could defeat his enemy, so he believed that the House of Uranus had been doing the right thing all along. Aisley understood that he could not let the pirate escape, so he threw his spear at him to finish him off. As Pendragon's sword, he believed he had to fulfill his duty to the end. Elkin managed to wound the Dark Captain, and together with the Griffin, they fell onto one of the ships standing in the sea. The boy hurried to order his Griffin not to move, because otherwise his wounds would reopen. Aisley believed that the Griffin was not to blame for what had happened, so he assured him that he had done everything perfect. Noticing the wounded pirate fall into the water, Elkin decided that he needed to finish off the survivor. Meanwhile, Elin fought the orcs, who were no match for him. He managed to destroy the orc captain, who was the leader of the pirates of the inland seas, leaving only Toleo. Suddenly, he heard someone else appear on the ship, and decided that it was an enemy. The young duke decided to find out who this stranger was, but he didn't think he could be a prisoner. Argos and Leon also managed to deal with the second captain of the orc pirates, and together they defeated the gang. The master praised his apprentice, with whom they had almost dealt with the orcs, saying that Leon had proven himself well in his first real battle. However, the young man was upset that he could not move as well as his master, so he knew that he still had a long way to go. The mentor assured him that the only difference between them was experience, so he advised him not to rush to learn everything at once. Even though the style of Tiramisu's divine fist martial art that they both used was different for each of them, Leon's technique used flexibility and explosive speed, which he had mastered perfectly as a jester. Argos couldn't fight like his student, so he had to focus on finding his own path and style. After they set off to continue fighting, he asked the young man to remember that his main task was to survive. Leon hoped that very soon he would be able to catch up with his master. Suddenly, Toleo appeared on the deck of the ship, having fallen into the water and escaped from Islay. The pirate was angry that they had once again stumbled upon Pendragon's henchmen, who intended to oppose him. Toleo cursed Ellen and all his minions who had ruined his plans, so he wanted to tear them all to pieces. Argos assured his student that this was an excellent opportunity for his first battle, but Leon had his doubts. Despite his anxiety, the young man declared that he did not want to delay in dealing with this enemy. The teacher advised the young man to calm down, because in that case he would be able to distinguish the enemy's movements. This was a Rahuan technique using a shield to cover attacks, which was used for unexpected strikes. Noticing the enemy's condition, Argos decided that their comrades had already beaten this pirate badly. Even though he was holding a shield, his body was wounded. Toleo had no intention of falling for such cheap provocation, with which such nobodies were trying to provoke him. The Dark Captain ordered them to simply shut up and die as insects should, and began to break the ship's mast. Argos believed that this pirate must have been exhausted after so many skirmishes, but he still had a monstrous amount of strength left in him. The mentor asked Leon to act as bait and draw the enemy's attention to himself, while he finished him off. The man did not understand what he was afraid of, because he was his best student, and once he said that Leon could do it, then it would happen. The boy was delighted by these words and was ready to try it. He felt hope in his strength. Toleo ordered them to stop their useless chatter. Meanwhile, Ellen, noticing the sword of this stranger, decided that a fight was inevitable. The masked stranger intended to destroy Ellen Pendragon, who was getting in his way. The enemy's attacks were light and quick. The governor felt neither hostility nor an aura of intent to destroy. After repelling the enemy's attack, he realized that he needed to hold his sword more firmly, or he would not be able to destroy Ellen. Suddenly, he showed his opponent his monstrous aura, which resembled that of a dragon. The opponent put as much power as possible into his attack, to inflict noticeable damage on the Duke. Ellen realized that this blow was much heavier, and the aura reminded him of Yana and the Emperor's aura. Such a powerful aura was inherent only to the Emperor, so Pendragon compared it to hers. The young man believed that he should know this opponent, at least from his past life, and began to strike at the mask. The young Duke managed to cut the mask in one move, revealing a familiar face. Ellen, recognizing the boy, decided to find out what the hell he was doing here, since he believed he didn't belong here. The man who had become Raven's emperor in his past life was none other than Goofy. Meanwhile, Toleo continued the battle. Recognizing the opposing guy as a court jester, he thought that fate had laughed at him by turning a jester into a knight. The insults and provocations did not scare the jester, so he continued to attack. Now, people who had never laughed at his past believed in Leon, and he struck a blow, but the pirate managed to dodge it. The guy realized that it was very difficult to hurt him, because his technique did not work against such a person. Together with his mentor, they managed to land 2 blows at once on Toleo. The Dark Captain ordered them to get out of his way so that he could reach Duke Pendragon. Leon realized that if the pirate continued to use magic, he could forget about trying to force him into close combat and create an opportunity for his mentor to attack. Noticing the destruction of the mast, the boy figured out how to turn it to his advantage and asked his mentor to prepare a special move. Toleon had no idea what the two were plotting against him, but he was confident in his ability. Leon ran under his opponents, pulling the rope along the way, and began to climb the burning mast of the ship. These actions were possible for the young man because he was light and managed to dodge the flames. Argos decided that Leon wanted to try to use the mast, so he needed to force his opponent to move aside. Leon managed to tie the rope to the mast and noticed that his mentor was busy fighting at that moment. Jumping off the mast, which began to collapse, everything fell on Toleo, who did not understand what had happened. The pirate decided not to let this happen, so he began to fight off the debris, but Argos continued to attack it. His comrades began to attack him with their combined attacks, and if their plan worked, it would be difficult for the pirate to defend himself. Argos and Leon managed to launch attacks in time that Toleo was unable to dodge. The guy managed to catch the right moment and began to finish him off, first passing a rope between the pirate's legs. There was no point in Argos using his strongest move if he couldn't strike with certainty, so Leon had to create that opportunity for him. The young man managed to pull the rope, and thus hang the pirate captain, who did not expect such a thing. Leon was counting on his mentor's attack, so he continued to hold the rope tightly. After that, he loosened it when Argos was under his falling opponent. Thanks to this, the mentor managed to deliver a piercing blow that the pirate did not have time to dodge. Seriously wounded, the Dark Captain fell to the deck, covering it with blood. Noticing that the pirate was no longer moving, Leon decided that they had defeated him and considered it their shared victory. All this happened only because Leon quickly realized that it would be difficult to resist him with their technique and managed to make good use of the environment. Flexibility of thinking was one of the most important things on the battlefield. The mentor believed that now his student would be able to focus on improving his technique. The young man thanked his teacher for the praise. They had already begun to prepare to leave the ship, but a surprise awaited. Suddenly, they felt the hands of the previously defeated pirate, whom they had thought was dead, on their legs. Toleo swore to tear apart all of Duke Pendragon's henchmen and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. At the same time, he used his shield to strike Leon with lightning, knocking him unconscious. The boy fell next to the pirate, who was about to cut off his head. Argos couldn't move after the blow and started yelling at Leon to run away, but he didn't respond. The pirate captain's swift blow almost reached the neck of the unconscious boy. Suddenly, the sea demon John Myers appeared, grabbed the pirate, and prevented him from beheading the young man. John managed to come to the aid of these guys in time, and Argos was very happy about his arrival. The captain of the Winter Storm pirates ordered his monster to destroy Toleo Aranis. Argos did not understand what the hell the pirate from the Winter Storms was doing here, but they had no time for idle talk. John asked the man to take his student and move to the boat below. The mentor assumed that even if the monster dragged the pirate captain to the bottom, he would still be able to survive. John believed that his pet would still be able to drag the enemy above water, and he would suffocate. Suddenly, the pet appeared from the water, having been attacked by Toleo. The allies did not understand how the dark captain could stay underwater for so long without air. Argos assured them that if they missed the blow, they would die immediately. Despite being wounded, the pirate captain was still able to rise from the depths of the sea and was going to teach his enemies a lesson for this. John Myers began to doubt that they could defeat such a monster. They had cornered him, but if they couldn't defeat him now, they would have no other chance. Suddenly, not noticing that Toleo's magical device was broken, he grabbed the shield and intended to do something with it. Argos did not understand where he was going with the pirate captain's shield, but John gave him no explanation. Jumping onto his pet, he announced that he had one more thing to do, which he intended to finish. John was going to use the chance that Leon and Argos had given him and wanted to destroy Toleo with his own weapon. If he didn't avenge his crew, it would all be in vain, so he was ready to give it his all. Myers' crew just wanted to live normally and sail freely across the seas and oceans, but they were left with no choice, so they became pirates to survive, and Toleo stole their freedom. The captain of the Winter Storm cursed the Dark Captain and his rule by right of might. John decided that since he loved power so much, he would let him enjoy it to the fullest. Riding his pet, he approached the enemy and threw a shield at him, which began to inflict damage on Toleo. Argos was shocked by what was happening, but he thought that this would surely finish off the villain. As soon as the Dark Captain decided to rely on the magical item, his fate was sealed, and John managed to destroy him. After that, they rescued Toleo and decided to think about what to do with him now. Argos understood that they needed to inform the others that they had captured him, as this would cause the other pirates to flee or surrender. The man decided to take care of the wounded until the young Duke returned. John agreed with him. Meanwhile, the battle between Ellen and Goofly dragged on, but neither of them was going to give up. Ellen did not understand why his opponent's aura became stronger at high speed. Although Goofly was the son of a concubine, that did not negate the fact that he had the Emperor's blood running through his veins. The governor noticed that this aura was different from the Emperor's, as if there was some kind of mixture in it. The Duke decided to ask Goofly who he really was and what he had forgotten in the ranks of the pirates. The young man assured him that only a dragon could fight other dragons, so he did as he was told. Ellen did not quite understand what he was talking about and asked him to continue explaining. Goofly was trying to become someone who could use the power of a dragon, when suddenly his aura took on the characteristics of a dragon. The young Duke was surprised by this, as it was the first time he had seen another person with similar powers. The two dragon auras met on the ship and were about to confront each other. Ellen could not know where Goofly's aura came from, because he believed that only the Dragon Queen could establish contact. He also thought that among humans, only the current head of the Pendragon family was capable of this. The Emperor's blood flowed in Goofly's veins, which meant that he had to use the aura of a conqueror. It turned out that the guy was made that way by a mage who served the House of Aranis. The governor had no idea who this person might be, as he had never encountered anything like this in his past life. Suddenly, the enemy's blade came down on him, but Ellen managed to react in time and block it. By repelling the blow, he managed to increase the distance between them again, which Goofly was trying to close. The young man had simply been ordered to destroy Ellen. He knew nothing else. Using his aura, the enemy managed to break through the governor's defense, who couldn't believe it. Goofly managed to use the aura of his sword and cut through the ship's cabin, which Ellen had been thrown into. The enemy's strength grew exponentially from the moment he used the dragon's aura. Ellen understood that if he didn't give it his all now, he would be defeated. He managed to break Goofly's sword. Grabbing the sword of the defeated pirate, the young man assured the Duke that he would not be able to defeat him anyway. The young Duke decided to hold nothing back and fully unleash the aura of the Dragon Queen. The two opposing forces began to attack each other, and Goofly's aura managed to dispel Ellen's aura. The governor couldn't believe that Soldre's aura had been so easily destroyed by someone. It took a lot of effort to stop her, but by that time, the enemy had become even stronger. The power of the aura of the one who had signed the contract directly depended on the power of the dragon and the one who embodied it. Judging by Goofly's movements, even a fool could see that he had no combat experience. If the enemy managed to use a powerful aura, it would mean that his dragon was just as strong. Ellen began to think about who could surpass the Dragon Queen in pure strength, and he remembered someone who surpassed everyone else in combat skills. Now he realized that this aura belonged to the sea dragon Visklu, whom Sul had told him about. Looking at Goofly, these assumptions were confirmed once again, and while they were at sea, Ellen could not defeat him. Pendragon remembered that each dragon had its own source of mana, without which it could not exist. When the source dried up, the dragon could no longer maintain its full power. The battle took place in the Southern Sea, where the local source of mana belonged to the sea dragon. It was in this place that the dragon Visklu was at the peak of his power, and Goofly believed that no one could defeat him. Ellen dodged the enemy's attack and injured his left arm. Goofly understood that his opponent was stronger, but the white dragon had no source of mana in the sea, and therefore Soldrake's aura was no stronger than any other. The young man did not care about this battle, but he could not disobey the order. He wanted to see it through to the end. The Duke remembered the sword that had belonged to the First Lord Pendragon, Alex, many years ago. It was forged from the horn of the Dragon Queen. This sword contained an incredible amount of mana, as well as a drop of Soldrake's power. If his aura weakened at sea and the Queen couldn't reach him, the sword could lend him its power. The Dragon Queen believed that now that Raven's personality did not conflict with Ellen's body, he could use this sword. Soldre did not care whose aura it was, Raven's or Ellen's, because she recognized them both. With this sword, the Duke could manifest Soldre's power at its peak, and remembering this, he decided to take advantage of it. Suddenly, Goofy's aura disappeared, due to the appearance of the Dragon Queen's aura. The guy did not understand why this happened. The guy believed that since he was the sea, Vissel's power could not be suppressed so easily, and Ellen's strange silhouette appeared. After his aura calmed down, Ellen appeared to his opponent in a new guise. The enemy's aura could not withstand Soldre's aura, but Goofly had no intention of giving up. Ellen somehow managed to absorb Vissel's aura, and the owner of this aura was shocked by this action. Noticing several cuts on his face, the young man realized that he had been wounded. The young Duke continued to attack with his power, easily breaking the ship's mast. Unexpectedly after that, the azure flame of a white dragon descended upon Goofy. No one had warned the young man that his opponent was capable of unleashing such colossal power. It seemed as if Ellen himself had become a dragon with the release of this aura. The Duke believed that his opponent was finished, because even if he could squeeze out a few more crumbs of aura, it would not help him anyway. Goofly considered what was happening simply impossible. Ellen's aura was embedded in his opponent's body. Such power was used to protect the man, who had made a deal with Soldrake. It was sealed in the sword, and by releasing it, he became capable of controlling the true power of Soul. Ellen only now understood this, and saw it with his own eyes through the prism of Soul. Goofly's connection with Visklo was nothing more than a curse created with ordinary magic. The young man did not care about such information, believing that it did not negate the fact that the power of the sea dragon was his power. Considering himself chosen, he believed that he had made a contract with the strongest dragon, Viskl. Ellen managed to destroy his opponent's aura and intended to find out what Goofly knew about this dragon. The Duke made it clear that dragons should not be considered tools, as they have their own feelings and judgment. Pendragon knew why Soldrake had entrusted him with her power earlier. Before she had given him the sword, they had had a conversation. The day of the decisive battle at sea was approaching, and Sul just wanted to make sure that the sword's magic had not weakened. The Dragon Queen considered Ellen to be strong, and could not get used to the idea of leaving him alone. The boy had to go to the sea dragon's territory, so Sul wanted to join him. Ellen did not understand why Soldritz cared so much about the Pendragons, so she decided to tell him. This duty had been placed on her many centuries ago by the man who saved her life. He died young, but he was special to her. Before his death, this man asked her to look after his descendants, which meant that no matter how many millennia passed, she had no right to leave them alone. However, her desire to protect Ellen had other reasons, and he became interested in learning about. The wounds in his heart were the same as those she carried. Ellen did not quite understand what she meant. They had both lost people who were very important to them. For her, that person was Alex, and for Ellen, it was his family. Her companions had experienced the same pain, so Sul wanted to protect the young duke so that no one else would ever have to go through something like that again. The power sealed in the blade was not only raw energy, but also the memory of the Dragon Queen. Such power could not be compared to an artificial contract made with magic. Those who perceived dragons as their tools were doomed to defeat. If such people dared to oppose another dragon, nothing would remain of them. Gufli was doomed to failure, but he used his power to order Viskla to protect it. The two auras clashed, and Ellen's power managed to defeat the opposing side. The boy could not believe his eyes, for the power of the sea dragon had been destroyed before his very eyes. After that, Ellen delivered a blow that immobilized the young prince, who was unable to defend himself in time. The dragon only responded to those who had a contract with him, and so Goofy was defeated in this battle. Ellen acknowledged that Soldray had saved him again, and thanked her from the bottom of his heart. The battle was over, and the aura of the Dragon Queen was dispelled. The young duke wondered what to do with Goofly. The governor decided to show this guy to Sol as soon as possible, so that she could find out what had happened to him. The boy's previous words that only a dragon could challenge another dragon made him think. Goofly had unwillingly fallen under the influence of a mage who worked for the Aranes family. Apart from Sul, other dragons did not interfere in human affairs, so Ellen assumed that this guy had been forced to sign a contract using magic, all of which was designed to control the dragon. The guy had almost died, and Viskel had not appeared, so Ellen wanted to help him. Trying to rouse the guy, he wanted to find out where Viskel was, with whom he had signed a contract. Guffley didn't know, and admitted that he had never seen this dragon. The Duke didn't understand how, in that case, he was able to use his aura. The guy had only seen the dragon's soul, which was bound by magic. From his words, Ellen assumed that Viskel was already dead, and began to believe that Aranis had the sealed soul of this dragon. The power with which he was able to destroy even dragons was subject to Duke Aranis. The mage told Goofly that Ellen had to be eliminated in order for the world to return to normal. Having said this, the prince could no longer utter a word because his strength had left him. Ellen was puzzled by this information. Suddenly, the griffin Eadsley flew in, on which the Duke intended to return to his companion. The pirates began to retreat, so the governor began to believe that his friends had managed to capture Toleo. Since they had Goofly in their hands, it meant that the House of Aranis would begin to act, and Ellen would have to meet with that very magician. Ellen didn't care about future events because first she had to deal with everything here. The defeat of the Pirate King was obvious. None of his henchmen were going to return for him. Argos felt the same way because all this had happened thanks to the young Duke Pendragon. Ellen's comrades believed that he was much stronger than the pirate captain. By that time, the Duke had returned to them, bringing Goofly with him. Noticing him, Toleo flew into a rage and began trying to break free from his chains to destroy Elena. The pirate managed to break the chains that restrained his movements, but the collar around his neck remained intact. The Dark Captain tried to strike the Duke, but the latter used his aura to parry the blow. This action resulted in Toleo losing his arm. He continued to resist, but all his actions were doomed. Isley intervened in the fight and managed to calm the pirate, who was screaming in pain. The Knight of Valvas ordered the criminal to bow his head in the presence of the Duke. Fate caught up with Toleo Aranis for his deed, and he stopped trying to resist them. Ellen asked if the pirate understood what awaited him, after all he had done over the years. This was the price he had to pay for the destroyed houses of Valte. Tol was terrified by the Duke's words. The pirate did not quite understand what Valte's family had to do with it, when suddenly Ellen released his aura. Toleo couldn't understand what was wrong with this man's aura, because it was incredibly powerful. Ellen believed that beheading was a fair sentence for a scoundrel like Toleo Aranis. The criminal ordered the governor not to talk nonsense, as he was sure that he would not die by his sword. The young Duke carried out the sentence, and the pirate's severed head rolled across the deck. The admiral and the captain of the knights believed that peace would now reign in the lands of Laos. Ellen thanked everyone for their contribution to the common cause, and their ships set course for the bay. The young Duke believed that this was their common victory, which they had been striving for so long, and everyone was happy about it. Meanwhile, in Leos, Aileen and Lindis were distributing food to the homeless people who had begun to arrive, hungry. The girls handed out fresh bread to children and adults, who were very grateful to them for this. Suddenly, Lindis was asked to help distribute food to the rest of the refugees. After a while, the girls reported that the Duke and his team were returning. The locals noticed that fewer Imperial ships had returned to the bay than had left, so they assumed that they had lost the battle and were then hit by a storm. Ellen reported that the pirates who had captured the coast of Laos and brought the city to the brink of starvation had been sunk by their fleet. From that moment on, the port of Laos could look forward to prosperity and happy development. Only then did the locals realize that since Segunda had been removed from the post of governor, their affairs had taken a turn for the better. Aileen and Lindis hurried to meet Ellen, whom they were very worried about. The girls knew about the storm and thought they had been caught in it, so they were very worried about the Duke. The young man apologized for causing them to worry, but assured them that he was fine. Women who happened to be passing by learned that Lady Lindis was the wife of the Duke of Pendragon. The women did not recognize her at first because she was dressed in ordinary clothes, but they asked her not to refuse their kindness and offered her some pies. Ellen was surprised that they gave her pastries. Lindis said that she worked with them to provide for those in need. A recent storm had caused damage in the city, so the Duke's wife had to help the local residents a little. Lindis believed that Ellen would have done the same, but she simply acted on her own initiative. The women admitted that the lady was an excellent cook, and thanks to her help, those in need were fed. The governor thanked her for everything and assured her that she had done the right thing. Aileen also did her part and helped everyone, and her brother praised her for her work. Suddenly, one of the locals noticed a pirate ship entering the bay and raised the alarm. The locals assumed that these pirates had survived the storm and had come to take revenge. John Myers' crew immediately knelt down on the shore and asked the citizens of Laos for forgiveness. The captain reported that while serving in the Irani's fleet, they had participated in the blockade of the city, but they had managed to escape from his power and wanted to start a new life for the common good. The people, in turn, were surprised, as they could not have expected such a thing from pirates. Ellen assured them that these pirates were the key to their victory, as they had managed to distract the pirates and then fought shoulder to shoulder with them. It turned out that these people had not committed any direct crimes, but had participated in the blockade of the city, yet all the local residents had to understand one thing. Poverty can force people to do things they don't want to do, so these people were forced to become pirates. Protecting the city and helping it develop was the duty of the young governor, who was ready to do so. Therefore, he asked the local residents to accept his apologies because he was unable to protect everyone, and he hoped that for the sake of Laos's future, they would be able to accept these people. The locals accepted the governor's position and did not object to the former pirates settling in their city. After that, Ellen intended to leave the port, but he was caught up by John Myers, who wanted to talk to him. The former pirate wanted to express his gratitude to the governor, not only for the gold and trading licenses, but also for doing more than he had to. Thanks to Ellen, they had a chance to start a new life, and John was glad he had met such a person. The governor assured him that without John's help, he would not have succeeded, so he also thanked him. Unexpectedly, Admiral Moray approached them, who also wanted to express his gratitude. The admiral believed that if it weren't for the help of these pirates, they would have been defeated by Toleo Aranis. John Myers hoped to continue working with Admiral Moraine in the future. Argos was convinced that Ellen had managed to befriend the pirates and the admiral of the fleet, and considered it a magnificent achievement. Cart believed that it was time to drink to their victory. The orcs were only too happy to throw a feast, because they had won the victory, and no one was against it. A celebration was held in which everyone began to celebrate the victory and have fun. Isley was in the port with the monsters, and he was interested in establishing a relationship with John Myers' pet. Afterwards, Ellen came to Seoul and apologized for being away for so long, because the celebration had gone on longer than expected. The young Duke had a lot to tell her, but first he wanted her to know that her memories sealed in the sword had saved. Ellen expressed his deep gratitude to the Dragon Queen for the sword that had saved his life. Saul was glad that he was all right, and also welcomed him back home. After that, there were many fireworks, proving that the locals were happy.